Mr. Satan, originally named Make, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, victor of the Supreme Martial Arts Conference, a master of one-handed brick breaking, the strongest warrior among Earthlings. The Earthling Make has transmigrated into the body of Mr. Satan. In the time-space ring box collected by the Kaioshin, another emerald ring has appeared. Chapter 1. Make. In the year 749 of the AG calendar, on May 8th, the southern capital, also known as Nandu, is located on the largest island within the southern region of Earth. It lies only a few dozen nautical miles from the island of Mugwa, where the martial arts temple is situated. The recently concluded Supreme Martial Arts Conference has caused a surge in tourism in Nandu. In Old Jack's restaurant, Make sits dazed at a wooden table, listening to his master speak passionately. Do you know, Make, that in my youth, I too sought out Master Wu Tian. Unfortunately, the speedboat I took traversed the sea for a long time, yet I could not find his trace. The champion of this Supreme Martial Arts Conference, Mr. Chenglong, likely sought Master Wu Tian just as I did. The only difference is that I failed to find him, while he succeeded. Alas, what a pity! After all, Master Wu Tian is the strongest martial artist in the world. After gulping down a refreshing chilled beer, Make stares blankly at his master's incessant chatter. In truth, Make's name is indeed Make. He is a genuine modern Earthling. Of course, this differs fundamentally from the Earth of the Dragon Ball world. Make, dumper truck, you understand. Just 10 minutes ago, the original Make stumbled and fell as he followed his master into the restaurant, and everything went black. When he regained consciousness, the soul of modern Earths, Make had already taken over this body. The Supreme Martial Arts Conference. Master Wu Tian, does this not mean that I am in the world of Dragon Ball? Lost in thought, Make did not attract his master's attention. After all, this child has dazed out more than once, and his master has long since grown accustomed to it. Master, where are we? Moreover, has the Martial Arts Conference concluded just a few days ago? In the world of Dragon Ball, the Supreme Martial Arts Conference is a constant event. However, Mr. Chenglong, or rather, Kame Sunin, has only won the championship once, specifically the 21st. As a seasoned Dragon Ball fan, one could estimate the current time to be the year 749 of the AG calendar. Yet, the pressing question remains, where am I now, and what is my identity? Most importantly, Make is eager to know the specifics of the storyline's progression. Of course, we are in Nandu. Did you forget that the match concluded yesterday? What has happened to you, Make? His master looks at him with a puzzled expression, observing his exceptionally talented disciple. To be fair, Make is usually quite clever, though he does occasionally zone out. After giving Make a disgruntled glare, his master continues to share his thoughts. After all, Nandu is known as the capital of martial arts. At this moment, many martial artists dressed in martial arts uniforms are dining within a restaurant. Sharing one's experiences, with a touch of exaggeration, can attract attention and satisfy one's vanity. Some diners seated nearby are eagerly awaiting his continuation. Clearing his throat gently, Make's master resumes. This journey was not in vain. I was fortunate enough to witness two disciples of the Kame school and the clash of Kamehameha. Such supreme martial arts techniques can only be mastered by martial artists of the Kame school. Alas, what a pity I could not witness it. The Supreme Martial Arts Conference is always hosted at the Martial Arts Temple. Situated on Mugwa Island, the temple is not particularly large. Naturally, the number of people who can attend the live matches is minimal. The vast majority must rely on television broadcasts to watch. Under the vivid descriptions of Make's master, the Kame school has seemingly become the mightiest martial faction on Earth. In no time, the discussions among the attendees erupted. Who would have thought that such a marvelous technique as Kamehameha truly exists? What a shame that I could not personally visit Mugwa Island this time. Such a pity. Mr. Chenglong appears to be somewhat older. Since he can perform Kamehameha, he must be considered part of the Kame school. While the young Wukong and Krillin may not be as formidable as Mr. Chenglong, they still appear incredibly powerful. It seems the martial world may soon belong to the Kame school. What is the Kame school? Our Crane school is the true number one. Just as the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, a cold, mocking laugh echoed from the depths of the restaurant. The lively chatter abruptly ceased. At the 21st Supreme Martial Arts Conference, the Kame school had astonished the world with both its techniques and disciples. Amidst the praise, a disdainful voice suddenly pierced through, causing everyone to gaze in astonishment toward the source. Clad in a black robe and a pink jacket, a large character for kill was emblazoned on his left chest. His eyes were shadowy, adorned with a small braid, and the corners of his mouth curled upward with a hint of smirk. Those who met his gaze immediately lowered their heads, sensing his formidable presence. Make, who also turned to look, was utterly shocked. Is it not Tao Bai Bai? How'd he end up here? More importantly, I have encountered this calamity at this moment. It should be noted that before Wukong drank the super holy water, this individual ranked firmly within the top 5 in combat power among Earthlings. Even more terrifying is his mastery of various lethal techniques. He could kill General Blue with a mere straightened tongue. Make reached out to tug at his master's martial arts uniform, only to find he could not grasp it. He stood up and quickly walked over to Tao Bai Bai. Wait, could it be that my master is a hidden expert in the Dragon Ball world? However, this thought was entirely dispelled 3 seconds later. Make's master approached Tao Bai Bai, barely steadying himself before pointing a finger at him and rebuking. What is the Crane School? How could it possibly be stronger than Master Wu Tian? You foolish creature with that hideous braid. Unfortunately, in the next moment, Tao Bai Bai's finger pierced into the center of his master's brow. Thud! Make's master collapsed to the ground, and blood and brain matter quickly pooled into a small puddle. Yet, Make considered it inconsequential. After all, he had only just met this master a few minutes ago and felt no need to enact any vengeance for his teacher. After all, he was unfamiliar with the situation. Just as he was preparing to leave, he discovered that Tao Bai Bai had already blocked his path. Tao Bai Bai, what do you intend to do? Faced with such a predicament, Make felt no inclination to resist. He had just assessed his own strength. Although his body was remarkably robust, it was merely on par with that of an ordinary person. Confronting the formidable Tao Bai Bai, whose combat prowess exceeded 100, was akin to a mere novice facing a Super Saiyan. Initially intent on eliminating all threats, Tao Bai Bai was taken aback to discover that Make recognized him. However, a chilling smile soon crept across his face. You know me? Is he your master? Today marks the 20th anniversary of my career as an assassin, so I shall grant you one more chance. Ultimately, which is stronger, my Crane School or that scoundrel Kame Sennin's Turtle School? If your answer fails to satisfy me, The final words trailed off, and with a sinister chuckle, the consequences were all too apparent. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, Make had no desire to meet his demise. Just as he was about to speak, he found the surrounding environment had fallen into a state of confinement. His limbs were immobilized, yet a high-tech, semi-transparent screen materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you are under threat. Binding the ultimate choice system. Please select the only answer from the following options. Option 1. Remain silent like an ostrich. The system guarantees he will not kill you. Reward: 5 points of combat power. Option 2. Soothe Tao Bai Bai. A gentleman's revenge is not to be hastened. Reward: 10 points of combat power. Option 3. Speak freely and sincerely. Honesty is the best policy. Reward: Crane School's secret technique, Solar Fist. Make finished reading the last word, and the light screen vanished. Tao Bai Bai continued to await his response. Chapter 2. Am I Mr. Satan? Inside the restaurant, chaos erupted following a murder. Some patrons, in a state of panic, rushed for the exits, while others cowered beneath their tables in trepidation. The restaurant owner swiftly reached for the telephone at the cash register to contact the authorities. However, for Tao Bai Bai, none of this was of consequence. With a gaze as frigid as ice, he fixed his eyes on Mark, awaiting the answers he sought. For Mark, time seemed to stretch on interminably. He was no stranger to the concept of a system. It was the hallmark of a time traveler. Rapidly analyzing the situation, Mark boldly articulated his thoughts. Undoubtedly, in terms of martial art styles, the Crane School, boasting techniques such as the Dong Wave, Sky Dance, Chi Cannon, and Four Demon Fists, far surpassed the Turtle School. Yet, when it came to the essence of martial arts, neither the cunning Crane Hermit nor the ruthless Tao Bai Bai held a candle to the Turtle Hermit. Thus, my conclusion is that the Crane School is nothing but a farce. Option confirmed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Solar Fist. In an instant, a chilling system prompt echoed in Mark's mind. Almost simultaneously, the intricate details of the Solar Fist unfolded in his consciousness. The ultimate technique for evasion, the Solar Fist, was now within his grasp. Less than 5 meters away, Tao Bai Bai was livid, his face flushed with rage. He had anticipated Mark would cower, but who could have foreseen such audacity? Damn you, he bellowed, raising his hand and assuming a fighting stance, his fury palpable. The game of cat and mouse was about to reach its climax. Though doubts lingered in his mind, how could this young boy possess such knowledge? The threat of death overshadowed any concerns. As the brother of the Crane Hermit and a member of the Crane School, he was resolved to exact vengeance on anyone who insulted his elder brother or their sect. Just as he prepared to strike, he noticed the curly-haired boy before him had raised both hands. Solar Fist. With a swift application of this technique, Mark positioned himself, channeling the limited energy within him to converge at his brow. This energy transformed into a blinding, intense light. In an instant, the restaurant was engulfed by the searing radiance of the solar fist. Seizing the opportunity while the patrons shielded their eyes, Mark darted out of the restaurant with remarkable speed. He retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding bang, a motorcycle materialized before him. Without hesitation, he leaped onto it and sped away towards the bustling commercial district. A minute later, the patrons in the restaurant regained their sight. Mark had already vanished. Enraged, Tao Bai Bai was about to unleash his wrath upon everyone in the restaurant. Just then, his mobile phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Tao Bai Bai, the world's #1 assassin? This is the Red Silk Army." The client inquired about the business, and the dedicated Tao Bai Bai could only leave Nandu with a heavy heart. After a while, Mark, having sought refuge in a shopping mall, let out a wail. He had intended to purchase a new outfit, hoping to transform his appearance. It was only upon gazing into the mirror that he realized his true identity. His full name, Mark. His nickname, Mr. Satan. It was then that Mark, in a moment of delayed recognition, recalled the fragmented memories from his past life. Mark, also known as Mr. Satan, had once encountered the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, in a restaurant in Nandu during his youth. The outcome was tragic. Mark's mentor perished, and he himself was gravely injured. From that day forward, he vowed never to engage with those whose strength he could not fathom. In hindsight, this was merely a reiteration of the pain of losing his master, a fate that had no emotional connection to the current Mark. It was a calamity that seemed preordained, leaving Mark feeling helpless. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the path that lay ahead. Historical accounts suggest that the future Mark would study at a martial arts academy named Satan City. After completing his training, he would embark on a journey of challenges. Before long, thanks to his impressive combat skills and remarkable luck, he would ultimately earn the title of World Fighting Champion. During this period, Mr. Satan Mark would marry the illustrious Star Miguel and father an only daughter, who would later become the daughter-in-law of the Sun family, known as Bidalai. Subsequently, through an audacious spirit, he would rise to become Earth's savior. It could be said that among the characters in the Dragon Ball universe, Mr. Satan lived the most fortunate life. Firstly, he possessed fame and wealth, indulging in a lavish lifestyle. Although his wife passed away early, numerous women were still eager to be with him. Secondly, Mr. Satan was the only Earthling who had never experienced death. While he faced some hardships, they paled in comparison to what others endured. Lastly, though he himself was not powerful, he was supported by a multitude of formidable allies. His devoted disciple, Mr. Bu, his in-law, Sun Wukong, his son-in-law, Sun Gohan, his granddaughter, Xiao Fong. As long as he did not lead a reckless life in his youth, he was destined for an invincible middle and later life. Such an existence far surpassed the burdensome, monotonous life of 996 and 007 in his previous life. With a broad grin, Mark stood before the fitting room mirror, foolishly laughing, drawing whispers from the staff and customers alike, wondering where this simpleton had come from. Realizing his uncharacteristic behavior, Mark hastily settled the payment for his clothing. As he stepped out of the mall, he suddenly found himself at a loss for where to go next. Noticing the host's confusion about life, please choose. Option 1. Seek out the Satan City Martial Arts Academy and join for training. Reward: 50 points of combat power. Option 2. Seek Master Rashi. Join the Turtle School and receive a reward of 50 combat points. Option 3. Seek Master Crane. Join the Crane School and receive a reward of 50 combat points. Note: before the options conclude, 3 location coordinates will be provided. The system unexpectedly emerged with an uncanny synchronicity. Mark meticulously reviewed the content. Option 1 was the simplest. Astonishingly, this city of demons was located in South City. Option 2, the current coordinates of Master Rashi, remained consistently within a reasonable distance from South City. Option 3, the coordinates of Master Crane, were virtually stationary. Each of the 3 options offered a reward of 50 points. Undoubtedly, these represented 3 divergent paths in life. The first to be dismissed was Master Crane. This individual was known for rejecting those lacking talent. Even if Mark ventured through mountains and rivers to find him, he might very well meet his demise at his hands. Moreover, this man was the brother of Tien Shinhan. Mark had a long-standing grudge against Tien, making it impossible for him to join the Crane School, regardless of his unfamiliarity with the esteemed teacher. As for Master Rashi, that path was indeed worth considering. However, in the coming days, they were likely to encounter Tien and the Red Ribbon Army, with both sides embroiled in conflict. Mark reflected on his meager combat prowess and decided it was best not to involve himself in their skirmish. After contemplating, he turned and made his way directly to the martial arts dojo in the City of Demons. Half an hour later, Mark halted before a large martial arts dojo. After paying all his fees, Mark successfully became a student in the City of Demons. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 combat points. Combat power surpassing 50 points has unlocked panel functionality. Chapter 3, The Octagonal Cage. Name Mark. Age, 13 years. Combat power, 72. Martial arts, basic fist technique, solar fist. Comprehensive evaluation, a novice just beginning his martial arts journey. The system displayed the panel functionality. Without hesitation, Mark summoned it forth. Born in the year 736 of the Aiki calendar, Mark was merely 13 years old today. Prior to this, he had been an ordinary youth in a small town. Due to his robust physique and solid foundation, he was selected by a teacher to embark on a journey of wandering under his guidance. At just 13, he possessed 22 combat points. In many respects, Mark was indeed a remarkably talented boy in martial arts among ordinary individuals. He was of similar age to Goku and Krillin. The primary distinction was that he had not encountered a renowned teacher in his youth. Now, occupying the body of Mr. Satan from the modern world, and with the assistance of the system, Mark stood in the martial arts arena of the City of Demons, hands in pockets, brimming with ambition. Certainly, the final evaluation was blatantly disregarded by him, and the others fared no better. Upon a meticulous examination of his rudimentary panel attributes, Mark gradually began to formulate some thoughts. Reflecting on his life prior to this journey, he found little to mourn. His parents had tragically perished in a traffic accident shortly after his university graduation while traveling. Initially, Mark had been enamored with a young woman, having engaged in a lengthy online correspondence before finally meeting in person. Regrettably, during their rendezvous at a cafe, she demanded an exorbitant dowry of $500,000, along with full payment for a car and a house, before she would even consider marrying him. Lacking any financial foundation, Mark reluctantly parted ways with her. Yet, when they unexpectedly crossed paths again at a foot massage parlor that evening, she willingly succumbed to his charms for merely an extra hour. Afterward, Mark, feeling rather disillusioned, gained a clearer understanding of what love truly entailed. Alone and unencumbered, he did not perceive his reincarnation in the Dragon Ball world as a misfortune. It was a realm infused with passion, excitement, and abundant challenges. Especially fortuitous was his unexpected emergence as a youthful Mr. Satan. Even if he chose to do nothing and merely follow the narrative, he would inevitably find himself thriving as a victor in life. Moreover, he now possessed a system, an essential tool for any traveler across worlds. In this lifetime, Mark yearned for a life of greater splendor. At the very least, he aspired not to become the object of ridicule, the comedic relief in the Dragon Ball universe. He desired martial prowess, a flourishing career, love, and a family. However, every grand journey begins with a single step. Even if Mark were to become a world champion in combat, it would be the result of considerable sweat and effort during his youth. Achieving the title of the best among ordinary individuals was no trivial feat. A man seeking to attain everything must first possess sufficient capability. With strength comes prestige, and with prestige, wealth and love will naturally follow. Mark was no philosopher, yet he grasped this fundamental truth with clarity. Raising his gaze to survey his surroundings, Mark strode purposefully into the martial arts dojo. This place would mark the commencement of his path to fame. The Satan City Martial Arts Dojo was one of the larger establishments among the hundreds in the southern metropolis. Although no one had advanced to the finals of the prestigious martial arts tournament in recent years, many predecessors had once achieved remarkable feats within its arena. It was thanks to their illustrious lineage that the dojo enjoyed a degree of assurance during recruitment. Unlike the Turtle School's training, the dojo merely provided a space for practice, without provisions for meals or accommodation. Mark, who struggled financially, soon realized that everywhere he looked within the dojo, there were expenses to be incurred. The purified water necessary for training cost 1 soni per cup, while the cafeteria offered hearty, nutritious student meals for 5 soni each. Within the dojo, accommodations have been prepared for the students, available for a fee of 20 soni for a day and night. This price is relatively reasonable compared to the cost of living in the southern city. However, the predicament facing Mark is quite straightforward. He is devoid of funds. As he traverses the martial world, his sustenance and lodging have been managed by his mentor. Mark possesses only a small amount of pocket money. Currently, with his teacher murdered by Tao Bai Bai, he dares not return to Old Jack's restaurant to scrape by. What he must prioritize now is not training, but rather securing his own livelihood. Damn it, I've lost again. Kakin, you are truly useless, Mark thought as he clenched his fists. This time, I'll bet 500 Sony on myself. As Mark furrowed his brow, contemplating ways to earn money, a rugged voice pierced his thoughts. The atmosphere within the dojo was thick with robust male energy. Conflicts between students or instructors were commonplace, often erupting into brawls. Yet, the mention of Sony in that voice captured Mark's attention. Not far away, in the center of the dojo's octagonal cage, two instructors were hurling threats at one another. Both were brawny men, not particularly skilled in verbal sparring. Words were futile. A fight to determine supremacy, without regard for life or death, was about to commence within the octagon. Mark stood outside the cage, keenly observing the bout. Before long, one contender was knocked unconscious, resulting in a swift victory for the muscular victor who had just entered the arena. Through the murmurs of the onlooking students, Mark learned that this man was named Rico, a well-known figure in the Satan City dojo, ranking among the top 3 instructors in terms of strength. With fervor, the victorious Rico roared at the audience below, unleashing his exuberant vigor. Who among you pathetic wretches dares to challenge me? Whoever can defeat me shall claim this prize money. His victory granted him the accumulated bounty from his opponent, and Mark peered in, catching a glimpse of the colorful bills that seemed to amount to several thousand Sony. Detecting the greed within the host's heart, please choose. Option 1. Defeat the boxer Rico within 10 minutes and receive 1,000 Sony. Option 2. Defeat the boxer Rico within 5 minutes and receive 5,000 Sony. Option 3. Defeat the boxer Rico with a single strike and receive 10,000 Sony. This time, the system did not bestow upon him combat prowess or martial skills, but rather the very wealth that Mark desperately needed. He gazed up at the exceedingly arrogant Rico, who appeared to be in his early 30s. Judging by the fighting power displayed previously, Rico likely hovered around a strength level of 20 to 30 points. Certainly, one possesses strength far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, yet one remains no match for oneself. The system presents 3 options, with no doubt that the one-hit KO reward is the most lucrative. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, despite acquiring the combat prowess from the system's rewards, one has yet to engage in actual combat. Defeating Rico should pose little challenge. But the method of overcoming him and the nature of the rewards remain shrouded in uncertainty for Mark. Particularly since, strictly speaking, this would mark his inaugural encounter in a physical confrontation. As Mark pondered, someone had already entered the octagon to challenge Rico ahead of him. Regrettably, within 3 minutes, the challenger was utterly overwhelmed and defeated. I shall step forth. Prolonging this indecision serves no purpose. Inevitably, a day will come when I must confront another. With a resolute heart, Mark clenched his teeth and boldly slipped through the iron gate into the octagon. Having just joined the dojo, Mark was undoubtedly a newcomer, prompting Rico to scrutinize him closely. After a moment, he inquired with a hint of confusion. Hey kid, who are you? I haven't seen you in the dojo before. Chapter 4. Please call me Mr. Satan. The decor of the Satan City dojo was rather commendable. The lights outside the octagon shone brightly, and as Rico questioned him, several beams of light swiftly converged upon Mark. Ignoring the attention, Mark continued to stretch and warm up his muscles. In the southern city, the martial arts atmosphere was profoundly palpable. Each day, challengers arrived to test their mettle, seeking confrontation. Although Mark had registered as a student of the Satan City dojo, he had not donned the dojo's distinctive tea-brown martial arts uniform. Instead, he remained clad in ordinary casual attire purchased from mall, twisting his wrists and neck. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he concluded his preparations. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he finally revealed his identity. My name is Mark, a recent addition to this dojo. From now on, you may refer to me as Mr. Satan. Upon Mark's declaration, both the perplexed Rico and the surrounding instructors and students exchanged bewildered glances. In the realm of martial arts, one had encountered the arrogant and the indifferent, yet a character as audacious as this curly-haired youth was an unprecedented experience. Fuck, who do you think you're to call yourself, Satan? This insolent fool claiming to be a dojo student is clearly here to provoke. Come on, Rico. Defeat this arrogant wretch. Kid, I declare you will not leave Satan City alive. Everyone, place your bets. Wager on Rico to win at 2 to 1. Bet on this trash to win at 10 to 1. In this fervent atmosphere of combat, it was only natural that betting and investment flourished. The scene erupted into chaos. It is essential to note that the vast majority of martial artists among the common populace do not discern the strength of their opponents through mere aura. In the realm of martial arts, physique age, and fame are commonly employed metrics to gauge a practitioner's prowess. In terms of physique, although Mark is merely 13, he possesses an impressively robust build. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, his muscles, while not excessively developed, are formidable nonetheless. Regarding age, he displays no facial hair, clearly embodying the essence of a boy in his early teens, albeit with a somewhat mature appearance. However, when it comes to notoriety, the individuals present could not recall any prior acquaintance with Mark's identity. In stark contrast, Corey is a different story. He is quite renowned within the martial hall of Satan City. While not a top-tier martial artist in the entirety of the southern capital, he has certainly made a name for himself. The spectators, without a moment's hesitation, fervently placed their bets on Corey's victory. As they entered the octagonal cage, their fates intertwined. Wealth and glory awaited them. In previous matches, Corey had refrained from delivering lethal blows. Yet, Mark's arrogance had ignited a murderous intent within Corey. In a contest devoid of referees, what consequence would arise from accidentally dispatching an insufferably arrogant rival? Even if the authorities were to intervene, they would likely issue nothing more than a caution. With unwavering resolve, Corey unleashed a straight punch aimed directly at Mark's face. The force of his fist sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle. The speed and power of this strike were vividly apparent to all present. Indeed, he was a true instructor of Satan City, generating a sound with his punch. Look at that fool named Mark, utterly bewildered, failing to evade the blow. With such a lack of skill, what prompted him to step into the ring, courting death? Perhaps it is true that ignorance breeds fearlessness. His youth suggests he may have traveled from a remote area to make a name for himself in the southern capital. What a pity! With such potential, had he not been so arrogant, he might have emerged as a formidable figure in the future. Alas, that was not to be. Before the audience could fully express their dismay, the battle within the octagonal cage had concluded. To the ordinary instructors and students, Corey's punch indeed exhibited tremendous force and speed. However, having recently witnessed the capabilities of Tao Bai Bai, Mar perceived Corey's movements as slow as a snail. Effortlessly, he evaded the attack and instinctively countered with a punch aimed at Corey's ribs. Crack! A resounding noise echoed through the venue, abruptly silencing the chaotic discussions. In that instinctive strike, Mark exerted all his strength. The impact shattered several of Corey's left ribs, leaving him crumpled on the ground, unable to rise. Undoubtedly, with a single move, Mark had triumphed over one of the top 3 instructors in Satan City. Selection complete. Rewards have been distributed. In an instant, a plethora of currency notes appeared in Mark's hands, as all eyes were fixated on the unconscious Rico lying on the ground. This scene went unnoticed by the crowd. Mark, undeterred, casually picked up a stack of money that had originally been on the floor and stuffed it into his pockets. Excellent, excellent, excellent. No wonder he dares to call himself Mr. Satan. Truly impressive. Just as the atmosphere descended into an eerie silence, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Upon hearing the voice, the onlookers swiftly turned to ascertain who was speaking. Soon, they greeted the speaker in unison. Master Baka, greetings. Good evening, Mr. Baka. Mr. Baka, this individual has come to challenge you. You must avenge Instructor Corey. Indeed, this person has come looking for trouble. You must teach him a lesson. Among the nearly 100 present, most were instructors and students from Satan City. Upon the appearance of the dojo master, some approached to offer their respects, while others seized the opportunity to implore the master to take action against Mark. Of course, the majority of those urging action were merely driven by their frustration from recent defeats. Standing outside the octagonal cage, Master Baka raised his hand in a gesture for silence, signaling everyone to calm down. Ladies and gentlemen, as martial artists, we must uphold the most fundamental virtues of martial ethics. Mr. Mark, I observed the entire match, and you are quite formidable. Would you be interested in becoming the chief instructor of Satan City? Although Master Baka was not particularly tall, he refrained from confronting Mark, as he lacked the confidence to defeat him. Even Instructor Rico would have required considerable effort to contend with Mark, yet he fell in mere moments. With streaks of gray in his hair, and having surpassed the age of 40, Master Baka's physical capabilities were in decline, rendering him no match for Mark. Naturally, he wished to avoid unnecessary suffering. As a master of Satan City, his primary concern was how to manage the dojo effectively, ensuring its growth and the generation of greater tuition fees. After succinctly instructing the other instructors to take Rico to the hospital for treatment, Master Baka extended an olive branch to Mark. With a shrewd glint in his eye, Mark perceived no downside in becoming the chief instructor of Satan City. However, The crux of his interest lay in understanding what benefits he would gain from such a position. I am indeed interested, but I would like to know what I would need to sacrifice and what I would stand to gain. With the money entirely stowed in his pockets, his trousers became noticeably bulging. This avaricious display caught Master Baka's attention, for he thought, a desire for wealth is commendable. It is the lack of ambition that is truly concerning. Almost instantly after Mark's words, Master Baka hastily replied, "Mr. Mark, it is not convenient to converse here. I have exquisite wine in my office. How about we? Oh, then what are we waiting for? Lead the way." Mark's face broke into a smile as he gestured invitingly with his hand. Chapter 5. The Price of Entry. This establishment boasts a history of 200 years. Thanks to the efforts of our predecessors, we have maintained a commendable reputation and a satisfactory income to this day. So, Mr. Satan, are you interested in accepting my proposal? In the training hall, Master Baka and Mark sat cross-legged on their respective cushions, facing one another. Master Baka meticulously outlined the terms of Mark's remuneration and responsibilities. Opening a martial arts school, the tuition fees paid by students account for merely 20% of the total revenue. The bulk of the income, in fact, derives from the octagonal cage. By day, Satan City serves as a martial arts hall. By night, it transforms into a legitimate venue for boxing matches. However, spectators must purchase tickets to attend. Officially, they are all considered students of the martial arts school. The competitions are publicly declared as internal contests. Mark instantly comprehended the underlying reality. This is merely a facade for underground fights. Nevertheless, existence itself justifies this arrangement. Without thrilling competitions, how could the school sustain its expenses solely on tuition? Even the police turn a blind eye to such matters. Renowned martial arts halls in the South operate in a similar fashion. Just as Mark was about to speak, a system option appeared before him once more. Option 1. Accept payment for underground fights. This is an affront to martial arts, and I must demand more. Hoa, martial technique Kamehameha. Option 2. I am a beacon of justice. I shall turn away, for our paths do not align. Reward, a mystical being. This time, there were only two options. Either accept more money or walk away. Given Mark's current combat prowess, he would rank among the top 10 on Earth. The choice was inconsequential. As for the notion of being a beacon of justice, it was utterly nonsensical. As long as I disregard morality, it cannot bind me. Thus, the decision became significantly simpler. 5,000 Sony a month was insufficient. He needed more, at least 10,000. Choice confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have learned the martial technique, Kamehameha. Mark's reasoning was quite straightforward. The mystical being could be sought from the cat sage once he became stronger. Acquiring the technique was what truly mattered. At the very moment the system imparted the Kamehameha to Mark, Baka did not hesitate. He slammed his thigh and exclaimed, "All right, but wait, I have not finished speaking." As Master Baka prepared to agree, Mark interjected, "From now on, 20% of the pure profit each month belongs to me. If you disagree, I will take down your establishment." Ding! Detected that the host is exceedingly shameless. System rewards critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have learned the martial technique, Super Kamehameha. As Mark boldly expressed his desire to become a shareholder, the system was instantly provoked by his audacious behavior. However, at that moment, Mark did not dwell on it for long, for the owner of the Baka Pavilion had already shed his coat, revealing a physique of impressive musculature. "You are exceedingly arrogant," he declared, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Although Baka's condition had deteriorated, he showed no signs of backing down. "Old man, you're no match for me. Why not sit down and allow me to finish speaking?" With fingers splayed, he gathered his energy into the palm of his hand. A pale yellow aura began to emanate. Mark, quick to adapt, unleashed a single-handed Kamehameha. Of course, his target was not Baka, but rather the solid wooden sofa beside him. Boom! The sofa exploded into countless fragments, a consequence of Mark's ability to control the intensity of his energy. Otherwise, he would surely have inadvertently harmed the stunned Baka, who stood there like a statue. On the eve of the World Fighting Championship at the end of this year, I shall participate as the chief instructor of the City of Satan. If all goes according to plan, I shall secure the championship title. A championship yields a 20 stake. Congratulations. Old man, you've struck gold. With the demeanor cultivated over years of playing the antagonist, Mark spoke these words with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile of dominion gracing his face. His pupils, angled at 45 degrees, scrutinized the seated Baka. To those in the know, this was a business negotiation. To the uninformed, it appeared as if Mark were engaging in coercive sales. On May 9th, 7:49 of the A.J. calendar, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Silence enveloped the dojo in the city of Satan. Clad in the classic attire of Mr. Satan, complete with a white cloak, Mark listened intently to Baka's address. From this day forth, Mr. Satan Mark shall be our vice master at the martial arts hall of the city of Satan. Simultaneously, he will also assume the role of the new chief instructor. Let us give him a round of applause. With heartfelt emotion and a resonant cadence, Baka concluded his speech, leading the applause with great enthusiasm. The previous night, Mark had signed an employment contract with Baka, who voluntarily transferred a 20 share to him. Overnight, Mark had secured his first fortune. The system's evaluation on the panel labeled him a negotiation prodigy. Additionally, during his tenure as chief instructor, Mark would receive a monthly salary of 10,000 Sony, excluding other divisions, that amounts to an annual income of 120,000 Sony. In 3 years, that totals 360,000. The prize for winning the world's premier martial arts championship is merely 500,000. Thus, even if Mark were to do nothing, he would still receive that income. However, compared to that fellow Tao Bye-Bye, this still seemed trivial. That individual charges a staggering 100 million Sony for a single kill, truly a mercenary of the highest order. Mark estimated that he should have already defeated Little Yukon by now, perhaps even taking advantage of the tailor in his bare state. This fellow would temporarily refrain from causing him any trouble. At present, Mark truly felt little pressure. 3 days passed, and suddenly, at noon, the sky darkened. While everyone assumed a solar eclipse had occurred and looked up in search of the sun's silhouette, Mark lay languidly on a beach chair at South City Beach, basking in the sea breeze and savoring life. Oh, how splendid. It seems the narrative has not deviated too much. Hee. However, the future remains uncertain. Mark was soon to turn 14. By year-end, as he aimed to become the champion of the World Martial Arts Championship, he believed he could trigger the system. Over the past few days, Mark had attempted numerous methods to activate the system options, but alas, the results were rather lackluster. Only during bouts with others did he have a minuscule chance of triggering an option, and the rewards were exceedingly meager. Thus far, Mark's combat power had barely reached 75 points. Ultimately, Mark concluded that only significant events could potentially activate the system options. Therefore, the upcoming World Martial Arts Championship at year-end was a contest he must conquer. After all, in the original timeline, Mark had indeed claimed victory in this tournament. Only by triggering the system options could Mark continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would have to endure arduous training like Little Wukong and Krillin. For one like Mark, who possessed a system, this was evidently not an ideal choice. Before long, as Mark's thoughts wandered, the sky brightened once more. Time flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, year-end had arrived. Chapter 6, The World Martial Arts Championship. Year 749 of the AG calendar, December 22nd. South City, the Demon City Martial Arts Hall. Warm congratulations to Vice Hall Master Mark on registering for the World Martial Arts Championship and the Mr. Satan Championship Oath Ceremony. At this moment, the ceremony was taking place in the hall of the dojo. Unlike the triennial World Martial Arts Tournament, the World Martial Arts Championship is held annually at the end of the year. Each tournament commences on December 31st. ISNT this akin to the distinction between the UEFA Champions League and the World Cup. After carefully examining the rules of the World Martial Arts Championship, Mark couldn't help but scoff. The regulations of the World Martial Arts Championship mirrored those of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Both employed a closed selection process for preliminary competitions. However, in the final phase of the World Martial Arts Championship, 16 contestants would participate. The competitors would face off in pairs drawn by lot, ultimately determining the champion, runner-up, and third place. This was the only aspect that differentiated it from the World Martial Arts Tournament. The venue for the championship was firmly established within the South City Arena. Although the World Martial Arts Championship's influence was not as profound as that of the World Martial Arts Tournament, it remained a highly significant event within the realm of martial arts. However, this annual competition is of little significance to the Dragon Ball Warriors. Recently emerging as a prominent star in the realm of super combat, Mark boldly invited a television network to interview him. In the presence of a captivated audience, he declared his intention to participate in this year's World Fighting Championship. To amplify the spectacle, Mark demonstrated the Kamehameha wave before the astonished reporters and cameramen. Clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "This technique is what I have grasped after witnessing the World Martial Arts Tournament. The championship of this World Fighting Championship is destined to be mine." With a confident thumbs up directed at himself, Mark vowed to claim victory. In the past 6 months, Mark has amassed considerable wealth. Just 3 months prior, He decisively defeated the esteemed martial arts master of South City, King Chiba, in a single move. King Chiba's prideful eight-handed fist, although flamboyant, proved ineffective against Mark, who knocked him out with a single punch. In truth, Mark did not intend to be so ostentatious. However, the system imposed restrictions. The moment he registered for the competition, new options materialized before him. The first option allowed Mark to participate modestly, earning a reward of 1 million Sony. The second option, announcing his participation publicly, offered a reward of 50 points of combat power. While both choices appeared as a binary selection, for Mark, it was a singular decision. After 6 months of accumulation, his finances had reached a level affording him a luxurious lifestyle. Although 1 million Sony is not an insignificant sum, it pales in comparison to the value of 50 points of combat power. Throughout this period, Mark had enhanced his combat prowess through battles with King Chiba and various formidable opponents among ordinary individuals. His combat power had risen to an impressive 85 points. While this figure does not surpass contemporaries such as Tao Pai Pai, Goku, or Tien Shin Han, it certainly exceeds that of Yamcha and Krillin. Following Mark's audacious proclamation of his impending victory, the system promptly awarded him the reward. Feeling a surge of energy within, Mark realized his strength had significantly increased once more, prompting him to swiftly access his personal panel. Name Mark. Age 14 years. Combat power 135. Techniques: Basic Fist Technique, Solar Fist, Satan Iron Fist, Kamehameha, Super Kamehameha. Overall evaluation: combat power exceeds 100. Martial arts initiated. Character complex. No evaluation provided. Everything else seemed satisfactory. The system had not shortchanged him. Yet, what did the complex character evaluation imply? Mark cursed silently, demanding an explanation from the system, but it remained unresponsive. Amidst the silence of the system and the reporters, this unconventional press conference concluded. Various television stations hurriedly reported on Mark's declaration of victory. Especially in the scene, the Kamehameha wave astonished everyone. 1,000 miles away at the Kame house, Master Roshi watched the news rebroadcast while a turtle eagerly nibbled at him. The fact that the Kamehameha had been learned by others was quite a shock for Master Roshi. Could it be that there are indeed martial arts prodigies in this world? Well, since he couldn't reach Goku, he decided to send them off. Turning off the television, Master Roshi gazed through the window at Yamcha and Krillin, who were engaged in a fierce sparring match on the beach. After 6 months of rigorous training, Yamcha had made considerable progress in his strength. Under Master Roshi's guidance, Krillin's advancement was rapid as well. However, both of them had hit a plateau, and their improvement was noticeably slowing down. Had Mark not publicly demonstrated the Kamehameha, Master Roshi would still believe there was no need to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The ability to perform the Kamehameha surpassed the level of an ordinary martial artist. From Master Roshi's perspective, this self-proclaimed Mr. Satan exhibited formidable combat prowess. It would suffice to use these two disciples as a trial of strength. Soon, with his mind made up, Master Roshi donned a suit and instructed the two to cease training and accompany him to South City for the competition. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Master Crane also witnessed the television report. Unlike Master Roshi, he was unable to contact Tien and Kaiatsu, nor could he reach his brother, Tao Pai Pai. With no other choice, Master Crane set off for South City. If that arrogant fellow was indeed connected to the Kame school, Master Crane would not hesitate to eliminate Mark in front of everyone. Mark's ostentatious declaration of victory had already altered history, a fact he was yet unaware of. At the villa he had just purchased, Mark lounged on a beach chair, raising his glass while admiring the young women in the pool, reveling in life. Mark, this time you will surely win the championship, and then we can establish our branch. Baka, reclining on another beach chair, raised his glass in premature celebration for Mark. However, he was met with a dismissive wave from Mark. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, I need to train for a while. It's also to prepare for the next World Martial Arts Championship. As for the dojo matters, you can decide, and my salary and dividends can be handled by my lawyer. Gulping down the remnants of his drink, Mark leaped into the pool to discuss life with the young women. Baka's face initially showed anger, which was soon overshadowed by resignation. Compared to the profits paid to Mark, it was evident that his nominal presence in the dojo would yield even greater returns. Yet, Mark's attitude was undeniably infuriating. Nevertheless, this fellow was truly formidable. Even the mighty Chai Ba Wong was no match for him. With a sigh of resignation, Baka pondered this. The extravagant lifestyle persisted for Mark until merely 3 days before the competition. On the morning of the 31st, Mark made a grand entrance at the registration venue. As he stepped out of the car, An amusing scene unfolded before him. Chapter 7. Advancing to the finals. Well, Crane Hermit. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Truly, fate is blind. Bold Tortoise, if you're still breathing, why shouldn't I? Adjacent to the registration point, the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit immediately found themselves in a quarrel. This pair of former disciples had been at odds since their youth, initially vying for the affections of women, and later clashing over differing philosophies and martial arts beliefs. After years apart, their reunion ignited an all-out verbal battle. However, it was evident that the Turtle Hermit held the upper hand this time. After all, Mark stood behind the Turtle Hermit, witnessing the Tea Master and Krillin berate his teacher. Before long, the defeated Crane Hermit, fuming, completed his registration and stormed off. Just before leaving, he employed a tactic of provocation. Ha, Tortoise. Do you dare to face me in the arena? Of course, if you're afraid of death, you could always hide away, as that aligns with your character, Old Turtle. With that, the Crane Hermit swaggered away, hands behind his back. Beneath his sunglasses, the Turtle Hermit's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Had the Crane Hermit not been present, Master Roshi had no intention of intervening. Over the past 6 months, spurred by the young Goku's influence, the Turtle Hermit had been diligently training Krillin and Yamcha while secretly pushing himself to his limits. Though he could not attain the peak condition of his youth, he felt confident that he would not be outmatched by the simple-minded Crane. Hey, register me, too. Here, that's my ID. The Crane Hermit's challenge was, in a sense, a calculated ploy. Should the Turtle Hermit choose to register, it would undoubtedly align with the Crane Hermit's desires. In terms of martial arts philosophy, the Turtle School emphasizes a harmonious approach, valuing the enjoyment of life through martial practice. In contrast, the Crane School's core tenet is the ruthless pursuit of victory, willing to go to any lengths, even to the point of eliminating opponents. On a personal level, the Turtle School undoubtedly excels beyond the Crane School. This sentiment has even been echoed by the god of destruction, Beerus, who praised Master Roshi. However, in the current scenario, the Crane School's lethality appeared to be more pronounced. In the arena, the Crane Hermit was confident in his ability to triumph over his old rival. Should the Turtle Hermit abstain from competing, it would signify a loss of morale, an implicit admission of inferiority to the Crane School. Moreover, with the Turtle Hermit's 2 disciples participating, it was inevitable they would cross paths. Given the Crane Hermit's prowess, defeating or even eliminating the Turtle Hermit's disciples would pose little challenge. This situation rendered the Crane Hermit's provocation a seemingly foolproof stratagem. In this matter, Mark witnessed everything unfold from beginning to end. It was only after Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha had registered and departed that he finally made his way to the registration desk to sign up for himself. A mere half-hour later, registration came to a close. Soon, all participants gathered at the Southern Duel Arena. This arena boasts a total of 9 platforms, with the grandest central stage measuring an impressive 50 meters by 50 meters, a truly vast expanse. Surrounding the main arena, there are 8 satellite platforms, each 20 meters in size. This year's World Fighting Championship saw over 1,000 competitors sign up. The participants were sorted into 8 groups for one-on-one preliminary elimination matches. Ultimately, 16 contenders would emerge victorious to advance to the final stage. Unlike the World Martial Arts Tournament, the preliminary matches still attracted an audience. Spectator stands capable of accommodating thousands were constructed around the arena. In no time, each contestant was assigned to their respective group based on the order of registration. Mark found himself in Group 6, while the Master Roshi, Crane Hermit, and others were in different groups. Master Roshi was placed in Group 1, Crane Hermit in Group 3, Krillin in Group 5, and Yamcha in Group 8. The preliminary elimination matches lacked excitement. However, just before Mark stepped onto the stage for the first time, he was presented with system options once more. Option 1. Win without making a single move, advancing and earning 10 points of combat power. Option 2. Defeat the opponent with 1 strike, advancing and earning 5 points of combat power. The rewards for both options were rather meager, leaving Mark disinterested. What puzzled him most was how he could possibly win without making a move. Was intimidation the key? As Mark pondered in confusion, he suddenly heard the voice of his opponent nearby. "I'm sorry, referee. I have severe diarrhea and lack the strength. I forfeit." Option completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of combat power. Mark was left utterly astonished. What? This is possible. After a while, as the referee urged him to leave the stage to make way for others, he began to murmur to himself. This surreal experience reminded Mark of the amusing tales from Mr. Satan's youth. In truth, the reason Mr. Satan became the champion of the World Fighting Championship was not solely due to his own prowess. A significant part of it stemmed from sheer luck. Whenever Mr. Satan participated in a competition, his opponents were either plagued by illness or unable to compete due to severe injuries in the previous round. At worst, he would benefit from a bye, advancing without contest. Compared to the misfortunes of the ill-fated Prince Vegeta, Mr. Satan's life seemed to flow smoothly, as if sailing directly to his grandmother's home. On Mark's side, fortune favored him, allowing him to advance swiftly. Certainly, the system seemed to have detected Mark's extraordinary abilities, as the options ceased to appear. Despite the differences among several groups, the outcomes remained remarkably similar. Master Roshi and his 3 disciples, along with Master Crane, all advanced to the finals. The preliminary round concluded just past 10 in the morning, with the 16 participants converging on the main stage. The draw ceremony took place before the attentive audience. Ultimately, fortune smiled upon Mark, for his first opponent was none other than the desert bandit Yamcha, renowned as the god of tea. If luck continued to favor him, he might also face Krillin and Master Crane in the subsequent matches. The stronger the adversary he encountered, the greater the potential for the system to yield gold coins. Mark contemplated the possibilities. If everything went smoothly, he could potentially reap the rewards from 4 opponents, especially from the 2 esteemed veterans, Master Roshi and Master Crane. Such musings transformed his gaze towards the 4. Once the draw concluded, the host announced a break for lunch, with the competition set to resume at 1 in the afternoon. During this interlude, the 16 contenders could indulge in meals and rest. The duel arena featured dining halls and lounges for the participants' convenience. Mark had previously engaged in combat with King Chai-Ba in this very space, so he was quite familiar with the surroundings. Soon, he ordered a sumptuous meal in the dining hall, eager to enjoy a hearty feast. Just as he took a couple of bites of the delectable steak, his line of sight was obstructed. Upon looking up, he discovered it was Master Roshi and his 3 disciples. "Mr. Mark, it is a pleasure to meet you," exclaimed Master Mateto, wearing sunglasses, as he directly addressed Mark. Although this venerable Master Roshi was known for his lecherous ways, he was undeniably a respected figure in martial arts. In his past life, Mark had a great admiration for Master Roshi and felt no need to put on airs in his presence. Swiftly putting down his knife and fork, Mark rose courteously, saying, "Master Mateto, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 8, The Underdog of the Tournament. Though Mr. Mark is young, his strength surpasses that of my 2 disciples. Truly, the youth are formidable. After their introductions, Mark warmly invited the 3 to take a seat. Master Roshi, initially drawn by Mark, accepted the invitation without hesitation. As soon as they settled in, he began to praise Mark, though the compliments seemed more like a test. In Master Roshi's perspective, aside from young Goku, no one had ever learned the Kamehameha wave after just 1 demonstration. However, Mark had indeed accomplished this feat on television prior to this moment, which seemed quite extraordinary. To successfully execute the Kamehameha wave, both power and comprehension are essential. A year ago, young Goku had witnessed Master Roshi unleash the Kamehameha wave at full strength on Fire Mountain. Without any guidance, he had managed to perform it himself, leaving Master Roshi initially astonished. However, after the Bull Demon King revealed the origins of Little Wukong, it all seemed to fall into place. After all, Little Wukong is the grandson of his prized disciple, Son Gohan. If Son Gohan had ever utilized the Kamehameha during his training, it would not be surprising that Little Wukong, having observed the technique closely, would glean some understanding from it. However, when the Turtle Sage actually began to instruct Little Wukong, he soon discerned the boy's remarkable attributes. His foundational skills were exceptionally strong, achieving a 100-meter dash in just 8.5 seconds, effortlessly pushing aside heavy boulders. At that moment, the Turtle Sage comprehended that Little Wukong could master the Kamehameha with just a glance. Besides being a natural martial arts prodigy, his solid foundation was undeniably a significant factor. Yet, the curly-haired youth before him was different. He had unleashed the Kamehameha with 1 hand on television, displaying power that was not inferior to that of the Turtle Sage himself at present. From the reports aired, Master Wu Tian had already gathered the basic information about Mark. At just 14 years old, he was merely a year older than Little Wukong. Compared to Krillin and Yamcha, he was significantly stronger. If he managed to become proficient without the guidance of a renowned master, wouldn't this child named Mark possess even greater talent than Little Wukong? It was precisely this line of thought that prompted the Turtle Sage to bring Krillin and Yamcha to participate in the tournament, with the intention of witnessing firsthand the extent of Mark's abilities. In the face of the Turtle Sage's compliments, Mark remained exceedingly humble, attributing his success to mere luck while also offering some praise for Krillin and Yamcha. Despite their recent acquaintance, the fact that they could share a meal together and forge a friendship was already a remarkable achievement. The seasoned turtle sage, astute as ever, sensed Mark's desire to divert the conversation and refrain from pressing further. The true measure of Mark's strength would soon be revealed when the afternoon matches commenced. After a simple lunch, the turtle sage bid farewell to his two disciples. Mark had an inkling of the sage's intentions behind his probing questions. He understood that as his own strength grew, their paths would inevitably intersect. Thus, getting to know them in advance was not a disadvantage. Before long, the afternoon passed swiftly, and at 1 o'clock, Mark arrived punctually at the meeting point. Once the host confirmed the attendance, he officially announced the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The opening match featured Chaiba Wang against Krillin. Chaiba Wang's reputation held considerable weight in the kingdom's martial arts circle, while Krillin had recently emerged as a martial arts genius in the World Martial Arts Tournament. With both drawn to face each other, this inaugural bout promised to be spectacular. Mark stood at the edge of the arena, hands on his hips, observing the contest, flanked by the turtle sage and Yamcha. "Mark, do you believe Krillin can achieve victory?" Yamcha inquired, furrowing his brow. Unlike Master Roshi, who respectfully addressed Mark as Sir, Yamcha's manner of addressing him was more casual and familiar. Mark found no offense in this. Without a moment's hesitation, he confidently declared, "Krillin will undoubtedly win. I recently sparred with King Chaiba. He possesses some strength, but it is not formidable." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi cast a surprised glance at Mark, but chose not to comment further. At this moment, Master Roshi's combat prowess had not yet reached the later benchmark of 139 points. The comfortable life of Master Roshi had deprived him of any significant battles for many years. Following the final match with young Goku, his life remained largely unchanged until he witnessed Goku single-handedly vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army and wreaking havoc on Granny Crystals. This prompted him to begin training in private, though mastery required time. In truth, King Chaiba's combat strength was approximately around 30 or 40. Given Master Roshi's current capabilities, he could secure a victory, albeit with some effort. However, Mark's tone suggested he regarded King Chaiba with little concern. Could it be that Mark's strength surpassed his own? Master Roshi pondered internally. 2 minutes later, the match concluded precisely as Mark had anticipated. Although Krillin did not eliminate King Chaiba in a single blow, he handled the 8-hands fist with remarkable ease. Over the past 6 months of diligent training, the little bald-headed fighter's combat strength had indeed seen another increase. Having familiarized himself with the 8-hands fist technique, he quickly identified its weaknesses and secured an effortless victory. The audience, captivated by such an exhilarating contest, generously bestowed their applause. Master Roshi nodded with satisfaction, while Yamcha stood beside Mark, cheering enthusiastically. In contrast, the distant Tien Shinhan observed with a disdainful expression, "Humph, nothing remarkable." He felt that Master Roshi's disciples were lacking, believing he had surpassed Master Roshi in training prowess. Unfortunately, he could not reach Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu this time. However, he resolved to showcase the strength of the Crane School at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. With the two fighters positioned some distance apart, and Krillin conveniently returning to Master Roshi's side, the old master did not hear Tien Shinhan's critique of Krillin. Nevertheless, the perceptive Mark caught a hint of it. Aware of Tien Shinhan's existence, Mark found limited agreement with Tien Shinhan's sentiments. Master Roshi was unaware of Tien Shinhan's capabilities, just as Tien Shinhan was oblivious to Goku's prowess. Each believed the other was lacking, unaware that both had intentionally held back. Observing from a godlike perspective, Mark found this scene rather amusing. The second match was about to commence, inviting Mark and Yamcha to take the stage. Before Mark could ponder further, the host's shout resonated in his ears. He instinctively glanced at the tea god beside him, who, coincidentally, also cast a glance in his direction. The two exchanged a smile and ascended the stage together. Upon taking their positions across from each other, Yamcha remarked, "Mark, do remember to show some mercy." Mark replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I certainly won't go for the kill." In Mark's mind, Yamcha bore numerous labels, one of which was one-round elimination in competitions. During his inaugural participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he was unceremoniously ejected in the first round by Jackie Chan's gust of wind. In his second attempt, he suffered a broken leg at the hands of Tianjin Fan in the first round. In his third endeavor, he faced Mr. Shun, who appeared to be possessed by divine powers, and was defeated once again. It is no exaggeration to say that Yamcha seemed never to have triumphed over any opponent in the final stages of competition. Chapter 9. Breath control. As the two took their stances, the match was about to commence. Yamcha joined his hands in a gesture of respect, saluting Mark. Mark mirrored this gesture, returning the courtesy. With greetings concluded, both fighters assumed their respective stances. Just as Mark was readying himself, a system prompt appeared before him. Option 1. Defeat Yamcha using the Satanic Iron Fist, reward of 5 combat points. Option 2. Defeat Yamcha using the Kamehameha, reward of 10 combat points. Option 3. Utilize the Super Kamehameha to vanquish Yamcha, reward of 20 combat points. Upon reviewing the options, Mark quickly began his analysis. The Super Kamehameha was promptly dismissed. Its overwhelming power would leave him exhausted after a single use, making subsequent matches exceedingly challenging. Moreover, should he inadvertently kill Yamcha, he would find it difficult to explain the situation to Master Roshi. As for whether to employ the Satanic Iron Fist or the Kamehameha to resolve the battle, Mark leaned towards the former. Before he could solidify his decision, Yamcha had already made his move. Mark, take this, the new Wolf Fang Fist. Sensing Mark's momentary distraction, Yamcha struck first with his most formidable technique. Prior to training under Master Roshi, Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist was a commendable martial art among ordinary practitioners, comparable to techniques like Lion's Heart Fist and Eight-Handed Fist. After his training, which included rigorous exercises such as handstands, milk deliveries, and swimming with sharks, his physical capabilities, strength, speed, and reflexes had seen a significant enhancement. Upon reflecting on his own technique, it became evident that it was riddled with flaws. After undergoing refinement and upgrades, the new Wolf Fang Fist had escalated in lethality. With fingers curved like a wolf's claws, the attacks surged through the air, hurtling directly towards Mark. Bang! Satanic Iron Fist. Reacting swiftly, Mark instinctively swung his fist to counter. In this encounter, Mark found himself with no choice but to give his all. With a combat power soaring to 145 points, he faced the T-God, whose strength hovered around a mere 70 to 80 points. The disparity in their abilities was glaringly apparent. With a mighty blow, the Devil's Iron Fist shattered the new Wolf Tooth Wind Fist, its momentum unabated as it surged towards Yamcha. Sensing the overwhelming force in his hand, the T-God realized the impending doom. Despite twisting his body with all his might, he could not evade his fate. Bang! Mark's fist struck Yamcha squarely in the chest. Gush! The T-God spat out a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. Observing this, the referee swiftly rushed over to assess the situation. Soon, he declared that Yamcha was not gravely injured, merely unconscious, and that Mark was the victor. Task complete. Rewards have been issued. At the moment the main referee announced Mark's victory, the system's rewards coursed through his body. Mark felt a warm surge within him. Glancing at his combat power, he was astonished to find it had risen to 150 points. Not giving it much thought, Mark effortlessly carried the still unconscious Yamcha off the stage. After a few slaps to the face, Yamcha slowly regained consciousness. At that moment, Master Wu Tian had also triumphed over his opponent. Yamcha looked at his teacher on the stage, then at Krillin and Mark, who were supporting him, and sincerely remarked, "Mark, you are truly impressive. I believe that through diligent training, I had become formidable, yet it seems I still have much to learn. I vow to defeat you in the next World Martial Arts Tournament." Clenching his fists tightly, the T-God was once again filled with determination. How absurd, Mark thought to himself, yet he encouraged, "Keep it up. Work hard." In truth, even if Mark were to squander the next 2.5 years, his strength would still surpass that of Yamcha. With a combat power of 150 points, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in the contemporary martial arts realm of Earth. Aside from Tien Shinhan and Goku, he could hardly think of anyone stronger than himself. Moreover, this was merely a temporary state. According to the competition schedule, he would face Krillin next, followed by Master Roshi and Master Crane. After a series of battles, his combat power would surely increase. While offering motivational words to Yamcha, he keenly observed the upcoming matches. Soon, the first round of competition concluded, and the second round commenced with Mark stepping onto the stage alongside the bald-headed Krillin. After exchanging greetings, Mark was once again presented with options. Option 1. Defeat Krillin in one move. Reward. Breath control. Option 2. Defeat Krillin in more than one move. Reward. Afterimage Fist. Note: breath control is a unique martial technique mastered by Namekians, allowing one to sense the strength and position of an enemy's energy, as well as conceal their own. This time there are merely 2 options. The reward is not combat prowess, but rather a more elusive martial skill, particularly in the mastery of 1S energy. This is undoubtedly a capability that all Dragon Ball warriors possess. However, acquiring it is no simple feat. Unlike Yamcha, Krillin displays remarkable tactical flexibility in battle. To defeat him with a single move is indeed quite challenging. Mark cast a glance at the small, bald opponent across from him. This fellow did not charge in like the God of Tea, but instead retreated a few steps to secure a strategic position. Mark pondered for a moment, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "Don't be anxious, Krillin. I assure you I won't hold back." With a twinkle in his eye, he added, "Don't blink. Let me demonstrate my most powerful technique." Upon hearing this, Krillin remained silent, his focus intensifying as he scrutinized Mark with heightened caution. Mark was quite pleased with the situation. Slowly lifting his hands to his forehead, he bellowed, "Solar flare." In an instant, a blinding light erupted from Mark's forehead, enveloping the entire arena in a brilliant glow. Among the remaining contestants below, only Master Roshi and Master Karen, both wearing sunglasses, observed Mark with grave expressions. How infuriating! How could this scoundrel have learned the techniques of my crane school? Naturally, it was Master Karen who first lost his composure. His curses audible enough for Master Roshi to hear clearly, oblivious to Krillin being sent flying from the ring by Mark. Master Roshi's mind was preoccupied with pondering Mark's origins. This individual is extraordinary. Not only has he mastered the Turtle School's Kamehameha, but he has also surreptitiously learned the techniques of the Crane Hermit. What on earth is happening here? Master Roshi was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, the confusion shared by the two old masters had little bearing on Mark. After sending Krillin out of the ring, the system rewards were instantly credited. Contrary to Mark's concerns that his kick would be considered a winning move, the system classified it as an extension of the solar flare. Thus, the reward was for energy control. Almost instantaneously, knowledge regarding energy control surged into Mark's mind. Inhale, exhale. With each breath, Mark began to practice controlling his energy right there on the arena. Outside, both Master Roshi and Master Karen immediately sensed the transformation in Mark. He still appeared to be the same curly-haired youth, yet his energy felt far more elusive, possessing an almost intangible quality. Chapter 10. Master Karen's Inquisition. Mark, what is the meaning of this technique? How can your hair glow while it grows? As Mark descended from the arena, he fortuitously encountered Krillin, who was rubbing his backside. Having lost in such a humiliating manner, Krillin remained oblivious to the reasons behind his defeat. However, the victorious Mark was in high spirits and promptly clarified. This technique is called the Sun Fist. I encountered Tao Bai 6 months ago. After you used it once, I mastered it effortlessly. Given the chance, I shall teach you. The mention of the Crane School's martial arts prompted Krillin to cast a glance at Master Wutian on the stage. To learn the techniques of one's rival without the consent of one's master is considered a grave taboo in the martial arts community. Nevertheless, Master Roshi had yet to voice any objections when Master Crane approached briskly from a distance. "Young man, how did you come to know my Crane School Sun Fist? Speak." His tone was frosty, exuding an aura of menace. Each martial arts sect places immense importance on the inheritance of their techniques. Mark had acquired the Kamehameha from Master Roshi and revealed it during a television interview, which attracted the attention of both Master Roshi and Master Crane. In stark contrast to Master Wutian's leniency, Master Crane's response was rather petty. 6 months ago, I encountered Tao Bai in South City. This fellow, unable to best my master, resorted to a sneak attack using this very technique, resulting in my master's demise. Alas, he was no match for me and ultimately fled. Such a trivial technique. I learned it after a single glance. I hear Tao Bai is your brother. Are you seeking death? Observing Master Crane's rage, Mark remained unfazed and spun an elaborate tale. Master Crane's combat prowess was inferior to that of Master Wutian. Mark's strength had long surpassed that of Master Roshi, and thus he did not take Master Crane's threat seriously. Should he dare to provoke Mark, he would not hesitate to send him to his demise. Where is Tao Bai now? Seeing Mark unperturbed, Master Crane could only inquire about the whereabouts of Tao Bai with deliberate enunciation. This time, the considerate Mark reassured him. How would I know? I have no interest in the whereabouts of trash. Mark's words rang true. Old Crane, your brother is nothing but a waste. He laughed heartily. In the midst of the exchange, Master Roshi approached after defeating his opponent, seizing the opportunity to mock his rival. Master Crane's expression darkened considerably, yet he remained composed and refrained from acting impulsively. After all, a single Master Roshi was already a significant concern for him, not to mention the presence of Mark, Krillin, and Yamcha. Competitors Nine-Ear and Master Crane, please come to the stage. The referee's voice echoed, prompting Master Crane to snort disdainfully before departing. Mr. Mark, did you truly defeat Tao Bai? Watching Master Crane ascend the stage, Master Rashi inquired of Mark in a calm tone. Not quite. This fellow is quite adept at fleeing. You may find it hard to believe, but he commandeered a stone pillar and flew away atop it. Mark shrugged, having never been one to rehearse his fabrications. However, Master Rashi is acquainted with Tao Bai. Mark's assertion aligns perfectly with Master Rashi's understanding of him. The vivid manner in which Mark recounted the tale elicited hearty laughter from Master Wu Tian and his 3 disciples. The raucous laughter resonated loudly, effectively reaching the ears of Crane Hermit in the arena. Enraged, Crane Hermit unleashed his fury upon his opponent. A minute later, as Crane Hermit descended from the stage, glaring daggers at Mark, the unfortunate contestant Near was left barely clinging to life. Crane Hermit refrained from delivering a fatal blow, allowing the match to proceed. Before long, the final bout of the second round concluded. Mark, Master Rashi, Crane Hermit, and another fortunate contender advanced to the semifinals. According to the schedule, the first semifinal match would pit Mark against Master Rashi, while Crane Hermit would face that lucky individual. Ladies and gentlemen, the first semifinal of the World Martial Arts Championship is about to commence. Let us welcome the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian, with the loudest cheers. The host passionately stirred the atmosphere. As a towering figure in the martial arts realm, Master Rashi was met with thunderous applause upon his arrival. Master Wu Tian waved to the audience, and the excitement reached a fever pitch. Immediately following, the host fervently announced, "Next up is our Southern City rising star, Mr. Satan. Satan, Satan, Satan. Mr. Satan, you are the best. Go, Satan." The audience, predominantly from Southern City, rallied behind Satan, bolstered by local sentiments. Additionally, Mark's expenditure of 50,000 Sony to hire a lively cheer squad certainly played a role. As a junior, Mark first bowed to Master Rashi. Before him, a system option materialized. Option 1. In the presence of the martial arts deity, foregoing the match is not disgraceful. Voluntarily concede for a reward of 50 points in combat power. Option 2. The martial arts deity? The fight continues unabated. Defeat Master Wu Tian to earn the title pugilist of the retirement home. Option 3. Force Master Wu Tian to concede, gaining the martial technique Sky Dance. Note, the title pugilist of the retirement home allows for a 50 reduction in combat power when facing elderly opponents. Each of the 3 options was enticing. Yet, outright surrender was out of the question. The title of champion in the World Martial Arts Championship held immense significance for Mark. The rewards of the latter 2 options appeared appealing as well. Mark sensed the aura of Master Wu Tian. Although considerably stronger than Krillin and Yamcha, it hovered around 100 to 110. This presence was even slightly inferior to that of Crane Hermit. Defeating him should pose little challenge. Whether he could compel Master Wu Tian to surrender, however, remained to be seen. Mark was not entirely confident. "Unleash your power, Mark." After returning a polite gesture, Master Rashi immediately assumed a fighting stance. "Apologies, Master Wu Tian, but prepare to receive my Satan Iron Fist." In this clash of experts, Mark did not hold back. He released all his energy, concentrating it in his right fist. As the energy gathered, a faint aura of power enveloped his fist. With a resounding impact, Mark struck at Master Rashi, only to discover he was hitting nothing but air. Soon, the afterimage of Master Wu Tian, left behind, vanished. Mark swiftly sidestepped, evading Master Rashi's sneak attack. It was exceedingly difficult to catch the movements of Master Rashi with mere eyesight. His speed was remarkable. Although Mark's physique was imposing and his speed commendable, it was still somewhat lacking compared to that of Master Rashi. However, aside from relying on his vision, Mark had recently learned to sense his opponent's movements and positions through his energy. Though still unrefined, this skill allowed him to dodge Master Rashi's onslaught. Their exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, yet the sequence was nothing short of exhilarating. "Oh, Mark, you can actually perceive my movements? Quite impressive," chuckled Master Rashi, adjusting his stance and complimenting Mark. Chapter 11. Master Rashi's advice throughout his battles. Mark had always relied on sheer strength to overpower his foes, favoring power over technique and speed. This was Master Rashi's observation after closely watching Mark's encounters with Yamcha and Krillin. After a single round of combat, this initial impression was swiftly overturned. Mark's Satan Iron Fist, while formidable, also exhibited a remarkable sense of control. Master Wu Tian had already vacated his initial position, shifting to the side to exploit Mark's vulnerabilities. Yet, with a punch that had missed its target, Mark quickly adjusted his position to evade the ambush. Such reflexes and adaptability were enough to capture Master Roshi's attention. Master Roshi was not a rigid traditionalist. He had always maintained a friendly demeanor towards the burgeoning talent in the martial arts world, as long as one was not an unequivocally malevolent villain. Master Wutian would offer praise and guidance. This was true for the desert bandit Yamcha, and it would also apply to the somewhat sinister Tianjin fan. Recognizing the sincerity in Master Wutian's praise, Mark responded respectfully, "Master Wutian, you flatter me. Unfortunately, my repertoire of techniques is rather limited, and I did not expect my Satan Iron Fist to pose any threat to you." Before he could finish speaking, Mark's figure began to blur. Sensing something amiss, Master Roshi immediately turned to retreat from his position. In the next moment, Mark's form solidified, and with a thunderous descent, he executed his heavenly justice, crashing down with force. Had Master Wutian not evaded, he would have been severely injured. The residual image fist was not a gift from the system. Rather, it was a technique Mark had learned from Master Roshi's earlier demonstration. In truth, the Phantom Fist merely employs extraordinary speed to launch an assault, emphasizing the explosive force of velocity in an instant. The system has endowed Mark with enhanced combat prowess, effectively elevating the energy within him. This energy, akin to what Earth-S Dragon Ball warriors refer to as ki, is termed combat power by individuals like Vegeta and Frieza, while androids and Cell may call it energy. Essentially, they all denote the same concept, which not only amplifies destructive capability, but also fortifies the body in various aspects. Mark's current combat power has reached an impressive 150 points. Although speed is not his forte, it certainly does not constitute a weakness. In terms of explosive power, however, Mark excels, making the mastery of the Phantom Fist a natural progression. It is truly astonishing how swiftly Mark has advanced. The Turtle Hermit, having narrowly evaded Mark's Phantom Fist ambush, could not help but exclaim in awe once he regained his footing. Yet, before Mark could modestly downplay his achievements, the Turtle Hermit continued, "Regrettably, I can discern that your former teacher seems to possess limited abilities." This statement holds a ring of truth. For Mark's previous mentor was indeed lacking in strength. After establishing himself in South City, Mark had reclaimed his own body from the police station, where it had lain for some time. The Turtle Hermit would have no way of recognizing him, prompting Mark to ponder aloud, "Master Mateto, could it be that you discern this from my techniques and movements?" Despite his curiosity, Mark found it difficult to fully grasp such an enigmatic assertion. At the very least, he believed that his current combat power surpassed that of his former teacher. However, he now found himself unable to perceive who harbored deficiencies in their foundations or whose techniques bore flaws. With a slightly puzzled gaze directed at the Turtle Hermit, Master Mateto offered clarity. "Indeed, I can see that while your ki is formidable, your fundamentals are woefully inadequate. It is akin to a tower. Although you may construct it to great heights, should you encounter a similarly elevated adversary with a more stable foundation, you are destined to fall. Furthermore, the likelihood of triumphing over your opponent is decidedly diminished." Upon hearing these words from Master Mateto, a realization struck Mark. To put it plainly, his current predicament resembled that of a numerical monster in a game. Although his combat power has soared, it bears no comparison to that of true masters. Even with an equivalent 150 points of combat power, should he face Goku, Tien, or even Krillin and Yamcha, who possess the same combat power, victory would not be guaranteed. After all, they have been trained by esteemed masters, establishing a foundation far more solid than his own. With his current level, he could at best dominate weaker opponents. This explains why he had easily triumphed over Yamcha and Krillin previously, yet found himself unable to best the Turtle Hermit, despite possessing greater combat power. Victories achieved by the weaker party are not uncommon in the realm of martial arts. Those who succeed are undoubtedly worthy of praise, while those who falter merit reflection. Beyond the psychological factors of arrogance and complacency, a crucial aspect lies in the instability of one's foundation. However, Mark currently finds himself devoid of a solution. Firstly, he is not inherently passionate about martial arts. His motivation for strengthening his abilities is somewhat impure. Why endure hardship when one could relish the pleasures of life? Secondly, he lacks the proper channels. Mark wishes to apprentice under Master Roshi, yet their acquaintance is still in its infancy, making it difficult to broach the subject. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Wutian. Although I am uncertain about how to solidify my foundation, I am genuinely appreciative," Mark expressed, though internally he mused, "Hasten to take me as your disciple." Unfortunately, Master Wutian's resources are limited, and his quota for apprentices is exhausted. Master Roshi, while unable to fulfill Mark's wishes. Offered his own counsel. Mark, there exists a place in the distance known as the Garen's Sacred Land, where the Garen Tower resides. The hermit there can assist you. The turtle school training method espoused by Master Wutian is not suitable for Mark at this juncture, as it is merely an introductory regimen. Engaging in it now would yield little reward for considerable effort. Currently, there are only two ideal locations for advanced practitioners, one being the water kettle game of the Garen Hermit, and the other concerning the mastery of breath control. In truth, Mark has already grasped the essence of breath control, though he lacks proficiency. Conversely, the water kettle game is highly suitable for him at present. In fact, even if Master Rashi had not mentioned it, Mark had already intended to visit the Garen's Sacred Land, albeit initially with the goal of acquiring the mystical beans. Master Rashi's words were like a sudden revelation, affirming his future journey to the Garen Tower. Engaging in a water kettle game with the Garen Hermit would indeed be a delightful experience. With a sense of elation, Mark quickly expressed his gratitude to Master Rashi. Thank you, Master Wutian. Regardless of the outcome of this competition, I shall set forth for the Garen Tower tomorrow. Excellent. Just in time. Krillin and Yamcha have also reached a training impasse. You three shall embark together. Very well. It is settled. Mark accepted Master Rashi's proposal with a smile, and with that, he vanished from the spot once more. The battle continues. Chapter 12. A fist against the nursing home. Mark, unconstrained by martial ethics, strikes again. However, this time, he does not aspire to defeat his opponent with a single move. Instead, he charges toward Master Rashi at remarkable speed. During his period of restraint, Mark has meticulously devised a strategy. In terms of martial prowess, he is no match for Master Rashi, whose experience far surpasses his own. Thus, he aims to exploit his own weaknesses to target his opponent's strengths. This was indeed the most erroneous choice. Now, all necessary tests have been conducted. Mark must hasten to conclude this battle. Given the current circumstances, this aged man has shown no inclination to leap from ring. It appears that the art of aerial maneuvering is temporarily beyond my reach. However, the title of Fist of Fury against the elderly is not without merit. Bam! 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 Mark unleashed a flurry of punches, not employing his signature Satan's Iron Fist, but rather executing the most ordinary of jabs. In terms of strength, these strikes possessed only 4/5 of the power of his Satan's Iron Fist. Yet their speed was astonishingly swift, as his fists rained down like a torrential downpour. In an instant, dozens of punch shadows appeared before Master Rashi. Despite Master Rashi's remarkable speed, he could not evade Mark's relentless assault entirely. With no other option, Master Rashi was forced to adopt a defensive stance, striving to parry Mark's onslaught. A minute later, Master Rashi was panting heavily, pushed to the very edge of the ring by Mark's relentless pressure. "Forgive me, Master Rashi," he exclaimed. Kamehameha wave. In the midst of his frenzied offensive, Mark was also expending considerable energy. However, compared to Master Rashi, he still had some reserves left. Observing that Master Rashi was nearing his limit, Mark steadied himself and began to gather energy in his palm. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the Kamehameha wave surged toward Master Rashi. Boom! Master Rashi extended both hands, managing to withstand the energy wave, but the immense inertia propelled him out of the ring. Option confirmed. Rewards have been issued. Ignoring the system's prompt, Mark leaped down from the ring and rushed to assist Master Rashi. After all, youth ought to resist the constraints of age. Mark, had you not utilized the Kamehameha wave, I would have contemplated leaping from the ring myself. That would have been utterly humiliating. Master Rashi gasped, reluctantly acknowledging Mark's strategy of outlasting the elder. How shameless! Yet in this respect, Master Rashi could comprehend. After all, Mark's decision was indeed the most prudent one at this juncture. I sincerely apologize. You are quite right. My foundation is indeed shaky at present. Therefore, I must leverage my advantages as best as I can. I hope for your understanding. Mark advanced to the finals and received system rewards. His spirits were high, yet he refrained from boasting in front of Master Rashi. With Mark having spoken so, what more could Master Rashi say? Slapping Mark's broad shoulder, Master Rashi reflected. Competitions on the stage are only to be expected. With that, he cast a glance at Master Crane, who was currently dominating his opponents in the ring. Master Rashi turned to Mark, exclaiming, "It's a pity that I have drained too much of your stamina. Rest assured, during the upcoming 3rd and 4th place finals, I will do my utmost to prolong the time, allowing you to recuperate some energy." Their skirmish may have been brief, yet the intensity of the competition was extraordinary. Even though Mark possesses a formidable combat power of 150, far surpassing that of Master Roshi, it is evident that he is physically outmatched by the effortlessly agile Master Roshi, who appears to be in fine form. In a sense, Mark represents a force capable of defeating 3 opponents simultaneously, having decisively overwhelmed Master Roshi and his 2 disciples. Master Wu Tian, perceptive as ever, recognizes Mark's current state. The structure of the World Martial Arts Tournament differs significantly from that of the Grand Martial Arts Conference, which only designates a champion and a runner-up, lacking a 3rd or 4th place distinction. Conversely, the World Martial Arts Tournament includes matches for 3rd and 4th place, providing a respite for those advancing to the finals. The opponent that Master Roshi dispatched in merely 2 moves was an ordinary martial artist, whose strength did not even rival that of King Chai Ba. Should Master Roshi choose to intervene, even with his waning stamina, he would undoubtedly prevail with ease. However, to afford Mark additional time to recuperate, Master Wu Tian promptly returned to the arena. Mark, without hesitation, consumed some high-calorie chocolate and hydrated himself, taking a brief respite. After half an hour, a martial artist, agitated by the relentless teasing of a cat-and-mouse game, ultimately leaped down from stage. Master Wu Tian intended to encourage him to persevere, but the individual had learned his lesson and was no longer deceived. After a half-hour break, Mark's physical condition had improved considerably. Once Master Roshi vacated the stage, Mark and Master Roshi ascended to face each other. At that moment, the sun was setting in the west, heralding the imminent commencement of the final match of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Boy, in front of everyone, I shall shatter every bone in your body. How dare you steal the secret techniques of the Crane School? Your demise would be well-deserved. The petty Master Roshi wasted no time in issuing threats to Mark upon his arrival on stage. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when he suddenly felt an unexpected heaviness weighing down on him, causing him to stumble slightly. Curse it, what have you done to me? Master Roshi glared at Mark, who wore an amused smile, a sinking feeling in his heart. The tidal fist of the elderly care facility essentially functions as a passive debuff effect. It does not imply that every elderly individual in Mark's vicinity is affected. Rather, it is effective only against those elderly individuals who pose a threat to Mark. Although Master Roshi may appear somewhat younger than Master Roshi, he undeniably falls within the realm of the elderly. As the 2 contenders stepped onto the stage without yet engaging in combat, the system had yet to determine that Master Roshi posed a threat to Mark. However, his own brash words, uttered without caution, triggered the effect of fist of the elderly care facility upon him. Mark had estimated that Master Roshi's combat power hovers around 100 to 110, calculating based on the upper limit of 110 combat power. After being diminished to 50% of his combat power, he was left with only 55 points. This reduction was not merely a matter of diminished aura or energy. It encompassed a significant loss in strength, speed, and various other attributes. Mark gazed at Master Crane, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as he was about to take action, a system prompt appeared before him once more. Option 1. Show respect for the elderly and the young. Voluntarily forfeit. Reward. Title of the greatest coward. Option 2. Utilize the Turtle School martial arts technique to defeat the opponent and achieve victory. Reward. Special item. Champion belt. Note: the title of the greatest coward allows one to enter a hidden state when facing an enemy with greater combat power, rendering them immobile. Note: the champion belt, when worn, enhances current base combat power by 10 for a duration of 10 minutes. A choice to be made. In truth, the title of the greatest coward was quite enticing. However, the championship held immense significance for Mark. Moreover, the allure of the champion belt was undeniable. With his hands clasped together, fingers intertwined elegantly, Mark enunciated each word with purpose. Turtle School Kamehameha. Chapter 13. Champion. Whoosh. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, its energy blast slicing through the arena with great force. Master Crane, caught off guard and suppressed, had no time to react. The energy wave struck him squarely, sending him hurtling out of the ring. The Southern City Fighting Arena was a semi-enclosed venue. After impacting Master Crane, the Kamehameha wave did not explode immediately. The immense inertia propelled him violently against the surrounding wall. Boom! His back collided forcefully with the wall, leaving him unable to advance an inch. The energy wave, under pressure, detonated explosively, creating clouds of dust and debris. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Master Crane's appearance was a lamentable sight. His once distinguished mustache had been reduced to a mere stub, charred and crumbling. The small, sinister sunglasses he favored lay shattered, the frames precariously dangling from his ears. His hat was blown away, and his robe was in tatters. His eyes rolled back, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The announcer quickly rushed to Master Crane's side to assess his condition. Though grievously injured, he was not dead. I declare that the champion of the World Fighting Championship is Mr. Satan. After confirming his injuries, the announcer informed the staff to carry Master Crane away for medical attention. Returning to the ring, the announcer stood beside Mark to announce the final results of the match. Following this, the ceremony for the presentation of the champion belt commenced. As the belt was handed over, a system notification echoed in Mark's mind. Choice confirmed. Reward has been applied to the Fighting Championship champion belt. Please check for receipt. Holding the champion belt aloft, Mark pondered thoughtfully. After a moment of vanity, he fastened the belt around his waist. In an instant, Mark felt a genuine enhancement in his aura. Through the perception of breath, the combat prowess has been enhanced by approximately 10%, as described by the system. This reward is quite commendable, with its value increasing significantly over time. The World Martial Arts Championship takes place annually. Besides the champion, who receives 300,000 Sony, the runner-up and third place respectively receive 200,000 and 100,000 Sony. Due to the need to allocate prize money to the second and third places, the championship prize is indeed less lucrative than that of the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament. Consequently, many competitors residing far from South City do not make the long journey to participate each year. This very fact contributes to the diminished influence of the martial arts competition compared to the Supreme Martial Arts Tournament. After receiving the check for 300,000 Sony, Mark quickly departed from the South City Duel Arena. Outside the venue, Master Roshi and his two disciples had been waiting for him. Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, let's first indulge in a splendid meal at a restaurant, and then we can spend the night at my newly purchased villa. How about we set off for the sacred land of Garen tomorrow? After exchanging pleasantries with the trio, Mark extended an invitation to them. Master Roshi, being a man of reason, naturally had no grounds to decline. At this hour, it was indeed the peak time for dinner. Nevertheless, Mark had been thriving in South City. After a call to his assistant, a luxurious vehicle soon arrived before the four of them. The car, resembling an elongated Lincoln, elicited admiration from Krillin as he marveled at the onboard refrigerator. Yamcha examined the leather sofas within, while Master Roshi gazed at Mark's collection of Playboy magazines. After attending to his guests, Mark turned his thoughts to the upcoming plans. First, a visit to the Garen Tower was in order to address the weaknesses in his foundation. Beyond that, Mark had yet to determine his next steps. He would take it as it came. Lost in thought, the luxurious vehicle came to a halt right at the restaurant entrance. A courteous waiter rushed to greet them, accompanied by the restaurant manager. The news of Mark becoming the World Martial Arts Champion had already spread through television broadcasts. The presence of the world champion dining at their restaurant was undoubtedly a splendid publicity opportunity. Under the attentive care of the restaurant manager, the four were escorted to the most lavish private room in the establishment. As they beheld the exquisite dishes being served, both Krillin and Yamcha were momentarily taken aback. As for the bald-headed Krillin, his previous experiences as a monk at the Shaolin Temple had confined him to vegetarian meals. Although his circumstances had improved somewhat since joining Master Roshi over the past year, they hardly approached the realm of luxury, as raising disciples entails significant costs. Yamcha, on the other hand, had previously lived as a bandit in the desert. While his meals were superior to Krillin's, they were still far from extravagant. It was only after getting involved with Bulma that his living conditions had become relatively better. Though the Bulma family is affluent, they cannot entirely indulge Yamcha in excessive feasting. Moreover, he is not particularly inclined towards gluttony. Having never encountered such luxurious cuisine, the two expressed their gratitude to Mark before diving into the meal. In contrast to his two disciples, Master Roshi exhibited far greater self-restraint. After a modest meal, he engaged in conversation with Mark. Their initial discussion centered on the abundance of food, lamenting the wastefulness of it all, before the topic shifted to the gluttonous antics of the young Goku. Ultimately, they delved into the precautions necessary for climbing the Garen Tower. In truth, Mark was more knowledgeable about these subjects than Master Roshi himself. Yet, isn't that the essence of conversation? Master Roshi spoke animatedly, while Mark listened with amusement. Even the details that Mark found perplexing were elucidated by Master Roshi, enriching his understanding. For instance, why did Master Mateto ascend the Garen Tower in his youth? It was said that at that time, the Crane Hermit was of comparable strength. Knowing of the sacred place of Garen, why did he not attempt to climb? During that era, the martial arts fervor on Earth was even more intense than it is now. Although Master Roshi was a distinguished disciple of the great Master Mateto, there were still individuals more formidable than him. Why, then, did the vast majority of them fail to reach the summit? The intricacies surrounding this were elaborately explained by Master Roshi to Mark, who, upon hearing it, felt a profound sense of enlightenment, thinking that this meal was truly worthwhile. 2 hours later, the four departed from the restaurant and returned directly to Mark's villa. After ensuring that Master Roshi and his two disciples were comfortably settled, Mark summoned his assistant to prepare the necessary supplies for the ascent of the Karen Tower. Once his instructions were conveyed, Mark retreated to his room to rest. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, everyone awoke. "Master Mateto, are you really not coming with us to the Karen's sacred land?" Krillin inquired, standing at the villa's entrance, repeatedly seeking confirmation from Master Roshi. Wearing sunglasses and holding a wooden staff, Master Roshi, with a solemn demeanor, replied, "I shall not accompany you. You three must venture out and hone your skills." He entrusted Mark with the safety of Krillin and Yamcha, reminding them to return in 2.5 years for the World Martial Arts Tournament, when they would meet again. After speaking, Master Roshi entered Mark's luxurious vehicle. He decided to take a plane and then a speedboat back to the Kame house, leaving Krillin and Yamcha in Mark's capable hands. Master Roshi felt assured, knowing that Mark's strength had long surpassed that of Master Mateto. Chapter 14, The Karen's Sacred Land. "Halt! Who are you?" At the foot of the Karen Tower, Bora brandished a spear, aimed at Mark and his companions. After a day and night of arduous travel, the trio had arrived at the Karen's sacred land in their flying vehicle. As the flying car transformed into a capsule, Bora emerged and inquired about the origins of the three individuals. However, UPA, who had been hiding behind Bora, recognized Krillin and Yamcha. Dad, they're friends of Goku." 6 months prior, Goku had sought out the Crystal Woman to inquire about the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball in order to revive Bora. Before heading to meet the Crystal Woman, he had brought UPA along to join the group. At that time, Krillin had been bitten, leaving his head riddled with holes, and Yamcha had narrowly avoided becoming fertilizer at the hands of a mummy. UPA remembered these events well. Though the two had a touch of comedic misfortune, they had indeed contributed to Bora's revival, and UPA's words transformed the initially tense atmosphere into one of camaraderie. Upon learning that the three intended to ascend Karen Tower, Bora offered her advice within her realm of responsibility. "Krillin, Yamcha, Mark, why don't you stay here for a few days? Climbing Karen Tower is an incredibly strenuous endeavor, and you'll need ample supplies." She continued, "During these days, please help me guard the sacred land while I go hunt and prepare some jerky." Bora's words echoed those once spoken to her by Master Roshi, leaving Mark profoundly moved. In the past century, only Goku had successfully scaled Karen Tower. After his battle with Tao Pai Pai, Goku had not been in his prime condition. At the halfway mark, he found himself parched and famished, nearly falling from the tower. Ultimately, it was sheer willpower that enabled him to reach the pinnacle. This was a history well known to Mark. Yet the extraordinary nature of Goku's accomplishment was due to his Saiyan heritage, which far exceeded that of an average Earthling. Had Goku been in peak condition, Mark surmised he could have reached the top in merely half a day. After all, having trained with Korin for a day, Goku had made the round trip in just 3 hours. In reality, such a feat was far from achievable. While the process of climbing the tower served as a rigorous training exercise, it was unreasonable to expect the duration to diminish from 24 hours to just 3. Setting aside Goku's unique Saiyan attributes, Master Roshi himself had taken a full 3 days to complete the ascent, in addition to his own considerable strength. He had meticulously prepared supplies, provisions, water, and a rope to secure himself to the tower's pillar. Who could withstand 3 days without sustenance? Therefore, provisions and fresh water were indispensable. As for the necessity of a rope, Master Roshi utilized it for rest. By tying himself to the tower, he could sleep and recuperate his strength during the climb. With both strength and meticulousness, the young turtle hermit had relied on these 3 essentials to ultimately conquer Karen Tower, a strategy that was not deemed against the rules by Karen. To be precise, many individuals had prepared provisions and water at that time. Yet, the rope was an unforeseen element for them all. It was the wise Master Roshi who conceived of it, thus leading to the emergence of Master Mateto. History often unfolds in such a plain and unadorned manner. This incident was never disclosed by Master Roshi to anyone, not even to his proud disciples, Gohan and the Ox King. However, this time he confided in Mark. Mark's situation differed significantly from that of Krillin and Yamcha. In truth, given his formidable strength, Master Roshi surmised that Mark could ascend the tower in merely half a day. Yet due to the presence of Krillin and Yamcha, this duration would undoubtedly be extended indefinitely. By revealing this secret, Master Roshi was essentially compensating for the time lost in attending to the two companions. Had it not been for Mark's intervention, altering the course of history, Krillin and Yamcha would likely have chosen to ascend the Korin Tower 3 years later. Everything changed with Mark's arrival. Thanks to Master Roshi's guidance, Mark had already prepared ample supplies. "Thank you very much, Mr. Bora. We have our provisions ready." Thus, they decided not to disturb you and UPA's rest. "Krillin, Yamcha, let's commence." With that, Mark produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground, whereupon the three gathered their respective supplies. Their large mountain climbing backpacks were filled with high-energy food and fresh water. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mr. Bora and his son, Krillin was the first to ascend the Korin Tower, closely followed by Yamcha, with Mark bringing up the rear. Should any mishap befall the two, Mark would be there to lend a hand. And so, the trio swiftly vanished from the sight of Mr. Bora and UPA. Among them, Yamcha possessed the least strength, necessitating that both Krillin and Mark adjust their pace accordingly. Nevertheless, as comrades, none voiced a hint of complaint. While climbing, they shared laughter and conversation, finding joy in their camaraderie, far more delightful than climbing alone. As night fell, after sharing a meal and resting briefly, the three continued their ascent for another 2 hours. Subsequently, they secured themselves to the tower's pillar with sturdy ropes. After exchanging good-night wishes, they listened to the howling wind and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, the first rays of dawn illuminated Mark's face, awakening him with a warm embrace. The gentle sensation roused him from his dreams, prompting him to relieve himself over the edge, thereby awakening Yamcha above. Untying the ropes and shifting positions allowed Yamcha to do the same. Thus, the trio resumed their climb after relieving themselves and replenishing their energy with provisions. Around 11 in the morning, Mark heard Krillin's exclamation from above, "We've arrived. We're almost there. Ha ha ha." With a hint of an enchanting laughter from Krillin, Yamcha and Mac looked up. Indeed, there was a conspicuous dark spot high above. It must be the fabled Garen Tower. With victory in sight, the trio commenced their sprint upwards. 15 minutes later, Krillin was the first to ascend the Garen Tower, closely followed by Yamcha and Mac. By the time Mac reached the top, Krillin and Yamcha had already been astonished by the revelation that the revered Garen was, in fact, Akkat. "Oh, you're quite the amusing giant. Aren't you surprised that I'm a cat?" Garen, wielding a wooden staff, inquired jovially of the unfazed Mac. In response to the feline sage's question, Mac candidly revealed, "I learned about you from Master Mateto. It is a pleasure to meet you, Garen." Although Mac had been suppressing his energy, he did not exhibit any overwhelming combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Garen chuckled and nodded, showing little particular interest in Mac. According to Garen's customs, anyone who managed to climb the Garen Tower had the right to partake of the super holy water, provided they could snatch the water flask from his grasp. However, the flask contained nothing more than deceptive plain water, far from the promised super holy water. As a seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast, Mac was acutely aware of this fact. Garen required all three to simultaneously make a move against him, affirming that if one succeeded, all would be allowed to taste. With this in mind, Mac decided to focus on his technique, reflexes, and speed, suppressing his energy to a level comparable to that of Krillin and Yamcha, around 90 points. Thus commenced the arduous battle for the water flask. Chapter 15, Sky Dance Technique. With a deep breath, Mac restrained his energy and refrained from employing his superior power against the cat sage, for such an action would only be self-deceptive. The three began collaborating in their attempt to seize the water flask from Garen's staff. After a few hours of exertion, Krillin and Yamcha collapsed, breathless on the ground. Though Mac felt some fatigue, his stamina remained robust. Observing this, Garen extended a paw to signal Mac to pause. "Take this, and then resume your battle." Garen said, "Mac, it seems you are concealing your strength." He retrieved a clay jar, extracting a generous handful of senza beans, which he tossed to Krillin, Yamcha, and Mac. Upon opening his palm, Mac discovered 5 beans. Recognizing their immense value, he chose to save them instead of consuming them, as his energy had not yet depleted by half. In truth, Garen had amassed senzu beans over several centuries, and in his eyes, distributing them in this manner was of little consequence. After all, Earth was relatively peaceful, necessitating not an abundance of senza beans. Yet, knowing the unfolding developments, Mark felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. However, it was not prudent to voice such sentiments openly, as the fact of being a traveler from another world was best kept a secret. After tossing the inconspicuous green bean into his mouth and chewing, Clin was astonished to discover that his fatigue had vanished and his stomach was no longer grumbling. Shocked by the remarkable efficacy of this small bean, he exclaimed to the cat sage, "Not hungry? How can this be? This is the celestial bean I cultivated. Consuming one allows one to go 10 days without hunger." The cat sage, indeed a being of extraordinary abilities, possessed the talent to grow such celestial beans. Over the years, only Master Wu Tian and little Wukong were privy to this knowledge. Now, sharing it with Mark and his companions would surely garner a wave of admiration. Having lived alone atop Galinta for far too long, the cat sage naturally yearned for recognition and respect. As expected, upon hearing this, even Mark displayed a suitably astonished expression, prompting a satisfied smile to spread across the cat sage's face. However, during the ensuing struggle for the water jug, that smile morphed into a serious demeanor. After half a day's battle, Mark had begun to acclimate to the oxygen-deficient environment at high altitudes. Regardless, Mark's combat prowess remained undeniably substantial. In order to maintain an equilibrium in strength, he had to once again suppress his aura. This action, observed by the cat sage, appeared rather peculiar. Noticing the cat sage's odd gaze upon him, Mark could only respond with a foolish grin. And so, the day's training concluded, with aching backs and sore waists. Clin and Yamucha candidly remarked that this training was even more exhausting than that of the turtle sage, since they were there to better themselves. Unlike little Wukong's frantic quest for vengeance against Tobai, neither of them attempted to steal the super sacred water. Knowing the truth, Mark certainly would not resort to such theft either. Thus, the following day commenced with the continuation of the struggle. It was evident that the cat sage was quite pleased with the trio's forthright conduct. Throughout the contest, he began to point out each individual's shortcomings. Among them, Yamucha had the most deficiencies, followed by Mark and lastly Clin. During a brief respite at noon, Mark reflected on this observation. Yamucha had always been a solitary desert bandit, aptly described as a self-taught individual. However, at 16, soon to be 17, it could be said without reservation that he was somewhat past the prime age for martial arts training. In contrast, Mark, though appearing somewhat mature, was merely a little over 14. Clin, being just a year older, was 15 and had only recently benefited from the turtle sage's guidance. There are indeed numerous deficiencies inherent to oneself. Next, we must turn our attention to Mark. He is acutely aware that, despite possessing a system, he remains somewhat inadequate. Yet, as the turtle sage has pointed out, his foundation is exceedingly fragile. The shortcomings mentioned by the cat sage are precisely the areas where Mark urgently requires transformation. Lastly, we have Clin. This individual began training under Master Wu Tian at the tender age of 13, thus establishing a remarkably solid foundation. Consequently, although he too has areas in need of improvement as indicated by the cat sage, he is overall the least deficient among the trio. Nevertheless, the shortcomings highlighted by the cat sage indicate that Mark and his companions still have a journey of correction ahead of them. Over the ensuing 6 months, the three devoted themselves to daily indulgences at Galinta. Remarkably, their efforts yielded delightful results. Ha ha ha! At last they succeeded. Mark took on the role of distracting the cat sage, while Yamucha intercepted and Clin executed the theft. United in their efforts, they managed to wrest the water bottle from the cat sage after half a year. With great enthusiasm, Clin took a swig from the bottle before passing it to Mark. Mark, however, refrained from drinking and handed it to the tea god, who wasted no time in taking a generous gulp. Yet, both soon sensed something amiss. At this moment, the smiling gallant sage inquired of Mark, "Mark, has Master Wu Tian informed you?" The riddle-like question from the cat sage left Clin and Yamucha perplexed, turning their gazes toward Mark. With a smile, Mark elucidated, "If there truly were sacred water, why not simply drink it? Why trouble you, gallant sage, to personally train us? Master Wu Tian had never mentioned such a thing, yet I had contemplated this notion upon your outlining of the rules." Following this, Mark turned to Clin and asked, "Little Baldy, that jug must contain nothing more than plain water, correct?" Indeed, Clin, upon hearing Mark's words, realized the truth with a nod. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that while Mark appears imposing, his thoughts are so astute? If I am not mistaken, you've been suppressing your own aura all along. Have you not? After spending so much time together, the gallant sage had long sensed Mark's method of aura suppression, hence the inquiry. Just as Mark was about to respond, an option that had long been absent suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Deceive the cat sage. Reward of 5 points of combat power. Option 2. Answer truthfully. Releasing all of one's aura. Reward of martial technique. Sky dance. Since Mark ascended Galinta, the system had remained dormant, leading him to believe its expiration had come. Yet, unexpectedly, it resurfaced now. These two options essentially present a dichotomous choice. Indeed, Master Wutian has conveyed that my foundation is unstable, and only you can assist me in solidifying it. As he spoke, Mark exhaled deeply. The combat prowess of the Cat Sage was estimated to be around 190 to 200 points. A year ago, although little Wukong had managed to seize the water flask from the Cat Sage, his combat strength was merely in the range of 150 to 160. However, this did not imply that little Wukong had surpassed the Cat Sage in terms of strength. In truth, the Cat Sage's abilities were formidable. He simply refrained from engaging in battles frequently. With an expression of realization adorning the Cat Sage's face, Mark was simultaneously greeted by a notification from the system. Selection complete. Congratulations to the host for mastering the martial skill, Void Dance. Chapter 16, Journey to West City. Upon hearing the system notification, Mark felt a surge of joy. No one could resist the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely. The technique of Void Dance would undoubtedly become an essential strategy for warriors in the Dragon Ball realm. With the exception of Yajirobe, though his heart brimmed with delight, a somber expression of impending farewell crossed his face. This was not entirely feigned. After all, the Cat Sage possessed a remarkably amiable temperament. Strictly speaking, he was the first mentor in the Dragon Ball world to impart wisdom to Mark. Nevertheless, the objective of his visit had been accomplished, and lingering would serve no purpose. Before departing, Mark requested a substantial bag of Senza beans from the Cat Sage. Upon rough estimation, there were perhaps 200 to 300 beans. Mark intended to safeguard these carefully. Having them on hand for emergencies was far preferable to allowing them to be squandered by that gluttonous Yajirobe. With the bag slung over his shoulder, Mark ultimately suppressed his desire to request a Nimbus Cloud from the Cat Sage. Possessing a Nimbus Cloud would greatly facilitate travel for an extended period. However, to ride the Nimbus, one must possess a righteous and benevolent spirit. Mark did not consider himself a purely virtuous individual, and it seemed unlikely that Krillin and Yamcha would qualify either. In the end, the trio opted for a headfirst descent down Korin Tower. Although Mark had acquired the Void Dance skill, he was still inexperienced, resulting in a somewhat awkward descent. After some time, the three of them landed on the ground, their posture undeniably embarrassing. Yamcha, blushing, felt a wave of humiliation at their appearance during the descent. Mark, however, remained unfazed. What mattered was speed. So what if it looked ungraceful? After all, the embarrassment was shared. Let us focus on where to go next, Krillin suggested, redirecting the conversation. However, this question plunged the trio into silence. After a moment, Mark was the first to break the quiet. Let us bid farewell to Bora, then head to West City. Yamcha, Bulma should be starting her summer vacation soon, right? You've been missing for over half a year. It's time to pay her a visit. Perhaps I could also consult Dr. Brief for assistance in constructing a gravity training chamber. As the three descended upon Galinta, it was the dead of night. The Bora father and son were not present at the base of the tower. It was only proper to bid them farewell before departing. Following this, Mark wished to pay a visit to the princess. Yet above all, his foremost desire was to commission a gravity training chamber. Recently, the system had rarely triggered options, and even when it did, the rewards were pitifully meager. Before encountering any formidable adversaries, Mark sought to enhance his strength. He could either train diligently, gradually growing stronger, or simply embrace a laid-back existence, relishing life. Eventually, he could face powerful foes in due course, complete the options, and elevate his prowess. Clearly, prior to his training at Galinta, Mark yearned for the latter lifestyle. However, through 6 months of cultivation, he had developed a fondness for the sensation of incremental improvement. It was akin to his earlier experiences in the gym. Initially resistant, he eventually found himself unable to endure a day without lifting weights. Moreover, in the realm of Dragon Ball, lacking strength rendered one akin to an ant. Should he encounter the likes of Vegeta, Frieza, or Beerus, fiends capable of obliterating planets, if he were too weak, he would have no opportunity to resist or even escape. Mark believed that, with the assistance of the system, strengthening himself and altering his fate was his most fundamental aspiration. However, it seemed that this system paled in comparison to others, such as the sign-in or reputation systems. This randomly triggered options system was truly challenging to endure. While it had its merits, its effectiveness was hard to articulate. To attain strength more swiftly, the only method Mark could conceive in the short term was weighted training. In the Dragon Ball universe, this concept was consistently applied. At the onset of the story, when young Goku and Krillin trained under Master Roshi, they bore the weight of a heavy turtle shell. Initially, it weighed 20 pounds, later increasing to 40. Subsequently, when Goku trained with the divine beings, the method of enhancing combat power remained weighted training, albeit with weighted clothing. Later, as he journeyed to Namek, Goku continued to utilize this technique, though the equipment evolved into a gravity training chamber. Even after Goku's demise and his arrival in the afterlife, he still donned lead weights during his training. After becoming a disciple of Whis, his initial training also involved weight. Essentially, while the Dragon Ball world boasts numerous martial techniques, the methods employed to enhance combat strength and bodily resilience invariably return to weighted training. Thus, Mark decided not to be overly sentimental. In the coming 2 years, if he chose to be idle, the outcome would be inconsequential. However, if his companions, the bald-headed boy and the T-God, did not accelerate their rate of power enhancement as they awaited their impending fate, one facing a broken leg, the other a loss of life, it was evident that while the Dragon Balls existed in this world, they were not omnipotent. Particularly for the little bald one, it was far better to experience one less death than one more. As for the historical ramifications that might ensue, Mark felt powerless to influence them. History, after all, would inevitably march forward in its grand trajectory. Mark's proposal resonated deeply with Yamcha, especially since he was still in the throes of romance with Bulma. Having not seen each other for over half a year, he surely felt a sense of urgency. The trio reached a consensus and decided to embrace Mark's suggestion. After deliberation, they rested for the night. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the three sought out Pola and UPA to bid farewell. Shortly thereafter, they boarded their flying vehicle and set off for West City. At 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at Bulma's doorstep. Ring the doorbell? Yamcha, are you scared? Mark teased. Observing the nervous Yamcha standing before the intercom, his fingers suspended in mid-air, frozen in place. Perhaps spurred by Mark's words, Yamcha gritted his teeth and pressed the doorbell. The voice on the other end belonged to Bulma's mother. It was June, and Bulma had yet another month before summer vacation. On a typical day, she attended high school. Whether she was home at 3 in the afternoon depended entirely on whether the young lady had chosen to skip class. Such was the world of a scholarly genius, balancing high school, taking risks, nurturing romance, and occasionally playing truant. Ultimately, Bulma transformed into a scientist. Who could argue with that? Today, however, Bulma had not skipped class. She was not home. Yet, Puar and Oolong were present. After a year apart from his companions, Yamcha engaged Puar in conversation for quite some time. It wasn't until around 5 in the afternoon that Bulma finally made her appearance. Damn it, Yamcha, you actually thought to return and see me, she exclaimed. You little bald idiot. It must have been you who whisked him away. Wait, who are you? Bulma snapped at Yamcha, her ire directed toward him and the little bald one, but her gaze turned quizzical as it fell upon Mark. I'm Mark, known in the world as Mr. Satan, a friend of Yamcha and Krillin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Bulma. Mark introduced himself with enthusiasm. It'll. Bulma replied, her response rather lukewarm. This was understandable, as Mark was clad in martial arts attire, lacking the charisma and charm she typically favored. Being someone who valued looks, her reaction was entirely predictable. The princess, simmering with frustration, directed all her grievances toward Yamcha. As bystanders, Krillin and Mark could only observe with amusement as Yamcha found himself in an awkward predicament. Fortunately, the couple was still in the blissful throes of romance. Bulma's ire was largely a manifestation of complaints. After venting her frustrations, the two of them cozily nestled together, paying no heed to Mark or Krillin's feelings. Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Brief approached with a coffee pot, inviting everyone to join for dinner. It was said that he had recently sequestered himself in his studio, engrossed in research. Upon hearing that Bulma's friend had arrived, he finally emerged to enjoy a breath of fresh air and partake in the evening meal. At the dining table, Mark experienced the sumptuous repast of a household in the capital of the world. While the meal was indeed abundant and delectable, it paled in comparison to his own extravagant dinners. During the meal, Yamcha grandly introduced Mark's background. Upon learning that Mark's prowess rivaled that of Goku, Bulma's perception of him shifted. Dr. Brief, though not particularly captivated by worldly affairs, listened with interest. The conversation at the table flowed freely, and it wasn't long before Mark seized the opportunity to engage Dr. Brief. Doctor, could you design a gravity simulation device? I would like to commission you to construct a gravity training room, no matter the cost. Mark had traveled a great distance to West City specifically for this gravity training room. This technology had only appeared twice in the Dragon Ball universe, both times created by the unkempt Dr. Brief himself. Recognizing the opportune moment, Mark articulated his needs directly. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, who often relied on the kindness of others, the affluent Mark did not require Dr. Brief to create the gravity simulation device pro bono. Nevertheless, Dr. Brief seemed unconcerned about the monetary compensation Mark might offer. Instead, he inquired with keen interest about Mark's specific requirements for the gravity device. What? A 500 times gravity simulation device? Mark calculated his options. Vegeta's gravity training room had a maximum limit of 300 times gravity, and he typically trained at 150 times. During their training on the God of Destruction's planet, the weighted clothing they wore made movement nearly impossible, suggesting that the weight must have exceeded 300 times. To avoid complications, Mark boldly stated his desire for a 500 times gravity device. This naturally elicited an astonished reaction from Dr. Brief. After relighting his cigarette, Dr. Brief solemnly explained, "Mr. Mark, do you comprehend the implications of 500 times gravity? If your weight is 100 kilograms, that translates to 50,000 kilograms under 500 times gravity. Essentially, 50 tons of gravitational force constantly weighing down on you. Not only would your muscles and bones endure immense pressure, but your organs, blood vessels, and even every single cell would suffer under such a burden. It's not just humans. Any carbon-based life form would likely be incapable of withstanding such stress." Silicon-based life forms might fare slightly better. Dr. Brief's tone was exceedingly serious. However, every word spoken by Mark was comprehended. Observing Mark's unwavering demeanor, Dr. Brief ultimately resorted to the subject of silicon-based life forms. "Rest assured, I shall not subject you to a gravitational force of 500 times immediately. Initially, it will only be 1 or 2 times. The mention of 500 times is merely a consideration for the future, in case adaptation is possible. It would spare you the trouble of revisiting the matter." During dinner, with no beverages provided, Mark naturally refrained from uttering inebriated remarks. Witnessing Mark's resolute stance, Dr. Brief offered an affirmative response and ceased further persuasion. After all, Dr. Brief was not a martial artist. While he maintained a skeptical perspective on humanity's capacity to endure such immense pressure, he no longer dismissed Mark's request. The construction of a training chamber capable of withstanding 500 times gravity required materials that could endure high pressure. The cost was exceedingly steep. Dr. Brief calculated a price of 30 million Sony from Mark, who, upon hearing the quote, felt a flush of embarrassment. To put it succinctly, he was financially constrained. After indulging in luxury vehicles and opulent villas, Mark's liquid assets dwindled to just over 10 million Sony, a figure he had just confirmed with his assistant. Nonetheless, as the world's richest individual, Dr. Brief stated that an initial payment of 10 million would suffice, allowing the remainder to be settled gradually. The doctor chose not to charge Mark interest, for he was a scientist, not a financier. Consequently, Mark felt a sense of relief. Currently, Mark held the title of world champion in martial arts. As the vice director of the dojo in the city of Satan, he also received dividends. Even though he was seldom present at the dojo, his annual share was substantial. Should he receive even a penny less, Mark could summon a myriad of reasons to expel Baka. Presently, the dojo provided Mark with a stable annual income of 10 million Sony. After all, due to Mark's influence, ticket sales in the city of Satan had soared over the past 6 months. Within just 2 years, he could repay his debts and elevate his own strength, which Mark deemed exceedingly worthwhile. Thus, for the following days, Mark and Krillin resided at Bulma's home. By early July, as Bulma officially began her vacation, the gravity training chamber Mark had longed for was finally entrusted to him. Powered by electricity, it could adjust gravity up to 500 times. Spanning approximately 400 square meters, it could accommodate 4 individuals training simultaneously, provided their abilities were comparable and they could withstand the same gravitational force. This aspect soon revealed its inconveniences during Mark's practice. Currently, Mark possessed the strength to challenge a gravitational force of 2 times, but Yamcha and Krillin struggled significantly under such conditions. Ultimately, adjustments were made by Dr. Brief. The gravity training chamber has been upgraded to allow for adjustable regional gravity. On Mark's side, the gravity is set to twice that of normal. Krillin and Yamcha can withstand gravities of 18 and 15 times, respectively. Consequently, everyone can enhance their abilities in an optimal gravitational environment. Although the system has remained unresponsive, Mark's strength has surged remarkably. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have elapsed. On May 6th, 752 of the Age of the Gods, in West City. Within the confines of Bulma's family estate, Mark emerged leisurely from the gravity training chamber, a towel draped around his neck and a glass of juice in hand. He picked up the battle power detector from the garden table and proceeded to assess his latest combat prowess. This detector is one of the few rewards the system has granted Mark over the years. Upon activation, the screen revealed a series of numbers. Target battle power, 2,105. There were no decimals, no mechanical malfunctions. After 2 years of rigorous training, Mark's combat power has indeed reached 2,105. This is hardly surprising. Now, Mark can withstand 5 times the normal gravity, and with the prior guidance from Master Roshi, the system also provided methods for Mark to control his ki. It is no exaggeration to say that Mark is at least 2 versions ahead of everyone else. Of course, Mark is not the only one who has grown stronger. Krillin's battle power has reached 1790, nearing 1800, while Yamcha's has attained 1700. During their training sessions, Mark has shared with them the techniques for ki control, as well as the solar flare, Kamehameha, and the flight technique. Unfortunately, Goku is not present. Otherwise, his strength would likely have escalated even more rapidly. Fate and circumstance. After a brief respite from the gravity training chamber, Mark condensed it into a capsule. The next day, the trio is set to depart for Papaya Island to rendezvous with Master Roshi and Goku. Once this martial arts tournament concludes, they plan to resolve the issue of King Piccolo. Mark intends to return to South City, especially since the rising star, Miguel, has garnered numerous admirers in the entertainment news. She is destined to be his future wife and must not fall into the hands of another. As for Krillin and Yamcha, they too have their own lives to lead. With their decisions made, the group boarded a plane bound for Papaya Island. A night passed, and the dawn light streamed over the horizon, casting a glow upon the outer walls of the martial arts temple. The triannual World Martial Arts Tournament brings a throng of visitors to Papaya Island. In July, the first rays of the morning sun already carry a hint of oppressive heat. Master Roshi stood beside the registration point, observing the modestly dressed beauty while keeping a watchful eye on his disciples. It had been over 2 years since their last encounter. Yet Master Wu Tian remained unchanged in his essence. Master Wu Tian, how have you been lately? Will you be participating in this martial arts tournament? Mark, leading a group of individuals, greeted him with warmth upon spotting him. I am well, Mark. You all have matured. I shall refrain from meddling. Mark concealing his aura. Nonetheless, Master Roshi had no intention of entering the fray under his former identity. To him, with potent warriors like Mark present, little Goku and the others would not stagnate. Thus, he felt no necessity to intervene. What a pity, I shall not compete alongside you. A look of regret crossed Mark's face as he expressed his sentiments. However, before he could utter a second word, a familiar voice reached his ears. That detestable curly-haired one. Tiens, remember to help me shatter every bone in his body. Not far off, Master Crane grinned menacingly, standing beside Ten and Kaiatsu, his hand trembling as he pointed in their direction, cursing Mark. It was no wonder Master Crane was so incensed. 2 years prior, in the martial arts tournament, Mark had made him lose face. The esteemed master had been reduced to a comical state akin to that of a beggar. Their performance in the finals could only be described as a complete domination. Having always believed that the Crane School was the most formidable martial arts sect in the world, Master Crane could not swallow his humiliation. Had he had his proud disciple Tan by his side during the last encounter, he was certain that it would have been Mark, the wretched curly-haired one, who would have been brought to his knees in defeat. As Tan, who regarded Master Crane as a father figure, approached, a hint of malice flickered within him. His 3 eyes fixated on Mark as he silently stepped forward. Are you the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Mark? He questioned coldly, disdain dripping from his words. To Tan, this unremarkable figure before him seemed incapable of besting his teacher. Master Crane had often remarked that being near Mark made one feel uneasy, suspecting it was due to some supernatural influence. In Tien's mind, Mark was already defined as a cowardly knave. Mark regarded Tien with a mix of nostalgia and bemusement. Here stood yet another classic character. Were it not for Tien's inherently good nature, Mark might have been tempted to physically dispatch him on the spot. Pressing a button by his ear, the combat power detector displayed Tien and Kaiatsu's battle strengths. At that moment, Tien registered a power level of 182, while Kaiatsu measured at 140. However, as the detector activated, it indicated an approaching formidable warrior with a power level of 181, rapidly advancing towards them. Mark's heart stirred, and he chose to disregard Tianjin Fan, instead directing his gaze towards the approaching figure of little Goku. This action unmistakably conveyed a message to Tianjin Fan. You are as inconsequential as air. Oomph. Cowardly wretch. We shall meet on the arena. Seeing that Mark showed no interest in engaging with him, Tianjin Fan refrained from making a move, knowing that any disqualification would rob him of the opportunity to publicly humiliate Mark in the Turtle School. Master Rashi, observing the situation, muttered a few curses directed at the bald Turtle Master before departing in irritation. Of course, Master Rashi did not leave empty-handed, as he rallied Krillin and Yamcha to launch a verbal barrage towards Master Crane. On Master Crane's side, Chaozu's ability to hurl insults was nearly non-existent, and Tianjin Fan was hardly a master of verbal sparring. Thus, the trio of teacher and students could only retreat while exchanging barbs. Mark, however, remained focused, his eyes fixed on the direction from which little Goku was sprinting. It is worth noting that before his crossing into this world, Mark was a seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast, eagerly anticipating little Goku's arrival. 5 minutes later, little Goku, clad in animal skins, dashed onto the scene. After 3 years apart, little Goku had grown considerably. He immediately challenged Krillin to a height contest, infuriating the short-haired fighter who nearly unleashed a Kamehameha in frustration. Nonetheless, as brothers in arms, Krillin restrained his urge to show off. This year's World Martial Arts Tournament held no suspense. Undoubtedly, with a power level exceeding 2,100, Mark was the clear champion. Krillin and Yamcha's participation was merely to bask in the astonished gazes of the crowd. However, true to his nature, little Goku wasted no time waiting for Master Rashi to introduce him to Mark, boldly standing before him. Hey, big guy, you seem incredibly strong. As a Saiyan warrior, little Goku's instincts alerted him to Mark's formidable presence. Yet, Mark bore no ill will towards his future in-law. On the contrary, he cheerfully introduced himself. Hello, little Goku. I am Mark, a friend of Krillin and Yamcha. I look forward to your guidance. Oh, really? You seem even stronger than I am. I can't wait to face you in the arena. Having been a martial arts enthusiast from a young age, Goku quickly accepted Mark. As Mark was a friend of Krillin and Yamcha, he was indeed a friend to Goku. However, being friends also meant the delightful prospect of sparring. Of course, with registration now closed, the loudspeaker summoned all contestants to gather within the martial arts temple. The group walked together, with little Goku eagerly discussing plans for a friendly bout with Mark. Chapter 19, Dispute. Due to the previous tournament's thrilling spectacle, a greater number of martial artists were drawn to participate in this grand competition. Upon confirmation through roll call, it was established that a total of 183 participants would partake in this edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This marks the highest number of contestants since the inception of the event. Tianjin, I could assemble them all within a single region. No, that would be too generous. I yearn to vanquish each practitioner of the Turtle School before the gaze of all, for that would be the ultimate satisfaction. As the Abbot of the Martial Arts Temple delivered his address, Dumpling engaged in telepathic communication with Tianjin Fan to devise a strategy. With Dumpling's extraordinary abilities, it was entirely feasible to ensure that Mark, little Goku, and others were placed in the same preliminary group. In this scenario, the Turtle School would only secure a single finalist from the 8 preliminary divisions. If Tianjin Fan were not so prideful, Dumpling's approach would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. However, Tianjin Fan, possessing a fiercely proud disposition, believed that the best option was to eliminate all Turtle School practitioners in a public spectacle, thus proving himself as the strongest. Dumpling, who placed unwavering trust in Tianjin Fan, wore a strained smile. Following the abbot's speech, the drawing ceremony commenced, and participants were evenly distributed among the 8 divisions. As Krillin remarked on his good fortune, Mark observed Tianjin Fan and Dumpling with a contemplative expression. As anticipated, this pair of brothers stood aloof, scrutinizing the actions of the crowd. A faint smile graced Mark's lips, for he felt a sense of relief at this moment. During this time frame, Mark felt confident that he could restrain Dumpling's ability to alter the outcomes of the draws. However, should that power be directed at himself, Krillin, and Yamcha, it would prove ineffective, as their combat prowess far surpassed that of Dumpling. Shortly thereafter, with the assistance of the monks, the preliminary rounds commenced. Mark drew the 3rd division, requiring him to defeat 3 opponents to advance. Within this group, none posed a challenge to him. Predictably, 1 hour later, Mark successfully progressed to the next round. In his matches, he dispatched his opponents with a single move, allowing him to wander to the nearby arena to observe the festivities. However, after a brief exploration, Mark realized there was little excitement to behold. Due to his unique circumstances, Chai Ba Wang had not been grouped with Little Goku this time. This individual had successfully advanced to the top 8 after his battles. Naturally, upon spotting Mark smiling at him from below the stage, Chai Ba Wang nearly lost his footing. The unfortunate Chai Ba Wang had already begun to feel the weight of anxiety. Aside from his own quartet, which included Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Chai Ba Wang, there was only one remaining spot available for other martial artists. Ultimately, it was reported that the champion from the previous World Fighting Championship, the Puff contestant, managed to break through. Mark found this individual particularly intriguing, as they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Thus, the top 8 competitors of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament have officially emerged. Those eliminated, provided their injuries are not severe, choose to remain within the martial arts temple to witness the ongoing matches. This decision significantly increases the number of spectators, with Bulma in the front row nearly being crushed amidst the crowd. Before the competition commences, all participants are summoned together by the host. Competitors, please draw lots in order. Tianjin Fan is the first to approach and draws the number 1 position. Upon securing his draw, he swaggered over to Mark, Goku, and the others with an air of arrogance. Kid, don't come crying and begging for mercy later. He flashed a villainous grin at Mark and continued. Don't think that by employing unscrupulous tactics to defeat my master, you can triumph over me, you despicable scoundrel. In truth, Tianjin Fan's words hold some validity. Over 2 years ago, during the finals of the World Combat Championship, Mark did indeed utilize underhanded tactics to secure victory, leading to much discontent from Master Roshi and Tianjin Fan alike. However, when it comes to the lack of martial ethics, the Crane School is hardly blameless. Naturally, Mark, faced with Tianjin Fan's taunts, would not easily swallow his pride. With a disdainful arch of one eyebrow and a downward tilt of the other, Mark wore a truly arrogant expression. Goku, oblivious to the unfolding drama, gazed in confusion at the two who had suddenly begun to quarrel. Yet, Krillin and Yamcha, who had been with Mark for over 2 years, did not remain idle. Mark has defeated both me and Yamcha, as well as Master Roshi. We accept it wholeheartedly, surely. The Crane School can bear to lose, can't they? Krillin asserted, his words grounded in reason. On the other hand, Yamcha resorted to personal attacks, showcasing his sharp tongue. As the god of tea, Yamcha's words struck hard. In reality, Tianjin Fan is a hybrid descendant of the Three-Eyed Clan and Earthlings. In his youth, he was often ridiculed for the third eye on his forehead, leading to a buildup of resentment that fueled his fierce demeanor. It was precisely this intensity that compelled Master Roshi to take him on as a disciple years ago. As for Chaozu, he too endured scorn due to his appearance. If previously there was a semblance of normalcy in their exchanges, Yamcha's outburst had now overturned the table. In a fit of intense fury, Tianjin Fan became even more composed, fixing Yamcha with a gaze reminiscent of death, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Tian, shall we take care of this guy first? No need. First, let us seek retribution for our teacher. None shall escape. After the martial arts tournament concludes, we shall have our chance to eliminate them. Tianjin Fan, consumed by rage, remained resolute in his plan to confront Mark, whom he regarded merely as a buffoon. The true menace lay with the 3 individuals clad in Turtle School martial arts attire. They posed a significant threat to Crane School. Some individuals, when engulfed by extreme anger, may lose control, but Tianjin Fan was the antithesis of such a reaction, possessing the pride to master his fury. Fully aware of his limitations in verbal sparring, he knew he was no match for Yamcha. With a disdainful snort, Tianjin Fan turned and departed. Subsequently, the draw for the tournament proceeded smoothly without any conflicts. Tianjin Fan drew the first position, while Mark secured the second. T-God, adhering to Tianjin Fan's request, drew the third position, concerned that Tianjin Fan might not advance. The considerate Jiaozi arranged a seemingly weak opponent, Chai Ba Wang, for him. Jiaozi himself chose the 5th position, assigning the 6th to the bald-headed Krillin. The least conspicuous of them all, the young Goku, was placed in the 8th position. Naturally, the 7th position was occupied by the remarkably similar genius, Puffs. The matchups for the quarterfinals were finalized, and the tournament schedule was promptly displayed by the monks. 10 minutes later, the monks of the martial arts temple began to play music. Moments later, the sound of a gong resonated, officially marking the commencement of the greatest martial arts tournament. Chapter 20, Tianjin Fan. I hereby declare the 22nd greatest martial arts tournament officially open. Now, let us welcome competitors Tianjin Fan and Mark to the stage. The host, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, passionately stirred the atmosphere both inside and outside the arena. Upon being announced, Tianjin Fan stepped ahead of Mark, boldly ascending to the ring first. Mark observed the somewhat immature Tianjin Fan and shook his head in resignation, adjusting the championship belt around his waist. He nonchalantly cast aside his cape in the resting area and strode into the ring. At that moment, the host had just concluded a brief introduction of Tianjin Fan, whom he was not entirely familiar with. However, as Mark took his place, the host launched into an extensive introduction, for compared to the obscure Tianjin Fan, Mark was the newly crowned champion of the World Fighting Championship. Naturally, he became the favored contender for victory in this tournament. This year, the reigning champion, Jackie Chan, did not register for participation, which meant that regardless of who ultimately claimed the title, they would be another champion in the annals of martial arts history. Such temptation is irresistible for martial artists. Every compliment bestowed upon Mark by the host was met with resounding applause and cheers from the audience, while Tianjin Fan's expression darkened further. 5 minutes later, just before Tianjin Fan's patience reached its limit, the host finally declared the commencement of the match. Do not revel in your triumph just yet, for I shall soon demonstrate the might of our Crane School. Tianjin Fan uttered his final defiance, while Mark merely raised an eyebrow. As anticipated, the dormant system once again presented new options. Option 1. Defeat Tianjin Fan in the arena, utterly shattering his confidence. Reward: 10 points of battle power. Option 2. Defeat Tianjin Fan in the arena, persuading him towards righteousness. Reward: martial skills and Kamehameha. Mark swiftly and meticulously reviewed the options, then glanced up at the still boastful Tianjin Fan, deep in thought. Without a doubt, his presence had altered the course of history, such as the inevitable consequence of a time traveler influencing the fabric of time. If Mark's conjectures were accurate, a new green ring had undoubtedly emerged within the temporal ring of the King of Worlds Palace. However, it seemed that the system itself did not wish to drastically alter history. Although 2 choices were presented, in actuality, there was only one viable path. From Mark's perspective, either choice would bear no consequence for him. The basis for selection would surely hinge upon the magnitude of the rewards. The system was clearly leveraging this point. Shattering Tianjin Fan's confidence would render him utterly defeated. Such a choice warranted a reward of merely 10 points of battle power. Was this not a form of insult? Presently, Mark's battle power had exceeded 2,100. The increment of 10 points could be achieved with minimal effort. Conversely, the option to persuade him towards righteousness offered the reward of the Kamehameha. The destructive potential of this technique, in certain respects, surpassed even that of the Super Kamehameha. Although frequent use or exhausting one's energy could impact longevity, with proper control, it posed little issue. Mark had always held a certain disdain for the character of the Crane Master. Nevertheless, the techniques of the Crane School possessed commendable attributes. With this understanding, Mark swiftly adopted a different demeanor. Tianjin Fan, what is the purpose of your martial training? Mark paid little heed to Tianjin Fan's provocations. Amidst his incessant taunts, Mark's unexpected remark left Tianjin Fan speechless, rooted in place. In an instant, a myriad of memories flooded Tianjin Fan's mind. What was the purpose of his martial training? To make those who once mocked him pay the price? Having achieved mastery, he had rushed back to his hometown upon returning from adventures with Jiaozi. Yet, upon encountering those who had once cursed and insulted him in his youth, Tianjin Fan refrained from taking lethal action, for they were no longer of the same world. Was it to amass wealth? In his youth, Tianjin Fan held the utmost admiration for Mr. Tao Bai. Each of his strikes could effortlessly crush inflation. After 2 decades in his profession, the rewards for his lethal endeavors continued to soar. Yet, Mr. Tao Bai seemed perpetually ensnared in the relentless pursuit of killing, no matter the extent of his savings. What did it truly matter? Was it merely for the thrill of the act? At this moment, Tianjin Fan found himself engulfed in confusion. In the briefest of breaths, myriad expressions flitted across his face, a detail noted by Mark. Well, this lad has not yet descended into the depths of depravity. There is still hope. Mark mused. I know you are the proud disciple of the Crane Immortal. Now, allow me to demonstrate to you that there are realms beyond your comprehension. With that, Mark unleashed the entirety of his aura. In an instant, a tumultuous wave of energy swept through the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away atop Galinta, the gallant immortal stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing silently towards the direction of Papaya Island. Ascending further, 2 figures emerged from the temple. Mr. Bobo, do you sense it? Indeed, this presence is even more formidable than when you first arrived at the temple. The aged immortal approached the edge of the temple to investigate. Mr. Bobo followed closely, articulating his assessment. Incredible, such a powerful individual has emerged from a mortal realm. It appears that if he takes action, this calamity may not be as dire as the last. However, if he does he surely wouldn't he eliminate that nefarious being, would he? They say that those who stand high can see far. At present, the most pressing issue on Earth is not the Grand Martial Arts Tournament being held on Papaya Island, but rather the 3 ignorant and despicable individuals who have unearthed a rice cooker containing the sealed King Piccolo from the depths of the ocean. King Piccolo's return to the mortal realm after 3 centuries did not escape the notice of the immortal. Yet, as a being of great stature required to maintain neutrality, he could not directly intervene in mortal affairs. Helplessly, the immortal had been troubled for days. Amidst this turmoil, he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Mark. Such a turn of events made him somewhat hesitant. I hope he is not a malevolent individual, he murmured to himself. The immortal's concerns were unknown to mortals. At this moment, Mark remained oblivious to the immortal's awareness of him. He was engrossed in observing the myriad changes of expression on Tianjin Fan's face. With a combat power of 2,105, Mark stood as an invincible force in this current stage. The potent energy swirling around him ignited flames visible to the naked eye, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure felt by all. Undoubtedly, Mark's hidden strength left everyone in sheer astonishment. Certainly, I have long since grown accustomed to Mark's eccentricities. Say for Yamcha. Meanwhile, aboard a colossal aircraft thousands of miles away, King Piccolo sensed the formidable aura emanating from Mark. This time, he summoned Dambrin back. Intent on making a personal appearance at the martial arts tournament, the plane veered around, heading straight for Papaya Island, a distance of miles away. Chapter 21. Inner Struggles. King Piccolo had been sealed within a rice cooker for 3 centuries. Upon being released by Pilaf and his cohorts, he immediately sought to eliminate all formidable martial artists. Upon learning that the world's strongest martial arts tournament was underway, he dispatched his capable subordinate Dambrin to attend. On one hand, he aimed to seize the 4-star Dragon Ball carried by the young Goku. On the other hand, he sought the list of contestants from recent tournaments. Not long after Dambrin took flight, King Piccolo felt an overwhelming, oppressive presence. To be prudent, he ordered Dambrin to search for other Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball at the tournament venue would be claimed by him personally. On the other side, Tien Shinhan on the arena stage began to question his own existence. After exhibiting his skills, Mark appeared before him in an instant. A light punch caused Tien to bend over in agony and kneel on the ground. Observing this, the announcer was about to initiate the countdown, but was halted by a gesture from Mark. Master Roshi, not having directly confronted Mark, assumed he was still resorting to his underhanded tactics. He called out to Tien from below the stage. Tien, why are you so useless? Stand up quickly and teach this despicable scoundrel a lesson. What the hell? Why are you looking at me like that? You scoundrel, do you intend to betray your master? Master Roshi, unlike Master Roshi, was not adept at sensing energy. He specialized in harnessing minimal energy to create greater destructive force. Although he sensed a shift in Mark's energy, he lacked a direct understanding of it. Regardless, Mark had always been stronger than him. Whether the difference was a few dozen or several thousand power levels, strength was strength, was it not? The fate of others was of no concern to Master Roshi. He merely wished for his prized disciple Tien to avenge him publicly. However, the question remained, could vengeance be achieved merely through subjective desire? Tien was already confused by Mark's earlier words, and now he recognized the inscrutable strength of the curly-haired opponent before him. Now you wanted to deal with that curly-haired one? So, since that punch didn't land on you, you're not in pain, right? Are you sending me to my doom? My life doesn't matter, does it? In Tien's heart, the person he most admired was Tao Pai Pai, while the one he was most grateful to was Master Roshi. His admiration for Tao Pai Pai was, strictly speaking, a reverence for formidable power. Now, the appearance of Mark has utterly shattered his worldview. It turns out there exists a martial artist far more formidable than Tao Pai Pai. The one thing Tianjin Fan is most grateful for regarding Master Roshi is that he has nurtured him with the utmost care. He guided him out of the disparaged little village, imparting all his knowledge so that Tianjin Fan could establish himself in the martial arts realm. Tianjin Fan initially believed that Master Roshi would treat him with the same paternal affection he bestowed upon his own son. Yet now, the last vestige of Tianjin Fan's resolve has crumbled. With Mark's overwhelming strength, even if Tianjin Fan wished to oppose him, it would certainly not be prudent at this moment. To confront Mark head-on would be tantamount to risking his very life. In other words, The past paternal care of Master Rashi now appears to be merely a performance under the guise of affection. Tianjin Fan is not foolish. On the contrary, he is exceedingly astute and perceptive. Master, I am no match for him, he lamented inwardly, turning to face Master Rashi, conveying the truth through telepathy. However, this action incited Master Rashi's fury. Suppressing his rage, Master Rashi finally spoke. It matters not. That fellow cannot fly. Ascend to the heights and unleash the Kamehameha upon the entire arena. Even if it costs you your life, ensure that you deliver a severe lesson to him. The humiliation of the past had driven Master Rashi to the brink of madness. This plan, without a doubt, was a blatant strategy, one from which Mark could not evade. Yet, simultaneously, such a battle plan would severely deplete Tianjin Fan's vitality. Reducing his lifespan was one thing. The most critical concern was the substantial risk of losing his life on the spot. Damn it, Tianjin Fan, are you deaf? Quickly, unleash the Kamehameha against this scoundrel. Seeing Tianjin Fan remain unresponsive, Master Rashi bellowed in front of everyone, while others were unaware of the Kamehameha's might. Master Rashi's words caused a dramatic change in the complexion of Master Rashi. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted to Mark, "Mark, beware of the Kamehameha from Master Rashi. That technique is truly formidable. You heartless fool, do you view your disciples merely as disposable pawns? You do not deserve to have disciples serving you. You are nothing but a selfish scoundrel." Bah! Master Rashi's anger surged, and he directly cursed at Master Rashi, veins bulging on his forehead. "Dumpling, use your psychic abilities to restrain that scoundrel." Tianjin Fan acts swiftly, suppressing his retorts to Master Rashi. Master Rashi communicated telepathically to Dumpling backstage. Unfortunately, when Dumpling extended his hand to use his psychic powers against Mark, there was no reaction whatsoever. The disparity in their combat strength rendered Dumpling's abilities ineffective. "I'm sorry, Master, I cannot do it. If I were to deal with that scoundrel, I would not choose to use the Kamehameha. I must rely on my own training to defeat him honorably." Undoubtedly, had Tianjin Fan unleashed the Kamehameha, Mark would not have needed to employ his flight technique to evade it, to either retreat to safeguard oneself or be obliterated by the Kikaho. The formidable energy wave of Tien Shinhan is widely acknowledged. In Tien's heart, the tactics of Master Rashi indeed possess the potential for triumph. Yet, such a victory is not the outcome that Tien, who has always held himself in high regard, seeks to attain. "Tien, have you grown too strong for your own good? Contemplating betrayal against me in your own lineage?" As the tension escalated, Master Rashi, observing Tien's reluctance to follow his command, uttered the harshest of words. Just as Tien was about to defend himself, Mark interjected, "You dare to use your disciple's life as a mere pawn, intending to confront me with the Kikaho?" With a swift motion, Mark ascended, hovering in the air, his voice dripping with derision. "What say you, old man Rashi? Do you still desire Tien to wield the Kikaho against me?" Having mastered the art of flight long ago, Mark felt no fear of Tien's energy wave. Moreover, the disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable. Mark believed that even if he were to absorb the brunt of the attack, he would only sustain minor injuries. However, this display left Master Rashi in sheer horror. Trembling, his finger pointed at Mark, he stammered, "How could you possibly know my Kikaho technique? I'm for trivial skill, and you hold it in such high esteem? Your so-called secret technique is merely a manipulation of energy. What merit does it possess?" With that, Mark concentrated energy at his fingertips and unleashed a Kikaho wave into the open air. This technique was not imparted by any system, but rather an imitation of the Kikaho itself. The sight rendered both Master Rashi and Tien speechless. As the martial skills they prided themselves on turned out to be commonplace in Mark's hands. After a prolonged silence, Tien reluctantly spoke, "I am sorry, Master, I forfeit. From this day forth, I, Tien Shinhan, renounce the Kikaho lineage." Option confirmed. Rewards distributed. Chapter 22, The Semifinals. "How dare you betray me, Tien? Have you forgotten how I nurtured you and shaped you into who you are? You would forsake your master on account of this fool's mere words? You traitor, Jiaozi, restrain Tien Shinhan for me. I must cleanse the sect." Standing at the forefront, Master Rashi could no longer contain his fury, vociferously cursing Tien Shinhan. Simultaneously, he communicated telepathically with Jiaozi, who floated above the walls. The bond between Jiaozi and Tien was evidently stronger than that of student and master with Rashi. He disregarded Rashi's command to attack Tien and merely called out Tien's name, indicating his allegiance. Struck by the betrayal of two of his disciples, Master Rashi's rage intensified. However, a glance at the vigilant Mark, coupled with the presence of Master Turtle and Krillin nearby, tempered his fury. The Crane Hermit is well aware that persisting in such a manner will only lead to self-inflicted troubles. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. While one is still alive, there will inevitably come a day when great grievances are avenged. In the Crane Hermit's heart, he believes he can cultivate talents like Tien Shinhan and Dumpling, and in the future, he will surely nurture other exceptional disciples. Moreover, he has his younger brother, Tao Bai Bai, with whom he can support one another. Just wait for me, I shall return. With this declaration, devoid of any lethal intent, the Crane Hermit utilized the sky dance technique to float into the air and departed from the martial arts tournament venue. As Tien Shinhan watched the retreating figure of the Crane Hermit, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Under Mark's gaze, he leaped off the stage, not waiting for the host to announce the results of the match, and proceeded directly backstage. Though he was no longer a disciple of the Crane School, he chose to remain until Dumpling's match concluded, eager to witness Mark's true prowess. Thus, the first match ended rather anticlimactically. Next, Yamcha faced off against Chai Bawang. Upon their entrance, the host lavished praise upon both fighters. Yamcha had made it to the top 8 in the previous tournament, gaining a modicum of renown as a martial artist. Chai Bawang, too, was a celebrated first-tier master within the Earth's martial arts realm. However, before Chai Bawang could even unleash his 8-handed fist, he was sent flying off the stage by a single kick from Yamcha. With a battle power of 1700, Yamcha's encounter with Chai Bawang, whose power barely reached a few dozen points, was, in Mark's eyes, a perfectly ordinary outcome. Yet, for the audience who had paid to witness the event, such a display was utterly tedious. Regrettably, the boredom persisted into the third match, where Krillin faced Dumpling. The bald warrior effortlessly knocked Dumpling out with a single punch. It was evident that Mark, Krillin, and Yamcha stood head and shoulders above the rest in terms of strength. In the fourth match, last tournament's runner-up Little Goku faced the talented martial artist, Pudding. With just 3 elbow strikes, Pudding succumbed to unconsciousness. Remarkably, the 4 matches combined took less than half an hour to conclude. Such an outcome was entirely unforeseen by anyone. In the audience, complaints echoed regarding the lackluster nature of this martial arts tournament. Old pervert, why is this tournament so dull? Bulma asked, hands on her hips, her tone laced with confusion as she turned to Master Roshi. Instead of offering an immediate commentary, Master Roshi cast a glance at Tien Shinhan and Dumpling, who were stationed among the spectators. Tien Shinhan, marked by 3 eyes atop his head, would have undoubtedly possessed the strength to claim victory in previous tournaments. Even that little fellow exhibited remarkable power, capable of defeating opponents like Chai Bawang and Pudding with a single move. The dilemma lies in the fact that both Mark and Krillin, as well as Yamcha, have made remarkable progress over the past 2 years. This time, it seems that even the little Goku may find it challenging to triumph over Krillin. As the most astute martial artist on Earth, Master Roshi elucidated the reason directly. However, a crucial point that Master Roshi remains unaware of is that Dumpling altered the draw results using his supernatural abilities. This explains why the first round of matches has been rather tedious. Master Roshi candidly articulated the reason, prompting Lan Shi, Oolong, and Puar to nod in agreement. Yet Bulma, deep in thought, muttered to herself, could it be due to the gravity training room? The gravity training room? Master Roshi inquired, his keen ears catching the words. What is that? It's a device that Mark sought from my father. To be precise, it should be called a gravity simulator. Bulma was not well versed in the specifics of the gravity simulator's development, as she had not participated in its creation. Nevertheless, she was aware of its general purpose, especially since Mark and Dr. Brief had discussed it openly in her presence. Furthermore, since Yamcha began his training there, their time spent together had diminished significantly. Bulma harbored a deep disdain for that gravity training room, yet she had not anticipated its effectiveness. The previous year's early exit for Yamcha has now transformed into a place in the semifinals. It is becoming clear. Their newfound strength is indeed a result of training under increased gravitational conditions. No wonder. Look, the match is about to commence. Following Bulma's explanation, Master Roshi swiftly grasped the reason behind the rapid enhancement of Mark and his companion's abilities. In fact, utilizing gravity training to fortify one's physique is an essential method for improving strength within the Turtle School as well. However, even the heaviest shell has its limits. As Mark and Yamcha stood opposite each other, a single remark from Master Roshi drew everyone's attention to the arena. Mark and Yamcha gaze at one another from afar, performing a respectful gesture with their hands joined together, both sporting faint smiles. Once the formalities concluded, a system interface appeared before Mark. Option 1. Defeat your opponent in one move to advance to the finals. Reward: 500 battle points. Option 2. Defeat your opponent to advance to the finals. Reward: 300 battle points. The system's intent was unmistakable. As long as he vanquished Yamcha to reach the finals, his battle power would increase. The only distinction lay in how to dispatch Yamcha swiftly. A thought crossed Mark's mind, and he called out to Yamcha. Engaging in a prolonged battle seems cumbersome. Shall we settle this with one decisive blow? Mark's proposal took Yamcha somewhat by surprise. However, upon reflection, both of their combat powers far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. A genuine fight could potentially extend for considerable duration. This is a war of attrition for anyone involved. Before arriving at Papaya Island for the martial arts tournament, Mark, Krillin, and Yamcha had made a pact. Throughout the competition, none would consume the magical beans, ensuring fairness. The current situation is crystal clear. If Yamcha continues to engage in a relentless struggle with Mark, the one who stands to gain will be the bald Krillin. Rather than allowing that noseless fellow to benefit, it would be wiser to settle the matter with a single decisive blow. Very well, let us conclude this with one final strike. Mark, prepare to receive my Wolf King Fist. After 2 years of training, Yamcha has developed numerous techniques of his own. The Wolf King Fist is the most straightforward of his martial arts. Observing this, Mark does not dare to underestimate him. He quickly adopts his stance and growls, "Excellent. You shall feel the force of my Satan Iron Fist." Chapter 23, Dual Champion. The two stand at a distance, ready to unleash their might. Below the arena, Bulma clasps her hands in prayer for Yamcha, while Por fervently waves flags and cheers. On the walls, Goku and Krillin also rally support for Yamcha. In contrast, Mark finds himself surrounded by sparse cheers. His reputation and influence here are notably limited. However, the match ultimately hinges on their respective strengths. Both fighters gather their energy, poised to determine the victor with a single strike. Over the past year, Yamcha has devoted himself to crafting his own techniques, including the Zaochi Bullet and the Wolf King Fist, yielding significant results. In the language of the small days, Zao signifies repetition and back-and-forth movement. Thus, the Zaochi Bullet implies the ability to manipulate energy blasts for relentless offense. This technique relies on the clever control of energy, not particularly potent in power. In contrast, the Wolf King Fist emphasizes strength and speed. Choosing to settle the contest with the Wolf King Fist, Yamcha prepares himself, while Mark opts for the straightforward and direct Satan Iron Fist to resolve the issue. Should it succeed, it would yield 500 battle points. Should it fail, he still has 300 battle points as a safety net. Without further ado, the two launch their attacks almost simultaneously. As Yamcha's fist strikes forward, a pale yellow aura envelopes it. Mark's Satan Iron Fist is shrouded in a thick white energy. The two fists collide, intertwining their energies and unleashing a tremendous shockwave. This wave radiates outward from the two, causing the arena walls to crumble. Spectators caught in the blast are thrown about, utterly disheveled. Mark's expression remains unchanged, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, while Yamcha's face pales and he coughs up a mouthful of blood. He is thrown back like a severed kite. Thud! Crossing half the arena, despite having learned the art of flight, Yamcha is still ejected from the ring. Confirmation selected. Rewards have been dispensed. In the fleeting moment of the T-God's defeat, Mark felt an immense surge of energy within him. Silently invoking his status panel, he beheld his current combat power index. Name, Mark. Age, 16 years. Combat power, 2605. Martial arts, Solar Fist, Kamehameha, Super Kamehameha, Ki Blast, Flight Technique. Dodo Wave, Phantom Fist, Satan Iron Fist, Ki Control. Title, The One Who Strikes the Nursing Home. Equipment, Champion Belt. Evaluation, Earth's preeminent martial artist. With a combat power of 2,605 points, Mark was undoubtedly a deity on Earth during this era. As long as he so desired, the world would bend to his will. However, more pressing was the need to ascertain Yamcha's condition. Mark swiftly approached, finding the T-God still unable to rise. The fellow was conscious, but had completely fractured his right arm. Without hesitation, Mark retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and placed it in Yamcha's mouth. Crunch! Aware of the bean's miraculous properties, Yamcha chewed it and instantly healed. Alas, in the end he still faced defeat, unable to advance to the finals. Yamcha felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, Ever the optimist, he clapped Mark on the shoulder and cheekily remarked, "Go for it, Mark. Don't let that Clearin fellow snag the championship." "Huh, rest assured, I've got this covered," Mark replied with a smile, helping Yamcha to his feet. Shortly thereafter, Bulma and Puar arrived on the scene. Yamcha, busy charming the princess, had no further exchanges with Mark, observing the affectionate couple. Mark rolled his eyes and flew back to the resting area. The next semi-final featured a brotherly showdown between Goku and Clearin. From his bag, Mark procured some sunflower seeds and a beverage, settling comfortably on the wall to enjoy the match. However, he barely had a chance to snack before the contest concluded. The little bald-headed fighter emerged victorious with ease. Goku, astonished by the changes in himself and Yamcha, only grasped the truth upon learning that Mark had aided their training. Unlike Tenshinhan, Goku inherently feared not failure. In the last martial arts tournament's finals, he had lost to a contestant disguised as Jackie Chan, portrayed by Master Roshi. Although he had now been bested by Clearin, who once fell short of his prowess, he felt no hint of despair. Instead, he was invigorated by the emergence of a stronger opponent. With the conclusion of the two semifinals, a 10-minute intermission was announced. Yet, upon inquiry from the host, neither Clearin, fresh from battle, nor Mark, who had been leisurely spectating, wished to squander any more time. Thus, the finals commenced 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, after discussions with the competitors, the finals of the 22nd World Martial Arts Championship is about to commence. Now, let us extend our warmest cheers as we welcome participants Mark and Clin to the stage. Despite the host's fervent enthusiasm and skillful engagement of the audience, regrettably, the spectators are rather lackluster. This year's championship has been exceedingly peculiar. Each match has almost resembled a swift execution. Typically, by the conclusion of such an event, the sun would be setting, casting shadows as night approaches. Yet this time, it is merely a little past 2 in the afternoon. At times, the ordinary audience finds more excitement in watching two novices struggle for half an hour than in witnessing a master defeat an opponent in a single move. The majority of the audience seeks mere entertainment. This competition has lost its appeal due to the presence of Mark, Clin, and Yamcha. Consequently, many spectators find it hard to muster any enthusiasm. Clin remains unmoved, while Mark discards his snacks and drink, leaping into the arena, barely earning a smattering of applause. The two exchange cordial greetings before the match. Before Mark, an unexpected system option materializes. Option 1. Defeat Clin and claim the championship. Reward. Blueprint for Frisia's spherical spaceship. Option 2. Fall to Clin and forfeit the championship. Roa, volleyball fils de technique. The emergence of options was anticipated by Mark, yet the rewards left him somewhat speechless. The blueprint for the Frisia Army's spaceship, while a notable prize, would not be immediately useful for Mark, as he would need to consult Dr. Brief to make it functional. Furthermore, Mark currently has no intentions of embarking on intergalactic adventures. This reward cannot be readily utilized. It could hardly be described as anything but a mere trinket. As for the consolation prize for defeat, the notion of receiving a reward after losing is absurd. The volleyball fist technique offered by the system is nothing short of an insult. This perplexing maneuver by the system left Mark feeling dejected. He had anticipated that in the finals, even if the system refrained from bestowing techniques such as the Spirit Bomb or the Kaioken, it would at least grant him a substantial boost in combat power or some special equipment. To his astonishment, the rewards were disappointingly trivial. Nevertheless, regardless of the system's offerings, Mark remains resolute in his quest for victory. After all, the allure of dual championships is irresistible. Chapter 24. The blueprint in hand, the Demon King approaches. Mark, the championship is mine. As they take their positions, Clin adopts his stance, his mouth never idle. In truth, over the past 2 years, the three have frequently engaged in friendly sparring. Unfortunately, throughout this extensive period, the instances of defeating Mark in a one-on-one scenario have been few and far between. The two opponents are exceedingly familiar with each other, leaving Krillin devoid of any confidence in overcoming Mark. His loud shouts are essentially a means of self-encouragement. With fervor, he unleashes a barrage of energy blasts towards Mark. After their prolonged encounters, Krillin is well aware of Mark's comparatively slower speed. Unlike Yamcha, Krillin does not intend to confront Mark directly. Rather, he continuously sends energy blasts in Mark's direction, all the while seeking an opportunity for a sneak attack. This constitutes Krillin's battle strategy. Regrettably, Mark has once again elevated his prowess, widening the gap between them. The sluggishness that Krillin had once identified is now a distant memory. Impossible. Krillin is taken aback as he witnesses Mark effortlessly evade all the energy blasts. It is often said that one should take notice of a person who has improved after a brief separation. How could Mark have grown stronger in such a short span? Perplexed, Krillin dodges the energy blasts retaliated by Mark while contemplating a solution. However, after much reflection, he is unable to devise an effective strategy. For two warriors with combat power exceeding 1800, the arena appears rather constricted. With no other options, Krillin leaps into the sky to evade the relentless barrage of energy blasts raining down from Mark. As he ascends, Mark ceases his prince-like tactics. Krillin, soaring into the sky, is futile. He shouts, "Behold my Kamehameha!" With hands joined, Mark meticulously calculates the distribution of his energy. Aimed at the airborne Krillin, he unleashes a formidable Kamehameha without hesitation. Fortunately, the martial arts temple narrowly escapes financial ruin this time. The audience, including Master Roshi, Goku, and Tien, watches in stunned silence as the Kamehameha unleashes its fury. Sensing imminent danger, Krillin crosses his arms defensively over his chest. Boom! Thud! The violent explosion sends shockwaves through the surroundings. Thick clouds of dust are stirred up by the turbulent air. After a moment, the dust begins to settle. Krillin, having been caught in the blast, plummets to the ground. At this moment, his once golden martial arts uniform is tattered and torn. Smoke wafts from his back and thighs, while some areas of exposed skin have begun to char and others bleed. Fortunately, his body still exhibits slight movements, indicating that he is still alive. The announcer rushes over to assess the situation and promptly confirms that Krillin has lost his combat ability, declaring Mark the victor. Option confirmed. Rewards have been distributed. The reward materializes directly in Mark's hands, yet at that moment, he lacks the inclination to examine it. To prevent Krillin from perishing at his own hands, Mark swiftly approached and placed a single magic bean into his mouth. In the next instant, fully revitalized, Krillin executed a dramatic leap, springing back to life. Observing that Krillin was unharmed, the host formally announced the results of the match. I declare that the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is Mark. With a cheerful demeanor, the host produced a sum of 500,000 zeni in cash, handing it directly to Mark. In the past 2 years, Mark had devoted all his earnings to repaying debts to Dr. Brief. Thus, 500,000 zeni was not a trivial amount for Mark at this juncture. Without a hint of hesitation, he graciously accepted the prize. The World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded, and the host had descended from stage. Yet, Mark remained at the center of the arena, gazing into the distant sky. Confused, the audience exchanged glances, uncertain of Mark's peculiar behavior. Only Mark understood that the supplementary matches were about to commence. The combat power detector adorning his ears emitted a series of beeping sounds. A smile crept across Mark's lips. Here it comes. Boom, boom, boom. Pilaf's powerful aircraft roared with thunderous noise. The little rascal poked his head out from behind the railing, peering down at the arena below. Lord Demon King, we have arrived at the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. As the foremost lackey of King Piccolo, Pilaf joyfully reported the situation below. In his mind, he envisioned himself soon becoming a ruler of half the world. King Pilaf would reign alongside Lord Piccolo over the entire globe. What a splendid moment this was. He could hardly contain his excitement to witness the might of the Demon King. Upon hearing Pilaf's words, Master Roshi, standing amidst the crowd, turned pale with shock. What? King Piccolo? This is impossible. The usually composed, turtle hermit exhibited a palpable sense of dread in his voice. One could hardly blame him. It had been 300 years since the era of King Piccolo's reign of terror. Few on Earth remained who were aware of that dark history. Young Goku, standing beside Master Roshi, sensed the old man's unease and curiously inquired, "Grandpa, is King Piccolo really that formidable?" Indeed, 300 years ago, Goku's words prompted Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, and others to turn their attention to Master Roshi. Realizing that the others were unaware of the terror that was King Piccolo, Master Roshi decided to emphasize the key points. Prior to this, Master Roshi had been hailed as the god of martial arts. However, even the legendary Master Matedo, who surpassed Master Roshi, was no match for King Piccolo. In those days, Master Matedo had to give everything he had to seal away King Piccolo. 3 centuries have elapsed, and now the formidable King Piccolo has astonishingly returned to the mortal realm. The more Master Wu-Tian spoke, the fewer souls remained around him. The spectators, sensing something amiss, had already scattered in a desperate flight. Aside from the monks, only a handful of martial artists remained within the martial arts temple. Following the announcement from Pilaf, The aged King Piccolo finally emerged for the aircraft. Your Excellency, the arena for the world's greatest martial arts tournament lies below. That little imp with the tail behind him is the scoundrel who has thwarted my plans repeatedly. The others are all his accomplices. Pilaf, deluding himself into thinking he had found a powerful ally, had grouped everyone present as allies of the little Goku. Even the perpetually aloof Tianjin fan, Dumpling, and the mocking Mark were included in his count. However, King Piccolo paid no heed to Pilaf's words. From the moment he appeared, all his attention was fixated on Mark. Employing the technique of flight, he gracefully descended onto the arena, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Mark. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I never imagined that 300 years later, there would still exist a martial artist as formidable as you, young one. Do you know the Demon Seal Wave? Mark restrained his aura, revealing a combat power barely exceeding 200. Yet, even this modest display was sufficient to capture King Piccolo's interest. After all, many martial artists on Earth were heirs to generations of martial traditions. The very rogue who had sealed them away could potentially be connected to this young man. If any among them possessed the Demon Seal Wave, it would undoubtedly be intolerable for the king. Chapter 25, King Piccolo. Gazing at the aged first generation of Piccolo before him, Mark's mind was a tumult of thoughts. This adversary was indeed troublesome to handle, for his fate was entwined with that of the deities. Should he slay him outright, the deities would perish, and the Dragon Balls would vanish. Most critically, once this being was dead, the future caretaker of the Sun family would cease to exist. Frankly, this dilemma left Mark somewhat perplexed. Lost in thought, he stood unmoving, which King Piccolo interpreted as blatant disrespect. Boy, I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? The elder's voice was steeped in a menacing undertone. In his heart, King Piccolo had already condemned Mark to death. Don't bother me. Just stand there and keep silent. If faced with Vegeta or Frieza, Mark would undoubtedly feign submission. Yet the issue was that this was merely the aged Piccolo, possessing a combat power of around 200. With such meager strength, even Krillin or Yamcha could easily subdue him. Mark's sudden outburst left the wrinkles on King Piccolo's face smoothed with fury. Damn it, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Go to hell. This is impossible. With a swift rush, the great demon King Piccolo lunged toward Mark with astonishing speed, his claw aimed directly at Mark's head, intent on taking the life of this curly-haired fool. However, Mark simply pointed a finger, striking directly at the palm of Piccolo's hand. With a swift thrust of energy, his fingertip pierced through Piccolo's palm. The once arrogant Demon King, now realizing the gravity of the situation, clutched his hand in disbelief, shouting that it was impossible, and hastily retreated, creating a 10-meter gap between himself and Mark. A pitiful creature with a mere combat power of 203 dares to show off in front of me? Let me be clear, my current combat power stands at 2,605. In my eyes, you are no more significant than an ant. Regaining his composure, Mark advanced step by step toward the retreating Great Demon King, articulating the insurmountable chasm that separated them. In utter disbelief, Piccolo muttered incessantly that it was impossible. As Mark drew closer, Piccolo unleashed his most powerful attack, the Demon Flash. Unfortunately, this feeble attack, bolstered by such minimal combat power, failed to inflict any harm upon Mark. Already weakened, Piccolo was left utterly debilitated. This creature, with only a few days of life left to squander, now teetered on the brink of death. In a rush, Mark declared, "Consume this, and you shall become my servant. If you obey and serve me, I shall not hesitate to use the Dragon Balls to restore your youth." He tossed a senzu bean to Piccolo without divulging its effects. To Piccolo, such an act appeared as an attempt by Mark to control him, compelling him to consume the strange bean. The situation was dire, leaving Piccolo with no choice but to swallow the senzu bean, a sense of humiliation coursing through him. In an instant, a glimmer of light shone in Piccolo's eyes. This ISNT poison. Seemingly reading the thoughts of the old Piccolo, Mark scoffed. This is a senzu bean. Consuming it will restore your injuries and stamina. However, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Observing the resurgence of thoughts in the old Piccolo, Mark disdainfully offered a reminder. The once proud demon soon realized the gravity of his predicament and, with a bow, approached Mark, humbly declaring, "Master, Piccolo is willing to pledge my loyalty to you." Faced with overwhelming power, the great demon king chose to submit. This spectacle left many spectators utterly astounded. Below the arena, young Goku turned to Master Roshi, asking, "Grandpa Roshi, didn't you say he was terrifying?" The usually speechless Master Mateto found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Tin and Kaiatsu approached, somewhat shyly inquiring, "Master Mateto, I've heard stories about the Great Demon King. Are you certain this is indeed the Great Demon King?" Although he verbally renounced the Crane School, Tin did not express any feelings of betrayal towards his master and ancestors. Strictly speaking, the Crane Hermit remains his esteemed mentor, and addressing him as teacher is not unwarranted. Moreover, in this context, consulting Master Rashi seems entirely justified. Indeed, while King Piccolo has aged, his distinctive green skin, pink muscles, and the pair of antennae on his head remain unmistakable. I would never forget the terror he instilled in me, even under duress. At this juncture, Master Rashi sighed with a rueful smile. It appears that Mark is even more formidable than the Demon King. Who would have imagined that the illustrious King Piccolo would become Mr. Mark's servant? This revelation left Tien, well aware of Piccolo's prowess, murmuring to himself. With matters having reached this point, no one knew exactly what to say. Meanwhile, in the distant celestial temple, the deity breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Bobo, it seems Mark is indeed more powerful than he." Yet, the deity pondered the nature of Mark's character. If he were truly malevolent, Earth would likely face even graver calamities. Clad in a white robe, the deity suddenly felt a sense of uncertainty. Before Mark's emergence, there had never been a martial artist of such extraordinary caliber on Earth. Whether evil or righteous, Mark's very existence is an uncontrollable variable. As long as you do not eliminate King Piccolo, you need not perish. Mr. Bobo expressed his contentment. Aside from Mark, Krillin and Yamcha also possess commendable strength and should be capable of managing him. Furthermore, that young lad with the tail and the young man with 3 eyes seem to possess great potential. I believe you could summon them to the temple for training. Once their powers have grown, they could balance the anomaly that is Mark. Mr. Bobo shared his thoughts candidly. As the deity's attendant, Mr. Bobo had lived for many ages. He had been a servant long before the previous deity's time, having witnessed countless events, thus embodying great wisdom. However, the deity remained silent, continuing to observe the world below. By evening, the chaos on Papaya Island was finally subdued. The unfortunate Pilaf trio had been captured by Mark and appointed as his scientific advisors. With no salary, they were only guaranteed 3 meals a day and accommodation. In the blink of an eye, they went from rulers of half the world to Mark's employees. Such a drastic shift would take anyone a moment to process. Coincidentally, Mark required assistance in constructing a spherical spaceship. It would not do to trouble Dr. Brief too often. More importantly, Pilaf's expertise in the scientific realm was widely acknowledged. The fact that Mark could enlist his help without financial remuneration was an opportunity he could not overlook. As for Piccolo, he shall henceforth follow his own path, serving as his own diligent steward. The waves stirred by the demon King Piccolo had yet to fully rise before being quelled by Mark. Thus, it was time for everyone to part ways. Yamcha would accompany Bulma back to West City, while Goku and Krillin would return to the Kame House with Master Rashi. Tien and Kaiatsu would wander alone, having agreed to reconvene at the martial arts tournament in 3 years. Before departing, Mark approached Goku. "Goku, I would like to borrow the Dragon Ball for a while. I promise to return it personally to the Kame House soon." With a face full of anticipation, Mark gazed at Goku. Chapter 26, Temptation. To Goku, the 4-star Dragon Ball was merely a relic of his grandfather, Son Gohan. Regardless of the past or future, Goku would never rely on the Dragon Balls to alter his life. In a historical narrative familiar to Mark, even when married and facing financial difficulties, he never contemplated using the power of the Dragon Balls to enhance his quality of life. Confident in his ability to borrow the 4-star Dragon Ball, Mark smiled at Goku, awaiting his response. "All right, but I have one condition." Goku tilted his head thoughtfully, not turning down Mark's request. However, to Mark's surprise, Goku proposed an additional condition. Based on his understanding of Goku, he did not strike Mark as a greedy individual. Out of curiosity, Mark inquired, "What is it?" "As long as it's feasible, I will certainly agree." "Wonderful. I wish to train alongside you," Goku replied, referencing that peculiar place. Mark was somewhat taken aback by Goku's response, but upon reflection, he realized it was not an unreasonable request. According to the expected course of history, the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo had thrown the world into chaos. Goku had endured great hardships, ultimately surpassing his limits by drinking the super divine water and defeating the first iteration of Demon King Piccolo. However, to resurrect the deceased Master Rashi, Krillin, Kaiatsu, and others, he had resolutely sought assistance from the deities in the temple, remaining there for training. Now, Due to the chain reaction triggered by Mark's arrival, none of this had come to pass. Truth be told, Goku had not undergone any substantial training this time. Mark harbored a subtle unease regarding this outcome. He had a clear understanding of his own position in terms of power scaling within the Dragon Ball universe. Whether considering the present Goku or the future Goku, they were both T0 level beings. It was only in the future, alongside Vegeta, that they would assume the role of powerhouses. Mark had no desire to obtain Saiyan blood. It was fanciful to think he could rapidly elevate his combat prowess to match the extraordinary Saiyans. The future safety of Earth, and indeed the very stability of the seventh universe, ultimately depends on the valiant efforts of little Wukong. This spirited young warrior is, in every sense, a true martial enthusiast. Such a request is both unexpected and yet entirely within the realm of possibility. With thoughts swirling in his mind in an instant, Mark beamed a smile and responded, "Of course. Master Wuqian, you do not mind, do you?" He turned to the intrigued turtle hermit, who was observing their exchange with keen interest. After all, in a strict sense, little Wukong is part of the turtle school lineage. The opportunity for little Wukong to train with you is indeed a stroke of good fortune for him. I certainly do not mind. Master Wuqian has always maintained an open-minded approach regarding the boundaries of mentorship, and this occasion is no different. With Master Wuqian's approval, the matter was settled. Little Wukong retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball from his waist and handed it directly to Mark. With the Dragon Ball brought by the Demon King Piccolo, Mark now possessed 2 Dragon Balls. During this period, collecting Dragon Balls was not particularly arduous. He was confident that within a day or two, he would gather all of them. Of course, aiding the first generation of Piccolo in reclaiming his youth was not an urgent matter. Mark contemplated returning to South City first, as he had not visited in quite some time. Resolute in his decision, the group boarded Pilaf's colossal aircraft to journey back to South City. On board, Mark reclined comfortably in the skeletal throne once occupied by Piccolo, leisurely humming a tune. The aircraft was piloted by Ash and Little Dance, while the elderly Piccolo, Pilaf, and Piccolo's avian companion, Piano, stood shoulder to shoulder before Mark. Meanwhile, little Wukong was indulging in the abundant delicacies stored on the plane, utterly indifferent to the surrounding happenings. "Pilaf, I have a task for you. If you execute it well, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you dare to defy me, no matter how far you flee, rest assured, Mr. Satan will find you and end your life." Rising from the throne, Mark approached Pilaf, his tone deceptively gentle while delivering a chilling threat regarding his very existence. Unlike the Pilaf of history, who had witnessed the ruthless power of the Demon King Piccolo, the current Pilaf was blissfully unaware of the true extent of Piccolo's might. Naturally, without a suitable comparison, he also lacked an understanding of Mark's formidable capabilities. Though Pilaf appeared subservient, Mark remained oblivious to the true thoughts swirling in his mind. Nevertheless, Mark felt confident in managing this little imp. Upon presenting him with the design schematics for Frisia's spherical spacecraft, it was evident that Pilaf's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Such an advanced spaceship had never before graced Earth. It is no exaggeration to proclaim that this represents an opportunity capable of altering the course of Earth's developmental history. As a whimsical yet brilliant scientist, Pilaf immediately recognized the significance of the design blueprint before him. With astonishment, he gazed at Mark, his tone shifting to one of humility. "Great Mr. Satan, are you asking me to construct this spacecraft for you?" "Indeed, this blueprint was obtained through great toil. Pilaf, I am aware that your ambition is to dominate the world, yet there are countless individuals on Earth far more formidable than you. Perhaps you are unaware that wishing upon the dragon is bound by its capabilities. Thus, even if you were to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, your desire for world domination would be in vain. All along, Pilaf and his cohorts have been fixated on seizing the Dragon Balls to rule the world. However, due to Goku's recurring habit of keeping the 4-star Dragon Ball as a memento, Pilaf and his companions had never had the opportunity to fulfill their wishes over the years. Mark's reasoning was indeed sound, and now that the truth was revealed, Pilaf understood the validity of Mark's words. Bowing his head and feeling disheartened, Pilaf nodded silently, conveying his comprehension. Mark, noticing this, smiled, realizing that after delivering such a blow, he needed to instill hope. But do not despair. Earth is merely a speck in the vast cosmos. Once this spacecraft is constructed, our ambitions shall reach the stars and the sea. In the future, as long as you steadfastly follow me, Mr. Satan, conquering 1 or 2 planets will be but a trifle. He spread his hands, his words laced with temptation. Standing beside him, Old Piccolo wore a disdainful expression, clearly unimpressed by Mark's approach to garnering support. However, the first generation of Piccolo, who preferred resolving matters through force, could not grasp Pilaf's sentiments. Master, I, Pilaf, am willing to serve you. Chapter 27, Settling In. For Mark, if life were to pass by without excitement, it would indeed be a waste of his journey into the Dragon Ball universe. Prior to the emergence of the spherical spaceship blueprint, Mark had believed his life's turning point would commence years later upon Raditz' arrival on Earth. At present, he felt no motivation to further enhance his strength, having already secured dual championships. With 8 years remaining until Raditz' arrival, Mark envisioned a period of leisure. Yet, with the advent of the spacecraft, his desire for a more exhilarating life grew stronger. Compared to the mundane existence on Earth, he longed to venture into the cosmos. After all, the seventh universe harbored many formidable opponents. Only by continually encountering them could the system potentially yield endless rewards. Thus, this spacecraft had become of paramount importance. In truth, had it not been for Pilaf's unanticipated arrival, Mark had planned to visit Dr. Brief in West City after a while. This would also provide an opportunity for collaboration with Dr. Brief to establish a company dedicated to the production of spacecraft. It is essential to understand that a civilization can only genuinely enjoy an abundance of material resources upon entering the interstellar age. Earth, situated on the periphery of the northern galaxy, is considered a rather barren locale. Nevertheless, even in such a desolate setting, countless material resources in space remain untapped. These resources, including various metallic ores, gold, diamonds, and natural gas, could fetch a handsome price on Earth. The profits from interstellar resources far exceed those from any boxing match. Or so Mark had to concede, revealing his own avarice and mundanity. Now that Pilaf had pledged allegiance to him, this revenue could be entirely monopolized by Mark. Papaya Island is not far from South City. Every hour, a plane lands in the villa's courtyard. Having feasted to his heart's content on the flight, the little monkey's son, Wukong, immediately expressed his eagerness to train. His defeat by Krillin in the semifinals had left him somewhat disheartened. After 3 years of arduous training, he returned only to discover that he lagged behind by 2 generations in terms of progress. Little son Wukong could hardly contain his impatience. As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, Mark was well aware of son Wukong's temperament. After instructing his assistant to tidy up a corner of the villa's courtyard, he promptly set up a gravity training chamber there. Mark personally guided son Wukong to familiarize him with the environment of the gravity training room. In the following days, Mark had numerous matters to attend to and could hardly spare any time to train with son Wukong. Thus, he could only impart the knowledge of operating the gravity simulation device to him. It took an entire night for Mark to teach son Wukong how to manipulate the gravity simulator. Next, Mark needed to settle Pilaf and his companions, establishing a technology company to provide them with a space for research and spacecraft manufacturing. Only after that would he seek the Dragon Balls to assist the original Piccolo in reclaiming his youth. The original Demon King, Piccolo, certainly could not be killed. His demise would also mean the end of the Guardian. If the Guardian ceased to exist, so too would the Dragon Balls on Earth. At this stage, the existence of the Dragon Balls was still necessary. Thus Piccolo the Demon King could not be allowed to age prematurely. Unlike the ascetic Guardian, Piccolo, although originally the same entity, had exhausted an excessive amount of his vitality. The demon warriors he expelled had consumed a significant portion of his life force. It is precisely for this reason that the lifespan of the original Piccolo is far shorter than that of the Guardian. Moreover, the deities possess a longevity that surpasses that of the ordinary Namekians. Nonetheless, when juxtaposed with the divine beings, the first generation of Piccolo seems rather absurdly fictitious. Upon the return of a group from Papaya Island to South City, Mark inquired with the Demon King Piccolo regarding the whereabouts of Tambourine. The elder Piccolo, in a rare moment of honesty, stated that Tambourine had perished during the quest for the Dragon Balls, eliminated by another. In this regard, he did not deceive Mark. Utilizing his power detector, Mark discerned 2 energy signatures, each around 100, having engaged in combat at a considerable distance, with one party swiftly vanishing thereafter. On this matter, the Demon King Piccolo did not conceal the truth from Mark, fully aware of the detector's capabilities. Throughout their journey back to South City, Piccolo exhibited an unusual level of compliance, but Mark, well acquainted with the true nature of the Demon King, recognized the underlying rebellion brewing within him. Mark understood that his current actions merely served Piccolo's ultimate ambitions, as the demon bided his time, awaiting the opportunity to rise again. For the moment, Mark could only compel the first generation of Piccolo to submit through sheer force. With their methods akin to blood oaths or direct soul control found in fantasy tales, Mark would be free from the burden of fearing rebellion from this entity. Unfortunately, Mark lacked even the ability to perform the Demon Seal wave at present. He couldn't possibly ask Master Roshi to demonstrate it, only to resurrect him later with the Dragon Balls. Such a convoluted endeavor was impractical. After much contemplation, Mark resolved to keep the Demon King Piccolo close for the time being. In contrast to the malevolence of the original Piccolo, he preferred the more amiable second generation, often referred to as the caretaker of the Sun family. However, in order for the elder Piccolo to regain the vitality necessary to lay eggs, he first needed to restore his life force and youth. Mark contemplated emulating Goku's approach, instill despair in him, then deliberately create opportunities for him to reproduce. The specifics of this plan were not yet clear in Mark's mind. Nevertheless, there was no need to trouble Goku with accompanying him to collect the Dragon Balls. He could allow Goku to acclimate to the double gravity in the training room, and upon his return, impart the knowledge of energy control. He instructed his assistant to oversee Goku's daily life, alleviating Mark of any further concerns regarding the young warrior. The following morning, Mark, accompanied by Pilaf and his companions, ventured to the outskirts of South City. Overnight, the assistant Mark had secured an abandoned laboratory building for their purposes. Pilaf, this is the headquarters of Satan Technology. I will invest in constructing a fully equipped scientific laboratory, so you can focus on your research without any worries. As long as you assist me in its establishment, I, Mr. Satan, assure you that you shall always be among the elite. Mark remains quite intrigued by Pilaf. Although he may seem eccentric, his intellect is undeniably sharp. After replicating the design schematics of the spacecraft, he handed them over to him, eager to extract as much value as possible from his remaining capabilities. Mark's greatest concern is that once Pilaf realizes he cannot dominate Earth, he may lose the drive to pursue his ambitions. Fortunately, the grand vision Mark painted is quite substantial. After Pilaf meticulously examined the blueprints, he assured Mark that the project could be completed in 3 months. Mark was exceedingly pleased with this time frame. Chapter 28, A Chirobe. Someone has managed to kill Dambaran. I have a hunch as to who that might be. How intriguing. After settling Little Wukong and the others, Mark set off with Piccolo the first to search for the Dragon Balls. He retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, crafted by Pilaf, and instructed his avian companion to pilot the massive aircraft towards the vicinity where Dambaran met his demise, specifically to the location of the nearby Dragon Ball. Regarding Dambaran's death, even the Demon King Piccolo could not offer a coherent explanation. While he could communicate with Dambaran over vast distances, real-time surveillance of his subordinates was beyond his capabilities. Dambaran's combat power was approximately 120 points, making him nearly invulnerable to any ordinary martial artist. Not only was it improbable to kill him, but even escaping his grasp would be a formidable challenge. Piccolo was equally perplexed about who could have possibly slain Dambaran. However, Mark, being well-versed in the world of Dragon Balls, felt a sense of anticipation. After 5 hours of lengthy flight, Mark discovered the first Dragon Ball nestled within a dense forest. To be precise, it was the one-star Dragon Ball, currently adorning the neck of a rotund individual, a Chirobe. The moment he laid eyes on a Chirobe, the system options were immediately triggered. Option 1. Successfully persuade a Chirobe to lend the Dragon Ball. Reward: a spatial ring. Option 2. Trade with a Chirobe to acquire the Dragon Ball. Reward: a fruit from the spirit tree. Note: the spatial ring possesses a capacity of 101,010 in a different dimension and cannot store living beings. At last, the system is about to unleash its treasures. Mark was filled with excitement. Both options left him salivating with desire. The spatial ring, without a doubt, is an indispensable artifact for any home or journey. Of course, within the world of Dragon Balls, the existence of the universal capsule renders the spatial ring somewhat redundant. As for the spirit tree fruit, it is nothing short of extraordinary. This rare treasure can transform an ordinary person's fate in the Dragon Ball realm, making it exceedingly precious. In the annals of history familiar to Mark, only the lower-ranked Saiyan warrior, Darius, had ever attained the fruit of the spirit tree. By devouring 2 such fruits, this individual experienced a meteoric rise in combat prowess, surpassing 300,000. With even a single fruit, Mark conservatively estimated that his own fighting strength could be elevated to around 20,000. A battle power of approximately 20,000 would afford him a preliminary level of self-defense within the cosmos. Undoubtedly, among the 2 options, Mark was resolute in his desire for the spirit tree fruit. However, complications soon arose. Opposite him, the figure of Akalob, who gripped the hilt of his katana tightly, was evidently brimming with hostility. Cough, cough. I am Mark, the strongest martial artist in the world. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Warrior? After considerable contemplation, Mark decided to commence the interaction by inquiring about Akalob's name. Do you wish to claim that orb? Akalob questioned, pointing with his pudgy finger at the Dragon Ball adorning Mark's chest, his gaze fixed warily upon every motion of Mark. No, no, no. Mark hastily waved his hand. I am a civilized individual and would never resort to thievery. The object you wear around your neck is called a Dragon Ball. There are a total of 7 in the world. Gather all 7, and you can summon the Eternal Dragon, granting a single wish. As you can see, this is my servant, who is on the brink of death. I seek to collect the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. In exchange, I am willing to trade with you. With that, Mark produced a magical bean from his bosom. He pointed his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that surged towards Akalob's avian companion. Boom! Mark controlled the force, leaving the attendant on the verge of collapse. This unexpected turn of events left Akalob momentarily bewildered. As you can see, this bird is now barely clinging to life. However, fear not. With just one magical bean, he will be restored to full health, Mark declared, moving directly to the side of the fallen attendant. He pried open the bird's beak and promptly tossed the magical bean inside. Moments later, as the bean was swallowed, the attendant's wounds healed instantaneously. Now, standing anew, the avian attendant was filled with fury, yet could only stand respectfully aside in the face of Mark's overwhelming presence. What do you think? I am willing to offer 5 magical beans in exchange for a borrow of your Dragon Ball. Would you be amenable to this? Mark inquired again, producing more magical beans from his garment. However, Mark's audacious actions were too outlandish. Akalob, far from relaxing his vigilance, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword even further. How could a villain such as you be trusted? If I were to hand over the Dragon Ball, what is to prevent you from seizing my magical beans instead? That would be a grave loss for me. With that, the katana was drawn, and Akalob, a seasoned warrior who had roamed the martial world, succinctly articulated the inherent flaw in this transaction. Considering the situation from a different perspective, Mark found no fault in the words of the rotund individual. Were he in the same position, he too would be skeptical of his opponent's honesty in trade. However, to label oneself as a villain was rather excessive. I must clarify that I'm not a bad person. Hey, please introduce yourself. Mark turned his head and harshly admonished the Great Demon King. Indeed, I am the Great Demon King, Piccolo. I wonder if you have heard my exploits? Casting a deep gaze at Mark, the Demon King sighed and proceeded to introduce himself to a Chirobe. Piccolo, the Great Demon King? That name rings somewhat familiar. Wait, you claim to be Piccolo, the Great Demon King, the very one who ruled the world 300 years ago? A Chirobe was aware of the Great Demon King. Legends about him still circulated in this world, though the number of those who knew of him had dwindled. You dare to say you're not a villain? With the Great Demon King as your servant, you must surely be a nefarious tyrant. A Chirobe's temper flared as he raised his sword. Just 2 days prior, this fellow was not my servant, yet he attempted to seize the Dragon Balls from me. Only after being swayed by my charismatic presence did he become my subordinate. As for that Birdman, he is his attendant, a member of the demon race, perfectly suited to verify the quality of our trade goods. So, a Chirobe, will you engage in trade with me? Or do you plan to have me extract a Dragon Ball from your lifeless body? After a lengthy explanation, Mark issued his ultimatum, laden with veiled threats. A Chirobe, oblivious to the truth of his character, was well understood by Mark. This individual was not one to exercise choice. He always recognized the tides of danger. As expected, in the blink of an eye, the previously righteous Chirobe removed the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. I can trade with you, but I do not want sins of beans. I wish to know how to acquire more. A Chirobe was not without his own cunning. In a calculated exchange, this fellow was quite astute. Ha, you live up to your reputation. I shall share this with you. Travel approximately 3,000 kilometers in that direction, and you will arrive at the sacred land of Korin. There lies the Korin Tower, and with your strength, you should be able to ascend to its peak in about half a day. Residing within the tower is the Korin sage, who cultivates the sins of beans. Mark, upon hearing the request from the fleshy Yasuo, could not help but chuckle. Chapter 29, A Surge in Power. The last time Mark departed from the Korin Tower, he had brought back over 200 sins of beans. Over the years, he had scarcely consumed any. The sins of beans were truly precious, far too valuable for reckless consumption. In the annals of history, the Korin sage lived for 800 years. He who diligently cultivated mystical beans almost every moment, amassed a staggering total of 70 to 80,000 beans. Unbeknownst to him, within just a few short years, they were entirely consumed by the gluttonous Akairobe as mere snacks. This time, having effortlessly subdued the formidable demon king Piccolo, Mark naively presumed that Akairobe would not reappear. Yet, to his astonishment, he encountered him again on the quest for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps it was fate. This rotund fellow remained impervious to the allure of the mystical beans in Mark's possession. After Mark elucidated the origin of the beans, an ephemeral silence enveloped them. Akairobe, being well-versed in the calamities wrought by the demon king Piccolo 3 centuries prior, presumably was also acquainted with the legends surrounding the sacred land of Korin. However, the rumors about the beans from the Korin sage were news to him. After a moment of contemplation, Akairobe weighed the single-star Dragon Ball in his hand. This artifact required 7 to fulfill a wish. Yet, the quandary was that he seemed to have no wishes to speak of. A wise man knows how to adapt. This small object had merely been fortuitously stumbled upon by him. Its presence had already led to 2 perilous encounters. Having vanquished the previous winged adversary had exhausted all his strength. Now, facing the daunting tasks of defeating Demon King Piccolo and the even more terrifying Mr. Satan was a Sisyphean endeavor. Exchanging a Dragon Ball for the beans seemed worthwhile to Akairobe. Very well, I consent to the exchange, he declared. However, his trepidation regarding Mark's potential for violence prompted him to hurl the Dragon Ball towards Mark as he swiftly retreated in the opposite direction. With a satisfying catch, Mark secured the single-star Dragon Ball, paying no heed to Akairobe's frantic escape. Should fate allow, they might cross paths again in the future. Meanwhile, the system notification resonating in Mark's mind swiftly captured his attention. Clutching the Dragon Ball in his left hand, a vibrant, red fruit from the Tree of Might materialized in his right. The first-generation Piccolo, who had been fixated on Mark, involuntarily shuddered at the sight of the mystical fruit. The Dragon Ball was already a familiar sight, but the Tree of Might fruit was extraordinary. As soon as it appeared, an enchanting aroma emanated from Mark's palm. Wafting through the air, were it merely an ordinary fruit, even the most exquisite fragrance would not have impressed the Demon King Piccolo. However, the Tree of Might fruit was a miraculous product, born from the vitality of a life-sustaining planet. Just by inhaling its scent, Piccolo felt a rejuvenating sensation coursing through his body. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure utterly beyond his reach. At the moment of judgment, King Piccolo's gaze fixated intently on the Spirit Tree's fruit. This fruit, known as the Spirit Tree's fruit, could indeed prolong one's lifespan, albeit with rather modest effects. Rest assured, as long as you serve me faithfully, you shall soon regain your youthful appearance. Such a splendid fruit of the Spirit Tree. It would be a waste for you to consume it in excess. King Piccolo, this fellow, is truly a traitor at heart. Should he consume this fruit, his combat prowess would likely surpass 20,000 in an instant. At that point, no one on Earth would be able to thwart his terrifying reign. To avert such a troublesome scenario, Mark wasted no time and directly bit into the Spirit Tree's fruit. As the delicious flesh and juice flowed into his stomach, he felt a refreshing liquid course through him. With each hearty bite, Mark devoured the Spirit Tree's fruit completely. As he keenly sensed the transformation within his body, Mark noticed his energy escalating rapidly. While he ascended swiftly, he simultaneously concealed this surge from view. Meanwhile, King Piccolo observed the peculiar phenomenon with a sense of bewilderment. Mark's energy spiked dramatically before curiously returning to a semblance of normalcy. This bizarre occurrence continued for several minutes before it finally ceased. To King Piccolo, it seemed that Mark's strength had increased slightly after consuming the fruit, yet not by much. In truth, Mark had barely managed to contain his true power after consuming the fruit. Ignoring King Piccolo's peculiar gaze, Mark summoned the system panel to check his status. Name Mark, age 16. Combat power, 27605. Martial arts, basic fist technique, solar fist key blast. Evaluation, a formidable force within the vast universe. His combat power surged from 2605 to 27605, indicating that with the consumption of a single Spirit Tree fruit, he had experienced a staggering increase of 25,000 points. Such a remarkable enhancement aligned closely with Mark's expectations. According to the history he was aware of, Dallas was merely a low-tier warrior, undoubtedly possessing a combat power below 2,000. After consuming the first Spirit Tree fruit, his power skyrocketed to nearly the threshold of 30,000. It was precisely this gain that inspired him to consider cultivating the spirit tree. Mark gazed silently at the remaining seed of the spirit tree fruit in his hand. The existence of a seed implied a possibility of nurturing a spirit tree. However, to yield fruit, one would need to find a planet teeming with vibrant life. The emergence of a single spirit tree would come at the cost of an entire civilization's demise. The cost of such actions is indeed exorbitant and exceedingly unethical. Upon realizing this, Mark hesitated not for a moment and hurled the fruit pit into the air. With a swift wave of energy, the pit was reduced to mere fragments. There exist myriad ways to enhance one's combat prowess, yet Mark had no desire to grow stronger through such means. Once liberated from his concerns, he turned with satisfaction to Lord Piccolo and proclaimed, "Let us proceed. We must search for the remaining Dragon Balls. I extend my congratulations to you, Piccolo. Soon you shall regain the vitality of your youth. However, take heed this time. Let us not entertain the notion of nurturing worthless beings like Dambalin, who cannot even best a mere fatso, and yet dares to call himself part of the demon race." With that, Mark ascended back to the aircraft that hovered in the sky. His words were utterly infuriating, causing Lord Piccolo to cast a shadowy glance at Mark's retreating figure. The avian attendant beside him hesitated, eventually whispering, "My lord, let him revel in his triumph for now. Once I reclaim my youth, I shall settle the score." A glint of malice flickered in Piccolo's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Once he assured himself that his moment of weakness had gone unnoticed by Mark, he too soared towards the colossal aircraft. Chapter 30. The Restoration of Youth. From Piccolo's perspective, his intentions were devoid of flaw. In the eyes of the elder Piccolo, his inability to match Mark stemmed fundamentally from the relentless passage of time. He placed all his hopes on the prospect of reclaiming his youth. When it came to assessing the situation, the first generation of Piccolo displayed commendable insight. In truth, Lord Piccolo was the product of a celestial being who, through rigorous cultivation, expelled the malevolent energies from within. After their separation, neither had undergone particularly arduous training in their youth. The rationale for this was simple. 3 centuries ago, they had existed in a state of absolute invincibility on Earth. A battle power of 200 to 300 was sufficient to obliterate all martial artists of their era. The pressure from external circumstances was virtually non-existent. Interestingly, neither of these individuals could be strictly categorized as martial enthusiasts. After ascending to divinity, the Celestial devoted the majority of his energies to mastering the role of a deity, while Piccolo channeled all his efforts into the pursuit of global domination. Lacking formidable adversaries akin to Goku, both were considered prodigies among the Namekians. Yet, in terms of combat capability, they remained far inferior to their kin residing on planet Namek. In fact, this predicament was not exclusive to them. In the days to come, a similar challenge would also manifest in Goku and the second generation of Piccolo. Prior to Raditz' arrival on Earth, the growth in combat power for both had been remarkably sluggish over the course of 5 years. Although Piccolo has developed the deadly magic light cannon, his combat power barely exceeds 1300. However, influenced by the invasion of Vegeta and Nappa, he managed to elevate his strength by over 3,000 points within a year. Subsequently, he even dared to confront Frieza on Namek. This clearly illustrates the significant impact external pressures can have on a martial artist. Currently, Piccolo's first generation finds himself in a state of cognitive dissonance. He perceives Mark as powerful, yet not invincible. At the very least, he believes that once he regains his youth, he will surely defeat him and redeem his past shame. It is indeed unfair to label Piccolo as a short-sighted frog in a well. Rather, he simply lacks an accurate reference point to gauge the disparity between them. During their previous battle, Mark had mentioned their respective combat powers, but without a frame of reference like those of lesser fighters. It becomes impossible to measure the true extent of their differences. Mark, possessing a godlike perspective, is fully aware of this situation, yet Piccolo, the one directly involved, remains oblivious. The following day, the Birdman attendant piloted the giant aircraft, commencing the quest for the Dragon Balls. The remaining 4 Dragon Balls were quickly gathered, with no one else having claimed them. On an unnamed plateau in the East District, the elder Piccolo discovered the final Dragon Ball amidst thick moss. "Mr. Satan, this is the last Dragon Ball." Upon witnessing Piccolo's collection of the final Dragon Ball, Mark floated down from the aircraft. The elder Piccolo, still needing to endure some humiliation, respectfully presented the last Dragon Ball to Mark. "You've worked hard, Piccolo the Demon King," observing the diligent portrayal of a loyal servant. Mark jested, "Are you anxious? What do you plan to do once you regain your youth? Any thoughts of revenge against me?" Casually tossing the 7 Dragon Balls onto the ground, Mark paid no heed to the astonishment on Piccolo, the Demon King's face. "Arise, Eternal Dragon!" With a hum and a roar, the 7 Dragon Balls, lying quietly on the ground, began to shimmer with an unusual light. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously. Upon Mark's invocation of the Eternal Dragon, a golden light surged upward, revealing the dragon adorned with green scales in a breathtaking manner before the trio. "State your wish. I shall grant any desire you hold." The dragon loomed above, gazing down upon Mark and the others, its voice echoing with an aura of mystery. Before Mark could speak, Piccolo the Demon King, standing behind him, eagerly shouted, "Please restore my youth. I beg of you." In Piccolo's heart, he has always believed that Mark's intention in collecting the Dragon Balls to restore his youth was insincere. He surely harbors other aspirations he wishes to fulfill. Preempting Mark's utterance, the wish was a scheme that King Piccolo had long since devised. Now, everything is set in motion. "Very well, your wish is quite simple." Upon the dragon's declaration, it immediately commenced to grant King Piccolo's desire. Almost simultaneously, the wrinkles upon King Piccolo's visage vanished swiftly. His previously withered muscles once again swelled with vigor. The aura emanating from within him distinctly expanded. Haha, a combat power of 261 points. Mark, who had been intently observing the fluctuations of the combat power detector, promptly announced the latest combat power of King Piccolo. Prior to this, the old Piccolo had just surpassed the threshold of 200 points. After reclaiming his youth, this creature's combat power surged directly to 261 points. Though it still paled in comparison to his own, this transformation was monumental for King Piccolo. Youth. I feel the resurgence of youthful vigor. Ha ha ha. Perish dragon. When it comes to betrayal, King Piccolo is undoubtedly a master. After a cacophonous laughter, he unleashed an energy sphere aimed at silencing the dragon. Foreseeing his nefarious intent, Mark did not remain passive. With a mere flick of his fingers, the energy sphere was deftly deflected. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Sensing his narrow escape from death, the dragon uttered its scripted farewell before vanishing from sight. Mark, prepared for this moment, instantly materialized before the 4-star Dragon Ball and grasped it tightly. This had been borrowed from little Goku and must be returned. The Dragon Balls scattered into the sky, which returned to its original clarity. Suspended in midair, Mark tucked the now-stone 4-star Dragon Ball into his cloak. Whoosh! Boom! The rejuvenated King Piccolo remained silent, placing his hands together as he unleashed a devastating demon flash toward Mark. Unfazed, Mark stood his ground, and the demon flash struck him squarely, enveloping the area in smoke and dust. Did you miscalculate, you fool? The demon flash, unleashed with all my might, would obliterate anyone caught within its grasp. You deserve this fate, you scoundrel, for daring to enslave me. These past few days have been the most arduous of King Piccolo's existence. To describe it as living in slow agony would be an understatement. Now, having preempted Mark to make his wish, he successfully reclaimed his youth. Seizing the opportunity presented by Mark's lapse, he executed a successful ambush. This series of triumphs inflated King Piccolo's confidence once more. Yet, it is evident that he remains oblivious to a fundamental law within the Dragon Ball universe. Where there is smoke, there is no harm. You truly cannot endure even a moment, can you? The smoke was largely dispersed by the gentle breeze, yet Mark's figure remained proudly suspended in midair. A mocking voice echoed, freezing King Piccolo's celebratory gestures in place. Chapter 31. The Egg. King Piccolo's rebellion had long been anticipated by Mark. Had it not been for the temporary inability to seal him, Mark would not have been compelled to take him as a servant. However, this fellow truly was one who would not heed the call of courtesy and would only respond to coercion, without showing him the consequences. He remained oblivious to who truly held the power. Gently descending to the ground, Mark gazed with a smile at the flustered King Piccolo. He stepped forward, inching closer to him. Just as he was about to speak, a system option materialized before him. Option 1. Persuade him with virtue. Convincing King Piccolo to return to the fold. Reward. Divine technique. Ultimate freedom skill. Option 2. Conquer him with strength, compelling King Piccolo to submit through overwhelming force. Reward. 500 points of combat power. Option 3. Eliminate King Piccolo. Reward. 1 resurrection armor. Option 4. Force King Piccolo to lay an egg. Successfully nurturing the next generation of Piccolo. Reward. Martial technique, King's Fist. Note: resurrection armor is a special equipment. When the wearer dies, it activates a resurrection attribute. Consumable item. Suddenly, 4 options emerged, catching Mark off guard. Over the years of observation, Mark had discerned the circumstances that triggered the system options. They would either appear during battles with formidable opponents or emerge when events affecting historical development unfolded. They did not manifest every time before confrontation. It was akin to when Mark trained alongside Krillin and Yamcha. The three would engage in sparring sessions intermittently, during which the system options would not appear. However, when Mark fought them at the martial arts tournament, the system would manifest, presenting various choices along with their corresponding rewards. Additionally, options would arise during moments capable of altering the course of history. Now, Mark had initially intended to teach King Piccolo a lesson. The historical mission of King Piccolo encompassed 2 main aspects. Firstly, he trained the young Goku, leading to the emergence of celestial beings like Mr. Popo. This aspect had already changed due to Mark's influence. Goku would receive training from Mark that would yield results even more profound than those achieved under the tutelage of the celestial beings. Secondly, King Piccolo would eventually give rise to a progeny that would impact the historical trajectory. In essence, should Mark take action against King Piccolo now, he would directly seize both scenarios. Hence, the simultaneous appearance of 4 options. Among these choices, the reward for the first option was the ultimate freedom skill. Setting aside the fact that Mark's combat power is currently less than 30,000, even if he were granted the mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique, he would be unable to unleash its full potential. The mere difficulty of the options presented speaks volumes. Could the malevolent King Piccolo truly be swayed by virtue? This particular choice was instantly dismissed by Mark in his mind. The second option, to subdue him through martial prowess, appeared to be the simplest route. If Mark were to strike with such force that King Piccolo would not recognize his own mother, he would undoubtedly secure the reward. Yet, the reward was rather paltry. Merely 500 points of combat power, a sum that Mark currently deemed beneath his notice. Thus, the only viable options for Mark's present predicament were the third and fourth choices. The third option entailed directly eliminating King Piccolo, yielding a single-use revival armor as a reward. This piece of equipment, while unique, would vanish upon use. In other words, slaying King Piccolo would lead to the disappearance of the Dragon Balls on Earth, rendering them useless. However, even if the Dragon Balls were to persist, they could only resurrect a person once. Hence, acquiring the revival armor would not significantly impact Mark. Nonetheless, the Dragon Balls serve purposes beyond mere resurrection, making such a decision ultimately counterproductive. In truth, among the 4 options presented by the system, the one most suited to Mark's circumstances was the last, to force King Piccolo to lay an egg and thus cultivate a caretaker version of Piccolo. The reward for this endeavor was exceedingly enticing, the Kaioken technique. Mark quickly devised a plan in his mind for how to compel King Piccolo to lay an egg. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he silently advanced toward Piccolo. You, who persist in your nefarious ways, are a calamity that must be eradicated. Prepare to meet your end, scoundrel. With a single hand pressed against King Piccolo's chest, Mark's actions took the Demon King by surprise. Desperately grasping Mark's outstretched hand, King Piccolo pleaded, "Lord Satan, I momentarily lost my senses. Please grant me another chance. I vow to serve you faithfully and never betray you again." With a thud, King Piccolo promptly knelt, adopting a subservient posture. Mark watched with keen interest as he acted out this charade. The system hasn't even hinted that I've mastered the Ultra Instinct technique. Yet here you are, try to deceive me. Cease your struggles and accept the judgment of fate. Piccolo, Mark declared, and with those words, energy surged from his palm. A powerful energy wave pierced through King Piccolo's chest in an instant, inflicting a wound comparable to that caused by Goku's signature technique in history. Alas, the only method Mark could conceive to compel Piccolo to lay an egg was this one. Casting a disdainful glance at the faltering King Piccolo, Mark scoffed, "You may as well perish in silence, reflecting upon the sins of your wretched existence before your demise." After a final look at the piano, the avian servant of King Piccolo, Mark refrained from delivering a fatal blow. With a swift whoosh, he took to the skies, disappearing from sight in an instant. Cough, cough. "You despicable scoundrel. Do you truly believe that this will eradicate my kind?" he exclaimed with a derisive laugh. Gathering all his vital energy, the first generation of King Piccolo opened his mouth wide, expelling a single egg. Gasping for breath after laying the egg, he addressed the piano a short distance away. "This is my offspring and my reincarnation. You must assist in its upbringing. One day let it avenge me." With the last utterance of malice, King Piccolo finally drew his last breath. "My lord, I shall ensure the young master is well cared for. Fear not, for one day he shall avenge you. The avian piano remained ever loyal, observing the imminent hatching of the second generation of King Piccolo. It knelt beside the first generation to pledge its allegiance. However, before the heartfelt vow could be completed, a wave of energy pierced through its chest. How ludicrous! You wish to dedicate yourself before even passing? You should perish first. After a brief flight and receiving a notification of task completion from the system, Mark returned to the scene. Just in time, he witnessed the poignant moment as the old Piccolo took his last breath while entrusting his legacy. The presence of this avian creature was more of a nuisance than anything. Mark had no intention of keeping it around. Casting a glance at the soon-to-hatch second generation of Piccolo, he turned and departed without hesitation. Let it develop on its own, he thought. Mark had no desire to personally nurture the second generation of Piccolo, having spent several days away, despite the squandered opportunity to summon the dragon for a wish. The experience had allowed him to summon the Sun family caretaker and learn the Kaioken technique. Ultimately, it was not a loss. Moments later, Mark returned to his villa in the southern capital. Chapter 32. Gaining fame. Aisha, why are there so many people at the door? Upon returning to the villa and indulging in a lavish dinner, Mark curiously inquired of his assistant. Having flown at high speed, he had not entered through the main entrance of the villa. Nevertheless, he clearly noticed the assembly of over 100 individuals at the entrance. Madame Aisha was a private assistant hired by Mark. A divorced woman in her 30s, she also had a 7-year-old daughter named Bisha. Mark swore on his conscience that he had not employed Aisha merely for her alluring figure. Her work ethic was truly exceptional. In the past 2 years, with Mark often away from home, she had managed both the villa and the martial arts training hall with impeccable organization. Aisha succinctly explained the reason behind the crowd that had gathered outside. Mr. Satan, it appears that many individuals are ardent admirers of yours, with numerous individuals eager to seek your tutelage. The proprietor of the Satan City Martial Arts Hall, Baka, has expressed a desire to meet with you. At this juncture, Aisha paused to smooth her hair, which had fallen delicately at her temple, and continued, it seems he is contemplating the transfer of the martial arts venue, as he has been under considerable pressure lately. Furthermore, you ought to be apprised of these circumstances. As she spoke, Aisha meticulously arranged a series of documents upon the expansive dining table. In the world of Dragon Ball, Earth had yet to enter the epoch of mobile internet. Cloud storage was non-existent, and even USB drives were a rarity, with only the most archaic floppy disks in circulation. The majority of documents remained in physical form. Consequently, Mark, now a figure of considerable notoriety, found himself perusing these papers while dining. Having triumphantly secured victories in 2 major competitions, Mark had become a sensational figure on Earth. His influence within the martial arts community grew exponentially. Daily, the Satan City Martial Arts Hall witnessed an incessant influx of individuals eager to enroll. Baka, in truth, was somewhat inept. Initially, he welcomed all applicants without discrimination. However, the absence of Mr. Satan's guidance rendered it impossible for newcomers to receive the substantive training they sought. Over the past year, the reputation of the Satan City Martial Arts Hall had polarized significantly. Disillusioned students often congregated at Mr. Satan's villa, imploring him to accept them. Meanwhile, the number of individuals training in martial arts dwindled, while the ranks of those participating in competitions swelled, most of whom were drawn by the prospect of challenging Mr. Satan. On ordinary days, Baka reaped substantial profits, yet he faced incessant disturbances from challengers, many of whom were formidable individuals among the general populace, unwilling to accept defeat without a fight. These frequent disruptions were a source of great frustration for Baka. Aisha, could you kindly arrange a meeting with Baka for me tomorrow morning? Certainly. That is within my purview. Baka, lacking the requisite acumen, was incapable of managing the current situation. He sought to sell a portion of his shares, relinquishing ownership of the martial arts hall. After contemplating the potential profitability of this transaction, Mark requested Aisha's assistance in scheduling a meeting with Baka. With the business matters concluded, Aisha departed the dining room to attend to her other responsibilities. No sooner had she left than Goku burst into the dining area, ravenously devouring food with a fervor that rendered him oblivious to Mark seated at the opposite end of a lengthy table. Witnessing the Scion's dining habits, Mark found it akin to observing the mundane tasks of cleaning carpets or tending to livestock. Meanwhile, he continued to savor his steak, intrigued by Goku's enthusiastic feasting. After quite some time, as the mountain of food on the dining table dwindled, Goku noticed Mark on the other side, clutching a slice of cured ham. His mouth was smeared with remnants of his meal. Goku excitedly dashed over to Mark. Mark, you're back. How wonderful. Exclaiming at Mark's return, Goku took a hearty bite of the ham and, with his mouth full, continued, Nibuzi, voyage rin shioshing Zhenwuku. Goku, a lively and spirited individual, found it quite challenging to engage in solitary training within a confined space. In this regard, he stood in stark contrast to Prince Vegeta. Mark, aware of Goku's temperament, was not the least surprised by his complaints. Previously, he had merely shared methods for utilizing the gravity training chamber. Over the past few days, Goku had been adapting to the gravity training. Initially, the intensity could not be too high, so Mark had set the gravity at twice the normal level. However, Goku, still a child, was not particularly heavy. During his training with Master Roshi, he had already been able to sprint effortlessly while bearing the weight of a 40-kilogram turtle shell. Now, although the weight from double gravity was somewhat heavier than the turtle shell, it was not a significant challenge for Goku. In just a couple of days, Goku had already acclimatized to the double gravity in the training chamber. Confined to the training room all day, Goku was under the watchful eye of Lady Aisha regarding his studies. This monotonous routine naturally left Goku feeling rather bored. If Mark did not return soon, he was contemplating venturing out to locate this irresponsible missing person. Once you finish your meal, I will teach you how to control your energy. Once you learn to manage it, the subsequent training will become much simpler. You will merely need to adapt to increasingly greater levels of gravity. Mark pondered for a moment, realizing he had to discuss the martial arts arena with Baka the following morning. If Goku had to wait until the afternoon, he would surely become restless. Rather than prolonging his wait, it would be better to impart the method of energy control to him now. This technique, learned through divine instruction, would take Goku quite some time to master, given his innate talent. In truth, the best way to learn energy control is through practical experience. This notion had been validated by Vegeta in the annals of history known to Mark. Vegeta's comprehension was not necessarily superior to Goku's. Yet after battling the warriors from Earth for several hours, he could barely grasp the method of energy control. Upon returning to Frieza's base and healing his injuries, he fully mastered it in just a few days. The difference in comprehension between the two was not absolute. Otherwise, Goku, a lower-ranked warrior, would not consistently surpass Vegeta in the future. To be precise, progress is indeed excruciatingly slow in the absence of external pressures. Mark felt that since he had altered the course of history by preventing the fateful battle between Goku and Piccolo, it was highly probable that Goku would miss the opportunity to receive guidance from the deities. This particular lesson would necessitate his own personal rectification. After all, even with a combat power nearing 30,000, he was but a small fry in the vast universe. The safety of Earth would ultimately rely on Goku's intervention. The prospect of becoming Goku's master filled Mark with immense excitement. Equally exhilarated was the inquisitive young Goku. Chapter 33. Instruction. With Mark's arrangements laid out, Goku had little appetite for food. Having only partially satisfied his hunger, he eagerly tugged at Mark, pulling him towards the courtyard. Such an innocent heart in young Goku was something Mark could not decline. Reluctantly, yet willingly, he followed the boy into the training room. Upon entering, Mark adjusted the gravity to normal levels and tossed 2 cushions onto the floor, gesturing for Goku to sit. Uncertain of the need to practice seated, Goku hesitantly complied. First, we must understand what ki is. Once they were settled, Mark extended a finger and concentrated the ki within his body to the tip. Initially, only a faint glimmer emanated from his fingertip. Goku was capable of achieving this effect himself and saw no merit in it. However, as Mark infused more ki, the pressure on Goku became increasingly palpable. Eventually, the restrained power at Mark's fingertip stirred up fierce winds within the training room. Even Goku, feeling the weight of this force, had to rise and shield himself with his arms. Observing Goku's struggle, Mark gradually diminished the concentration of ki. Dodo wave. With the energy reduced to a minimum, Mark pointed directly at Goku. The Dodo wave unleashed by Mark was far swifter than that cast by Dumpling. Goku had no time to react and was struck squarely in the chest. Yet, as the dust settled, he emerged unscathed, for Mark had expertly controlled the intensity. I know you have battled with Tao Pai Pai and have been struck by his Dodo wave. While both are Dodo waves, mine could obliterate a city, yet leave you entirely unharmed. This illustrates a rudimentary application of ki control. In truth, you too can master such manipulation. However, while you possess the ability, you lack understanding of the underlying principles. Every individual possesses ki within them, though it varies in magnitude and strength. Goku remained silent, fully engrossed in Mark's exposition on the essence of ki. Mark, in turn, generously shared his knowledge, gradually elucidating the fundamental principles of ki. In truth, whether it be the youthful Goku, the young Krillin, Yamcha, or Tien, their presence far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. Master Roshi refers to them as beings who transcend the norm, succinctly termed as superhumans. In reality, whether within the vast cosmos or in the training philosophies of the Namekians, the current phase of Goku and his companions is merely an accumulation of their energy. Before the destruction of planet Vegeta, the Saiyan training method revolved around enduring blows and delivering them in return. This not only enhanced their resilience to impact, but also fortified their physical strength. The more robust the body, the greater the energy it can endure, thereby naturally augmenting their combat prowess. In contrast, other extraterrestrial civilizations flourishing in martial arts employ a more nuanced application of energy. Not every civilization possesses the collective strength akin to that of the Saiyans. On a civilized planet, absent external influences, the combat power of an average individual typically hovers around 10 to 20 points. This is the norm, particularly on planets rooted in primitive societies or feudal eras. Conversely, on planets where technological advancement is paramount, the inherent combat strength of civilized beings may be even lower. Some civilizations may even fall short of Earth's inhabitants in terms of combat power. Nevertheless, they manage to invent various technological weapons to enhance their might. At present, Earth finds itself in a transitional phase, shifting from a period of martial prowess to one of technological advancement. Take Dr. Gero as an example. This individual created a series of androids whose combat capabilities evolved from mere dozens to levels that rival those of Super Saiyans. Such technological prowess, if harnessed appropriately, could render humanity immensely powerful. However, the challenge lies in the fact that many technological civilizations struggle to effectively manage the products of their innovations. As a notable figure once stated, "What others lack, one should possess." Thus, within the seventh universe, dominance is still held by individuals primarily focused on self-cultivation. Figures such as Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and Majin Buu exemplify this notion. Consequently, many planetary civilizations possess formidable warriors to varying degrees. Generally speaking, a planet lacking inhabitants with combat power exceeding 1,000 is classified as a low-tier planet. In Earth's past, even with the presence of King Piccolo, no individual surpassed the 1,000 combat power threshold. This is why it was deemed by the Saiyans and the Frieza Force as a remote, low-value planet. Conversely, planets harboring beings with combat power in the range of 1,000 to 10,000 are categorized as mid-tier planets. Such worlds, while perhaps incapable of launching invasions, are typically not easily susceptible to being conquered themselves. In fact, even within Frieza's army, those with combat power exceeding 1,500 can ascend to the rank of squad leader. The first form of Frieza, boasting a staggering combat power of 530,000, is flanked by formidable allies like Dodoria and Zarbon, whose powers only range between 20 to 30,000. This illustrates that even Frieza's legion finds it challenging to conquer a planet of moderate strength. On such a planet, there exist beings with combat prowess exceeding 10,000. Once such a civilization enters the interstellar era, it becomes a veritable nightmare for its neighboring worlds. Much like the Saiyans, who, despite having individuals of significantly lower combat abilities, such as Vegeta's younger brother Dabir, who was born nearly on par with Kakarot, still managed to maintain over a dozen warriors with combat power surpassing 10,000 within a population of only a few 100,000. Training such inherently powerful races is remarkably straightforward and brutal. It consists simply of enduring blows and delivering them in return. However, in the majority of civilizations, the pursuit of martial arts development focuses on inflicting maximum damage with minimal energy expenditure. Thus, the concept of ki control emerged. The method imparted to Mark for controlling ki is derived from the techniques of the Namekians. Strictly speaking, it is even slightly superior to the methods employed by the deities themselves. After all, the deity possesses only the memories stored within his mind on Earth, without the means to practice with companions. Comparatively, within the Namekians, the combat genius Nera has a combat power of 42,000, while the deity barely registers a few hundred. Therefore, the ki control technique that Mark imparts to young Goku is significantly refined. After a night of contemplation, the preliminary situation has become clear. Mark instructs young Goku to meditate in solitude, striving to sense the presence of ki. If Goku does not make progress within a few days, Mark will then attempt to employ Vegeta's method of ki mastery. As dawn breaks after a simple breakfast, Mark and young Goku proceed to the reception room to meet Master Baka. Chapter 34, Satan Martial Arts School. In the early morning, a light drizzle falls over Southern City. The crowd that had been lurking outside the villa has vanished. Mark stands in the reception room on the third floor of the villa, watching as Master Baka's vehicle enters the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Madame Aisha calls to inquire if Mark is available for a meeting. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Madame Aisha escorts Master Baka into Mark's reception room. Thank you for your efforts, Madame Aisha. Master Baka, please make yourself comfortable. Holding 2 glasses of fruit wine, Mark casually hands one to Baka. Old Baka, not giving it much thought, takes the glass, sniffs it, and drinks it in one gulp. As the fruit wine warms him, the chill brought by the rainy season gradually dissipates. Mr. Satan, you have finally returned. To be honest, if you had not come back, I would not have known what to do. The atmosphere was charged, and the owner of the Baka dojo began to lament in front of Mark. Aware that Baka had come to discuss matters concerning the Satan City martial arts arena, Mark did not beat around the bush and directly inquired. Madame Aisha has informed me of your current predicament. Do you truly wish to sell the remaining shares of the dojo? Indeed, I wish to retain merely 10% of the shares, while selling the remaining 70% to you. I hope you can acquire them at the current market price. Old Baka, unable to sustain the dojo alone, was eager to divest, yet reluctant to let go. The reasoning behind this was quite simple. Unlike 3 years ago, before Mark joined the dojo, the martial arts arena had transformed into a veritable cash cow. Every day, countless students rushed in, eager to part with their money, and it was impossible to halt the influx. However, accepting this money meant that the students would not be learning genuine martial skills, leading to inevitable dissatisfaction. For ordinary individuals, dissatisfaction might result in complaints to the relevant authorities in Nandu, or at worst, a few curses at the entrance. But for martial artists, discontent could truly lead them to dismantle the dojo. Mark had previously employed coercive methods to seize 20% of the dojo's shares. At that time, Mark was still relatively unknown, and Baka could still manage to cooperate with him. During his time at the dojo, Mark occasionally appeared during the day to teach students some fundamental techniques. When genuine threats arose in the evenings, Mark could resolve them in a heartbeat. In the past 2 years, Mark had been cultivating alongside Bulma, Yamcha, and Krillin in West City. Meanwhile, in Nandu, he had adopted a hands-off approach. Yet, with the lingering influence of Mark, the operations of Satan City had managed to continue functioning normally. Recently, Mark had won the championship at the world's #1 martial arts tournament and dealt with the menace of the Demon King Piccolo. As a result, he had become an immensely popular superstar within the martial arts community. Beyond the realm of martial arts, his fame had also stirred considerable excitement in the media, entertainment, and even business sectors. Madame Aisha received numerous invitations daily from various media outlets and companies. They either sought to interview Mr. Satan or wished to invite him as a spokesperson. Many entertainment programs were eager to have Mark participate, while ordinary martial artists were preoccupied with their training. They hardly had time to engage with such matters. However, Mark was different. Even without rigorous training, he had already reached the pinnacle of success. Balancing cultivation with the pursuit of wealth was Mark's philosophy of martial arts. This was something Mark understood well, as did Baka. If Mark were to be lured away by these distractions, Satan City would likely regress swiftly to its former state. Baka was aging. He could no longer endure such turmoil. Baka, you know as well as I do that given my current standing, I could easily find more lucrative ventures. At the dojo in Satan City, the earnings are merely meager, hard-earned money, making it an utter waste of my time. Naturally, consider my nickname, Mr. Satan, and the fact that this dojo marks the inception of my professional journey, I might contemplate an acquisition. However, it certainly will not be at the current market price. On one hand, I lack the liquid assets for such extravagance. On the other, it hardly warrants a significant investment. Frankly speaking, if I were to acquire it at market value, why not simply establish a new dojo instead? It would be far more convenient. Mark took a sip of fruit wine, smiling as he laid his thoughts bare. In truth, Mark harbored a tinge of interest in acquiring the dojo within the realm of martial arts on Earth. Both Master Roshi's Turtle School and Master Crane's Crane School are esoteric factions that remain hidden from the public eye. They operate on a system that embraces only the most talented disciples. To put it simply, aspiring to join their ranks necessitates a certain foundational prowess in martial arts. Before little Goku became a disciple of Master Roshi, he trained under his grandfather, Son Gohan. Krillin, prior to his apprenticeship with Master Roshi, served as a novice monk at the Shaolin Temple. Yamcha, before seeking guidance from Master Roshi, had a stint as a formidable bandit in the desert. In essence, they were all prodigies among their peers. Upon joining the turtle school and commencing their training, their basic needs were managed by Master Roshi. However, delving deeper, the earnings from little Goku and Krillin's endeavors, such as delivering milk or laboring on construction sites, were also allocated for their sustenance. Nevertheless, given their considerable appetites, it was indeed a challenge for Master Roshi to support them alone. Why did Master Roshi suggest that little Goku embark on solo training after his first martial arts tournament? Quite simply, this fellow had an insatiable appetite. Master Roshi could hardly endure it. This predicament is precisely why both the Turtle School and the Crane School maintain a limited number of disciples. Consequently, the true essence of martial arts has remained relatively obscure. At this stage of his prowess, Mark naturally aspires to establish his own school and become a master in his own right. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that adopting the disciple mentoring approach of the Turtle School would fail to propagate the spirit of martial arts or enhance the overall strength of humanity on Earth. The most suitable approach would be to impart fundamental training methods. By merely enrolling students and charging tuition, it would effectively echo Mark's own sentiment. Reopening a dojo would suffice, without the necessity of investing exorbitant sums to acquire Satan City. Mark's argument struck a chord, leaving Baka momentarily speechless. Observing Baka, seated in silence on the sofa, Mark retrieved a proposal from his desk drawer and handed it to him. I commissioned Madame Aisha to conduct a market analysis. The assessed value of Satan City stands at 7 million zeni. With my 2% stake relinquished, that equates to 560,000 zeni. Now I present two solutions. The first involves your payment of 1 million Sony in exchange for my withdrawal from the City of Satan. The second option requires me to pay you 5 million Sony, granting me full ownership of all shares. You have no room for negotiation. Choose one. Over the years, Mark's dominance over 20 of the shares has already compensated for his involvement and even yielded surplus. Baka has also profited significantly. Now, he finds himself unable to manage alone, yet desires to linger in the dojo to reap rewards, something Mark will not permit. After a fierce internal struggle, Baka ultimately chooses to withdraw. Master Baka, you have made a commendable decision. When the Satan Dojo opens, I hope you will grace us with your presence. Upon signing, Mark warmly invites Baka to the inauguration of the Satan Dojo. Chapter 35, Apprenticeship. The martial arts hall of the City of Satan will henceforth be known as the Satan Dojo. Baka graciously declines Mark's invitation and does not attend the renaming ceremony. In truth, the so-called ceremony merely involves a change of the sign. Additionally, the octagonal cage will be dismantled, and the venue will undergo a complete renovation. The previously dubious boxing matches have been canceled by Mark. Although profitable, they tarnish his reputation. Understanding the importance of image, Mark believes that reputation far outweighs mere monetary gains. Moreover, once there are breakthroughs on Pilaf's side, wealth will become inconsequential to Mark. However, at present, he cannot do without these resources. Thus, to earn clean profits, Mark decides to remain in the southern city, overseeing the dojo. The dual champion, Mr. Satan, will establish the Satan Dojo. To enroll as a student, one must undergo a rigorous selection process arranged by Mark. Applicants cannot exceed the age of 16, primarily because Mark himself is only 16. It would be quite improper to accept a disciple older than himself. Previous martial arts experience is irrelevant. Mark values resilience and determination above all. In fact, as long as one can endure the basic training, anyone can elevate their combat capability to around 80 or 90. Yet, the majority falter due to weak willpower. Thus, Mark has set specific selection criteria. Each prospective student must undergo a 7-day trial before paying the exorbitant tuition fees. Those who endure this phase will be deemed qualified. Those who cannot will naturally withdraw. Lastly, character is paramount. This criterion is straightforward. Mark has borrowed the flying nimbus from Little Wukong. If you can leap onto it and remain seated, congratulations, you're qualified. If you fall, regrettably, you are eliminated. This aspect cannot be blamed on others or on talent. A person harboring malice before even reaching the age of 16 is simply unworthy. The guidance imparted only serves to endanger society. Should they succeed, their escalating abilities would pose an even greater threat. In truth, Mark is apprehensive that they may betray their mentors and forebears. Thus, with the assistance of Lady Aisha and Little Wukong, the enrollment regulations were successfully established. Everything progressed methodically, and time passed swiftly. In his leisure, Mark often practiced alongside Little Wukong. This fellow truly lives up to his reputation as a combat genius. After relentless training, He mastered the art of breath control in merely a few weeks. The remainder of his training consisted solely of rigorous practice within the gravity training chamber. On September 1st, 752 AJ, after more than 3 months of extensive renovations, the Satan Martial Arts Hall was officially inaugurated. While the fundamental architectural structure remained unchanged, the hall could now accommodate 300 practitioners simultaneously. The interior design exuded a modern technological ambience. Spanning 3 floors, the top level encompassed nearly 3,000 square meters, entirely dedicated to gravity training zones. With gravity levels ranging from 1 to 10 times Earth's gravity, 30 small gravity simulation devices were installed here. These devices were meticulously crafted by Pilaf during his spare time, driven by a desire for progress to assist Mark. Notably, Mark did not compel him to do so. The construction of the spacecraft proceeded remarkably smoothly, with the system's design blueprints being exceptionally user-friendly. It is worth mentioning that even a reasonably capable university student could replicate the designs with ease, given Pilaf's inherent genius. However, the real challenge lies not in the fabrication of the final product, but in comprehending the underlying technology, which is the primary focus of Pilaf's next phase of development. After completing the gravity simulation devices for the martial arts hall, Pilaf eagerly retreated to the laboratory for intensive study. Meanwhile, the hall, bolstered by advanced technology, initially fulfilled Mark's training outline requirements. The students would learn basic martial arts techniques, and excessive gravity levels were unnecessary for their training. Nevertheless, such a vast martial arts hall could not be overseen by Mark alone. Prior to the grand opening, he announced his intention to accept disciples. These disciples would eventually become instructors within the hall, assisting Mark in its management. In truth, Mark desired to avoid being tethered to the hall perpetually. Shortly after returning to the southern capital, he commenced the recruitment of students. Gradually, hundreds of individuals came forward to seek his mentorship. Ultimately, Mark accepted 15 disciples, among whom the 2 most gifted were named Karoni the Swift and Paloki the Strong. Karoni, with his golden hair, possessed far more handsome features than Mark, garnering the adoration of many young women, resembling a charming merman. Remarkably, he could even sit atop the flying Nimbus. Though his character was commendable, he did possess a somewhat inflated ego. Mark reluctantly accepted him as his first disciple. Paloki, weighing 260 kilograms, possessed an astonishing combat power of 49 points. Bolstered by his ample physique, it was evident that such a value was considerably high among ordinary martial artists. As for his temperament, well, when he leapt onto the Nimbus, the cloud was immediately compressed under his weight. Mark, perceiving his somewhat foolish demeanor, believed it was not a reflection of poor character, but rather an indication that the Nimbus was subjected to undue pressure. Thus, the exceptionally gifted Paloki became Mark's second disciple. For the remaining disciples, Mark refrained from assigning ranks. After 3 months of intensive training, only 7 out of the 15 persevered, each surpassing a combat power of 150 points. It was proven that Mark's gravity training method could indeed cultivate martial artists en masse. Remarkably, during this period, Little Wukong made even greater strides. Alas, Little Wukong's combat power surged to 783, a commendable increase. In just 3 months, his capabilities experienced a qualitative leap, leaving Mark, who monitored progress with a detector, in awe. Despite frequently attending interviews, participating in variety shows, shooting commercials, and engaging in social drinking, Mark devoted half of his time to rigorous training. Yet, his combat power barely exceeded 28,000 points, which he deemed insignificant in terms of martial arts achievements. Nevertheless, during this time, Mark had grown accustomed to 10 times the gravity and had fully mastered the Kaioken technique, now capable of enduring it at double intensity. In other words, his actual combat power had surpassed 50,000. Such prowess placed him second only to Captain Jinyu among the Jinyu Force. Despite possessing such formidable strength, Mark found himself stagnating on Earth, which troubled him greatly. Now that the martial arts school had officially opened, he only needed to make occasional appearances, while he planned to leave the remaining responsibilities to his 2 disciples. A few days later, Pilaf visited Mark's villa, delivering the most crucial resource for interstellar travel, energy. Apologies, Mr. Satan, but this blue crystal is exceedingly difficult to purify. However, this energy is sufficient for the ship to travel at full speed for an entire year. Considering that once we reach maximum acceleration, we can shut down the engines, this duration will be extended further. I have installed a computer program on the spaceship that will provide an early warning once the energy reaches the threshold required for the return journey. At that point, you need only to return. Pilaf explained meticulously, with his hands clasped together. Chapter 36, Blue Crystal. The energy that powers the spherical spaceship is not derived from conventional electricity. Through Pilaf's research, it has been revealed that this is an energy source hitherto unutilized on Earth. On the blueprints, this energy is referred to as blue sapphire energy, derived from unique energy released from natural lapis lazuli. This lapis lazuli, known on Earth, is an exceedingly rare gemstone, typically fashioned into exquisite jewelry, commanding a steep price. Most critically, the confirmed reserves of lapis lazuli on Earth are a mere 65 tons. The scarcity of this mineral poses a significant challenge. Therefore, in order to propel the spherical spacecraft and embark on a quest to explore mineral-rich planets abundant in lapis lazuli, it is imperative to act decisively. After attending Pilaf's enlightening lecture, Mark generously offered words of praise. However, aside from verbal accolades, no material rewards were bestowed upon him for his efforts. Pilaf had long grown accustomed to Mark's exploitative management style. Once the issues were clarified, the scientist, embodying the essence of a researcher, promptly returned to his laboratory. Left alone in the study of the villa, Mark contemplated the direction for future developments. In terms of personal prowess, Mark could remain comfortably secure on Earth for 7 or 8 years. Even with Vegeta's arrival, as long as he avoided allowing him to transform into a great ape, Mark was confident in his ability to defeat him. However, the implications of Earth's fragile ecosystem suggest that even if the butterfly flaps its wings, it cannot impact the other civilizations in the universe. In plain terms, Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, and others would still arrive on Earth at the historical junctures Mark was familiar with. Thus, during this protracted period, Mark would be confined to Earth, squandering those precious years from 16 to 24. This notion was difficult for him to accept. To instigate change, Mark needed to depart from Earth and venture into the cosmos. Such endeavors, however, cannot be rushed. After a night of contemplation, Mark summoned Madame Aisha, Little Goku, and his 2 disciples. Everyone, he announced, I will be delving solo into the primordial forest for training in the coming period. I entrust the dojo to your care. Entering the universe is a monumental task, and Mark preferred to keep this endeavor under wraps for the time being, resorting to the excuse of seclusion for cultivation. As a martial artist, such a retreat was not an unusual occurrence. The quartet, apart from Little Goku, expressed no dissent. Little Goku, however, wished to accompany Mark. Regrettably, the spherical spacecraft could only accommodate 1 passenger, and a limited supply of lapis lazuli fuel further necessitated Mark's refusal to his earnest request. Disheartened, Little Goku sulkily returned to the training room to continue his practice. On September 10th, 752 AJ, after meticulous preparations, Mark embarked alone on the spherical spacecraft, soaring into the cosmos under the watchful gaze of Pilaf and his companions. Without notifying anyone, Mark departed from Earth. Among his belongings, in addition to enough food and fresh water to last him a year, he carried a 6-star Dragon Ball. As long as he temporarily took 1 Dragon Ball away, Mark need not worry about any treachery from Pilaf. Even if there were, with Goku, Krillin, and others still on Earth, chaos was unlikely. Thus, Mark embarked on his solitary and protracted interstellar journey. Due to the lack of precise planetary coordinates, Mark was unable to enter a state of hibernation. He found himself idly gazing at the magnificent vistas of space outside his spacecraft. While the scenery was initially captivating, prolonged exposure dulled its allure. Consequently, he resorted to reading and listening to music to pass the time. 10 days later, on September 20th, in the North Galaxy, on Guru's star, a sudden beep resonated through the radar, alerting Mark to the detection of life forms. After half a day of adjustments, he swiftly navigated towards a verdant planet. Upon entering the planet's atmosphere, the spherical spacecraft generated a long tail of fire due to intense friction. To the horrified gaze of the inhabitants of Guru's star, it ultimately crashed to the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The violent eruption sent clouds of dust and debris into the air. Once the dust settled, Mark opened the hatch and emerged. Stretching his neck and cracking it, he felt an overwhelming discomfort from the 10 tedious days of travel. The air here is remarkably fresh. Oh, the inhabitants resemble dragonflies. They must belong to a high-oxygen insect civilization, Mark mused. Before his journey across the cosmos, he had been a diligent college student, despite his grades hovering around 60 to 62. Nevertheless, he had a profound appreciation for science fiction films and novels, and the situation on this planet seemed quite normal to him. Who are you? Why have you invaded our guru star? Hundreds of 3-meter-long dragonfly beings swiftly surrounded Mark. The leader, distinguished by its crimson hue, stood apart from the green-skinned dragonflies, reaching nearly 5 meters in length. Its mandibles vibrated, producing sounds that Mark could not comprehend. However, the combat power detector provided by his system successfully translated its message. Upon reviewing the translated information, Mark glanced at the combat power detector. Astonishingly, the leader's combat power reached 700. The remaining green dragonflies generally possess combat powers ranging from 70 to 100. Overall, the strongest individual on Guru Star boasted a combat power of 2,400. Strictly speaking, Guru Star could be classified as a planet of moderate capabilities. Yet, judging by their attire, it appeared they had not yet entered the era of interstellar civilization. As Mark beheld the weapons clutched in their hands, it became evident that they were crafted from wrought iron, a form of cold weaponry. Coughing lightly, he introduced himself as Mr. Satan, a traveler from the distant cosmos. Devoid of malice, Mark, unwilling to divulge information about Earth, resorted to vague expressions, which were evidently perfunctory. The gurus did not lower their guard. The standoff persisted for some time until a nearly 10-meter-tall guru with golden skin emerged. His arrival prompted all the gurus to retract their transparent wings. Greetings, adventurer from the universe. I am Guru, the leader of the gurus. We possess no treasures that you seek. I implore you to vacate Guru Star at once, for you are not welcome here. The guru leader, clearly seasoned in encounters with extraterrestrial beings, displayed an evident disdain for outsiders. However, having arrived, Mark was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. He retrieved a small piece of blue crystal from his possession and presented it to the guru leader. The moment Mark revealed this prized gem, a glimmer ignited in the leader's multifaceted eyes. You possess blue crystal? Exclaimed the leader. I have changed my mind. Surrender all your blue crystals, or I shall take your life. In an instant, the guru leader's demeanor shifted dramatically, his mandibles vibrating with fervor. His combat power surged explosively from 2,400 to 7,800 points. Oh, I did not anticipate that you gurus could conceal your true strength. How intriguing. Mark mused as a system prompt materialized before him. Chapter 37, Annihilation of a Race, Part 1. Option 1. Exterminate the malevolent civilization. The gurus. Reward. Immunity serum. Option 2. Pardon the gurus and fulfill their demands. Reward. Title of Cosmic Peace Ambassador. Note 1. Many planets harbor lethal viruses. The immunity serum, developed by the Galactic Patrol Organization, enhances the immune systems of carbon-based life forms, granting immunity against 9,997 biological viruses, bacteria, and fungi. Note 2. The title of Cosmic Peace Ambassador bestows a degree of goodwill from all extraterrestrial beings, encompassing benevolent, neutral, and malevolent entities. The emergence of the system options filled Mark with a sense of satisfaction, affirming that his departure from Earth had been a judicious choice. Yet, he now faced a pivotal decision. Eradicating the gurus was not particularly daunting. The total combat power detectable across Guru Star amounted to merely over 10,000 points. The mightiest among them, the guru leader, boasted a mere 7,800 points in combat power, insignificant in the grand scheme. The number of gurus was limited, with the detection apparatus revealing only a little over 10,000 energy signatures. The crux of his decision rested upon the rewards on offer. The title of Cosmic Peace Ambassador could significantly enhance Mark's favorability among extraterrestrial beings, while the immunity serum held immense utility for him at this juncture. After a moment of introspection, Mark vanished from his spot in an instant. His figure reappeared behind the golden dragonfly creature, unleashing the Super Kamehameha. Without a hint of mercy, Mark chose to strike. The Super Kamehameha was unleashed, and the leader of the gurus had no time to react before meeting his demise. In a heartbeat, the golden dragonfly was obliterated, and without hesitation, Mark employed his princely combat strategy. A torrential barrage of energy blasts rained down, enveloping the surroundings. The gurus, whose combat prowess barely reached the hundreds, were no match for Mark. Within a mere 5 minutes, silence fell over the battlefield. All the gurus, including the red dragonfly who had initially questioned Mark, were reduced to mere remnants. Green blood pooled together, staining the nearby stream a deep emerald hue. This was not Mark's first encounter with death. However, slaying hundreds in one fell swoop was a novel experience. That said, as he surveyed the battlefield, he felt no discomfort. The slaughter that transcended species bore little weight on his conscience, especially considering it was this very group that had attempted to extort him. As he scoured the battlefield, Mark discovered some blue crystal fragments among the remains of the golden dragonfly. The remaining spoils held negligible value. From this, Mark deduced that the gurus were not a wealthy civilization. No rewards had been issued. It seemed he must eradicate all the gurus to receive them. Fortunately, they lived in a communal society, saving him considerable time. After completing his search, Mark noted the absence of the system's reward notification. Muttering to himself, he activated the power detector. The device indicated that a majority of the gurus congregated at 3 specific coordinates. Mark surmised that these must be the locations of their cities. With a clear target in mind, he wasted no further time. Transforming his spacecraft into a capsule to carry, he took off from the ground, soaring swiftly toward the largest settlement. 10 minutes later, Mark hovered in midair, gazing at the verdant lake before him. At the lake's edge, resilient vine-like plants thrived. The dragonflies had constructed mud nests here. Occasionally, a dragonfly about a meter in size would leap from the water surface. Deactivating the power detector, Mark attempted to sense the auras around him. To his astonishment, he detected countless faint breaths beneath the lake. In other words, these subtle presences possessed combat power, even lower than that of an average human on Earth. No wonder the power detector had failed to register them. Mark estimated that the combat power represented by these auras was likely only a fraction, not even reaching a full unit of power. If he hadn't been attentive, he might have easily overlooked them. This posed a dilemma, and Mark furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, to acquire the system, it is imperative to eradicate this swarm of dragonfolk. Having already dispatched over 10,000 adult dragonfolk, the situation is manageable. However, lurking within the depths of the lake are billions of eggs and juvenile dragonfolk. The task of exterminating them entirely remains exceedingly formidable. The expansive Emerald Lake lies before me, surrounded by towering active volcanoes. Relying solely on Mark's strength to vanquish these creatures would consume an inordinate amount of time, a notion he cannot abide. Suspended in midair, Mark's gaze swept across the vicinity, ultimately resting on the nearby volcanoes. To obliterate all the ancient dragonfolk in one fell swoop. Harnessing the forces of nature would be the most effective strategy. Mark resolved to breach several volcanoes, allowing lava to flow into the lake. As the temperature of the water rises, it would naturally exterminate the eggs and juvenile dragonfolk. However, before proceeding with that plan, Mark decided to eliminate all adult dragonfolk first. Gathered here are nearly 6,000 dragonfolk, the strongest among them boasting a combat power of 1,400 points. Mark charged straight in, swiftly positioning himself before the golden dragonfolk. Without allowing any chance for idle chatter, he delivered a powerful punch to its skull. Green blood erupted, and the creature fell without the capacity to resist. This scene did not go unnoticed by the other dragonfolk. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, they were thrown into a frenzy, taking to the skies in panic. In an instant, the sunlight was obscured by their multitude. To prevent their chaotic escape, Mark unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the densest cluster in the sky. Under the onslaught of his ferocious energy blasts, the dragonfolk were utterly annihilated. Even Mark found himself somewhat weary from the exertion, yet the results were indeed impressive. Approximately 80% of the dragonfolk were eradicated, while the remaining fled in disarray. Upon reactivating his combat power detector, Mark discerned that their escape led towards 2 other encampments. They may have fled, but their sanctuary remains unscathed, allowing them a few more days of existence. The task of opening the volcanoes loomed large, an extensive undertaking indeed. Observing the distant volcanoes, Mark began to calculate how to channel the magma. After several estimates, he soared to the center of the lake, facing the furthest volcano. Joining his hands, he bellowed, "Super Kamehameha, here goes." The energy blast surged towards the middle of the volcano, striking the designated area in an instant. A tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the very ground beneath. Mark's calculations proved accurate. As the dust settled, a massive cavity had been blasted into the side of the volcano. The surging lava erupted forth, consuming the surrounding forest in an inferno of destruction. Upon witnessing the scene, Mark swiftly unleashed the Super Turtle School energy wave towards several active volcanoes. Before long, molten lava began to flow gently into the lake. At temperatures soaring above 1,000 degrees Celsius, the lava relentlessly surged into the water. In mere moments, an abundance of steam began to rise. The turquoise waters, subjected to the heat, gradually commenced boiling. Soon, countless corpses of juvenile dragonflies surfaced. The sheer number of bodies quickly choked the lake surface. This spectacular display persisted for a full 3 hours before it gradually subsided. The volcanic lava accumulated in the low-lying lake, ultimately evaporating all the water. As the lava cooled, it began to fill the lake bed. Eventually, the eggs of the ancient dragonflies, nestled at the bottom, were entirely engulfed and obscured by the lava. After witnessing the entire process and confirming that no living ancient inhabitants remained nearby, Mark soared towards the next settlement. Over the following 2 days, Mark systematically exterminated the remaining 2 settlements of ancient beings. These creatures were fundamentally insects, lacking limbs and dexterous fingers. Strictly speaking, they should not be referred to as humans. It would be more fitting to describe them as evolved dragonflies. One of the remaining settlements was precariously situated on a hillside, making it difficult to assault, while the other was established upon a massive ancient tree, both locations housing a significant number of eggs and juvenile dragonflies. Without the advantage of water, dealing with them proved far more troublesome than in the lake. Mark nearly obliterated the adult dragonflies while simultaneously utilizing energy waves to eliminate the eggs and juveniles. Despite possessing a combat power nearing 30,000, Mark still required 3 rests to completely eradicate the ancient dragonflies on Gulu Star. After dispatching the last juvenile dragonfly, a notification sound echoed in Mark's mind. Selection complete. Rewards have been distributed. As the voice faded, a test tube, approximately the size of a palm and the thickness of a thumb, materialized in Mark's hand. Within it, a half-filled crystalline liquid of a pale pink hue resided. Without hesitation, Mark uncorked the tube and swallowed the liquid in one swift motion. Afterward, he resealed the tube, noting that a small amount of the immune serum still clung to the walls. Mark planned to return and present it to Pilaf for further analysis. Eager to see if replication was possible, it was only last night that Mark began to sense the effects of the immune serum. Starting from the tips of his limbs, his skin flushed a deep crimson, radiating an extraordinary amount of heat. Clearly, this was the result of an acute stress response from his immune system. As Mark's body grew increasingly feverish, his mind also began to overheat. Minutes later, he lost consciousness, collapsing into the sea of dragonfly corpses that lay beneath him. Mark lay unconscious for nearly 3 hours before gradually regaining his senses. However, his body felt overwhelmingly fatigued. In truth, had Mark not engaged in battle prior to taking the potion and maintained his stamina at a certain level, he would not have lost consciousness at all. Alas, the burden of exterminating an entire race proved to be quite taxing for him, leading to a brief episode of fainting. Fortunately, Mark had transformed Guru Star into a desolate wasteland, ensuring his safety. By heavens, why do I feel as though I've been ensnared in a time warp? He muttered to himself as he donned his combat power detector. The device displayed various data, including the time and his geographical coordinates. After a thorough review, Mark confirmed that he had merely been unconscious for 3 hours. Gurgle, gurgle. Before Mark could contemplate his next steps, his stomach emitted a series of rumbling sounds. After continuous battles and minimal rest, it was only natural that he felt ravenous. Without regard for his surroundings, he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground, which promptly transformed into a hemispherical abode. Once inside, he endured his hunger long enough to take a shower. Draped in a bathrobe, he strolled into the kitchen, opened a refrigerator, and retrieved the pre-prepared food, which he heated in the microwave. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was laid out before him. Engaging in a whirlwind of consumption, Mark finally experienced the joyful sentiment of feasting akin to that of little Goku. After satisfying his hunger, Mark sat before a pile of dishes, contemplating his next course of action. Undoubtedly, he had accomplished the daily tasks of a Saiyan in just a few days. The system had labeled the inhabitants of Guru Star as malevolent beings, thus alleviating any psychological burden he might have felt. However, the pressing question remained: how to handle this now vacant planet. Clearly, Guru Star, being a high-oxygen planet, possessed a mass approximately twice that of Earth, and was replete with abundant resources. The gravity here was slightly less than that of Earth, roughly 0.9 times the standard Earth gravity. Mark surmised that planting crops would yield a bountiful harvest with little effort. After all, towering weeds over 3 meters high were commonplace. Should he sow wheat here, it was likely that a single ear could provide sustenance for a family for several days. If rice were to be cultivated, one grain could potentially reach several centimeters in size and weigh several pounds. Do not presume that Mark's comparisons are exaggerated. This place was akin to a realm of giants. Ultimately, Mark attributed these extraordinary phenomena to the exceptionally high oxygen levels in the atmosphere. Unfortunately, due to the perilous environment, interstellar colonization for Earthlings seemed unfeasible. However, utilizing this place as a granary for construction, Mark could monopolize the entire food market of Earth in the future. This is merely the most rudimentary method of development. Surely, the planet Gurus harbors minerals. Perhaps there exists a wealth of blue gemstones. In such a bountiful location, Mark would naturally have no reason to overlook it. After accurately pinpointing the interstellar coordinates, Mark took out his camera and soared across the planet, filming everywhere. After returning to Earth in due time, he would contemplate plans for its development. Even if the technological prowess of just Pilaf could not achieve this, Mark would not hesitate to enlist Bulma aboard his venture, so they could prosper together. Of course, discussing collaboration with Bulma by merely mentioning profit would be the least sophisticated approach to attract her. This girl enjoys adventure. If he were to present it in that light, she would undoubtedly come to assist. With a strategy for handling Gurus finally in mind, Mark tidied up the remnants of his meal. Changing into his pajamas, he returned to his bedroom and enjoyed a refreshing slumber. The following morning, Mark was abruptly awakened by a series of explosions. Swiftly donning his martial arts attire, he transformed his house back into a capsule and hastily flew towards the source of the explosions. Before long, he sensed something amiss. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power detector hanging by his ear emitted an urgent alarm. Upon locking onto the target, Mark was taken aback. 10 massive energy responses, each boasting nearly 1,000 in combat power. One of them even surpassed 10,000. Could they be other extraterrestrials? It was also possible that he had encountered the Frisia Force. In a northern galaxy, besides the colossal Frisia Force, there are many local tyrants controlling several planets. This unexpected intrusion could not possibly be Guru's natives. Therefore, they must be alien visitors. Mark mused. Chapter 39. The Kai's Trading Company. Mark suppressed his aura and flew toward the nearby vicinity at a measured pace. In no time, he arrived at a lush valley. The 10 energy signatures were quickly located by Mark. The individuals were all upright walking humans or humanoid beings, clad in uniquely styled combat suits. The design of their attire was distinctly different from that of the Frisia Force, resembling that of the Yadrit people instead. Knowing the appearance of the Yadrit, Mark could confirm that none among them were Ydratans. The 10 individuals were diverse in characteristics, indicating they were not from a unified faction. Mark exerted all his efforts to conceal his presence. These beings bore no detection devices. Without confirming their ability to sense his aura, Mark opted to remain hidden nearby. Soon, the strongest among the cosmic beings ordered the others to disperse and search. He remained stationary. There remained 9 individuals, divided into groups of 3, each hastening towards distinct gathering sites of the Gurus. Mark was resolute in his conviction that this was not their first venture to Guru Star. An hour later, the 3 groups returned in succession. Boss, all the Gurus in Eru City have been annihilated. Brother, the same fate befell the city of Ataru. Chief, the area near Guru Lake has been engulfed by volcanic lava, with signs of human interference evident on the nearby volcanoes. Mark could not recall the names of these gathering places, yet these 10 individuals could accurately identify them. He remembered how the Guru leader had instantly recognized the blue crystal. This indicated that Guru Star was not entirely isolated from the universe. While Mark was still pondering the origins of these individuals, their leader spoke up. The combat prowess of the Guru leader is nearly 8,000. Battling him here, even I, Cheese, would not stand a chance. They must have offended some significant figure, resulting in their extermination. Alas, our guild has lost another potential client. The somewhat handsome Cheese conversed animatedly with his subordinates. Boss, with the Gurus extinct, doesn't this planet become a no-man's land? Why not sell it? Life planets are highly sought after. Indeed, a life planet. It could sustain us for a lifetime. This is a rare opportunity. Precisely, Mondos is right. Once we conclude this deal, we can retire and relish life. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Let us proceed, brother. This chance is too precious to miss. Listening to his subordinates fervently debate, Cheese's expression shifted repeatedly. In the galaxy, countless lives had emerged. Planets capable of supporting life were collectively termed life planets. Depending on various criteria, their value could fluctuate greatly. Nevertheless, an unclaimed life planet was an immensely coveted treasure. Now that the Gurus had been eradicated and the planet was devoid of inhabitants, it was indeed an opportune moment to seize. Under normal circumstances, even if Cheese's guild had tenfold the members, they could never have vanquished the gurus. Now, as long as it could be confirmed that this planet was uninhabited, Cheese's capabilities would enable him to sell it at a premium swiftly. The prospect of unearned wealth stirred his heart. Ahem, Ashlika, go retrieve the life detector. We shall gather comprehensive data here and later sell this planet at a high price to the Temurians. My friends, we are on the brink of achieving financial freedom. Let's rejoice. Cheese's words were invigorating. Apart from the individual dispatch to fetch the life detector, everyone else was ecstatic, dancing with joy. Meanwhile, Mark furrowed his brow, discontent that the spoils of his conquest were being monopolized by this unscrupulous group. What is the reasoning behind this? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to awaken from your beautiful dreams. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. Satan, the one who annihilated the gurus. Thus, every blade of grass and every tree here now belongs to me. I shall grant you 10 minutes to vacate my Satan star. Given the circumstances, Mark no longer intends to conceal himself. He exudes an aura, appearing before them in an instant. Kess and his subordinates find their smiles frozen on their faces. They could never have anticipated that the formidable slayer of the gurus still remained on this planet. However, someone quickly raised a challenge. What proof do you have, Mr. Satan, that you are the one who exterminated the gurus? Indeed, just because you have a loud mouth, does that mean you can spout nonsense? You are but one person, while our Kess trading company boasts 10. If you do not leave at once, you may find your life in peril. Boss, he is alone. Let us attack him together and finish him off. Silence, you fools. Kess, drenched in sweat, quickly silenced his subordinates. With a sycophantic demeanor, he approached Mark, bowing and scraping as if devoid of dignity. In truth, within the vast expanse of the universe, they present themselves as a trading company. Yet they also engage in the roles of adventurers, mercenaries, and bandits, depending on the situation at hand. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Mark, Kess's heart raced with trepidation. This individual surpassed even the mid-ranking commanders of the Frisia force he had previously encountered in strength. Such a powerhouse was beyond the reach of a mere character like himself. Greetings, Mr. Satan. I am Kess, the president of the Kess Trading Company. It is an honor to meet you. You may not be aware, but the gurus have always been our partners in commerce. We exchange a type of candy they particularly enjoy for various resources here. Now that this territory has become yours, I hope our transactions can continue. May I inquire if you're interested? If not, we shall depart from Satan's star immediately. With a sincere expression, Kess delivered an extensive speech, hoping to stabilize Mark while also seeking opportunities for trade. In the vast universe, cross-civilizational commercial cooperation is quite commonplace. Mark, however, showed no signs of aversion. Yet, he teased, I'm not fond of candy. Of course, our collaboration will not be settled with sweets. Blue crystals, energy bars, rare metals, whichever form of payment you prefer, our trading company has no objections. Kess, being the consummate professional, promptly enlightened Mark on the commonly used equivalents in the universe. As for blue crystals, they are exceedingly precious and typically utilized for settling large-scale commodities. Energy rods, with a standard size comparable to that of a thumb, possess a fixed amount of energy. Numerous cosmic factions prefer to utilize energy rods for transactions. Additionally, rare metals are essential strategic resources commonly used in the construction of spaceships and warships, serving as a general equivalent in trade. It is said that the Frisia force employs these for their dealings. Beyond this, barter is also an option, with specific prices needing to be negotiated face-to-face. After hearing this, Mark found himself greatly enlightened. Chapter 40, Communication. In contrast to the primitive and uncivilized Guru Dragonfly people, the members of the Kai's Merchant Guild were somewhat capable of communication and exchange. Mark's understanding of the Milky Way was largely confined to his pre-transmigration knowledge gleaned from the Dragon Ball anime. However, in reality, once a civilization enters the interstellar age within the Milky Way, the information Mark possessed was mere child's play. Yet, there were many aspects that remained obscure to him. For instance, he had never noticed the existence of such an organization as the Kai's Merchant Guild in the Dragon Ball universe. Kai's was inherently a competent merchant. After initially gaining Mark's approval, he promptly invited him aboard their large spaceship. Rest assured, the samples of our goods have already been placed on the ship. Once we arrive, you can take a look and see if anything piques your interest. Kai's words struck a chord with Mark's desires. After feigning contemplation, Mark reluctantly donned a hesitant expression and replied, Very well. Lead the way. Right this way, please. Upon receiving Mark's affirmative response, President Kai's eagerly darted ahead to guide him. Kai's obsequious demeanor left Mark somewhat perplexed. yet he harbored no significant concerns. In terms of combat prowess, Kai's barely exceeded 11,000, making him no match for Mark. Even entering the spaceship with him posed little threat. The 8 or 9 lackeys trailing behind, with combat powers just above 1,000, were hardly intimidating. After a few minutes of flight, they arrived before a colossal spaceship. Unlike Mark's spherical single-pod ship, the Kai's Merchant Guild's vessel resembled a flying saucer. Its overall appearance was quite similar to that of the Frisia Force's disc-shaped ships, albeit standing nearly twice as tall. President Kais, your ship bears a resemblance to that of the Frisia Force, though it seems significantly taller. Do you have trade relations with them? Mark casually inquired. His seemingly innocuous question caused a ripple of unease within Kais. Mr. Satan, you jest. How could our modest merchant association possibly engage in trade with the illustrious Frisia Force? Our commerce has always revolved around the Jilo trade star, which enjoys the protection of the esteemed Lord Jilo. To my knowledge, Lord Jilo possesses a combat power of 150,000, which would compel even the Frisia Force to show him a modicum of respect. Our acquaintance with them is still in its infancy, a delicate phase of mutual exploration. Keyes believes that Mark's mention of the Frisia Force's spacecraft likely indicates a hidden patron from that very organization. In order to avoid being victimized by Mark's underhanded tactics, he promptly showcased his ally, Lord Jilo. As one of the few races in the universe capable of sensing the nuances of power, Keyes could gauge Mark's approximate combat strength. By leveraging the overwhelming power of Jilo, he sought to maintain a fragile balance in their relationship. In the realm of commerce, it is essential for both parties to possess comparable strength. Otherwise, in the absence of legal protections, the weaker party risks being ruthlessly exploited. Indeed, a combat power of 150,000 is quite formidable, surpassing even that of Captain Jinyu. However, when compared to Lord Frisia, it still falls short. Mr. Keyes, would you like to know the exact combat power of Lord Frisia? From Mark's ostentatious claims, Keyes sensed a misunderstanding regarding his connection to the Frisia Force. Rather than clarify, Mark chose to deepen the ambiguity. It is a common trait among carbon-based life forms to possess a penchant for gossip. Furthermore, Keyes is particularly astute when it comes to information. As the leader of the Frisia Force, Frisia seldom appears in public view. Even many mid-ranking officers within the organization rarely encounter him. Consequently, the actual extent of Frisia's combat prowess remains nebulous to most. At the very least, Keyes imagines Frisia's combat power to be around 200,000 to 300,000. Upon hearing that Mark was privy to Frisia's specific combat metrics, Keyes instinctively neglected to invite Mark aboard the spacecraft and blurted out, "How much?" Lord Frisia is a transformation-type extraterrestrial, and in his first form, his combat power is 530,000. Mark replied, not allowing Keyes a moment to process this revelation before unceremoniously stepping into the spacecraft. Keyes and the others stood momentarily stunned, and only after digesting Mark's statement did they hastily follow him inside. However, Mark, having entered first, was already exploring the interior of the ship with keen interest. Aside from the cockpit, which held little allure for him, the rest of the vessel was primarily comprised of storage compartments for goods. Mark casually inspected the cargo, which was an eclectic assortment, yet he found no area designated for blue crystals or other currencies. Mr. Satan, allow me to provide you with an introduction, Keyes offered. Kiss briskly approached Mark, commencing an introduction of the intriguing goods before him. However, Mark exhibited little enthusiasm for these offerings. Observing Mark's disinterest, Kiss seized a moment to invite him into the lounge. Presenting Mark with a glass of verdant juice, Kiss deliberately shifted the conversation towards Frisia. Mr. Satan, you mentioned earlier that Lord Frisia possesses a battle power of 530,000, which is merely in his first form. Could it be that Lord Frisia's power is even greater? Indeed, otherwise, how could he be called the Emperor of the Universe? Have you ever encountered a Universe Emperor with only 530,000 battle power? Mark took a sip of the juice, appreciating its flavor, and playfully retorted to Kiss. Unfazed by the jab, Kiss continued to probe, of course not. But your words suggest that you're quite knowledgeable about this intelligence. I understand this is classified information pertaining to Frisia's army. Rest assured, as long as you can provide me with details about Lord Frisia, I assure you the price will be quite favorable. For a cosmic trading consortium, the exchange of materials from various planets is merely a part of daily commerce. In truth, technology, information, and intelligence are also vital components of trade. At times, the value of crucial intelligence can rival that of an entire inhabited planet. In the North Galaxy, those who possess clear knowledge of the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia's battle power are few and far between. Such intelligence naturally piques considerable interest, creating opportunities for profit. Recognizing Kiss's keen interest, Mark was determined not to miss this chance to capitalize on the situation. With a radiant smile, he beckoned Kiss with a finger and declared, "Oh, I am well aware. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Beyond his various transformation stages, I also know Lord Frisia's preferred combat style and techniques. Selling you this information is certainly feasible. But regarding the price, well, you must ensure my satisfaction." With that, Mark grinned at Kiss, eagerly awaiting his response. Chapter 41. The Satan Fruit. Rest assured, as long as the information is sufficiently detailed and accurate, I, Kiss, will compensate you generously for your consultation. Kiss was not a fool and was naturally wary of Mark's potential fabrications. However, it would be challenging for Mark to prove the veracity of his intelligence. Chairman Kiss, I can provide you with detailed information, but I cannot furnish evidence to substantiate its authenticity. If you are willing to accept this, we can negotiate a price, a fair exchange of payment for information. If you perceive any risk, then perhaps we should discuss the trade of goods from Satan Star instead. Mark's knowledge of Frisia's secrets stemmed from memories of his past life. In the absence of means to validate the accuracy of his information, Mark could only present it thus. Upon hearing Mark's words, Kiss did not respond immediately, but rather stood in contemplation, weighing his thoughts. After a moment, he finally lifted his head and said, "Let us discuss the pricing of the materials for procurement. These are the supplies we require on Guru Star, or rather, the present-day Satan Star. Please take a look." Indeed, Kais lacked the courage to take a gamble and instead shifted the conversation to the realm of material trade. Mark, maintaining an impassive demeanor, accepted the list and began to scrutinize it carefully. Over the years, the Kais Trading Company had been acquiring a unique fruit from Satan Star, one that could subtly enhance the genetics of carbon-based life forms. Previously, this fruit had been referred to as Guru Fruit, but from this moment onward, it would be renamed Satan Fruit. Of course, Mark did not possess any of this fruit at hand. To be precise, there were currently none of these fruits harvested on the entirety of Satan Star. Typically, these fruits grow in the rugged fissures of the underground. The Guru dragonflies, being capable of flight, are the only ones able to retrieve them. However, these fruits generally mature only in the latter half of the year on Satan Star. Therefore, any potential trade would have to wait until half a year later. Kais and his associates were aware of the locations where these fruits thrived and promptly relayed the coordinates to Mark. Subsequently, Mark accompanied Kais to the underground fissures for inspection. Soon, Mark beheld the sight of those half-red, half-green fruits, densely clustered, numbering in the tens of thousands. Damn those gurus! With such an abundance of guru fruits, how could they claim to yield only 30 each year? No wonder they met their demise. Mr. Satan, I wish to exclusively acquire all of your Satan fruits. Would that be agreeable? As Kais beheld the unripe Satan fruits, he cursed the long-dead guru leader. Yet his actions began to probe Mark's intentions. Mark merely smiled faintly, not providing Kais with a definitive answer. After circling the valley, the two returned to the spacecraft, and it was then that Mark articulated his terms. Kais, I will not be offering all of these Satan fruits for sale. However, I am willing to sell you the exclusive right to procure them. And the price for you is quite simple. I require a detailed star map of the Milky Way. Mark's journey was not solely focused on acquiring wealth. The paramount objective was to establish trade routes and connect with extraterrestrial civilizations. The prospect of wealth was merely a secondary consideration. In truth, what Mark most desperately needed was intelligence. Currently, his only contact was with the Kais Trading Company. If all dealings were confined to trading solely with them, Mark would be at a significant disadvantage, risking deception at the hands of Kais. Yet with the star map in hand, Mark would be able to venture to other planets and engage with diverse alien civilizations. For instance, as Kais mentioned, the Giro Trading Star was said to host numerous cosmic trading companies, both large and small. Comparing prices among 3 merchants ensures one is not deceived by a single trader. Mark's intentions were clear to Kais as well. The choices laid before him were limited, and with a reluctant nod, Kais agreed, gritting his teeth. He then produced a palm-sized black metal box from his pocket. Placing the box on the ground, a holographic star map soon materialized before them. Kais manipulated the star map with deft hands, magnifying and reducing its scale at will. Each star was marked with its designation, size, and other fundamental information. The planets within the stellar system were similarly annotated with crucial details. Mr. Satan, this is the star map that our Kais commerce has relied upon, and now we present it to you for trade. Additionally, this is the communicator we utilize, which the leader of Guru also possesses. And now we bestow one upon you, for our convenience in communication. In 6 months, we shall return to acquire Satan fruits, with a desired quantity of no less than 10,000. There are several tens of thousands of immature fruits. The chairman of Kai's has not stipulated a demand for the entirety. 10,000 is indeed within Mark's acceptable limits. Very well, we shall negotiate the specific price shortly. Until we meet again in 6 months. Mark acquiesced to Kai's request while subtly indicating their departure from Satan Star. As a shrewd businessman, Kai's discerned Mark's unspoken dismissal. Nodding with a smile, he promptly returned to his ship. In no time, the Kai's commerce vessel ascended and swiftly departed from Satan Star. After a brief wait, Mark retrieved the star map from his pocket, quickly locating the coordinates he sought. Stowing the star map away, he extracted a spherical spaceship from the universal capsule. After inputting the coordinates, he directed his vessel towards the first target. 6 days later, the ship that Mark was aboard arrived near a mineral star. The blue crystal mining star belonging to the Frisia army. The spherical spaceship Mark piloted was identical to those used by the Frisia army. Upon locating a docking station, he chose to land directly. His boldness stemmed from the fact that Mark had thoroughly scanned the area with a combat power detector. On this mineral star, only a handful of energy signatures were detected. The most formidable among them boasted a mere 1,200 combat power points, categorizing them as lowly minions. Clearly, this location posed no threat to Mark whatsoever. After all, who would suspect that the infamous Frisia army's mineral star could attract attention? Interestingly, the minions within the base remained oblivious to any anomaly. To them, it was evident that only their elite warriors would pilot such a small spaceship. As Mark opened the hatch, he was greeted by 3 Frisia army minions standing before him. Greetings, esteemed one. Welcome to Frisia Mining, star number 1535. We are the defense squad. Esteemed sir, the harvest accumulated over the past decade on this planet is prepared for your collection. However, why have no other transport ships accompanied you? The leading crocodilian soldier articulated the matter of Mark's utmost interest. Yet, he gazed at Mark with perplexity, inquiring about the absence of transport vessels. Mark, with a grave demeanor, turned and strode back to his spacecraft, transforming it into a capsule under the bewildered eyes of the 3 onlookers. Who need the transport ship? This is high technology, do you understand? He brandished a compact, universal capsule before them, effortlessly retrieving another from a box. With a resounding bang, the capsule detonated, unveiling a vast warehouse before the trio. You have 3 hours to store all the blue crystals in the warehouse, Mark commanded with an air of calm authority. Chapter 42, Jiro Trade Star. On the mining planet, the soldiers of the Frisia Legion stationed there held no doubts. The combat power detector adorning Mark's ear was indeed a model from the Frisia Legion, and the latest version at that, unfit for the average individual to wear. Within the base, the large combat power detector indicated that Mark's strength had reached 28,000 points. Such prowess positioned him among the elite within the Frisia Legion. The crocodilian soldiers lacked the audacity to approach and verify his identity. Yes, sir. Please wait here in the base. In a nearly obsequious manner, the crocodilian soldier respectfully escorted Mark into the facility. Upon entering, Mark turned to the reptilian and inquired, "My battlesuit was damaged in the previous skirmish. Do you possess the latest combat attire?" Mark held a keen interest in the Frisia Legion's battle gear. Although its defensive capabilities were virtually negligible for him, it represented excellent equipment for Earthlings. He intended to acquire one under the pretense of returning it to Poloff for analysis, and perhaps later to deceive that fellow Kais. Alas, Mark's expectations were dashed. The crocodilian, looking quite troubled, explained, "Apologies, sir. We are merely the garrison personnel and do not have the latest combat suits available. However, we do have older models in your size. Please follow me." Soldiers of the Frisia Legion, regardless of their species, donned battle attire, though the treatment varied depending on their roles. Resigned, Mark shrugged and followed the crocodilian to the equipment storage area. Fortunately, he had seen how to wear the older combat suit in comics. First, he donned the tight-fitting uniform, followed by the outer garment equipped with shoulder pads. Once clad in the battle attire, Mark promptly inquired, "Where is the dining hall? I am famished." The benefits provided by the Frisia Legion were quite commendable. Even the food, although it pales in comparison to the culinary delights of Earth, possesses its own unique charm. Mark's requests raised no suspicion among the crocodile men. After all, it was a perfectly ordinary matter. Thus, Mark indulged himself in the provisions of the garrison base, and 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. When the crocodile men informed him that all the blue crystals had been loaded, Mark, fully satiated, made his way to the warehouse. He pressed the button, and the warehouse transformed back into a universal capsule. After 3 hours of interaction, the Crocodile Man, now somewhat familiar with Mark, candidly remarked on the power of high technology. Thus, the gluttonous Mark, amidst the adulation of the minor soldiers, boarded the spaceship and departed from the mining planet. It was only days later, when the true Frisia Force commanders arrived to transport the blue crystals, that the Crocodile Men realized they had been duped. However, they had no chance for regret, as they were swiftly dealt with by a mid-ranking officer of the Frisia Force. Meanwhile, the instigator of this entire scheme, Mark, had already arrived near the Gylo Trade Star. On October 2nd, 752 AC, after several days of travel, Mark successfully reached the Gylo Trade Star. The spaceship landed on the elastic pad of the docking port without causing a catastrophic explosion. After paying a small fee in blue crystal particles for docking, Mark officially entered the Trade Star. This was a planet of life with an extraordinarily advanced civilization, making Mark feel as though he had stepped into a futuristic city straight out of a science fiction novel. After hiring a guide, Mark successfully applied for an electronic trade voucher, which would allow him to engage in transactions with anyone at the Gylo trade port. However, this was contingent upon having sufficient points in the account linked to the voucher. Points on the Gylo Trade Star could be exchanged through the Gylo Bank. Mark withdrew some blue crystals and successfully deposited 1 million points into his account. If converted to blue crystals, that would weigh approximately 1 kilogram. In the grand scheme of the 300 tons of blue crystals he had acquired, this was merely a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, the purchasing power of 1 million points was quite astonishing. With ample wealth at his disposal, Mark did not hesitate to indulge himself. He booked a top-tier suite at the finest hotel in the Gylo trade port and reveled in the highest level of service. After sampling extraterrestrial wines, dishes, and the company of alluring alien women, Mark finally turned his attention to serious matters. He activated the computer-like device in his hotel room and began perusing the supply and demand information on the trading platform. Seeking a life planet, quality not less than 12 times standard volume, with a good living environment, offering a price of 100 tons of blue crystals? What constitutes standard volume? How is a good environment measured? Headache. Mark read aloud the information displayed on the screen, feeling overwhelmed. With no other options, Mark reluctantly began to search for relevant information on the network of the Gylo Trade Star. Fortunately, such fundamental information was not difficult to find, and he quickly discovered the corresponding answers. If the standard volume of a planet is considered to be 1, then the Earth's volume is 15, while that of the Satan star is 28 times the standard volume. The environmental standards were also quite comprehensible. Earth's environment falls under the category of light pollution. There are 4 additional levels above that: acceptable, good, excellent, and perfect, with Satan star classified as perfect. In a comprehensive assessment, the value of the Satan star, which Mark had inadvertently claimed, should hover around 400 to 500 tons of blue crystal. It is worth noting that blue crystal can also be found on many life-sustaining planets, which typically causes fluctuations in its price. With a comparative reference in hand, Mark swiftly grasped the purchasing power of blue crystal, as well as the value of other common equivalents. He also took the time to search for information regarding the gulu fruit, which is priced between 3,000 to 5,000 Gylo points, equivalent to the value of approximately 3 to 5 grams of blue crystal powder. However, the gulu fruit is classified as a restricted commodity. Without authorization from the Gylo Trade Star Administration, ordinary merchants are not permitted to sell it. Upon checking, Mark found that only 3 merchant associations were authorized for sales, with the Chisi Association prominently listed among them. He diligently researched the other 2 associations as well. After gathering this information, he felt more informed and better prepared for the transactions in 6 months, ensuring he would not be deceived by Chisi. Having completed the essential tasks, Mark finally relaxed and began to leisurely browse the platform. It wasn't long before he discovered many intriguing and useful products. This item seems quite interesting. Clicking on the information, Mark read the description attentively. The planetary defense system boasts capabilities such as early warning, detection shielding, armed counterattack, and intelligent control. The price is quite reasonable. Only 10 million points? Oh, it appears to be a product of the Zivil people. That explains it. Mark pondered over the name, murmuring to himself. Chapter 43. Dr. Likey, planetary defense, is currently Mark's most pressing concern. Regardless of circumstances, Satan Star is now an asset under his actual control. Although the prices of Satan fruits are not exceedingly high, they represent a steady source of income that cannot be easily abandoned. However, he cannot remain there indefinitely. as Mark usually spends most of his time on Earth. Yet, it is impractical for Satan's star to go unattended. For Mark, the best solution previously was to recruit individuals on Earth to assist in overseeing it. However, such actions also pose significant security risks, for without formidable power in the cosmos, all efforts are in vain. Just as Mark was grappling with this dilemma, he stumbled upon the planetary defense system of the Zephyr people. Intrigued, Mark paid a deposit of 10 and swiftly began to delve into the intricate details of this defense mechanism. To be precise, this system is divided into 3 primary modules. The first module is the near-space defense system, primarily relying on large detectors orbiting the planet. It deploys small, unmanned warships controlled by intelligent computers to conduct defense operations in space, armed with powerful laser cannons. The second module encompasses the surface defense system, operated by a network of surveillance systems and intelligent armed robots distributed across the planet. Should any spacecraft intrude forcefully into the planet's domain, this module will activate to retaliate. The combat prowess of these armed robots is comparable to that of a warrior with a battle power of 500 points. The third module is the Super Soldier module. If an enemy entering the planet possesses overwhelming strength, this module will engage to swiftly annihilate the invading forces. The combat capability of these super soldiers is approximately equivalent to that of a warrior with a battle power of 10,000 points. It can be said that a planet equipped with this defense system can withstand over 95 of artificial threats in the universe. However, the only drawback is that these super soldiers are exceedingly expensive to deploy, consuming 1 kilogram of blue crystal every 10 minutes. Consequently, despite the system's impressive functionality, few are willing to invest in it. Upon reviewing the transaction records, Mark noted that there had been no sales in recent decades. After perusing the transaction history, he glanced at the system's creator, a figure named Likey. Could it be that he is the infamous Dr. Likey, the mad scientist among the Zephyr people? Upon seeing this name, Mark experienced an epiphany. The Zephyr's home planet was originally named Planet Plant, a highly civilized world where the Zephyr people were known for their love of peace and art. However, following the destruction of Planet Salad, the entire Saiyan race migrated to Planet Plant. Thus, 2 distinctly contrasting cultures coexisted on Planet Plant. Initially, the warlike Saiyans intended to annihilate the Zephyr people and dominate the entire planet. Yet, with the aid of advanced technology, the Zephyr managed to hold their ground against the formidable Saiyans. A stalemate ensued for 5 to 6 years, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Planet Plant also possesses a satellite, akin to what is referred to as the moon on Earth. Of course, fundamentally, they are merely satellites. The satellites orbiting Earth experience a full moon approximately once a month. In stark contrast, the moons of the planet require a staggering 7 to 8 years to witness a full moon. During a particularly intense battle between the Saiyans and the Z fighters, they fortuitously encountered the rare occurrence of a full moon on planet. Consequently, the Saiyans, their power magnified tenfold, gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the majority of the Z fighters were vanquished, with only a scant few survivors drifting through the cosmos. Among them was Dr. Lecky, who, at the time, had already succumbed to death. Only his vengeful spirit endured. Subsequently, he employed scientific methods to amalgamate the resentful energies of all Z fighters into his own being, giving rise to the undead warrior, Hachiyak. Dr. Lecky's targets for vengeance were the Saiyans residing on Earth, namely Son Goku and Vegeta. In the end, it was Goku's spirit bomb that enabled him to triumph over this adversary. The Z fighters were a peace-loving race, yet faced with annihilation, they descended into madness. In addition to Dr. Lecky, there was also Dr. Mew, the creator of the parasitic life-form baby, who shared the same heritage. The planetary defense system currently in place is one of Dr. Lecky's creations, conceived before he succumbed to insanity. The actual seller of this defense system is not a particular trading guild, but rather the official agency of the Gilro Trade Star. This fact assures its security. Its lack of sales can be attributed to the exorbitant quantity of blue crystal required for its maintenance. For instance, the Frisia Force could easily assign a commander with a battle power of 10,000 to oversee vital resource planets, and the remuneration provided to them would be significantly less than the blue crystals consumed under comparable conditions. Thus, this planetary defense system is deemed rather superfluous by major powers. Conversely, smaller factions, lacking sufficient combat strength, should theoretically have a high demand for it. However, the steep operational costs deter them from making a purchase. Consequently, this planetary defense system remained unsold after falling into Gilro's hands. Initially priced at 100 million points, it gradually decreased to 10 million points, yet still, no one was willing to invest in it. Those who refrained from purchasing were either financially constrained or possessed more economical alternatives. Mark, however, found himself in a different situation. His ranks lacked formidable warriors. The Satan Star was of utmost importance, and crucially, he had recently acquired a substantial sum of money through unscrupulous means. With no financial constraints, Mark promptly paid a deposit of 1 million points after a brief contemplation. No sooner had he made the payment than the communicator in his suite began to ring. Intrigued, Mark waited a few seconds before answering the call. Esteemed Mr. Satan, greetings. This is the Gilro TradeStar Management Bureau. We apologize for the interruption. May I inquire whether your recent order for the planetary defense system on the trading platform was a result of an erroneous operation? If so, we shall promptly cancel your order. Conversely, if it was intentional, we shall commence production immediately. Additionally, we kindly request that you provide the specific location for the installation of the system. The voice on the other end, emanating from the staff, was both grave and respectful. This time, Mark did not falter. He responded in a similarly serious tone. I confirm. The installation site is Planet Satan, formerly known as Planet Guru, with the celestial coordinates being. Mark verified the order, revealing the precise coordinates for the installation of the defense system. The staff member paused momentarily before resuming normalcy. Esteemed Mr. Satan, the project will commence forthwith, and a dedicated service personnel will visit you to provide updates on the progress. Please rest assured. With these words, the staff concluded the call. Chapter 44, A Stronghold. Indeed, Miss Poniu, we have made some headway in identifying the suspect behind the theft of the Legion's blue crystal. Yes, the individual known as Mr. Satan is currently on the Gilo Trading Star. I have been monitoring him closely. Very well, though it may take some time. Rest assured I will keep him steady until you arrive to apprehend him personally. Please convey my regards to Lord Frisia. I would greatly appreciate it. Understood. Until we meet. Within the opulent palace, the robust figure of Gilo, adorned with a single horn upon his brow, spoke with utmost respect. Once the call concluded, Gilo straightened his posture as the president of the Trading Star. Kiss, are you certain that the deception involving the blue crystal mine was orchestrated by him? Gilo's voice resonated deeply, and his formidable physique instilled a sense of intimidation in Kiss and his companions. Faced with his inquiry, Kiss and the others felt no courage to conceal the truth. With a tremor in his voice, Kiss cautiously replied, Lord Gilo, a few days ago, our trading association received a distress signal from the leader of Planet Guru. Upon our swift arrival, we discovered that the leader and the inhabitants of Planet Guru had been completely annihilated by this Mr. Satan. Based on my estimations, his combat prowess must exceed 20,000, which is why I refrained from engaging him directly and instead chose to communicate. I inquired about the galactic map, but that map was equipped with a tracking device. When you issued the bounty, I became suspicious, and upon returning to verify, I discovered that this audacious individual had indeed arrived at the mining planet during the time frame of the incident. I am certain he is the cunning villain who absconded with the blue crystals belonging to the Frisia Legion. Kiss, standing at the bottom of the steps, adopted a subservient demeanor, yet he recounted the events in detail. Afterward, he reverently presented a black metallic box, offering it with great deference. Through the hands of a beautiful maid, the box, serving as evidence, was transferred into Gilo's possession. As the metallic box was opened, a holographic projection illuminated the Grand Hall, showcasing every action and word of Mark on Guru Star, along with the subsequent trajectory of star maps throughout the cosmos. Indeed, it was him. Ha ha! After watching, Gilo burst into hearty laughter. Moments later, as his laughter subsided, he turned to the figure of Cheese standing in the center of the hall. Following a brief pause, his tone softened. Chairman Cheese, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Once the suspect Satan is apprehended, the governance of Guru Star shall be entrusted to you. A tax rate of 70% shall serve as your reward. Upon finishing his statement, Gilo waved his hand dismissively at Cheese, signaling him to leave. Understanding the cue, Cheese bowed respectfully to Lord Gilo and promptly exited the hall with several subordinates. As they departed, the echoes of Gilo's boisterous laughter could still be faintly heard through the heavy doors. Boss, after such a significant contribution, why are we only receiving a 30% share of the bonuses? This is outrageous. One of Cheese's disgruntled subordinates complained. Shut your mouth, Cheese retorted, striking him across the face and cursing him into silence. Once he ensured that no one was around, Chairman Cheese spoke in a dark tone. Humph. Do you dare question Lord Jilo's decisions? If you seek death, keep your distance from me, but do not involve me in your demise. After uttering these words, Cheese, feeling somewhat guilty, leaned closer to his subordinates and whispered, "Did you truly believe that our Jilo trading star has never been invaded by the Frisia force due to Lord Jilo's formidable might? Let me enlighten you. Prior to today, I was just as ignorant as you. But do you know who Miss Banyu is?" At this point, Cheese wore an expression that suggested he possessed knowledge unknown to them, urging them to inquire further. His subordinates recognized their leader's nature and eagerly showered him with praise, stoking his vanity. Satisfied, Cheese divulged, "Miss Banyu was once a member of the Jinyu force, but later departed to serve in the disciplinary division of the Frisia force. It is said that not only is her combat prowess astonishing, but she is also remarkably intelligent." Clearly, Chairman Cheese had connections within the ranks of the Frisia force. Under his description, Miss Banyu seemed to embody both wisdom and strength. "Chairman, is Miss Banyu married?" One of his subordinates asked. "Boss, how do you know Miss Banyu? It can't be that she has an interest in you, right?" Another teased. "Indeed, if you were to marry a figure of authority from the Frisia force, what would Jilo mean then?" However, amidst the banter, some of Cheese's subordinates, not merely driven by base instincts, began to sense inconsistencies in Cheese's narrative regarding Miss Banyu's relation to their circumstances. With a sense of satisfaction, Cheese glanced at his subordinates and spoke candidly. "The reasoning is quite straightforward. Our esteemed Lord Jiro is, in essence, but a mere pawn under the command of the Frisia force." After exiting the opulent palace of Jiro, and once aboard their spacecraft, Cheese finally articulated the thoughts he had harbored for so long. Observing the expressions of disbelief etched on the faces of his subordinates, he elaborated on his assessment. Lord Jiro's combat prowess is estimated to be nearly 150,000 within the confines of the North Galaxy, excluding the territories under Frisia's dominion. He ranks among the top 5 in terms of strength against other factions. The cornerstone of Jiro's commercial star lies in its unwavering commitment to neutrality. As long as one enters Jiro's trade star, they are assured of a basic guarantee for safe commerce. In other words, although Cheese and Jiro have identified Mark as a wanted individual by the Frisia force, they would never act against him publicly for the sake of maintaining appearances. However, Jiro discreetly relayed this information in detail to the Frisia force. Frankly speaking, without Jiro's covert supplication to Frisia, how could a being with less than 150,000 combat power sustain such a vast enterprise? Jiro merely serves as a sanctioned neutral entity by the cosmic sovereign, Lord Frisia. Otherwise, how could the Frisia force be the foremost second-hand planetary trader on Jiro's commercial star? To put it plainly, the trade star he operates is merely a venue for the Frisia force to offload their contraband. This time, we have indeed struck a considerable profit. A 30% dividend is exceptionally rare. As far as I am aware, under normal circumstances, only 1/10 of the proceeds would belong to the occupying star's governor. The majority of the profits would inevitably be siphoned off by the Frisia force. We ought not to linger here any longer. We shall depart from Jiro's star now. When Satan vacates Jiro's trade star, it will be the moment of his demise among the stars. At that time, it will not be too late for us to re-emerge." Cheese was resolute. As long as his group remained concealed, they would be free from repercussions. Chapter 45, Scheming. "My lord, how shall we handle the matter with Chairman Cheese?" "Eliminate them all in a few days. This cannot be allowed to leak. Do you understand?" Jiro sat comfortably in his expansive chair, gazing at the screen before him. The screen displayed Cheese and his associates, who had already boarded their spacecraft. Cheese's previous actions had clearly struck a nerve with Jiro, one of his trusted subordinates. Understanding the character of his lord, promptly inquired. Jilu, cognizant of the situation, assured, "Rest assured, my lord." This confidant, Jilu, belonged to the same lineage as Jiro. However, unlike Jiro, though Jilu bore a horn atop his head, his physique was not imposing. Rather, he appeared somewhat frail and delicate. His combat prowess was lamentably inadequate, yet his intellect was exceptionally astute. He served as the trusted advisor to Jiro. Observing Jiro depart from the Grand Hall, Jiro did not take a moment to rest, but instead proceeded to switch the screen once more. Once the image stabilized, the figure of Mark prominently appeared. Within the luxurious hotel, Mark was engaged in conversation with a guest in the living room of his suite. The visitor introduced himself as Jason, the business manager of Jiro's commercial star. Behind him trailed several professional engineers. "Mr. Satan, based on our estimations, the overall construction time will require approximately 130 days, Jason stated. Upon hearing this, Mark furrowed his brows and replied, "Why will it take so long?" Do you not have any finished products that can be installed directly? 130 days was simply too long for Mark to accept. This sentiment was mirrored in Jason-'s thoughts. In truth, the Jiro Commercial Bureau did possess finished products. However, Lord Jiro had instructed him to convey otherwise. Jason found himself perplexed by Lord Jiro's reasoning. Indeed, the universe was vast. Even with the most advanced spaceships, it would take over 100 days for Banyu to arrive from the Frisia Force headquarters. Jiro's stipulation was clearly a strategy to buy time. Nonetheless, this was information that Jason need not be privy to. Consequently, after providing a negative response, Jason had no choice but to concede to Mark's request. Our construction team will arrive at Satan Star in 130 days. If you remain on Jiro Star during this time, you may accompany our construction vessel. Should you choose to leave Jiro Star, please ensure that communication remains open. This is our commonly used communicator. We will be in constant contact. A transaction valued at 10 million points constituted a significant order on Jiro Star. Mark had only disbursed 1 million points. Their request was entirely reasonable. At least up to this point, Mark held no suspicions. Mark took the communicator and fiddled with it for a moment. After confirming there were no issues, he was about to speak when a system option materialized before him. Option 1. Inform Jason that I will remain on Jiro Star for the next 3 months, rewarding 5 points of combat power. Option 2. Inform Jason that I will be residing on Satan Star for the next 3 months, rewarding martial skills and a planet-destroying bomb. The sudden appearance of the system options left Mark momentarily stunned. This unexpected shift did not escape Jason's or Jiro's notice. However, their momentary discord quickly vanished. Mark's mind raced, and in the brief pause as he adjusted his sitting position, he had already made a decision. Mr. Jason, for the foreseeable future, I shall return to reside on Satan Star. Once production is complete, we will reconnect. If all is in order at that time, you may come directly to Satan Star to find me. Mark spoke with remarkable ease, and Jason did not perceive anything amiss, nodding with a smile to indicate his understanding. Then I shall not disturb you any further, Satan, he began. However, before Jason could finish his sentence, Jiro had already shut off the screen and reclined comfortably in his opulent chair. Meanwhile, Mark personally escorted the steward Jason out. Upon returning to his room, Mark wasted no time and swiftly organized his personal belongings. Half an hour later, he hurriedly departed from the hotel. The system was known for rarely issuing prompts, a fact Mark was acutely aware of. Initially, he believed that this interstellar journey would result in the system remaining unresponsive. Yet unexpectedly, it chose this precise moment to provide an answer. Indeed, an answer rather than merely an option. Although the choices still numbered 2, the answer was glaringly evident. Option 1 offered 5 points of combat power, which felt like an affront to Mark at this juncture. Conversely, Option 2 presented the planet-destroying missile, a favorite of that scoundrel Frisia. A comparison of the two options would lead even the most dim-witted beings in the universe to recognize that leaving Option 1 on Jiro Star was a grave error. With this realization, Mark's mind began to piece together some clues. He was quite cognizant of his recent activities. First, he had exterminated the Gulu leader, whose combat power fell short of 10,000, and subsequently seized control of the entire Gulu star. Secondly, he had visited the mining planet under Frisia's legion, where he had deceitfully acquired a substantial quantity of blue crystal. Undoubtedly, the significance of the former was negligible compared to the latter. Nevertheless, both incidents shared a common denominator: the cheese trading company. His massacre of the Gulu Dragonfly people and the occupation of Gulu Star had not gone unnoticed by the cheese trading company. Similarly, during his criminal endeavors on the mining planet, the star chart he utilized was provided by the president of Cheese. The likelihood that the system's warning was triggered by the revelation of his fraudulent activities was exceedingly high. Coupled with the extraordinary 130-day waiting period issued by the Jiro Trade Bureau, Mark surmised that the issue likely stemmed from that rogue cheese. The star chart he had received was undoubtedly embedded with a surveillance device or some form of backdoor program. His recent whereabouts had certainly been under this individual's scrutiny. Mark had also conducted an investigation into the background of the cheese trading company. They held a modest reputation on Jiro Trade Star, especially since Cheese himself had surpassed a combat power of 10,000. However, the possibility of them being able to directly contact Frisia's legion was quite slim. Thus, the most plausible scenario was that Cheese had indeed relayed information to Jiro, the ruler of Jiro Star. Given Jiro's ability to conduct such extensive trade in the Northern Galaxy, it would be absurd to claim he had no ties to Frisia's legion, an assertion that even a dog would not believe. Mark, while not considering himself a detective prodigy, had nonetheless grasped the essence of the situation under the explicit indications of the system. With a newfound sense of caution, He surmised that he would likely be under surveillance on Jilo Star. Without uttering a word, he refrained from heading to the spacecraft docking port after leaving the hotel, instead opting for a secluded location where he retrieved his spherical ship, now transformed into a universal capsule. With a resounding thud, the spacecraft materialized, and Mark utilized the remote control to open the hatch. Swiftly, he slipped inside, meticulously guiding the hatch to close behind him. After a moment of contemplation at the control panel, he resolved to set course for Satan Star. With the destination confirmed, the ship launched instantly, breaking free from Jilo Star's atmosphere. Such an unconventional departure from the trade planet was swiftly detected by Jilo. Oh, how intriguing. Had he sensed something amiss? The trajectory remained directed towards Guru Star, which should pose no issue. Observing Mark's navigational course from the Grand Hall, Jilo muttered thoughtfully to himself. Chapter 46, Deduction. Year 752 of the Era of Aji, October 21st, Satan Star. After a lapse of more than half a month, Mark's ship once again descended upon Satan Star. Nearly a month had passed, and the planet was as vibrant as ever, teeming with life. The oxygen levels in the air were exceedingly high, leading to rapid reproduction of flora and fauna. Previously, when Mark had slain the Guru Dragonfly people, he had left behind numerous unprocessed corpses. Upon his return to the site, all traces of the Guru Dragonfly people had vanished without a trace. During the past few days spent aboard the ship, Mark had meticulously analyzed the current circumstances. Jilo's trade star had not dispatched any pursuers, indicating that the Frisia Corps had no immediate intentions of pursuing him. Given that they had informed him of a delivery in 130 days, it was highly probable that they would not act until that time. Since he had already ordered a planetary defense system, it was evident that Satan Star had long been exposed. Were Satan Star merely an ordinary life planet, Mark would have had no qualms about leaving it behind. He could have manually uploaded the data from the star map into his ship's computer and simply discarded it on Satan Star, thereby eliminating any means of tracking him. Whether it was Jilo or the Frisia Corps, they would be left helplessly staring into the void. After all, he had been calling himself Mr. Satan for quite some time. No one knew his true identity, nor did they realize he was from Earth. As long as he abandoned Satan Star, he could retreat unscathed and return to Earth, biding his time for the narrative to unfold naturally. However, the pressing issue was that Satan Star had become exceedingly significant. The Satan fruits that grew on this planet could enhance the genetic makeup of living beings when consumed by ordinary individuals. In other words, partaking of the Satan fruit could optimize the waste genes within one's body to a certain extent. These vestigial genes occupy more than 70% of the genetic material within a body. Their existence serves no purpose other than to squander and deplete the majority of the nutrients consumed by the body. Once these redundant genes are fundamentally improved and eliminated, it resembles the cleansing of marrow and shedding of hair in fantastical tales. This transformation can fundamentally enhance the efficacy of future cultivation for the user. Although it may not provide the rapid and direct increase in combat power akin to the fruit of the spiritual tree, it subtly alters the very foundation of one's practice. In essence, it is a precious artifact designed to enhance potential. Moreover, its production is exceedingly abundant, yielding tens of thousands of units annually. Unlike the fruit of the spiritual tree, which can drastically amplify combat power by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, the Satan fruit may only elevate a combat novice from Earth to a modest power level of 50 or 100. However, its overwhelming yield and non-destructive impact on planets are significant advantages. If the Satan fruit were to be brought back to Earth, it could potentially transform the overall strength of humanity into a formidable cosmic race. Crucially, the Satan fruit can only be cultivated in a natural environment with an oxygen level exceeding 38. Artificially created high-oxygen environments do not support its growth. This limitation is precisely why Mark cannot afford to abandon this place. It is no exaggeration to assert that by maintaining control here, humanity could evolve into a powerful group within the cosmos. While their potential may not rival that of the Scions, they would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with by other civilizations. Thus, the planet Satan must not be forsaken. Upon careful reflection, Mark believes that his actions of deceiving the Frisia force to obtain blue crystals should remain undiscovered by Frisia. Even if Frisia were to learn of it, he is unlikely to intervene personally for such a trivial matter. After all, significant figures are often exceedingly busy. Such minor issues are more likely to be delegated to individuals of the caliber of Vegeta or Chill to handle. Should this be the case, his current combat power should suffice to address the situation. Even during his time on Jilo Star, he had consistently suppressed his battle strength, showcasing only around 5,000. Admittedly, there are indeed individuals within the Frisia force capable of reliably defeating him. However, upon counting, they are limited to the Jinyu force, the Apule brothers, and Frisia himself. For such a trivial matter, the first wave of response would hardly necessitate their involvement. The principle of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut applies universally. Thus, combined with the Kaioken technique, it is highly probable that he would repel or even eliminate the initial wave of adversaries. Once the news spreads, the number of formidable fighters the Frisia force can mobilize will not be excessively large. After careful consideration, Mark concluded that he would likely encounter the Jinyu force in the end. Upon further calculation, by the time the second wave of enemies arrived, at least 260 days would have passed. During this interval, even if the system remained dormant, the ample time would be sufficient for him to engage in rigorous training. At the very least, he would be able to wait for the ripening of the several tens of thousands of Satan fruits. If the second wave truly consisted of the Jinyu force, he would seize the opportunity to make a hasty retreat. At worst, he could obliterate the entire Satan star and venture into other regions of the cosmos to evade his pursuers. For instance, he could head toward the center of the galaxy, a territory governed by the Galactic Patrol Organization. Alternatively, he could seek refuge in the Eastern Galaxy, a domain controlled by the Gula Legion. Whichever of these two locations he chose for concealment, it was highly probable that he could elude the Frisia Force's pursuit. Having devised an escape plan, Mark did not hesitate to retrieve the gravity training chamber, donning the battle attire of the Frisia Force. He approached the control panel and promptly adjusted the gravity to 20 times normal. With nearly 30,000 battle power, he found that his body could indeed withstand the strain of 20-fold gravity, albeit with considerable effort. However, once he thoroughly acclimatized to the 20-fold gravity, his physique should be able to endure the pressure exerted by the 5-fold Kaioken technique. With a resolute breath, Mark adjusted to the 20-fold gravity and, after confirming his tolerance, began to engage in intense training. Thus, time flowed steadily onward. As his training deepened, Mark's power visibly surged. "Greetings, Mr. Satan. We have completed the construction of the planetary defense system. Are you still on Satan Star?" Time swiftly passed, and soon over 4 months had elapsed. On February 12th, 753 of the Age of the Universe, while Mark was diligently training in the gravity chamber, a message from Jason came through the communicator left on Jilo Star. "I'm still here. You can come over now." Upon reading the message, Mark felt a jolt of apprehension. Aware that trouble was imminent, he promptly affirmed Jason's request. After leaving the message, Mark quickly stowed away his dwelling in the gravity training chamber. Donning his battle power detector, he sought a concealed hiding place within the forest to remain undetected. He adjusted his state, preparing for the impending confrontation. Chapter 47, Negotiation. 3 days later, on February 15th, while concealed within the hollow of a colossal tree, Mark heard the urgent beeping of a warning signal. Activating his battle power detector, he discovered a formidable energy signature rapidly approaching Satan Star. A battle power of 35,729. Oddly, such a power level could not belong to Kaiotsu or Vegeta. Could it be a formidable warrior never before encountered in the storyline? At this moment, Vegeta should have just recently come of age. The combat power should be approximately around 15,000 points, while his arch-rival and former colleague, Cho-E, likely possesses a power level slightly exceeding that of Vegeta. A battle power exceeding 35,000 is certainly not attributable to either of them. As for whether he could be a member of the Jinyu Force, that thought briefly flickered in Mark's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The Jinyu Force typically operates as a cohesive unit. Even when acting separately, it is rare for any member to be alone. Moreover, a battle power of over 35,000 does not align with that of any individual within a group. If Mark's memory serves him correctly, the full manifestation of Captain Jinyu's power should be around 120,000. To suppress Vegeta, whose combat power exceeds 30,000, the strength of Riku must be at least 40,000 or more. As for Jisoo and Bart, who are stronger still, their battle power likely fluctuates around 50,000. Given their ability to execute combined techniques, the disparity in their combat strength should not be significant. Among the 5, the weakest member, Guldo, should not exceed a battle power of 20,000. Of course, considering the timeline, we have yet to arrive at the conflict on Namek, and there may be some discrepancies. However, To have been selected by Frisia to join the elite force, these individuals must possess either a specialized skill or a combat power that is certainly not negligible. A battle power of 35,000, being neither high nor low, makes it difficult to ascertain precisely who it belongs to. Regardless of the identity, it is of little consequence. After 130 days of rigorous training, Mark's current standard battle power has reached 33,000 points. In the span of 4 months, his combat strength has increased by 5,000 points. To be candid, this is not a monumental enhancement for Mark. However, the elevation of his power is merely an ancillary benefit of his diligent efforts during this period. The true achievement lies in Mark's complete acclimatization to the 20-fold gravity. Through relentless exertion, he has now managed to withstand the augmentation of 5 times the KO can. This signifies that the battle power he can unleash instantaneously has surpassed 160,000. Even if the Jinyu Force or Jero were to arrive, Mark is confident in his ability to vanquish them. Meanwhile, as Mark's thoughts wandered, a disc-shaped spaceship of the Frisia Force descended upon Satan Star. The hatch above the spacecraft opened, and Banyu emerged first, followed by more than 20 ordinary soldiers of the Frisia Force. Banyu, stout in stature, possessed long white hair and red skin, tied into a ponytail reminiscent of a Bardock-style braid. Upon disembarking from the ship, the group hovered in mid-air, with Banyu placing her hands on her hips, surveying the surroundings. This planet seems decent. It could fetch a good price once we're done. You all split up? Report to me immediately if you discover anything suspicious. The voice of Ponyo is remarkably sweet, yet exudes an air of arrogance and disdain. Upon receiving orders, the ordinary soldiers under her command immediately dispersed, soaring in various directions across Satan Star. A few of them flew past Mark's head, oblivious to his concealed presence within the jungle. Observing this, Mark did not hesitate. He unleashed his aura and swiftly made his way toward Ponyo. These individuals were hardly his adversaries, and Mark had no desire to engage in a game of hide and seek. Should they fail to locate him and, in their frustration, wreak havoc upon Satan Star, the consequences would be dire. As he released his aura, Mark did not reveal his full combat prowess, maintaining it at around 28,000. He quickly arrived before Ponyo, and as he landed, all his doubts dissipated. Who could it be? He mused. It is the esteemed Miss Ponyo. Mark descended within 20 meters of Ponyo and immediately unveiled her identity. Having never encountered Mark before, Ponyo wore a look of confusion. How do you know me? Although Ponyo was quite renowned within Frisia's army, the outside world remained largely unaware of her circumstances, as she rarely interacted with outsiders. A former member of the Jinyu Force, a fellow townsman of Jisoo. Am I mistaken, Miss Ponyo? In just a few simple sentences, Mark encapsulated Ponyo's past, intensifying her bewilderment. After a thorough mental search, she still had no recollection of him. However, this did not deter her from addressing the matter at hand. Adjusting her demeanor, Ponyo stated sternly, about half a year ago, "It was you who deceived our Frisia army regarding the blue crystal, was it not? How can you call that deception?" Mark exclaimed dramatically upon hearing her words. "I was merely passing through, seeking a supply, when your foolish soldiers insisted I was a prominent figure here to collect the blue crystal. They insisted on shoving it into my hands and demanded I speak highly of them. What could I do? Alas!" With a flourish, Mark spread his hands to express his helplessness. Ponyo, who had been intently observing his behavior, found her expression growing increasingly grim. After years of navigating the vast cosmos and encountering numerous shameless and reckless rogues, she had never before met someone as audacious and reckless as Mark. Suppressing her rising anger, Ponyo calmly adopted a conciliatory tone. "In that case, I must request you return that batch of blue crystals to their rightful owner, Mr. Satan." The audacity of such a request left Mark scoffing dismissively. What reason is there to return something once obtained? With his arms crossed, Mark wore a nonchalant expression. Bunyu was not surprised by his response. Often, arrogance stems from ignorance. In her eyes, Mark might genuinely be unaware of the terror posed by the Frisia Force, and even less aware of his own prowess. Disinterested in further banter with Mark, she decided to act swiftly. A brilliant red energy sphere coalesced in her palm, which she hurled directly at Mark's head. Sharing a lineage with Jai-S, Bunyu's combat style closely mirrored his, utilizing energy blasts that were similarly effective. The speed and power of her attack were commendable. However, regrettably, to Mark, it posed not an ounce of threat. As the energy blast neared, Mark merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading it. "Miss Bunyu, If you have not concealed your true strength, it would be unfortunate. You might meet your demise on planet Satan. The game of cat and mouse had yet to commence, yet Mark already felt a tinge of boredom. Disinclined to squander more time, he unleashed his full combat potential and charged towards Bunyu. Chapter 48, Recruitment. How infuriating. You were hiding your combat power. Mark's punch was met by Bunyu's forearm, which she raised in defense. The sensation of tingling numbness surged through her arm, igniting a mix of surprise and anger. She had not anticipated Mark concealing his abilities. Mark, unfazed by her outburst, merely revealed an enigmatic smile, double Kyoken. He had refrained from using the Kyoken during his initial strike, as he was keenly aware he had finally encountered a worthy opponent. Bunyu's combat strength was only 2,000 points beyond his own. For both of them, such a disparity was insufficient to create a significant gap. With a single punch, Mark sought to gauge the extent of his adversary's power, gaining a visceral understanding of his own capabilities. Empowered by the double Kyoken, the Satan Iron Fist struck once more at Bunyu. Crack! Crack! Almost simultaneously, two sharp sounds echoed from Bunyu's arms. When Mark unleashed the Kyoken, his power erupted instantaneously before he quickly concealed it once more. Although Bunyu wore a detector on her ears, it failed to capture the fleeting change. Believing Mark's combat power to be merely 33,000, she inadvertently fractured both her forearms. The excruciating pain rendered her helpless. As she attempted to use her left hand to support her right, she realized both limbs were incapacitated. Enduring the piercing agony, beads of sweat formed on Bunyu's forehead as she glanced at Mark in terror, her tone softening. Mr. Satan, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. In fact, I have been dispatched by Lord Frisia to invite you to join our ranks. With your strength, I am certain you will ascend rapidly within the Legion. Regarding those blue crystals, Lord Frisia would not mind. He has always treated his subordinates with great courtesy. However, the truth in Bunyu's statement is ambiguous. Among the few who can effortlessly defeat their foes, only a handful exist within the Legion. Aside from King Frisia, there are only the Applicator brothers and that dance-challenged Captain Jinyu. Excluding them, neither Jeez, Buddha, nor any other formidable warriors possess the capability to instantly overpower their adversaries. Although the scanner did not yield precise readings, Bunyu estimated that the black-haired scoundrel before her possessed a battle power of at least 60,000. Such a formidable opponent was beyond her capabilities to contend with. Moreover, if merely a handful of blue crystals could summon such a fierce warrior, Lord Frisia would surely commend her upon learning of it. In a brief moment, Bunyu weighed the pros and cons. Being adept at cerebral combat, she swiftly altered her approach. Her words prompted Mark to see system options materialize before him. Option 1. Accept Bunyu's invitation to join Frisia's army. Reward: martial skill, energy shield. Option 2. Eliminate Bunyu. Reward: 50,000 battle power. Bunyu's proposition was undoubtedly advantageous to her. However, Mark outright rejected the same suggestion. What nonsense is this? The king treats his subordinates with kindness, yet a slight disagreement could lead to immediate self-detonation and annihilation. Did he not notice how considerate the system was? To join Frisia's army and receive an energy shield as a reward. It was clear that the king was no benevolent figure. Furthermore, he was, after all, a half-disciple of Dog Kong. Given Frisia's ruthlessness towards the Scions, how could he ever tolerate them? Mark never fancied himself a paragon of virtue. Deceit, trickery, and betrayal were not foreign to him since his arrival in this realm. Yet compared to Frisia, he was but a minor rogue. A good person and a bad person might form an alliance, but a villain and a cunning trickster would never sustain a long-term collaboration, for they both understood the true nature of one another. Observing Mark lost in contemplation after hearing her proposal, Bunyu felt a surge of delight. Before reaching Satan Star, she'd done her homework. Mr. Satan first appeared on the planet Guru, where, according to the now-deceased witness Cheese, this individual slaughtered over 10,000 Guru inhabitants single-handedly. His methods of cruelty were undoubtedly aligned with her own Legion's ethos. In Banyu's mind, she had long since labeled Mark with various tags: cruel, bloody, insidious, unrefined. Mr. Satan, we are allies, not adversaries. Should you choose to join our ranks, Lord Frisia will undoubtedly treat you well. Perhaps you are unaware that we have recently been engaged in combat with the Gula Legion, and individuals of your formidable strength are most welcome. Wealth, beauty, power. If you merely nod in agreement, they shall be yours. But why? That fellow, Bonnie, possesses a rather sweet voice. When she feigns innocence, it sends shivers down one's spine. However, The crucial issue is that her appearance is utterly repulsive to Mark. With a flick of his fingers, an energy blast instantaneously pierced through Bonnie's chest. Even in her last moments, she could not fathom why Mark would take her life. Confirm selection. Rewards have been issued. Thud, thud, thud. The system notifications sounded, and the energy within Mark surged more than doubled. A staggering 50,000 points of battle energy. In an instant, Mark's standard combat power skyrocketed to 83,000 points. Yet, as was customary, Mark swiftly suppressed his aura even as his strength surged. The detectors of Frisia's army possess communication and eavesdropping functions. Though Bonnie lay dead, the battle power detector adorning her ear remained intact, regulating his aura. Mark swiftly approached Bonnie's lifeless body. Crack! He shattered the detector with a kick, simultaneously obliterating Bonnie's skull. Having eliminated this immediate nuisance, Mark propelled himself directly into the spaceship. Roar! As anticipated, there were indeed new combat suits here. Alas, perhaps I shall stick to the old-fashioned ones. The new style with a cape is quite unseemly. There were also some rare metal rods. A fortunate find indeed. Ha ha ha. Engaging in loot mode, Mark was utterly delighted. The quantity of his haul was inconsequential. What mattered was the experience. In the early days of the Dragon Ball world, not everyone could take advantage of Frisia's forces. After Mark had thoroughly scoured the ship, the ordinary soldiers who had ventured out in search of him began to return one by one. As each returned, Mark effortlessly subdued them, asserting control. He dismantled their detectors, transforming this group from Frisia's soldiers into splendid servants of Mr. Satan. Of course, these individuals were exceedingly cowardly. Under Mark's imposing presence, not a single one remained loyal to their king. Hey, you there! Dismantle the signal receiver, or I shall dismantle you. You there! Check the condition of the spaceship. This shall henceforth be my chariot, Mr. Satan S. Do not damage it. You there! Target Gylo Star. I shall take you to witness the fate of those who dare provoke Mr. Satan. Seated in the command room, Mark commanded the ship to proceed toward Gylo Star. 3 days passed. Where's the planetary defense system? You took the deposit and now wish to renege, do you? You, who are called Gylo, best be prepared. Chapter 49. Seeking Trouble. Ponyo has met her demise, and Mark's combat prowess has surged dramatically. His standard battle power has inadvertently reached an impressive 83,000 points. When combined with the quintuple Kaioken, his actual strength surpasses the remarkable threshold of 400,000. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, given a little more time, Mark could rival the first form of Frisia. However, Frisia's ultimate form boasts a staggering battle power of 1.2 billion, a level that is currently beyond Mark's reach. Yet, a mere Jiro is no longer a concern for him. You have betrayed me in secret. I cannot fault you entirely, as wealth can tempt the heart. However, you accepted my deposit and failed to fulfill your end of the bargain. That is where your wrongdoing lies. With reason and justification, Mark has devised a plan for 100-fold compensation. Whether Jiro accepts, this is no longer Mark's concern. With all surveillance devices aboard the spaceship dismantled, Mark, accompanied by a motley crew of subordinates, headed towards Jiro's commercial star. In the command room, Mark reclined in the captain's chair, savoring the exquisite wine curated by Ponyo. This unfortunate soul, despite his unsightly appearance, possessed a truly remarkable collection of fine wines. The direct journey from Satan Star to Jiro's commercial star would only take 5 days. Meanwhile, Mark sailed leisurely through space. On Jiro Star, however, chaos reigned supreme. With Ponyo missing and communications severed, the Frisia force incessantly demanded accountability from Jiro. After all, Jiro was the one who provided the Frisia force with essential intelligence. He was now obligated to uncover the reasons for this disruption. Yet Jiro persistently brushed off the high-ranking officials of the Frisia force. To put it accurately, Jiro was reluctant to personally intervene in this matter. The reason Jiro Star has gained notoriety as a prominent trading hub lies primarily in its ability to maintain a facade of strict neutrality. If, during this incident, the personnel of Jiro Star were to assist the Frisia force directly, it would undoubtedly expose them to scrutiny. Nevertheless, behind the scenes, Jiro has dispatched Jiru to lead a team to Satan Star to investigate the situation personally. On February 20th, 753 AD, after 5 days of travel, Mark's ship arrived at the vicinity of Jiro Star. Lord Satan, the Jiro Star administration requests our entry into the designated docking port. A subordinate hurriedly approached Mark, saluting before reporting the situation. Setting aside his magazine, Mark, in front of his assembled troops, removed his bathrobe and donned his combat attire. Once prepared, Mark casually instructed, "Ignore them. Land directly on the palace of Jiro. Ensure you are ready. Should they dare to act against us, let them be dealt with ruthlessly." During the 5 days, aside from relaxation, Mark also took the opportunity to assess and recruit these subordinates. These individuals constituted the lowest tier of the Frisia force, essentially serving as cannon fodder. Among them, the most formidable individual possesses a combat power nearing 2,000 and is a devoted admirer of Poniu. 2 days prior, this individual attempted a surprise attack on Mark, but was swiftly vanquished, sent to meet Poniu. The remaining members of this group have varying tenures of service within Frisia's army, with the longest serving for over 30 years and the shortest for more than a decade. Their combat abilities have seen little enhancement, yet each is notorious for their misdeeds. The impending battle is intended for a surprise assault, with Mark planning to seize Jiro and confront him. Some of these individuals will remain to guard the ship, while others will accompany Mark in assaulting Jiro's palace. The outcome of their fates holds no concern for Mark. Moments later, the ship forcibly breached Jiro Star's defenses. Given that Jiro Star could sell planetary defense systems to Mark, they naturally employed similar measures within their own stronghold. As Frisia's vessels descended through Jiro Star's atmosphere, they were met with fierce artillery fire. Despite the subordinates' commendable piloting skills, they sustained 2 hits amidst the barrage. One of these strikes directly impacted the power unit, causing the ship to lose over 80 of its power instantaneously. Although the vessel continued its descent towards the palace, it ultimately landed several kilometers off course. Nonetheless, the ship managed to penetrate the first line of the planetary defense system. With a creak, the hatch on the ship's dome opened, and a throng of subordinates armed to the teeth emerged. Mark was the last to exit, hovering behind the group. Observing his surroundings, he noted the dense swarm of intelligent robots encircling them, estimated to number no less than 2,000. In addition to these robots, several hundred soldiers clad in uniforms from Jiro Star were also present. Beep, beep, beep. The detector affixed to his ear buzzed incessantly. After glancing at it, Mark grinned and remarked, "I haven't even sought him out, and Jiro has delivered himself to his demise." How amusing. The detector revealed 4 combat sources nearby, each exceeding a power level of 10,000. Among them, the strongest energy signature registered over 140,000. Only Jiro himself possesses a combat power that aligns with this reading. Following the detector's guidance, Mark swiftly located the 4 targets. One was the towering Minotaur Jiro, while the other 3 were super warriors within the defense system. The latter 3 were of little consequence, but the multitude of intelligent robots would require the subordinates to momentarily fend them off. Mark paid no heed to the fates of these subordinates, vanishing from his position in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood less than 10 meters away from Jiro. In that moment, Jiro, unable to detect the trajectory of Mark's movement, found himself startled by Mark's sudden presence. The outcome left Jilo's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Straining to suppress the unease within, Jilo sternly demanded, "Satan, why have you brazenly invaded my Jilo Star?" After his loud reprimand, he lowered his voice and anxiously pressed on, "Speak, what have you done to Miss Boniel?" Even at this moment, he remained fixated on preserving his reputation. Yet, Mark was unimpressed, instantly unleashing a quintuple Kaioken. His combat power soared to an astounding 410,000, delivering a devastating punch to Jilo's abdomen. The excruciating pain struck him like a searing flame, causing him to collapse. "Humph. You relayed the information to the Frisia force. I do not blame you for that. I would have done the same. However, you accepted my deposit yet failed to deliver the goods, and that infuriates me. The consequences will be severe. As for what you mentioned about Boniel, she pales in comparison to you. She couldn't withstand even a casual move of mine and perished, yet you audaciously seek to judge me. What? Do you miss her so much that you wish to descend to hell with her?" With a hint of malevolence in his smile, Mark crouched down and inquired of Jilo. Meanwhile, in the distance, the planetary defense system had begun systematically eliminating the invaders. Mark was unperturbed by the demise of the expendable minions he had summoned. However, the astute Jilo began to curse loudly. "Damn it, you ruffian, stop at once. These individuals are under Mr. Satan's command. They came to our Jilo Star as guests. What kind of decorum is this with all this fighting and killing? Esteemed Mr. Satan, I believe there must be a misunderstanding between us. Can you grant me an opportunity to compensate you?" Having shouted all of this, Jilo immediately capitulated to Mark. Chapter 50, Compensation. Weapons sheathed, horses set free. Jilo's call had come a moment too late. Of the 20 or so minions, Only 3 fortunate souls remain alive. I deeply apologize, Mr. Satan, your subordinates. The subjugated Gilo expressed his remorse, but was interrupted by Mark. What do you mean, my subordinates? Those unfortunate souls do not deserve to serve me. This planetary defense system is quite impressive. Ha ha. With those words, Mark unleashed 3 energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 surviving minions were ultimately silenced. What is this? Witnessing Mark's ruthless actions, Gilo suddenly felt like a benevolent little rabbit. Mark cast a sidelong glance at him and gravely intoned. These individuals were part of the Frisia force. Now they lie dead at your hands. The formidable Lord Gilo, under the relentless torment of Miss Bonio, ultimately failed and accidentally killed her, while also eliminating her guard. Ho ho ho, Mr. Gilo, do you agree with this narrative? Mark's despicable tactics left Gilo utterly exasperated. The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of many unrelated aliens who were watching from afar. Now, upon Mark's reminder, Jiro was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Akin to yellow mud falling into his trousers, though not excrement, it bore the same essence. In reality, Mark's maneuver was nothing more than a facade of intimidation. From the moment he eliminated Poniu, the Frisia force had already locked onto him. After all, Poniu had been wearing a detector at that time. Their dialogue had surely been monitored and recorded. Mark's current statements were merely aimed at extorting Jiro meticulously. This fellow, while it might be gratifying to take revenge on him, would ultimately forfeit an opportunity for substantial profit. Mark was not one to be easily stirred. With Mr. Satan's prompting, Jiro swiftly reacted, dispatching his subordinates to clear the battlefield and handle the aftermath. Meanwhile, he accompanied the devilish Mr. Satan back to the palace to discuss compensation matters. During the brief 10-minute walk, Jiro replayed the entire incident in his mind. By the time they entered the Grand Hall, he felt somewhat steadied. Mr. Satan, I am innocent in this matter. The true culprit is that scoundrel Kai's. Mark reclined languidly on the expansive chair, one foot dangling outside while the other rested on the armrest, listening leisurely to Jiro's ramblings. That fellow Kai's is certainly no paragon of virtue. Yet, neither are you, Jiro. However, while Mark harbored such thoughts, his words conveyed a different narrative. Kai's, the president of the Kai's Trading Association, was audacious and unscrupulous, having swindled over 300 tons of blue crystal from the Frisia force. He had also colluded with cosmic pirates on Guru Star to ambush Miss Poniu and her escort. Furthermore, he audaciously attacked Jiro Star, ultimately being subdued by you, Lord Jiro. As compensation, you are willing to take responsibility for this matter and compensate the Frisia force for their losses. To begin with, as a benevolent individual, I am more than willing to assist you in transferring the 500 tons of blue crystal in compensation to the Frisia force. This should not be too burdensome for you, should it? Upon finishing the first point regarding the compensation, Mark empathetically inquired about Jiro's stance. Man is the butcher, while I am the meat. However, Jiro still questioned, why 500 tons? Shouldn't it be 300 tons? What a jest. The lost blue crystal amounts to 300 tons, but surely Miss Poniu, her escort, and the spacecraft combined must be worth an additional 200 tons? Mark elaborated with his fingers, providing Jiro a thorough lesson on loss assessment. Not burdensome at all. The 500 tons of blue crystal will be delivered promptly. Jiro gritted his teeth, seething with indignation. Ah, Lord Jiro, you are quite astute. This is a splendid start. Secondly, your Jiro Trading Bureau accepted my deposit and informed me that the planetary defense system was completed. To my dismay, what I awaited with eager anticipation was not the merchandise, but rather an unforeseen calamity. Had we not possessed such means, you would have truly brought about my demise. Is it unreasonable to charge you 500 tons of blue crystal as compensation for emotional distress? At last, according to the customs of my hometown, the principle of a falsehood compensates 10,000 applies. I shall forego the blue crystal and instead seek equivalent technological advancements. Is that too much to ask? One must take steps to advance. Mark, once again, is audacious in his demands. However, this particular issue indeed falls squarely on Jilo's shoulders. Though Mark refrained from articulating it directly, Jilo was acutely aware of the underlying truth. This time, he remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. A total of 1,000 tons of blue crystal is an astronomical figure for an ordinary individual. If for Jilo, it is merely a significant setback. A setback, however, is far preferable to the loss of life. At this moment, Jilo pinned his hopes on Mark being a man of his word. Observing Mark's complete lack of resistance, Jilo felt a sense of relief. The demands were lowered, and Jilo accepted them without hesitation. Following Jilo's orders, the 1,000 tons of blue crystal were swiftly prepared. This technology is impressive, and that one too, as well as this and that. Jilo, I hope you did not mind my naivete. After studying on the tablet for quite some time, Mark checked off a multitude of advanced technological options. Jilo did not linger on the matter. Even if he were to grant all the technology to Mark, he would not feel the loss, as the cost of such advancements is virtually negligible. Mark was cautious in his comments, aware of the humiliation he endured, yet he maintained a smile. Lord Satan, 1,000 tons of blue crystal have been loaded onto the transport ship. Shall we send it to Satan's star? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Jilo approached Mark, inquiring with utmost care. There is no need for such formality. Let's go and take a look. Storing the data chip securely, Mark declined Jilo's suggestion. What a joke. You lot only know how to install trackers. I find it hard to trust you. In no time, under Jilo's guidance, the two swiftly arrived beside the transport ship. Mark produced a universal capsule and casually tossed it to the ground. With a loud bang, a large warehouse materialized before everyone. The universal capsule is undoubtedly an application of spatial technology. Jilo and his group, being unsophisticated, had never witnessed such remarkable technology. One by one, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and load the blue crystal into the warehouse. Huh. You've never seen spatial technology before, have you? The universal capsule is a product of Bulma's family. In truth, Mark himself was unclear about the underlying principles. But this did not hinder his desire to flaunt it. Lord Satan, you possess such advanced technology. I implore you to grant me the rights to this product. It is an invention that could change the universe. As a businessman, Jilo instantly recognized the value of the universal capsule. His mercantile instincts led him to forget Mark's terrifying presence entirely, and he fell to his knees, clinging to Mark's leg in desperation. Collaboration is not out of the question. However, what connection does the Frisia Force have with you? What about Miss Bonyo? She has never even met you, has she? The allure of wealth has already swayed Jiro, who is now considering every angle for Mark. Chapter 51. The Truth. Despite Jiro's attempts to concoct various lies in hopes of misleading the high-ranking officials of the Frisia Force, Mark perceives this as utterly futile. After all, during his previous confrontation with Bonyo, their conversation likely exposed him. Nevertheless, Jiro possesses a deeper understanding of the Frisia Force. Lord Satan, in truth, this matter is not beyond manipulation. After a brainstorming session, Jiro devised a clever plan. From start to finish, Mark would operate under the name of Mr. Satan. Jiro can easily eliminate any records from Jiro's star. Moreover, to Jiro's knowledge, there were no visual records of Mark left on the mineral planet at that time. This implies that, apart from select few, no one knows the true identity of Mr. Satan. On Satan's star, Mark also refrained from revealing his original name, Guru's star. In other words, whatever Jiro asserts now will be accepted as truth. Thus, an almost flawless narrative emerged. The audacious President Cheese of the Cheese Consortium conspired with the cosmic pirate Mr. Satan to deceive the Frisia Force and seize their mineral planet. Upon arriving at Jiro's star to sell the plunder, the astute Jiro detected the scheme. Under intense interrogation, this individual divulged the whereabouts of the cosmic pirate Mr. Satan. This location turned out to be a nondescript little asteroid, Satan's star. Upon learning of the situation, Miss Bonyo relentlessly pursued the cosmic pirate Mr. Satan across light years. Yet ultimately, she fell victim to the mightier Mr. Satan. After seizing control of Bonyo's spaceship, Mr. Satan intended to ambush Jiro's star. Ultimately, however, Mr. Satan, lacking the combat prowess to match Jiro, perished on Jiro's star. With Mr. Satan's demise, the exact location of Satan's star remains unknown. Consequently, the whereabouts of the blue crystal remain a mystery. After hearing this elaborate tale, Mark delivered a kick to the lifeless body of Cheese lying on the ground, silently commending Jiro for his ingenuity. This individual has completely extricated himself from the situation. For now, Satan's star continues to be known as Guru's star. Mark's alias of Mr. Satan can no longer be utilized. After some contemplation, he decided to adopt a new moniker, Mr. Piva. Thus, the quandary was elegantly resolved, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Mark was reluctant to confront Frisia so soon. One must acknowledge that Jiro truly possesses remarkable skills. In pursuit of the agency rights for the universal capsule, this fellow has gone to great lengths. However, the patent for this universal capsule technology remains firmly in the hands of Dr. Brief. How to negotiate a trade with Jiro remains to be discussed. Jiro, on his end, is not in a hurry. The most pressing matter at hand is to resolve the accountability concerning the Frisia Force. Honyu, within the Frisia Force, is merely regarded as a mid-level commander, lacking a significant presence. The loss of 500 tons of blue crystal is but a trivial matter, insufficient to alarm Frisia. Indeed, Canalu, that is the crux of the situation. You are correct. A single corpse hardly warrants transport to headquarters. I shall endeavor to track down the whereabouts of the blue crystal. Please convey my regards to Lord Frisia. Farewell. As the remote video call concluded, Mark stepped away from the camera. Jiro offered him a rather unpleasant smile. This fellow had directly communicated with Canalu, a high-ranking officer of the Frisia Force. Upon hearing of Ponyu's demise, Canalu had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. The Frisia Force controls hundreds of inhabited planets and thousands of mining worlds. With such vast territory, various troubles are bound to arise. Simply instructing Jiro to search for the lost blue crystal sufficed. In truth, Canalu was well aware that even if Jiro were to find the blue crystals, it would likely be a futile endeavor. After a facade of polite conversation, the matter was deemed resolved. From this moment forth, Jiro's loyalty was deemed satisfactorily demonstrated. Days later, on planet Satan, Lord Satan, I must commend your discerning eye. This guru planet is indeed a high-quality, life-bearing world. Stepping off the luxurious spacecraft, Jiro admired the scenery of planet Satan, showering it with praise. Mark, trailing behind, chuckled. It was merely a stroke of luck. After all, those dragonfly people were exceedingly rude. Mr. Jiro, I shall leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. I must return to the Eastern Galaxy for a while. I shall be back within 6 months at most. You need not worry about the capsule agency. The crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, Mark jested. Yet he genuinely intended to collaborate with Jiro. Currently, Earth's technology lags behind the mainstream cosmic standards. However, in certain specialized fields, it remains commendably advanced. For instance, Dr. Brief's universal capsule technology, Bulma's miniaturization techniques, Dr. Jiro's android technology, and Dr. Daisuke's first-generation time machine technology. It is no exaggeration to say that in these areas, Earth's technology surpasses that of other civilizations in the 7th universe. Undoubtedly, the most commercially viable of these is the universal capsule technology. Upon returning to Earth, Mark plans to persuade Dr. Brief to expand the Universal Capsule Company's business into the cosmos. In this trade, Dr. Brief will provide the technology, while Jiro's TradeStar will be responsible for supplying the sales channels. Mark is tasked with providing military assurance. As for persuading Dr. Brief, Mark remains completely unfazed. This time, through extorting Jiro, Mark has successfully acquired thousands of advanced extraterrestrial technologies. Aside from the research conducted by Pilaf, these innovations could also be generously offered to Dr. Brief for his study. No scientist would resist such an alluring temptation. However, all of this is merely a preliminary plan. The most pressing matters at hand are to install a planetary defense system on planet Satan and to harvest all the mature Satan fruits, ensuring their return to Earth. Accompanying Jiro are the engineers from Jiro's planet. Upon arriving at planet Satan, they immediately commence their construction endeavors. Meanwhile, Mark ventured into the subterranean gorge, diligently gathering the Satan fruits by himself. It took Mark 10 days to collect all the fruits, and the planetary defense system was subsequently completed. For now, there is little to be concerned about on planet Satan. Mark entrusted its management to the Jiro Planet Administrative Bureau. In fact, such planetary management services are quite popular throughout the cosmos, encompassing technologies like genetic cultivation, android creation, and intelligent robotics. These technologies can flawlessly produce a variety of labor forces for diverse purposes. On Jiro, there are specialized intelligent robots undertaking such tasks. Thus, after reaching a preliminary cooperation agreement with Jiro, Mark departed from planet Satan alone. Watching the spherical spacecraft fade into the distance, Jiro, along with Jiru and Jisen, returned to Jiro Planet in silence. Mark initially set his course towards the Eastern Galaxy and, after several turns, finally directed his ship toward Earth. On March 14th, 753 A.C., a streak of light descended into the outskirts of South City. Chapter 52, Sparring. After a 6-month absence, when Mark emerged from the spacecraft, he inhaled deeply the air of his homeland. However, upon hearing the distant wails of sirens, Mark ultimately transformed the spacecraft into a capsule and swiftly departed the landing site. The officers from South City, who arrived at breakneck speed, found only a 30-meter-wide deep pit on the outskirts. The origin of this pit left them utterly perplexed. After calling in forensic experts for a thorough investigation with no conclusive results, the matter was eventually left unresolved. Unbeknownst to Mark, his unintentional actions had caused considerable chaos as he raced towards the Satan Technology Company. Moments after his supersonic flight, Mark arrived outside Pilaf's laboratory. He pressed the communicator, but no one responded after a lengthy pause. Sensing something amiss, Mark forcefully entered the laboratory, only to discover it was completely deserted. Oh, 5 Dragon Balls had inexplicably gathered together, with another one located in South City. Gazing at the dust-laden and chaotic laboratory, Mark thoughtfully retrieved the Dragon Radar. The results aligned closely with his expectations. That scoundrel Pilaf had resumed his dreams of collecting the Dragon Balls during his absence from Earth. Fortunately, he had taken 1 Dragon Ball with him when he left, and the 4-star Dragon Ball still resided with Goku in South City. It was a stroke of luck that he had prepared for contingencies. Otherwise, it was difficult to predict what mischief Pilaf might have concocted. With a rebellious spirit, Pilaf was a troublesome adversary. After a moment of contemplation within the laboratory, Mark promptly returned to his luxurious villa. Through his senses, he could ascertain that all was well with Goku. At the very least, Goku's displayed combat prowess had significantly improved compared to 6 months ago. Upon returning to Earth, Mark had numerous matters to attend to. If Pilaf and his cronies were absent, these tasks would indeed prove somewhat challenging. A minute later, Mark descended swiftly into the grand courtyard of his villa. March in South City marked the peak of the year's heat. In the lush shade of trees, the gravity training chamber stood quietly amid the verdant surroundings. Just as Mark was about to knock on the door, it swung open to reveal a sweaty Goku, who exclaimed joyfully, "Mark, you're back." While his words lacked substance, the depth of his concern was palpable to Mark. "I'm back. Goku, you seem stronger." Mark replied, "Cool, mate. Unleash all your energy and let me see how strong you have become." The matter of Pilaf's attempts to collect the Dragon Balls was of little concern. What truly preoccupied Mark was the extent of Goku's combat enhancement over the past 6 months. The training conditions he had provided were undoubtedly the best available. Mark's curiosity was piqued. Under such rigorous training conditions, how much progress had Goku made? Naturally, Goku had no reason to decline Mark's request. He clenched his fists at his sides, gritting his teeth as he released all his energy. A surge of power erupted from his body, causing his distinctive hairstyle to flutter in the air. Mark, intently observing the fluctuations on the detector, could not help but exclaim, "A combat power of 3,168. Truly a testament to being one of the top combat prodigies in the 7th universe." The mention of the 7th universe, however, felt foreign to Goku. After murmuring the term once, he shrugged it off with carefree abandon. "Mark, I want to spar with you." Over the past 6 months, Goku had scarcely interacted with others. Aside from eating and sleeping, he had spent nearly all his time immersed in the gravity training chamber. This gravity training chamber was crafted for Mark by Pilaf. Although the gravitational limit is merely 100 times, it suffices for the current little Goku. In truth, unlike Mark, who hails from Earth, little Goku, as a Saiyan, swiftly acclimated to double gravity. After careful experimentation, he began to challenge himself with 10 times the gravity. This is precisely why, within a mere 6 months, little Goku's combat power surged beyond 3,000. It is noteworthy that in the historical context familiar to Mark, little Goku should have been receiving training from the deity in the temple at this time. Even 3 years later, his usual combat power would barely exceed 400 points. Furthermore, 5 years down the line, when Raditz arrives on Earth, little Goku, now married with children, would only just surpass a combat power of 1,000. It was only after traveling to King Kai's planet and adapting to 10 times the gravity that he eventually, under King Kai's tutelage, reached approximately 8,000 in combat power. Transitioning from over 1,000 to 8,000 in combat power took little Goku an entire year, though it is worth noting that half of that time was spent journeying to King Kai's planet. Thus, considering all factors, little Goku's achievements are indeed reasonable. Equally reasonable is his eagerness to engage in a sparring match. This was somewhat unexpected for Mark. It was entirely in line with little Goku's nature as a martial arts enthusiast. Mark, undeterred, smiled as he assumed his stance. However, this so-called spar was essentially a test of little Goku's training results. Clad in the attire of the Frisia Force, Mark adjusted his energy to around 3,000, ensuring that little Goku would not be inadvertently harmed by his own attacks. With a fierce shout, little Goku lunged at Mark. While Mark harbored no fear of Goku's assault, he sensed something amiss. Little Goku's techniques appeared largely unchanged from before. To be precise, he He was still employing the turtle school techniques. While there is nothing inherently wrong with that, he had an excess of unnecessary movements. Take, for instance, his charge. From Mark's current perspective, it was riddled with openings. He could easily exploit a single flaw to dismantle little Goku's seemingly fierce onslaught in an instant. Lost in thought, Mark momentarily became distracted. Smack! Little Goku's fist connected with Mark's cheek. It was Goku himself who cried out in pain. Instinctively, upon impact, Mark unleashed the hidden energy within him. The backlash from his combat power exceeding 83,000 nearly shattered little Goku's arm. "Are you alright?" Mark inquired, regaining his focus as he looked at little Goku. Little Wukong shook his head, filled with a myriad of emotions, and lamented, "Mark, how have you become so formidable? It seems I shall never catch up to you in this lifetime." There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. Mark, noticing the shift in little Wukong's demeanor, quickly sought to uplift his spirits. For those who practice martial arts, it is essential to understand not only the art of combat, but also the essence of one's pursuits. Each individual's journey is unique, and there is no need to regard others as benchmarks for our own lives. Little Wukong, your current prowess has indeed seen significant enhancement. Yet there are inherent flaws in your foundation. I wish to find you a new mentor who can assist you in addressing these challenges. Are you willing to accept this guidance? Chapter 53, The Immortal. Throughout little Wukong's life, the quest for knowledge through mentorship has been a constant theme. Initially, he lived under the care of his grandfather, Sun Wufan. Observing little Wukong, who bore a tail and was unlike others, Sun Wufan, though lacking systematic training methods, nonetheless provided him with fundamental teachings before he encountered Master Wutian. Subsequently, during his quest for the Dragon Balls, little Wukong met his most influential mentor, Master Wutian. On that vast island, little Wukong and Krillin trained under Master Wutian, transforming from ordinary individuals into true martial artists. Later, while searching for the Dragon Balls, little Wukong ascended the Korin Tower. There, the cat sage, through the guise of stealing a water jug, offered him invaluable insights. The cat sage's guidance not only honed little Wukong's speed and combat strategy, but also enhanced his endurance and physical strength. On Earth, the most significant assistance in Sun Wukong's training came from the immortal residing in the temple. Thanks to the foundational work laid by Sun Wufan, Master Roshi, and the cat sage, little Wukong was granted the opportunity to meet the immortal. The immortal not only facilitated Sun Wukong's weight training, thereby amplifying his internal energy, but also imparted the critical skills of breath control and the elimination of unnecessary movements in battle. Mark had previously taught little Wukong the art of breath control, yet the refinement of avoiding superfluous actions in combat truly required the expertise of the immortal, Mr. Popo. After all, Mark's own experience in this regard was quite limited. Throughout his battles, Mark had always relied on overwhelming strength to dominate his foes. Clearly, he shared this particular shortcoming. Thus, sending little Wukong to the immortal was imperative. As for himself, Mark harbored no concerns. In his developmental strategy, encountering formidable adversaries would certainly be best handled by Dog Kong, while he could simply assume the role of a powerful yet laid-back entity. Having articulated his plans, Mark turned to little Wukong, eagerly awaiting his response. "Of course I am willing. Shall we seek him out at once?" As anticipated by Mark, upon hearing that there were more formidable individuals who could mentor him, little Wukong readily agreed. Mark chuckled and explained, "First, go take a bath and change into clean clothes. Let us indulge in a sumptuous feast before we embark on our journey. This training may last a year or two, and I fear you might not have the chance to relish exquisite meals for quite some time. In a heavenly realm, there is scarcely anything delectable for you to savor." Over the past 6 months, at Mark's request, Mrs. Aisha had been preparing lavish meals for little Wukong daily. The abrupt shift to hardship concerned Mark, as he worried about little Wukong's adjustment. Hearing Mark's words, little Wukong eagerly nodded in agreement. Thus, he took a bath, donned the combat attire that Mark had prepared for him, and enjoyed a grand feast. By the afternoon, the two had settled all matters. Thoughtful Mrs. Aisha, upon learning that little Wukong would likely be away for an extended period, promptly informed the chefs to prepare a plethora of delicacies, sealing them for preservation in capsules. With their bags packed, the two stood in the courtyard, ready to depart. "Wukong, how have you fared with the sky dance technique I taught you?" Before Mark's last departure from Earth, he had imparted substantial knowledge to little Wukong, including the essential martial art of sky dance. Upon hearing Mark's inquiry, little Wukong proudly declared, "I've mastered it long ago. I can fly really fast." "Ah, splendid." Mark nodded, then continued, "Stay close to me. We shall visit the deities at the temple. With that, Mark soared toward the direction of the Garen Tower. Little Wukong felt a twinge of confusion at Mark's words, but followed swiftly behind. Intentionally controlling his speed, he soon caught up to Mark. Half an hour later, they had arrived near the sacred site of Garen. Spotting the familiar surroundings, little Wukong exclaimed, "Isn't this the Garen sanctuary? Are you seeking Master Garen to train me? I've already climbed to the top of Garen Tower and even seized the super holy water." His tone carried a hint of disappointment, yet he was undeniably joyful. Although the deity Mark mentioned was likely Master Garen, little Wukong felt a wave of happiness at the thought of soon reuniting with the cat he hadn't seen in years. However, Mark corrected him, "I have met Master Garen, but this time we are visiting a higher deity. Stay close." With that, Mark increased his speed once more, generating a series of sonic booms as he did so. Seeing this, little Wukong clenched his teeth and hastened his pace, striving to keep up with Mark. The two ascended rapidly, soaring past Garen Tower. Observing their flight, Master Garen chuckled to himself. "These two rascals haven't even stopped by to see me. Mark has truly become formidable, reaching such heights in his training. It's quite astonishing, and fortunately, he isn't a villain." Certainly, while Mark is not regarded as a malicious individual, he is far from being considered virtuous. The sage Garen, who often observes the world through his water tank, is well aware of Mark's nature. However, as Garen contemplates this, Mark has already arrived at the temple ahead of him. Having sensed Mark's rapid approach, Mr. Popo and the deity have long since positioned themselves in the center of the temple. During this initial encounter, Mark is keen to leave a favorable impression on the deity. As he notices that the little monkey, Goku, has also flown up, Mark strides forward to stand before the deity. With a slight bow and a calm demeanor, he introduces himself. "Greetings, Heavenly God. My name is Mark, and I trust you are familiar with my deeds. It is a pleasure to meet you. Indeed, I am most grateful for your defeat of Demon King Piccolo and welcome you, Mr. Mark." The deity's response is not mere flattery. As the divine overseer of Earth, he is always attuned to significant events transpiring below. A year prior, Mark had subdued and vanquished Demon King Piccolo, leading to the emergence of his guardian, Dend. The deity is well aware of these events. To claim ignorance of Mark would be quite peculiar. Mark harbors a fundamental respect for this exceptional Namekian. Just as their pleasantries commence, the impudent Goku interjects, "Mark, I feel like I've seen this guy before. Why does he seem so weak? Can he truly train me?" Mark shoots Goku a disapproving glance before clarifying, "This is the heavenly god of Earth, commonly referred to as the deity. He was once the same being as Demon King Piccolo, the very one I tamed at the martial arts tournament, whom you have encountered before." A person's strength does not directly correlate with their capability. Often, even the simplest of beings can serve as our teachers, let alone a deity. Dear Heavenly God, though Goku may speak without decorum, his heart is not unkind. I hope you can impart wisdom to him on how to fight more effectively. The future safety of Earth will rely on his protection. After admonishing Goku, Mark turns and hands the somewhat embarrassed little monkey over to the deity. Chapter 54, A Visit. Of course, if others wish to join, that would be splendid. The more martial artists capable of safeguarding Earth, the better. The deity has long held a favorable view of Goku, Tin, Krillin, and others. Previously, there was no compelling reason to invite them to the temple for training. However, with Mark's unexpected arrival seeking guidance for Goku, the deity embraces this opportunity with enthusiasm. Beyond Goku, the deity welcomes the idea of training as many individuals as possible. With no aversion to training Goku, the deity's approval brings delight to Mark, who pats Goku on the back and says, "Little Goku, from now on, you shall remain at the temple and focus on your training. Heavenly beings, I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell." With a smile upon his face, Mark advised the young Wukong, expressing his gratitude to the deities before preparing to take his leave. However, just as he turned away, one of the divine beings hastily called out, "Mr. Mark, please hold on. I have something to convey to you." "Oh." Mark paused, momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom what urgent message the celestial being could possibly have for him. Nevertheless, given the deity's insistence, Mark felt compelled to listen. He turned around and approached the divine figure, patiently awaiting the revelation. Taking a deep breath, the deity spoke with a grave tone. "The great Demon King Piccolo has not perished. He has given birth to a successor, Piccolo II. Ah, so that is the matter at hand." Mark realized, understanding that, from the divine perspective, the issue of the great Piccolo was indeed a formidable challenge. However, it was evident that Mark had underestimated Piccolo's audacity. The deity cast a penetrating gaze upon Mark before continuing, albeit hesitantly. The newly emerged Piccolo ventured to South City a few days ago and abducted the Pilaf gang. What? Is this true? Now, it was Mark's turn to be astonished. In his subjective assessment, he believed Pilaf to be a relentless schemer, plotting rebellion in his absence from Earth. This very judgment had delayed Mark's search for the trio. After all, no matter how diligently they sought the Dragon Balls, they could hardly stir any significant upheaval. But now, with the deity's words, Mark's mind began to race with analysis. After a brief contemplation, he muttered to himself, Piccolo is gathering the Dragon Balls. What could his intentions be? In Mark's eyes, Piccolo's abduction of Pilaf and his companions seemed justifiable. After all, it was they who had painstakingly orchestrated his release. Furthermore, the only factions capable of locating the Dragon Balls on Earth were these three. The most efficient and precise means of locating the Dragon Balls was the arena constructed by Bulma. Yet for the past 6 months, Yamcha and Bulma had been inseparable, leaving no opportunity for Piccolo to act. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Piccolo was even aware of Bulma's ability to create the Dragon Radar. Next, there were remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, who might possess the technology to manufacture Dragon Radars. However, the technological proficiency of the Red Ribbon-S Dragon Radar was woefully inadequate, rendering it useless. Ultimately, the only reliable means of locating the Dragon Balls lay with the radar crafted by Pilaf. Yet, what perplexed Mark was this. Even if Piccolo were to gather the Dragon Balls, what desire did he aim to fulfill? Confounded, Mark found himself ensnared in a mental labyrinth. Observing the increasingly troubled expression on Mark's face, the deity added, Piccolo threatened Pilaf, compelling him to construct a dwelling for him. The place where Xiao Yukong frequently enters in Nandu is exactly the same. What? This fellow actually set his sights on the gravity training chamber. How despicable. Upon hearing this, Mark was taken aback. Without delay, he activated his combat power detector, swiftly scanning the area and soon identifying a suspicious target. However, the displayed combat power was merely over 350 points, which was not particularly formidable. Thank you, celestial being. I shall investigate what that rascal Piccolo is up to. Rest assured, I will not take his life, as I am aware of the bond he shares with you. Upon uttering these words, Mark noticed the celestial being's face turn pale with fear. This change did not escape Mark's keen observation and understanding the source of concern. He provided clarification to ease the celestial being's anxiety. Just as he was about to depart, Mark paused, rummaged through his pocket, and tossed a 6-star Dragon Ball to Xiao Wukong. Wukong, safeguard this Dragon Ball. Remember to train diligently, and we shall meet again at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Mark refrained from further conversation and swiftly soared towards Piccolo's location. Originally, Mark intended to pay a visit to Master Rashi and Yajirobe afterwards. However, given the complexity of the situation, he decided to postpone that plan. After half an hour of flight, Mark soon arrived at the desolate wasteland where Piccolo resided. In this vicinity, he observed numerous large dinosaurs roaming about. The environment closely resembled the one he later trained Gohan in, leading Mark to deduce that they were indeed in the same location. Piccolo had brazenly established the gravity training chamber atop a mountain. Outside the gravity training chamber, the unfortunate Pilaf trio was setting up a campfire nearby, roasting dinosaur meat to sate their hunger. The harsh elements had rendered the three of them looking quite miserable. With no tools at their disposal, these unfortunate souls found themselves unable to descend from the rugged cliffs. It was apparent that Piccolo must periodically provide them with food and fresh water. Otherwise, their survival would have been impossible. Mark hovered in midair, gazing down at the three wretched figures with a sigh. As for Piccolo, he sensed that the latter was diligently engaged in rigorous training at that moment. In a flash, Mark appeared before the Pilaf trio, startling them greatly. However, upon recognizing Mark, they immediately burst into tears and clung to his legs, wailing, "Wah, Lord Satan, I knew you would never abandon us. Please, take us away from this dreadful place. We have been trapped here for nearly 4 months. Sniff, sniff. Lord Mark, you must not let that wretched green-faced imp go free. He has made our lives miserable." Their voices rose in a cacophony of lamentation, which, of course, was heard clearly by Piccolo. Before Mark could utter a word, the individual boldly opened the door and stood not far from him. Indeed, quite audacious. "Young one, I have high hopes for you. Enough of the tears. You all should return to the southern city. Any discussions can wait until my return." Mark retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground, whereupon a hovering spacecraft materialized before the three. eager to escape this wretched place. They hurriedly boarded the vessel. The spacecraft ignited and swiftly departed the desolate wasteland, heading towards the southern city. As the trio distanced themselves, Mark leisurely turned around. Not bad. More patient than your deceased father. Young one, the individual you kidnapped has constructed a gravity training chamber for you, so I bear you no grudge. Go ahead. Let me witness the fruits of your 4 months of training. Mark assumed a stance, mocking Beak with a smile. Chapter 55, The Attendant. Do not be complacent. In light of the pressure brought by Mark, Beak remained exceedingly cautious, choosing his words with great care, his eyes revealing a deep-seated wariness. Beak understood that this day would eventually come. In truth, from the moment of his birth, Beak had no choice. If he were an ordinary human, unable to resist fate, he could have settled for a mundane life. However, being of demonic lineage, he was devoid of such options. Others, the second generation, inadvertently brought calamity upon their families, ultimately leading to their annihilation for various fronts. In stark contrast, Beak's situation was entirely different. The demon race had been eradicated, and he had suffered greatly due to his father's machinations. He possessed no capacity for rebellion. Why then was he brought into existence to revive the demon race? Upon his birth, Beak did not immediately engage in training. Instead, he pondered this profoundly philosophical question. After much contemplation, Beak concluded that his purpose was simple: to survive. With his innate demonic appearance, he would inevitably face rejection from the world. To grow stronger, even if he could not defeat Mark, he must strive to live for himself. Through the memories inherited from his lineage, Beak learned many things. Thus, he contemplated utilizing the Dragon Balls to aid his ascent in power. Sensing Mark's oppressive aura dissipate from the world, Beak recognized a golden opportunity to turn the tide. After observing for a time, he decisively seized control of Pilaf and his companions. From Pilaf, he learned that Mark's newfound strength stemmed from the gravity training chamber, compelling Beak to demand one for himself as well. Now, after 4 months of arduous training, when confronting Mark, Beak felt that the gap between them seemed less pronounced. Surely, he had grown stronger, hadn't he? As he swept a hand towards Mark, Beak mused within himself. Truly, he was a prodigy among the Namekians, his combat prowess surpassing even that of Goku. Mark glanced at the power level displayed on the scanner, sighing inwardly. 3,419. From birth until now, Mark's combat prowess has soared to remarkable heights. Undoubtedly, this gravity training regimen proves effective not only for Earthlings and Scions, but also holds significant benefits for Namekians. Indeed, history does not allow its pearls to gather dust simply because of one's arrival. Are you not a demon? Why do you strike so gently? Have you not dined? Seeking to gauge Piccolo's true strength, Mark commenced his taunting. Unlike the first generation of Piccolo, the current incarnation remains remarkably composed. Mark's provocations are utterly ineffective against him. Piccolo's strikes remain primarily exploratory. For Mark, this presents no significant challenge. Thus, he restrained his own combat power, engaging in tentative exchanges that gradually evolved into a sparring match with Piccolo. It is not that Mark was idle. Rather, Piccolo's fighting style draws from divine origins. Engaging with this opponent feels like a life-or-death battle for Piccolo, while Mark experiences no pressure whatsoever. Nevertheless, in this scenario, Mark manages to glean a wealth of knowledge from Piccolo. While others yearn for the elder to yield riches, Mark finds delight in extracting them from the younger one. Such mischief! The battle raged for a full half-hour. Huffing and puffing, Piccolo lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Mark, unfazed, casually tossed a senza bean to Piccolo. Consume this. We shall continue. Mark, currently riding a wave of enthusiasm, had no intention of pausing. Piccolo glanced at the senza bean, gritted his teeth, and popped it into his mouth. To his astonishment, instead of being poisoned, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. One extraordinary find. With a sudden burst of energy, Piccolo sprang to his feet, staring intently at Mark. What is this? I have never encountered such a thing. Unable to contain himself, the proud Piccolo finally inquired of Mark. Senza beans, such high-quality goods are uncommon to you. Mark replied, Little one, would you be interested in becoming my attendant? I assure you, you shall never lack for senza beans. Given that Piccolo had yet to make a move, Mark decided to engage him in conversation. Ultimately, it seemed Mark intended to recruit this formidable guardian into the ranks of his own entourage. In the Dragon Ball universe, powerful warriors are often accompanied by a cadre of followers. Vegeta has Nappa and Raditz at his side. Frieza is flanked by Zarbon and Dodoria. And Cooler has the mechanical troops led by the likes of Savaza. Even that rascal Pilaf has his minions, Mayan Shu. Mark felt he too had achieved a level of prominence worthy of followers. Yet, it was evident that demons would never submit. Piccolo rolled his eyes dramatically in response to Mark. Seeing that Bick did not intend to follow him, Mark did not press the matter further. After a brief conversation, the two resumed their battle. This time, Bick was evidently more unrestrained than before, consuming the sins of beans without hesitation, embracing the possibility of defeat without regret. Moreover, Bick was astute enough to discern that Mark was subtly attempting to learn his combat techniques. Aware that Mark had an interest in his abilities, Bick refrained from delivering a fatal blow, opting instead to hold back his strength, hoping to preserve his life. Mark quickly noticed this change in Bick. If you dare to hold back, I will immediately unleash the magic sealing wave and seal you away at the bottom of the sea. Others may be oblivious to your connection with the deities, but I am fully aware. You wouldn't want to waste your prime years languishing in a rice cooker like the previous Demon King Bick, would you? Mark had no intention of using the magic sealing wave, yet Bick could not afford to gamble on Mark's restraint. Reluctantly, Bick committed himself to the spar with earnestness. After consuming 5 sins of beans, Mark finally grasped the fighting style of the gods, or more accurately, the techniques of the demon clan. I won't provide you with any more sins of beans. These are quite precious, Mark declared, prompting a look of resignation on Bick's face. Let us get this over with. Stop tormenting me. Grant me a swift conclusion. Bick's willingness to face death bewildered Mark. Who said anything about you dying? You should rest. I'll take my leave now. Oh, by the way, remember to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in 2 years. This gravity training room is yours to use. Damn it. That rascal Pilaf has somehow learned to operate the training room with solar power. It's quite unbelievable. Am I not worthy to use it? Mark's mutterings faded into the distance as he flew away, leaving Bick standing alone in a daze. After a considerable time, he regained his composure. Meanwhile, in the temple, the deity overseeing little Goku's training observed the scene in silence. On the other hand, Mark swiftly flew towards the South City. With Bick's issues resolved, he sensed no malice lingering in Bick. Keeping him around to look after his granddaughter seemed like a prudent choice. This great nanny is definitely mine. However, Mark still needed to return to South City to offload a mountain of tasks onto Pilaf. Capitalists do not believe in tears. All a laborer needs is comfort and coffee. Before long, Mark arrived at the outskirts of South City under the stars. Chapter 56, The White Mouse. In the year 753 of the Age of the Gods. On March 15th, South City outskirts. Lord Satan, I sincerely apologize for the delay in our research due to that wretched Bick. After a night had passed, under Mark's urging, the three had cleaned up the laboratory. Exhausted, Pilaf struggled against his fatigue, attempting to justify himself. Disinclined to expose him, Mark casually tossed the hard drive, filled with technological advancements. Tim, you all may retire for now. Once your strength is restored, commence your study of the technologies recorded within. After a moment's contemplation, Mark refrained from extracting the Satan fruit to hand over to Pilaf for research. This peculiar item must first be consumed by someone before it could be entrusted to Pilaf. Among the technological marvels Mark had gathered, the vast majority pertained to civilian use, with only a scant few relating to military applications. After issuing a few simple instructions, Mark left behind a ton of blue crystal and promptly returned to his villa for some much-needed rest. After sleeping for the better part of the day, he finally felt rejuvenated. Following a brief conversation with Madame Aisha, Mark then drove to the Satan Martial Arts School. In the southern capital, the Satan Martial Arts School has become a bustling hub, thanks to Mr. Satan's formidable acquisition of dual championship titles. Each day, throngs of people gather outside, eager to join, while others would go to great lengths to entice potential students into their own martial arts establishments. Nowadays, at the Satan Martial Arts School, many wave wads of cash, clamoring to enter, yet finding it nearly impossible to gain admission. Over the past 6 months, under the stewardship of Mark's eldest disciple, Kaloni, the school has flourished. Although it has ceased to profit from boxing matches, the school has nonetheless garnered substantial earnings. Master, recently, numerous affluent individuals have sought our security services. The first batch of students we sent out is now thriving. Kaloni, strikingly handsome, elicited a twinge of envy from Mark. However, the lad's capabilities were indeed formidable. With a remarkably keen market instinct, in the world of Dragon Ball Earth, public safety is alarmingly poor. Even in a metropolis like the southern capital, incidents of robbery, kidnapping, and extortion occur with alarming frequency. Wealthy individuals prioritize their safety, naturally creating a demand for such services. If they were to seek graduates from other martial arts schools, Whether as bodyguards or security personnel, they would ultimately rely upon firearms to assert their authority. Engaging them would be less advantageous than hiring retired military personnel. However, the Satan Martial Arts School stands apart. Its graduates possess the astounding ability to catch bullets with their bare hands. Such a feat is indeed remarkable. This is achievable due to the high standards set for graduation at the Satan Martial Arts School, requiring a combat power of at least 100 points to be deemed worthy of completion. Excellent work alongside Paloki. As a reward, I bestow upon you both 3 Satan fruits. Standing before all the students, Mark directly tossed the Satan fruits to his 2 disciples. Without hesitation, Paloki swallowed his fruit in one gulp. Kaloni displayed a moment's hesitation, but ultimately followed suit. The Satan fruits, approximately the size of apples and resembling the exterior of a mangosteen, were consumed. Almost immediately, their extraordinary effects manifested. Good heavens, how can the eldest brother excrete through his skin? The stench is unbearable, and the second brother is even worse. This aroma is utterly ferocious. Is this a poisonous fruit bestowed by Mr. Satan? It feels so sinister. How curious it is that the 2 senior brothers appear so content. Wait, look at the combat power detector. An anomaly has emerged, and the students are buzzing with speculation. However, it was the keen-eyed among them who noticed that the large combat power testing device situated in the hall exhibited a significant fluctuation. Karoni's combat power surged from 430 points to 577 points. Paloki's combat power escalated from 415 points to 551 points. Remarkably, neither of them had taken any action. Yet their combat prowess skyrocketed. Such a transformation incited a commotion. Seeing this, Mark gestured with his hands, signaling for silence. You 2 go cleanse yourselves. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Mark instructed the 2 disciples to take a bath and then declared loudly, this Satan fruit will be allocated to the instructors of the martial arts school and the elite students. I shall announce the specific acquisition method in due course. Do not be anxious. Now disperse and attend to your own matters. This Satan fruit can yield tens of thousands each year. Mark did not intend to sell them all. After all, rarity enhances value. Selling too many would diminish the price. He planned to prioritize its use for his own people before considering sales to the global martial arts community. Naturally, Mark was indifferent to the price. His primary concern was solidifying the status of the Satan Martial Arts School. Upon hearing Mark's pronouncement, all students resumed their training, though their glances inadvertently drifted towards him. Shortly after, the freshly cleansed Karoni and Paloki reappeared before everyone. Not only had their combat power risen, but they had also experienced remarkable enhancements in other aspects. Karoni, already a strikingly handsome figure, now boasted even more refined, radiant, and resilient skin. His overall appearance had ascended to an entirely new level. Paloki, previously quite overweight, now visibly appeared slimmer. As the 2 emerged, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of students. Mark observed with a smile, but refrained from uttering a word. After a while, as the excitement subsided, Mark called Karoni into the private training room reserved for the schoolmaster. Karoni, you have performed admirably. From now on, the martial arts school will be entrusted to you. I will leave you 100 Satan fruits. After consuming 3, the effects become less pronounced. How you choose to distribute them is your responsibility, but I demand that the Satan Martial Arts School expands across the globe. Mark was not a workaholic. Having painstakingly nurtured Karoni and Paloki, he certainly intended for them to stand on their own. The specifics of the plan were Karoni's concern. Mark would merely await his share of the benefits. Having arranged matters at the martial arts school, Mark, amidst the warm farewell of a gathering, finally embarked upon his luxurious vehicle. After indulging in a sumptuous dinner in the heart of the city, he returned to the villa. Once he instructed Mrs. Aisha to prepare hot water, Mark promptly consumed 3 Satan fruits. In no time, the foul-smelling version of Mark made his entrance. Fortunately, he was well prepared and swiftly immersed himself in the bath. Half an hour later, he emerged wrapped in a towel and entered the bedroom. He focused his mind, summoning the interface. Before him appeared his latest combat strength. Name, Mark. Age, 17. Combat power, 98,000 points. Martial arts, minor. Evaluation, you possess the capability to confront Frisia directly, but beware of his transformations. With the enhancement of the 5-fold Kaioken, Mark's explosive combat power could reach 490,000. In his first form, Frisia's combat power was merely 530,000. The gap in their respective strengths was rapidly closing. Chapter 57. inferior genes. Mark had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of the Satan fruits. According to the data from Gilro Star, the Satan fruits possess the ability to optimize genes. Among the known extraterrestrial beings, the vast majority are carbon-based life forms. At the core of life lies the deoxyribonucleic acid within the cell nucleus, commonly referred to as DNA in terrestrial science. Within human DNA, 95 to 98% of genes are deemed non-functional or junk genes. These genes replicate continuously, transmitting ineffective cells, thereby wasting substantial energy while contributing nothing to the vitality of the organism. A higher percentage of junk genes signifies diminished potential for a population. This is most visibly reflected in lifespan and combat strength. In the database of Gilro Star, the proportion of junk genes in its inhabitants is only 89. Hence, upon reaching adulthood, the average combat power of Gilro's people typically hovers around 60 points. Following widespread cultivation and training, this average can ascend to approximately 110 points. The lifespan of Gilro inhabitants averages around 120 Earth years. Initially, their proportion of junk genes was comparable to that of Earth's population, with lifespans even shorter than the current average on Earth. Approximately 50 years ago, following a sudden rise to prominence, the people of Gilro made significant strides in enhancing their genetic integrity and average lifespan. The more junk genes eliminated from a body, the higher the foundational capabilities for a martial artist. Mark's combat power surged by 15,000 points, not due to the immense energy contained within the Satan fruits, but rather because the defects in Earth's genes have been repaired and strengthened. If 3 fruits yield such results, what might continuous consumption achieve? Could I become a superhero clad in merely underpants? Mark mused to himself, his finger grazing the roughness of his chin. Over on planet Giro, the Satan fruit hardly qualifies as a bestseller. After all, the effects of 3 Satan fruits are optimal. They can eliminate approximately 10 problematic genes, but the efficacy sharply declines thereafter, dropping to less than 1%. While the effectiveness wanes, the price remains unchanged. Thus, it is hardly a necessity. Furthermore, genetic enhancement technology has been explored across numerous civilizations, yielding a myriad of results, making it unnecessary to squander substantial resources on the Satan fruit. However, Mark's situation diverges. This time, he had harvested over 40,000 Satan fruits. Even if he were to consume them merely to stave off hunger, his stockpile was more than sufficient. With this in mind, Mark did not hesitate. He indulged without restraint. Over the course of a single night, he devoured 143 Satan fruits. By dawn the following day, he finally halted when he could eat no more. A glance at the panel data revealed his battle power had surged to 125,000 points. The consumption of 3 Satan fruits had augmented his battle power by 15,000 points, yet the intake of 140 fruits had only increased it by 27,000 points. Beyond 3 fruits, the effectiveness declined sharply. Nevertheless, the improvements were undeniably significant. His vision appeared remarkably enhanced, allowing him to see objects clearly from 1,000 meters away. His body felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. It seemed his mind had also sharpened considerably. Indeed, brain cells are still cells. Oh, his younger brother had grown a bit too. Relishing the changes within his body, Mark was overjoyed. The consumption of those 100 fruits had not been in vain. They were indeed effective. After such a substantial intake, his body expelled a considerable amount of black secretion, which consisted of the discarded problematic genes. This process was akin to the purification described in fantasy novels. Once again, he immersed himself in the bathtub, taking quite some time to cleanse the grime from his body. With a battle power of 125,000 points, combined with a 5-fold King's Fist, Mark's strength now surpassed that of Frisia in his first form. Moreover, as his body grew stronger, his capacity to endure gravity also increased. After a period of training, Mark estimated he would soon be able to withstand 100-fold gravity. In that case, his body could entirely endure a 10-fold King's Fist. Moving forward, as he delved deeper into his training, his battle power would continue to rise. Although it might not reach the extraordinary levels of a Super Saiyan, he would undoubtedly be considered a formidable force in the universe. With his spirits soaring, Mark felt no fatigue. After a brief contemplation, he flew solo towards Pilaf's location. After a couple of days of recuperation, he surmised that this fellow should have nearly recovered. Upon effortlessly entering the laboratory, Mark was immediately greeted by a series of exclamations from Pilaf. Goodness, This nanomaterial can withstand temperatures of 6,000 degrees? What? There's even fifth-generation vector engine technology? My heavens! This cultivation technique could easily produce an entire army of enhanced beings. Is that even possible? A handheld energy cannon. Oh, Lord Satan, what brings you here? In the midst of his soliloquy, Pilaf turned to find a figure looming behind him, blocking the laboratory lights. Upon recognizing Mark, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. I must ask, Pilaf, does this laboratory lack any security measures? Mark observed, making his way through the lab with ease. If someone with ill intent were to arrive, it would be virtually defenseless. There's no helping it. I've just returned and need time to implement changes. Lord Satan, I plan to upgrade this place soon. The materials you brought back contain technologies for creating intelligent robots. These techniques are not overly complex, and I could use them to forge a robotic guard. Pilaf's eyes sparkled at the mention of technological advancements. For a talent in science, the knowledge Mark had acquired was utterly irresistible. Although he was conversing with Mark at that moment, his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Noticing Pilaf's fascination, Mark chose to forego any small talk. He retrieved a capsule from his pocket, placing it on the metallic workbench. Inside are 10 Satan fruits, treasures I obtained from other planets in the universe. Each of you 3 should consume 3, leaving the last one for experimentation. These fruits should contain substances that can modify genes. See if you can extract them. If we can create a gene-enhancing serum, that would be nothing short of miraculous. While the yield of Satan fruits was significant, it was still a mere drop in the bucket compared to the total population of Earth. In his idle moments, Mark had perused numerous texts. Many alien races had developed gene-enhancing serums, each yielding different results. No one engaged in interstellar trade for such items. Even if someone were to sell them, Mark would hesitate to purchase, as the origins were unknown and the consequences unpredictable. To develop a gene-enhancing serum tailored for Earthlings, they would have to rely on their own ingenuity. Although Mark felt that he was destined to remain distant from science, he believed that with Pilaf's efforts, his dreams could still be realized. Ignoring Pilaf's astonished expression, Mark tossed the capsule to him and took off. With his sights set on the West Capital, Mark soared through the skies with all his might, his heart a whirlwind of complex emotions, thoughts surging like a tidal wave. As he felt the howling wind rush past his ears, he contemplated his life and future. This cosmic journey had been fraught with twists and turns. In stark contrast to his previously leisurely days on Earth, Mark now found himself in a whirlwind of activity. Before his traversal, he had always assumed that the Earth within the Dragon Ball universe was relatively tranquil. Even in the face of calamity, Dragon Ball warriors would be there to confront it head-on. He believed that as long as he avoided becoming the comic relief, he would suffice. However, as days turned into weeks, Mark's thoughts began to evolve. The history he once knew had diverged significantly, implying that many future events and individuals would be subject to unforeseen repercussions due to his arrival. Perhaps Goku would never transform into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps, because of Mark's entrance into the universe, the Saiyans would not invade Earth. Perhaps Trunks would never come from the future. From a moment Mark traversed into this realm, a brand new world was birthed, one that, while still rooted in the Dragon Ball universe, would certainly evolve in unpredictable ways. Mark grappled with the notion that he could not place all his hopes in others. This was a question he had been pondering lately. Thus, he resolved to implement his own solutions to reshape Earth and forge a new history. Achieving his aspirations would naturally require gradual accumulation. Establishing the Satan Martial Arts School was one such endeavor, as was the development of gene-enhancing serums and the acquisition of vast scientific knowledge. His discussions with Dr. Brief regarding potential collaboration were also part of this grand design. Before long, after an exhilarating high-speed flight, Mark arrived at Bulma's residence. Just as he descended, the nearby detector emitted a series of alarming beeps. A power level of 1900? It seemed that Yamcha had been rather lackadaisical over the past 6 months. Among the warriors training at Bulma's, only Yamcha remained. This fellow had reached a power level of 1700 half a year ago, and despite the assistance of a gravity training chamber, his power had only increased by 200 points since then. This was, in every sense, unacceptable. Upon his arrival, Mark did not suppress his energy. Sensing Mark's presence, Yamcha emerged from the gravity training room, towel draped over his shoulder. Mark, long time no see. I came to discuss some matters with Dr. Brief. You should continue your training, he exclaimed. By the way, here is something for you to eat, a delicacy. Thank you, Mark replied, tossing 3 Satan fruits to him. Yamcha, receiving the fruits, did not take them to heart. He merely expressed his gratitude before returning to the training room to continue his regimen. Familiar with the Brief residence, Mark entered unhesitatingly in search of Dr. Brief. He found no trace of him in the park on the ground floor, nor in the studio on the second floor. It was only upon reaching the third floor that he discerned the familiar voice of Dr. Brief echoing in the corridor. "Dad, why are you still reading such indecent comics?" "Bulma, those are my personal belongings. Return them at once. In your dreams." "Oh no." Standing outside Bulma's studio, Mark refrained from entering immediately. Once the commotion within subsided, he cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, long time no see, Dr. Brief, Miss Bulma." As he stepped into the studio, Mark was greeted by the sight of shredded, scandalous comics strewn across the floor. He had heard whispers of Dr. Brief's peculiar interests, and it was evident that his understanding of science and technology was paralleled by considerable expertise in the realm of collecting such questionable literature. However, in Mark's eyes, this was hardly astonishing. On planet Gylo, he had even studied extraterrestrials. These comics were truly inconsequential. Noticing Mark's indifference towards the mess on the floor, Bulma momentarily softened her demeanor towards him, though only slightly. Dr. Brief, however, was utterly absorbed in the fragments of paper, his expression one of despair. Mark's greeting went unacknowledged, leaving him standing awkwardly in silence. "Humph," Bulma pouted, pushing past Mark and storming out of her studio. In contrast, Dr. Brief, seeing his daughter leave, promptly bent down to gather the remnants of the magazines. After a brief, while once all the scattered pieces were collected, Dr. Brief finally noticed Mark. "Oh, it's Mark. When did you arrive? What brings you here?" he inquired, his brow furrowed, seemingly oblivious to Mark's earlier arrival. Shortly thereafter, Bulma, still fuming, exited the studio. "Doctor, I recently departed from Earth and ventured into space." "What? You left Earth? Can martial artists survive in a vacuum?" Before Mark could complete his sentence, Dr. Brief interrupted him, his straightforward nature as a scientist taking precedence. Mark paid no mind to the interruption and succinctly elaborated on the situation as prompted by the doctor's inquiry. "Such an advanced engine. It consumes blue crystal. Unbelievable. This technology is at least 5 centuries ahead of Earth. Oh, the environment in which this alien resides must be high pressure and low oxygen. Otherwise, their ears wouldn't resemble headsets. Mark, you claim our universal capsule is unparalleled in space. Is there interest and representation?" "Absolutely. Though I would require payment in blue crystal." Dr. Brief was not a rigid traditionalist. On Earth, the profits amassed by the Universal Capsule Company have catapulted Dr. Brief and his family to the pinnacle of global wealth. Now, they seek to expand their enterprise into the cosmos. Essentially, this endeavor bears little distinction from promoting their products on Earth. The sole difference lies in the currency used for transactions. On Earth, one requires Sony to acquire universal capsules, whereas in the universe, Dr. Brief has specified a preference for lapis lazuli. His motivation is not mere avarice. Rather, he is eager to delve deeper into the energy potential of this novel concept. This reflects not a merchant's obsession with wealth, but a scientist's yearning for new energy sources. Each industrial revolution on Earth has been driven by a revolution in energy. The emergence of new energy heralds a forthcoming technological boom on the planet. Mark has bestowed upon Dr. Brief certain technological advancements from extraterrestrial civilizations in exchange for the agency rights of the Universal Capsule Company in the universe. However, the capsules to be sold in the cosmos must undergo technical encryption. Dr. Brief anticipated this requirement even before Mark. Within a matter of days, the encryption technology was adeptly handled by the father-daughter duo. "Mark, I have a favor to ask you." With that, Bulma cracked open a can of beer. Concurrently, she requested Mark's assistance with her matter. Mark, taken aback, inquired with curiosity, "Go ahead, I'm sure I can help with something within my capabilities." "Well, I have an older sister, Chapter 59. Are you daydreaming? Are you saying that a galactic patrolman named Jack has abducted your sister Ties?" As Bulma recounted the events leading to this predicament, Mark regarded her with a bemused expression. Her response was succinct yet resolute. "Indeed." Mark pondered that there must be some misunderstanding. Nevertheless, he assured Bulma, "Rest assured, Bulma. As far as I know, the Galactic Patrol headquarters is situated at the core of the Milky Way. They are not malevolent beings, and your sister should be safe. After concluding the transaction with the Gylo Star, I will make my way to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to search for Ties. However, what if she refuses to return to Earth with me? Should I forcibly bring her back?" Mark feigned ignorance of Ties' existence while promising Bulma his assistance. Curiously, he queried her on what she intended to do. Without hesitation, Bulma replied, "Why would you bring her back? As long as she is not in danger. That is what matters." The two sisters in Bulma's family are not the type to content themselves with traditional roles of wives and mothers. Ties, during Bulma's childhood, fortuitously encountered Jack when his spaceship malfunctioned. Thus, as the daughter of the Universal Capsule Company, Ties renounced her luxurious life on Earth to accompany Jack, insisting on traveling the cosmos with him. Tai aspires to become a writer of science fiction adventure novels. Although her works may not be bestsellers, she is nonetheless pursuing her dreams. Her sister Bulma, on the other hand, is primarily concerned about Tai's safety and has no intention of interfering with her sister's chosen path. Upon understanding Bulma's intentions, Mark nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. In the ensuing days, employees of the Capsule Corporation embarked on a fervent work schedule, producing a new series of capsules infused with anti-theft self-destruct technology. These capsules, though merely the basic models, could facilitate spatial compression and release when attached to appropriately sized objects. Mark, do not forget your promise. In Bulma's yard, a spherical spaceship lay quietly on the lawn. Surrounding it were Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi, who had come to bid Mark farewell. Just before he was to board the vessel, Bulma called out to him. Mark turned back, nodding solemnly before resolutely stepping inside. This journey back to Earth had all the necessary arrangements made, and Mark had completed his tasks during this time. If it weren't for the spaceship technology still being in its infancy, Bulma and Yamcha would have insisted on joining him for this adventure. Alas, the ship accommodated only one passenger, and the new model would require more time to be developed. Thus, Mark would undertake this journey alone. On April 1st, year 753 of the Age of the Universe, Mark once again ventured into the boundless cosmos, carrying with him 10,000 basic capsules. After several evasive maneuvers to ensure his trajectory remained undetected, he successfully arrived at Jilo's star 10 days later. "Oh, great God of the universe! I thought you would never return, Mr. Satan." Upon receiving word of Mark's arrival, Jilo promptly appeared at the docking port to welcome him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two entered Jilo's magnificent palace together. In the opulent dining hall, a massive round table, over 10 meters in diameter, dominated the center of the room. Surrounding this lavish table stood dozens of breathtakingly beautiful alien maids, all clad in identical uniforms, each sporting a smile and a graceful demeanor, as if they were ethereal beings stepped out from a painting. Some held trays adorned with exquisite cutlery, fine wines, and delectable delicacies. "Mr. Satan, this is the secret fruit wine of the Dudatai Kingdom, a rare delight. And here are the tender tendons of the Baichi beast, a delightfully chewy treat. These lovely maidens greatly admire your prowess and hope to serve you in the days to come." Jilo, eager to seal a business deal, went to great lengths to charm Mark. In a delightful trifecta of gourmet cuisine, exquisite wine, and enchanting beauty, Jiro ultimately steered the conversation towards the matter of agency rights. Upon hearing this, Mark dabbed his mouth with a napkin and cast a sidelong glance at Jiro. "Everyone leave at once. No one is permitted within 100 meters of the palace without my command." Understanding the unspoken directive, Jiro promptly dismissed all the maidens, servants, and guards from the palace. In no time, only Mark and Jiro remained within the grand confines. Raising a goblet of fruit wine, Jiro stood and approached Mark, pausing 2 meters away, awaiting Mark's favorable response. Though his face betrayed nothing, his eyes shimmered with an unquenchable thirst for wealth. Mark, intrigued, scrutinized the towering minotaur before him, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Jiro, I am merely a simple man. The technology of the universal capsule does not reside with me, a fact you are undoubtedly aware of." Without explicitly stating the nature of the transaction, Mark self-deprecatingly alluded to the presence of the third party, Dr. Brief. Upon hearing this, Jiro instinctively nodded, only to shake his head and reply, "We, the strong, are not well-versed in scientific pursuits. I understand this. Therefore, I implore you to introduce me to the brilliant inventor of this groundbreaking technology. Should you facilitate this introduction, regardless of its outcome, I am prepared to offer 300 kilograms of blue crystal as a reward." With that, Jiro awaited Mark's response with eager anticipation. Mark, amused by Jiro's feigned ignorance, chuckled softly. "Ah, Jiro, you cannot possibly be a merchant of deceit. You believe that a mere 300 kilograms of blue crystal could secure you access to this exclusive business? Are you dreaming?" In a dramatic display, he splashed the fruit wine across Jiro's face, his tone laced with scorn. Instantly humiliated, Jiro's expression morphed, his fury erupting as he glared menacingly at Mark. "Humph. Do you dare to challenge me? Surely, You have not forgotten my fearsome reputation. Unmoved, Mark remained seated, exuding his own formidable aura while simultaneously unleashing the quintuple Kaioken technique. Nearly 630,000 units of battle power surged forth, toppling the palace's lavish feast, wine, and decor. Feeling the weight of Mark's overwhelming presence, Jiro trembled, his own battle power detector clinging to his ears. Witnessing Jiro's transformation, Mark grew disinterested in displaying his strength further. Concealing his aura, he finally spoke in a low tone. To my knowledge, that fellow Frisia possesses a battle power of 530,000. My current strength approaches 630,000, rendering Frisia's authority inconsequential to me. As for the universal capsule technology, I advise you to abandon your aspirations. You alone cannot possibly handle such immense profits. From now on, I shall provide you with finished universal capsules, allowing you to reap a pure profit of 20% from sales. As for the other profits, they are no concern of yours. Currently, Mark stands without any foundation in the cosmos. Should he choose to sell himself, merely the endeavor of market expansion would consume an exorbitant amount of his energy, rendering it impractical. Jilo provides a sales platform and channels, which is essential for swiftly penetrating the market, facilitating the early-stage development of the universal capsule. In the future, as Mark garners more capable individuals and the market's acceptance grows, he can easily dismiss the bothersome Jilo. Chapter 60, A Firm Hand. Mark, assertive and unyielding, left no room for Jilo to negotiate. In interstellar trade, the dynamics between trading parties are ever-evolving. At this moment, Mark's strength overwhelmingly surpasses that of Jilo. Should Mark choose to invest time and effort into managing the trading star, he could easily eliminate Jilo and absorb the Jilo star into his own trade, thus reaping greater rewards. At this juncture, the initiative regarding whether and how to trade rests entirely in Mark's hands. It is akin to Mark's current approach, keeping Jilo as a mere pawn to promote the universal capsule. Previously, when Mark first arrived at the Jilo trading star, his combat prowess barely reached 30,000. Even using the five-fold King S fist, his actual combat strength was only on par with Jilo. At that time, Mark and Jilo were of equal standing. Mark came to consume and entertain, while Jilo provided the venue and services. Each took what they needed, with no intersection whatsoever. If one day, fortune favors Jilo and his strength vastly surpasses that of Mark, the dynamics between them would inevitably reverse in an instant. The one who splashes drink in the other's face would then become Jilo. Fortunes fluctuate, ultimately determined by whose fist is larger and harder. Under Mark's firm hand, Jilo swiftly recalibrated his position. As a neutral force secretly supported by Frisia, Jilo had witnessed Frisia's formidable power firsthand. Coincidentally, when Frisia once met with Jilo amidst his busy schedule, he employed methods strikingly similar to those of Mark, with identical speech patterns and attitudes. Frisia, boasting a combat power of 530,000, holds a secret known to few. Yet, Jilo had been aware of it for over a decade. Shortly after Frisia officially took command of the Kurd Corps, Jilo had already been covertly assisting Frisia's forces. Over the years, he gained a profound understanding of Frisia's ruthlessness and cruelty through various channels. A being of 530,000 combat power could proudly claim the title of Cosmic Emperor. The seemingly ordinary individual before us possesses nearly 630,000 combat power. In other words, if he so desires, he could swiftly forge a force rivaling that of Frisia's legion. Engaging in a battle of wits with such an extraordinary powerhouse, Jiro silently cursed his own short-sightedness. Fortunately, this time it was merely a glass of fruit wine that served as a slap to the face. Should he provoke Lord Satan's displeasure again, he might very well be met with a devastating energy blast. Please, Lord Satan, temper your wrath. I have erred. I shall adhere to your every command. I beseech you for another chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiro swiftly executed a kneeling gesture, bowed in apology, and expressed his sincere contrition, all within a heartbeat. The grace of his actions and the fluidity of his submission left Mark in awe. This fellow still possessed considerable utility. Mark had never intended to eliminate him from the outset. Recognizing his ignorance, Mark decided to let this transgression slide. With an expression devoid of emotion, he beckoned Jiro closer with a mere curl of his finger. The clever man quickly crawled to Mark's side while adopting an attentive demeanor. The profit share remains at 20%, but you are to sell with diligence and, in the meantime, gather intelligence on the Frisia force. Do you comprehend? To motivate the horse to run, one must ensure it is well fed. Rather than seizing the moment to diminish Jiro's share, Mark aimed for him to collect ample information on his behalf. In truth, Mark possessed a fair understanding of the broader circumstances within the seventh universe. The secrets he gleaned from anime prior to his transmigration exceeded what an ordinary person might know. Conversely, due to the constraints of the anime's narrative, Mark was not well versed in the more intricate details of the seventh universe. For instance, in Dragon Ball Super, there was a character named Manaka, a mere bystander plucked by Beerus, whose occupation was intriguingly peculiar, a cosmic delivery worker. Such a profession would not exist in isolation, but rather form part of a comprehensive industrial chain. These sectors could potentially serve as avenues for Mark to amass wealth in the future. Of course, Mark could explore these matters gradually. When humanity eventually enters the interstellar era, there would be ample time for further research. However, at present, Mark was particularly intrigued by the Frisia Force. Due to his presence, Goku had not consumed the Super God Water nor engaged in a life-and-death struggle with King Piccolo. The current Goku's battle prowess had already caught up with Krillin and the others. When Raditz eventually arrived on Earth, he would likely be utterly bewildered. Moreover, Mark's existence might alter the destinies of others, including Nappa and Vegeta. Should Goku fail to transform into a Super Saiyan at the expected moment, history might embark upon an unfamiliar chapter that Mark had never anticipated. In preparation for the future, Mark sought to deepen his understanding of the Frisia Force. In the established timeline, the future warrior Trunks had eliminated Frisia and King Cold. The Frisia Force abruptly descended into a state of fragmentation. During this period, had one been able to scavenge, while it may not have been possible to acquire all of Frisia's assets, it would certainly have been feasible to seize numerous resource planets and life-bearing worlds. Such treasures equate to wealth. However, at that time, Earth was grappling with the crisis posed by the androids, leaving little energy for individuals to pursue side ventures. Others may have been preoccupied, but Mark found himself with ample time to scavenge. He was determined not to miss such a lucrative opportunity. Even if history diverged and the battle on Namek never occurred, it was only a matter of time before he encountered Frisia in this sphere. This was not merely fate, but an inescapable reality. Mark's demands were not excessive. Without hesitation, Jiro provided him with a dossier containing intelligence regarding the Frisia Force, encompassing details on controlled planets, personnel arrangements, and varying levels of strength. In addition to information on Frisia himself, there were insights regarding many mid-level and high-ranking officers. Furthermore, Jiro assured Mark that from this moment forth, the Universal Capsule would become a focal product for promotion by the Jiro Trading Bureau. As a reward for his perceptiveness, Mark consented to grant Jiro a 20% profit share along with exclusive agency rights. The remaining matters were straightforward. All transactions would be settled in blue gemstones, and Mark would periodically send agents to collect payments. Once the formalities were concluded, Mark officially delivered 10,000 basic Universal Capsules to Jiro. After completing these arrangements, Mark declined Jiro's insincere invitation and promptly departed Jiro Star aboard his spacecraft. In the year 753 of the Age of the Universe, on April 23rd, after several days of arduous travel, Mark officially entered the central region of the Milky Way galaxy. Chapter 61, The Galactic Center. In the world prior to Mark's traversal, the Milky Way galaxy was a barred spiral galaxy, spanning a diameter of 100,000 light-years and containing no fewer than 100 to 400 billion stars. The core region of the galaxy shone with extraordinary brilliance, housing the most massive black hole in the Milky Way, Sagittarius A. The solar system, situated within one of the galaxy's arms, was but a mere speck in this vast expanse. Such a colossal galaxy represents, in the universe, merely a drop in the ocean. In the Dragon Ball universe, however, the seventh universe contains only this single galaxy. Despite sharing the same name, the two galaxies are fundamentally distinct. In Mark's previous timeline, the Milky Way was classified as a barred spiral galaxy, defined by its morphology. Whether circular, lenticular, barred spiral, or spiral, these galaxies exhibit markedly prominent cores. Almost every celestial body within a galaxy orbits around the supermassive black hole at its center. For instance, the Sun takes approximately 2.5 billion years to complete a single orbit around the Sagittarius, a black hole at the center of the Milky Way. In addition to these four common types of galaxies, there exists a peculiar category known as irregular galaxies, which lack a distinct core. These galaxies exhibit no observable nucleus and exhibit minimal rotation. An exemplar of this type can be found in the seventh universe of the Dragon Ball realm, where the Milky Way resides. At the heart of this galaxy, there is no significant accumulation of matter. Rather, it is merely located in the central region. Here, the vast majority is under the control of the Galactic Patrol. As a result, this area boasts a markedly superior level of security compared to the Northern Galaxy. At the very least, Mark rarely encounters interstellar pirates during his passage. In the Milky Way's core lies the planet Adair. Mark's spacecraft traversed the atmosphere and settled comfortably in the docking port. According to the intelligence provided by Jiro, this is the largest artistic hub within the galaxy's center. Art, dance, sculpture, literature, poetry, performance art composers, novelists, and more, all artists residing in the galaxy eventually converge here. As Mark wandered through the city of Adair, he felt somewhat out of place. Surrounding him were individuals of diverse ethnicities, yet their attire was predominantly infused with artistic flair. Artists wrapped in blankets were abundant, making Mark, clad in his combat uniform, stand out conspicuously. Indeed, to be unremarkable can sometimes be a fault. After traversing 3 streets, Mark decisively sought out a restroom. He changed into casual attire, donned sunglasses, and tousled his hair haphazardly. Upon re-emerging onto the streets, the peculiar stares finally dissipated. Amidst the throng of people, Mark lamented his agreement with Bulma. After wandering through Adair for a considerable time, he found himself parched and muttering under his breath. Adair, hailed as the star of cosmic art, stirred in Mark the belief that if Ties were still traversing the cosmos, she would undoubtedly have visited this place, perhaps even taking refuge here. In truth, with the knowledge of subsequent historical discoveries, Mark was aware that Ties was not in any peril here. However, having promised Bulma, he felt compelled to visit. Though Adair may not rival Earth in size, it is nonetheless a planet, home to over 10 million alien artists, coupled with the local population. The total number approaches 100 million. The prospect of locating an obscure novelist among this vast multitude felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Mark contemplated retreating, the dormant system unexpectedly sprang to life once more. Option 1. Abandon the search for Ties. Reward of 10,000 combat points. Option 2. Find Ties. Reward of the first-generation body-enhancing potion. Note, the first-generation body-enhancing potion significantly boosts the user's physical strength. The sudden emergence of options caught Mark off guard, leaving him somewhat astonished. With the systematic absurdity of the situation, could it be that Tai Si will influence history in any significant way? In the realm of anime, while Tai Si cannot be dismissed as an inconsequential character, her actual impact on historical events is virtually negligible. Pondering this perplexity, Mark chose to abandon the thought. Instead of seeking out Tai Si, he was enticed by a reward of 10,000 battle points. This prospect was indeed appealing, considering that Mark's current battle power was merely a modest 125,000. However, upon meticulously examining the second option, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The body enhancement serum, despite its unassuming name, represented the most pressing treasure he desperately needed at that moment. Mark's typical battle power was only slightly superior to that of Captain Jinyu. It was only thanks to the quintuple Kaioken technique that he managed to elevate his power to match the first form of Frisia. Yet, the Kaioken was not invincible. Its strain on the body was extraordinarily taxing. Each time Mark employed the technique, he was left with intense muscle pain as a mere after-effect. If used over an extended period, considering the physical condition of an Earthling, further advancement would be exceedingly difficult. Of course, Mark could dedicate decades to rigorous training, which might ultimately allow him to transcend his limits. However, the emergence of this body enhancement serum illuminated the possibility of a rapid increase in battle power. As long as his body could become more resilient, Mark would be able to withstand a greater multiplicative effect of the Kaioken. With this thought, the furrowed lines on Mark's forehead began to ease. Yet, the dilemma returned to its origin: how to locate Tai Si amidst the vast sea of humanity. Breaking news. The champion of the Tyro Cup street dance competition has been announced. The sponsor, Mr. Tyro, personally presented the trophy to the winner. Just as Mark found himself at a loss, the cries of a newspaper boy resonated through the streets. Like a revelation, a spark ignited in Mark's eyes. "I'll take one," he called out, waving his hand at the boy and purchasing the newspaper he held. Casually tossing him a grain of blue crystal sand, Mark eagerly began to peruse the news. Although Adair Star was an artistic haven, it was rife with investors maneuvering within the market. Regardless of the artistic lineage, every carbon-based life form required sustenance. The greater the artist, the more essential the support of commerce became. In other words, without the intervention of business, the influence of artists would not proliferate swiftly. Wealthy investors regularly organize competitions to scout the next interstellar artist. If one possessed funds, countless artists would flock to participate. The newspaper reported that the Tyro Cup boasted a final prize of 10 kilograms of blue crystal. An astonishing 13,000 competitors had enrolled. Nearly every street dance maestro on a Dare Star had entered the contest. The ultimate victor, a paragon within the industry. Mark, being a mere mortal, naturally exhibits little interest in matters of art. However, he might be intrigued by the enchanting beauties depicted in artistic paintings. Nonetheless, it is quite a simple matter to invest a sum of money in a call for submissions for a science fiction adventure novel. With clarity piercing through the fog, Mark promptly set his plans into motion. Chapter 62, The Call for Submissions. As far as Mark is aware, Tai Si has previously published a science fiction adventure novel. The protagonist of this narrative is modeled after a character named Jack. The outcome, as one might expect, was decidedly lackluster. Yet, owing to Tai Si's past literary contributions within the cosmos, Mark deduced that she must have graced a Dare Star with her presence. Although he was uncertain whether she still resided there, it at least provided a viable avenue for locating her. For Mark, the ample supply of blue crystal stones afforded him the opportunity to invest in the arts. On a Dare Star, art investors hold significant sway. Even though Mark hails from the less artistically inclined northern galaxy, the infusion of capital swiftly facilitated his connection with the largest agency on a Dare Star, the Adair Art Incubation Center. Wasting no time, Mark deposited 100 kilograms of blue crystal stones into the Adair Star Bank. Upon obtaining the bank's proof of assets, he successfully arranged a meeting with the head of the Adair Art Incubation Center. Embracing the belief that art is grand, the director engaged Mark in a 10-minute discourse. Ultimately, just as Mark's patience was nearing its limit, they delved into the crux of the matter. Mr. Sanderman, I have but two requests. First, I shall personally define the theme of the submissions. Second, I require the contact information of all applicants. Though the theme remains within the realm of science fiction adventure, the directions it could take are manifold. Mark tailored this call for submissions specifically for Tai Si's circumstances, as it was the only way to maximally capture her attention. Should she participate, she would inevitably provide her information, especially her contact details. This would enable Mark to locate her easily, fulfilling Bulma's request as well as the system's options. However, such stipulations were promptly rebuffed by the center's director, Mr. Sanderman. I regret to inform you, Mr. Satan, that your two requests severely compromise the integrity of our center. The Adair Art Incubation Center has always upheld the principle of providing every artist with a fair competitive environment. If all investors operated as you propose, the reputation of the Adair Star Art Center would soon be extinguished. This is not merely a desecration of art, but a direct assault on the very foundation of Adair Star. Therefore, I must reject your proposal. In an instant, Mr. Sanderman, who had previously spoken with conviction, dramatically shifted his stance. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Mark retrieved an anonymous savings card issued by the Adair Star Bank from his pocket. This card gleamed in gold, signifying that it contained no less than 100 kilograms of blue crystal. According to the regulations of the Adair Star Art Incubation Center, as service providers, they would demand a commission of no less than 10. In other words, once this deal was finalized, they would earn a commission of at least 10 kilograms of blue crystal. Who would turn away from such wealth? The instant Mark placed the golden card on the negotiation table, Mr. Sanderman chose to abandon his original principles. Excellent. Observing the shift in Mr. Sanderman's demeanor, a smile crept onto Mark's lips. It appeared that Mr. Sanderman's threshold was set at 10 kilograms of blue crystal. Why not propose an additional condition? Since you have already crossed the line, help me locate an individual among all the participants with a fixed price of 10 kilograms of blue crystal. Deal. This time, Mr. Sanderman did not hesitate for even half a second. In his view, any moment of hesitation would be a desecration of the blue crystal. Such a transformation was entirely anticipated by Mark. After introducing the situation regarding ties, Mr. Sanderman posed a question to Mark. Mr. Satan, is the first prize of this writing competition intended for Miss Ties? At Mr. Sanderman's remark, Mark paused, regardless of Bulma or the system's requirements. The objective was simply to locate Ties. Thus, Ties' ranking in the competition was of no consequence. As a novelist, Mark did not wish to alter her aspirations for his own sake. If this matter were to be exposed one day, Mark was certain that Ties would not express gratitude towards him. On the contrary, she might even despise him for this perfunctory maneuver steeped in monetary motives. Mark had no desire to expend effort on such petty dealings that yielded no benefits. That is unnecessary. I merely wish to make her acquaintance. As for the writing competition, let everything proceed according to the normal process. He had already contemplated the theme for the writing, a thrilling science fiction adventure centered around the Galactic Patrol officers, with a word count of no more than 30,000. Should Miss Ties choose to participate, please notify me at the earliest opportunity. I require all her information, especially her contact details and address. There are myriad directions to explore in writing a science fiction adventure novel. By confining the topic to Galactic Patrol officers, Ties naturally holds an advantage. Moreover, Adair Star has consistently been under the protection of the Galactic Patrol organization, making this theme compatible with the prevailing narrative. Hearing Mark's words, Mr. Sanderman let out a sigh of relief. In this way, the event would neither contravene the industry's unspoken rules on Adair Star nor fail to yield substantial profits. An investor like Mark is truly the epitome of excellence. After a hasty farewell, Sanderman promptly departed from the hotel where Mark was staying, returning to the incubation center to prepare for upcoming tasks. On June 6, 753 AD, a grand event was held in Adair City, the Satan Cup Science Fiction Adventure Novel Contest. Following nearly 2 months of preparation and promotion, over 70,000 participants registered for the competition on that day. The prize of 100 kilograms of blue crystal made this event the most lucrative in the realm of science fiction adventure literature. Naturally, the majority of novelists were not solely motivated by the prize. Securing first place in such a contest would undoubtedly bring both fame and fortune to the victor. As the city of Adair descended into a state of jubilation, Sanderman hurriedly arrived at the hotel where Mark resided. Mr. Satan, I have fulfilled my mission. Miss Ties has registered. Here is all the information she provided at the time of her registration. Clutching a paper document, Sanderman eagerly rushed to deliver the news to Mark. Hearing this news, Mark felt a surge of delight and promptly took the document. Contrary to his expectations, he discovered that Ties had not been residing on Adair Star for years. She had been mingling with members of the Galactic Patrol, and her registered address was, astonishingly, the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. To add to the intrigue, she had listed her occupation as a member of the Galactic Patrol. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Sanderman. Now that I am aware of Miss Ties' whereabouts, I shall not linger on Adair Star any longer. The upcoming activities can be fully organized by your incubation center. Since the registration was conducted online via the Galactic Network, Miss Ties did not physically come to Adair Star. My next destination is undoubtedly the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, where I must meet Ties. Additionally, I am curious as to how she became a member of the Galactic Patrol. Chapter 63, Headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. On June 8, 753 AD, after 2 days of travel, Mark's spherical spacecraft arrived near the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. This is the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Please identify yourself. The spherical spacecraft piloted by Mark is highly recognizable within the galaxy, a vessel exclusively used by the Frisia Legion. It was precisely this distinction that allowed Mark to easily secure his initial fortune on the mineral planet, as one of the foremost malevolent forces in the universe. The appearance of the spherical spaceship caused considerable anxiety within the Galactic Patrol. Among the ranks of the Galactic Patrol, the most formidable member is Melis. Yet he seldom remains at the headquarters. Aside from Melis, who disguises himself as a human trainee angel, there are few competent fighters within the Galactic Patrol. They are more adept at employing advanced technological equipment to compensate for their individual lack of combat prowess. Suddenly, a spaceship belonging to Frisia's army appeared, undoubtedly heightening the tension in the air. Mark, not wishing to provoke a confrontation with the Galactic Police Organization, nor to find himself on their blacklist and incessantly harassed by that gang of jacks, promptly used his communicator to identify himself to the Galactic Police officers attempting to intercept him. Without any resistance, Mark skillfully maneuvered his spherical spacecraft to land at the designated location. The headquarters of the Galactic Police Organization resembled a spinning top, encircled by a gleaming silver corridor. Mark's landing spot was situated within this corridor. After a meticulous inspection, it was confirmed that Mark posed no threat and was not affiliated with Frisia's army. However, the police officers remained vigilant, wary of Mark, who still donned the battle attire of Frisia's forces. Approximately half a day later, Jack, who had been urgently summoned back, arrived with Ties to visit Mark. In a stark, empty room, the three began their formal exchange under the watchful aim of numerous laser guns. Greetings, Miss Ties. It is a pleasure to meet you here. I am Mark, a friend of Miss Bulma. I have come to the Galactic Center at her behest to see how you have been faring. You must be the elite Officer Jack of the Galactic Police, just as you appear in the photographs," exclaimed Mark. As he spoke, he produced a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding pop, a hefty album materialized before them. Squatting down, Mark swiftly flipped through the pages until he extracted a particular photograph. In it, Jack was seated at the rear of a spaceship, looking utterly terrified, while the young Bulma piloted the vessel. This was a snapshot from the time Jack visited Earth and shared a moment with Bulma. "All right, the danger has passed. Everyone can disperse." Upon witnessing the abundance of evidence validating Mark's identity, Jack, having long been convinced of Mark's Earthling status, called for the immediate withdrawal of all weapons. Thais, having already knelt on the floor, eagerly perused the substantial album. At Dr. Brief's home, it was evident that Bulma inherited more traits from Dr. Brief, be it her hair color or intelligence. In contrast, Thais bore a closer resemblance to Mrs. Brief, with her light yellow hair and a demeanor that was somewhat gentler than Bulma's. After more than 2 hours, Thais reluctantly closed the album. "Thank you, Mark." Within the album were photos of Bulma and Yamcha in affectionate embraces, as well as images of Mark training alongside Krillin and Yamcha, and moments of Mark dining and conversing with Dr. Brief. Over the years, every little detail of their lives had been meticulously captured in photographs. Undoubtedly, in Thais' eyes, Mark had become one of her own. Misunderstandings resolved. Under the guidance of Taisai, Mark entered the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. In the dining hall, as Mark enjoyed his working meal, he spoke of the changes that had transpired on Earth over the years. Naturally, the most discussed topic was the Bulma family. As their conversation deepened, Taisai shared a brief account of her journey. "Years ago, I traveled extensively within the Galactic Center, and later, through Gak's introduction, I joined the Galactic Patrol. However, I am not a fighter. My role is in public relations." Sipping her juice, Taisai elaborated on her rather uncomplicated, even somewhat superfluous work experience. In essence, her departure from home to explore the cosmos was driven entirely by a thirst for the unknown. "In my youth, I was too naive. Reflecting on those earlier days brings a wave of nostalgia for my parents and Bulma." As she tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, Taisai's gaze momentarily drifted into reverie. Yet, she soon smiled at Mark and Gak, sharing her aspirations. "I have submitted an entry for the Adele Star Essay competition. Regardless of the outcome, I am determined to return home. Mr. Mark, in a few days, the final verdict will be revealed. I wonder if you could wait for me. I wish to journey back to Earth with you. The universe is chaotic, especially in the northern galaxy. Given that Mark has successfully navigated the cosmos alone, escorting her home should pose no challenge." Taisai, addressing Mark with respect, made her request directly. Before Mark could respond, options appeared before him once more. Option 1, decline Taisai's request and gain 100,000 combat points. Option 2, accept Taisai's request and safely escort her back to Earth, earning martial skills and a spirit bomb. Truthfully, the allure of 100,000 combat points was enticing. However, when compared to the spirit bomb, a remarkable ability within the Dragon Ball universe, it seemed almost trivial. "No problem. We are all friends. There's no need for formality. However, my spacecraft can only accommodate one person, and I will need to visit a nearby planet in the coming days to procure another ship. Bringing Taisai home, a spherical vessel, would certainly be insufficient for two." Mark agreed to Taisai's request, but also raised the current issue. Yet, Taisai found this to be no difficulty. "You need not worry about that. I have my own ship. It may be a bit small, but it can comfortably fit both of us." Perhaps eager to return home, Taisai's face lit up with a radiant smile. She was inherently an optimistic and cheerful person. Although the photo album Mark had brought had briefly dampened her spirits, she soon forgot her sorrows and happily shared with Mark and Gak the content of her submission. Mark listened, internally sighing at yet another potential failure of a work. Nevertheless, he offered Taisai ample encouragement in his words. Thus, Mark temporarily resided at the Galactic Patrol headquarters as a guest. Over the course of several days, he grew increasingly familiar with Thais. On June 16th, after 10 days of evaluation, the results of the Satan Cup were freshly announced. Unsurprisingly, Thais faced yet another defeat. However, this had become inconsequential to her at this point. With a sense of homesickness, the two boarded a small spaceship under the farewell of Jack. Chapter 64, Solitude. Thais, are you really dressed so lightly? Thais truly embodied the spirit of Bulma's sister. The two sisters shared numerous similarities in their lifestyles. For instance, aboard the spaceship, both preferred to wear lighter attire. The confined space within Thais' modest vessel meant that they often found themselves in close proximity. Just a month and a half into their journey, Ties no longer treated Mark as a stranger. At Mark's remark, Ties displayed no trace of embarrassment. "This is my spaceship. I don't care, so why should you? Little Mark, are you even a man?" She teased, fiddling with her computer while engrossed in a novel. Initially, the two were not well acquainted, and Ties maintained a certain decorum in Mark's presence. However, as their interactions continued over the last couple of days, Ties gradually unveiled her true nature. She was never one to be overly demure. "Ties, you're not married yet. Could you act a bit more ladylike and refrain from behaving like a ruffian?" Mark retorted, directly addressing Ties' teasing demeanor. "Only ladies can marry? Who made that rule? Alas, if you weren't so young, I might consider lowering myself to marry you." Ties rested her chin on her hands, her face alight with mirth as she bantered with Mark. Mark, amused by her words, blurted out without thinking, "That would be splendid. I'm not fond of flat-chested girls." "Mark, you scoundrel." With a swift motion, she brought her tablet crashing against Mark's chest. Ties felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Hands on her hips, eyebrows arched, and eyes glaring fiercely at Mark, she appeared ready to devour him whole. "Hey, I was just joking. I'm not a shallow person. I would never judge someone by their appearance. Besides, Ties, you are truly beautiful." Mark, recognizing Ties as Bulma's sister, sought to ease the tension. A smile broke across his face as he offered her a way out. As anticipated, Ties' furrowed brows gradually relaxed upon hearing his words, though she still maintained an irritated expression. "From now on, no more jokes like that." After a moment of self-regulation, Ties managed to squeeze out a response through clenched teeth. As the conversation lingered, Ties turned away, pouting and choosing to ignore Mark. However, Mark did not dwell on this minor incident. For a few days, Ties' spirits were low, but gradually she reverted to her cheerful disposition. The limited space within the small spacecraft made it impossible to install a sleep device. Unlike Clint, who practiced meditation with closed eyes, Mark found little to occupy his time aside from sleeping, browsing magazines, or reading novels. Ties' situation was quite similar. Both engaged in their own activities, swiftly succumbing to a state of ennui. This novel is truly tedious. The protagonist sails through without a hitch, the supporting characters remain unscathed, and the antagonist is amicable. What is the point of writing such a tale? Mark lamented, his frustration palpable. Observing Mark's fervent critique, Ties couldn't help but be drawn in. She picked up the novel he had carelessly discarded and began to read it word by word. In all honesty, Ties believed the content of the novel was far superior to her own writing. "Mark, why must the protagonist face no challenges? Is it not preferable for supporting characters to be safe? And isn't it possible for antagonists to redeem themselves?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Ties voiced her questions. Initially taken aback by her inquiry, Mark quickly realized that this older, single woman was an aspiring writer. With time to spare, he assumed the role of a mentor and began to impart his insights to Ties. Ties, the protagonist, is the heart of a story. If they are untroubled, the narrative will inevitably lack excitement. A story that unfolds without conflict, as bland as water, will leave readers feeling indifferent, devoid of anticipation or motivation to continue. They will promptly set the novel aside in search of more riveting tales. Thus, the protagonist must never be dull. The same applies to supporting characters. If they do not face peril, what intrigue remains? Without interaction between the protagonist and supporting characters, subplots cannot develop, and the story's allure diminishes. Furthermore, the antagonist is destined to be vanquished by the protagonist. They must appear in the first chapter, eliminate them, laying the groundwork for the protagonist to grow stronger and encounter even more formidable foes. The thrill of defeating antagonists should be ceaseless. I refer to this as the golden chapter method. When it came to novels, Mark openly shared his perspective on the cliched writing styles prevalent in online literature. In the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of online novels did not even exist. Mark's theories, which were universally applicable in his world, had now opened a new realm of understanding for Ties. Initially bewildered, her gaze gradually sparkled with newfound enlightenment. Yet, despite her revelations, a multitude of questions lingered in her mind. "Mark, this is the novel I have written. Could you please take a look and identify any issues?" After much contemplation, Ties retrieved a rather thin novel from her locker. The cover was exquisite, yet the appearance of Jack seemed somewhat unworthy of such an elegant facade. "The Adventures of the Galactic Patrol?" Mark exclaimed as he took the book and immediately pronounced its title. He then began to leaf through its pages, enduring a sense of discomfort as he read. Before long, Mark managed to finish the entire novel while wearing a rather constipated expression. Observing his demeanor, Ties inquired softly, "I am aware that my writing is subpar, but I wish to know precisely where it faltered. Please enlighten me." Ties labeled her work as a science fiction adventure novel. However, to Mark, the very classification of the book was fundamentally flawed. For Ties, the vastness of the universe is a source of wonder for Earthlings, yet for the majority of extraterrestrial beings, the sci-fi elements you penned are merely part of their mundane existence. Strictly speaking, your definition of science fiction is not applicable to them. As for adventure, the routine activities of the Galactic Patrol officers cannot be deemed as adventurous. They are merely performing their duties. Consequently, the main flaw of this novel lies in its inaccurate positioning. For extraterrestrials, the supposed science fiction elements are anything but extraordinary, and the adventure aspects are utterly commonplace. Thus, its publication is bound to receive a lackluster response. Were this book to be released on Earth, it might find a more suitable audience. However, the protagonist certainly requires a change, for Jack is not a figure of renown on Earth. Mark pointed out the issues one by one, and Ties nodded vigorously in understanding. As the conversation drew to a close, she furrowed her brow and pressed, "If not Jack, then who should I write about?" "Me," Mark replied succinctly. Chapter 65, Love Comes Too Quickly. "You," Ties exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Mark with an air of astonishment. Given their recent interactions, Mark had not showcased his true capabilities. To Ties, Mark appeared to be just another ordinary adventurer like herself. To use Mark as the protagonist? That would be less appealing than continuing with Jack. Noticing Ties' profound skepticism regarding his abilities, Mark refrained from boasting about his past achievements. In truth, all he needed to do was return to Earth. Mark was confident that she would soon learn about his history through Bulma. It mattered not if he were not the protagonist. Even fabricating a heroic figure would pose no issue. My advice would be to select a more relatable character as your lead. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Warning. Warning. The spaceship's propulsion system is damaged by 70%. The integrity of the vessel is severely compromised, having come under attack by unidentified armed spacecraft. The ship is on the verge of disintegration. Countdown. 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Before Mark could finish his sentence, the ship shuddered violently, and the air was filled with the sound of blaring alarms. Under instinctive reflex, Mark embraced Ties to shield her from the shockwave produced by the ship's explosion. Once the tremor subsided, he hastily released her. Ties quickly entered the escape pod. He forcefully smashed open the metal cabinet containing the spacesuits and tossed one to her. Faced with this sudden crisis, Ties, after a brief moment of panic, swiftly regained her composure. After receiving the suit from Mark, she quickly donned it and slipped into the escape pod. Clad in his own suit, Mark leaped into the pod just before the countdown concluded. The escape pod was rather cramped, forcing the two of them to embrace tightly within. Boom! The violent explosion disintegrated the small spacecraft in an instant. Propelled by the explosion's thrust, the escape pod entered a gliding state in the cosmos. Ties, bewildered, glanced at Mark, who was in close proximity, her cheeks flushing crimson. "It seems we were ambushed. There is a planet with advanced life nearby, and we may need to make an emergency landing there." Manipulating the computer within the pod, Mark quickly located the nearby life-bearing planet. The escape pod possessed some propulsion, primarily intended to assist with landing. Fortunately, there was indeed a planet with life in the vicinity. They should be able to make a successful landing before the oxygen ran out. As for what to do afterward, Mark had no concrete plan. After all, they didn't even know who had attacked them. Surviving was the utmost priority. After hearing Mark's instructions, Ties gradually managed to control her anxiety. Half an hour later, after 2 course corrections, the escape pod successfully reached the vicinity of the life-bearing planet. My goodness, how can there be trees so towering in this world? Ties exclaimed, pinned beneath Mark, who happened to catch a glimpse of the outside through the porthole. Mark's heart jolted at her words, and he awkwardly twisted his body to look back. "Damn it, that's the tree of spirit," he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "I believe I know which scoundrel ambushed us. The tree of spirit, that accursed entity, could only be accessed by one rogue in this time frame within the 7th universe." Mark's revelation did not escape the perceptive Ties. "This colossal tree is called the Tree of Spirit? Do you know who attacked us?" "Yes, if all goes as expected. We may soon encounter a scoundrel," he replied. "Stay hidden in the escape pod while I deal with him, and then we shall return to Earth." In the Dragon Ball universe, only the low-class Saiyan warrior Dales had gained power through the fruits of the Tree of Spirit. Mark calculated in his mind that this was likely the period when Dales first discovered the Tree of Spirit. Unfortunately, he and Ties had inadvertently passed near the planet influenced by the tree's siphoning effects. The one who attacked them was most likely that rogue Dales. The purpose appears to be rather straightforward: to eliminate witnesses and prevent the secrets of the Mind Tree from leaking. Dailies must possess a spacecraft to traverse the cosmos. The plan was clear to Mark: eliminate this scoundrel, commandeer the spacecraft, and perhaps seize some fruits of the Mind Tree along the way. However, Ties, who was entirely unaware of Mark's capabilities, was consumed with anxiety. She pressed her hands against Mark's solid chest muscles, her voice trembling with emotion. "No, it's far too perilous for you to go alone. We should contact Jack and have him apprehend these villains." At that moment, Ties' cheeks were flushed, and the proximity stirred a sweetness in the air that enveloped Mark. Without a moment's thought, Mark leaned in and captured Ties' lips in a kiss. The instant their mouths met, he felt a cool softness. Ties' pupils dilated in shock at the sudden assault, her body rendered powerless to resist. Instead, she surrendered to the moment, closing her eyes and engaging with Mark. After a prolonged kiss, Mark gently pulled away and reassured her, "Do not worry, Ties. Your boyfriend is the strongest man on Earth." As Mark indulged in his self-adulation, the escape pod was ensnared by the gravity of the life planet, plummeting rapidly into the atmosphere. Outside the pod, the friction of air ignited a blazing inferno. Ties' eyes shimmered with ripples of emotion, her body softening as she whispered, "Be careful. I still want to go on a date with you back on Earth." "Indeed, you too. Await my return." Boom! The escape pod crashed to the ground in an instant. It did not stir up clouds of dust. Rather, it merely created a deep crater in the earth. As the hatch opened, Mark bestowed a final kiss on Ties' cheek. In her presence, he retrieved a box of universal capsules from his pocket and tossed one to the ground. In no time, the battle suits and power detectors of the Frisia Force materialized before them. Mark swiftly donned the gear and adjusted the power detector. After casting a glance at Ties, he shot off toward the target indicated by the detector. Many extraterrestrials were capable of flight, and Ties had long since grown accustomed to such sights during her years in space. However, witnessing Mark soar through the air astonished her. Meanwhile, Mark, exerting his full strength, located the target in a mere 15 minutes. With a swift motion, he descended right before Dailies, standing opposite him. "Indeed, it's you." Mark steadied himself, looking up to confirm his suspicion. It was the detestable Dailies. As a lower-tier warrior among the Scions, Dailies bore a striking resemblance to Son Goku and Bardock. Yet each individual's distinct personality imparted a different essence. Bardock embodies not only the inherent ferocity and cold-bloodedness of a Scion, but also the steadfastness and stoicism characteristic of a true man. In contrast, Son Goku exudes an aura of warmth and optimism, evoking a multitude of affable sentiments. As for Dales, despite his face being the standard, modular visage, he emanates an intuitive sense of treachery and cunning that Mark cannot overlook. Mark's apparent recognition of him catches Dales off guard, prompting him to remark, "You must be a scoundrel from Frisia's army. I never anticipated you would know me." With curiosity piqued, Dales presses the button on his scouter and inquires further. Chapter 66, Dales. It is hardly surprising that Dales identifies Mark as a member of Frisia's forces, for Mark's attire, from his combat suit to his scouter, mirrors that of a Frisia army soldier almost perfectly. Prior to the destruction of planet Vegeta, the Scions were indeed part of Frisia's legions. The sole distinction in appearance between Mark and Dales is the absence of a monkey tail. Dales himself is among the fortunate survivors of the cataclysm that befell planet Vegeta. Who was responsible for its annihilation holds no significance for Dales. Since losing contact with the base, he has wandered the cosmos aimlessly. He harbors no desire to seek out other Scions, nor to continue serving Frisia's forces. After years adrift in the universe, fate seems to have smiled upon him at last. On this unknown life-bearing planet, Dales unexpectedly discovers a colossal tree that towers into the heavens. Upon landing, he finds that the native inhabitants have perished in a remarkably short span of time, a chilling revelation that sends a shiver down Dale's spine. Across the endless plains, within the undulating mountains, and even over the fathomless oceans, the roots of this titanic tree have completely claimed dominion. Following these roots upward, Dales ultimately uncovers a plethora of spirit tree fruits. After tasting a ripe fruit, his battle power surges to nearly 30,000, a remarkable feat, considering that even King Vegeta had never reached such heights before the planet's destruction. The prospect of attaining such formidable strength from a single fruit is tantalizing, and Dales feels both exhilarated and anxious. The excitement is self-evident. Who could resist the allure of rapid empowerment? The anxiety, however, stems from the knowledge that these fruits are yet to fully ripen, and he fears that should other powerful beings detect the anomalies here, they may attempt to seize them. Even if no one were to steal them, the dissemination of this information could spell considerable trouble for him. Thus, he resolves to patrol the vicinity of the planet. Once a passing spacecraft is detected, there is no hesitation. An indiscriminate assault is launched immediately. Fortunately, the region where this life-bearing planet resides is situated in a remote area of the northern galaxy. Over the past few days, only the small spacecraft piloted by Mark and Ties has been encountered. When the spacecraft was destroyed and the survivors presented themselves before Dales, he was already engulfed in a profound sense of anxiety. The reason for his unease was simple. If this disheveled individual truly belonged to Frisia's army, then Dales feared that once this man communicated the intelligence back through a scanner, the secrets of the magnificent giant tree would be at risk of exposure. To add to his ire, this individual inadvertently revealed his identity upon speaking. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Dales's eyes as he covertly began to gather his strength to strike at Mark. Yet, Mark remained oblivious to the shift in Dales's aura, for at that moment, the system options reappear before him. Option 1. Eliminate Dales, destroy the spirit tree, and receive 3,000,000 points of combat power. Option 2. Eliminate Dales, await the maturation of the spirit tree's fruit, and receive the title Tree Planting Expert. Note: Tree Planting Expert. The bearer develops a harmonious affinity with all plant-based life, enhancing their growth, increasing yields, and reducing their nutritional requirements by 90. Undoubtedly, Dales must perish. However, the subsequent choices present a fascinating dilemma. Choosing between 3 million combat power and a title left Mark momentarily perplexed. The rewards offered by the system options seldom included titles. To date, Mark had only acquired the title of Senior Home Brawler, which automatically have the strength of any elderly adversary he encountered. Thus far, it had proven largely inconsequential. Mark had only utilized this title during his match against Master Crane. Even when battling the first generation of King Piccolo, he found it unnecessary to activate the effects of the title. After all, at that time, Mark's combat power far exceeded that of King Piccolo by several multiples. Engaging in combat while activating such a triviality felt utterly redundant. Titles, if not applicable to the right opponent, are merely superfluous. Conversely, the prospect of acquiring 3 million combat power could resolve numerous current challenges. Having previously consumed a body-enhancing potion, Mark had not had the opportunity to train during this period, yet he could distinctly feel his physical strength increasing each day. In the future, after proper training, he would undoubtedly be capable of enduring the Kaioken tenfold. Should Mark opt for the 3 million combat power, augmented by the Kaioken, it would equate to a staggering 30 million in combat power. In such a scenario, even if Frisia were to arrive, as long as he did not immediately transform into his ultimate form, Mark would be confident in his ability to contend with him. In contrast, the title of Tree Planting Expert appeared rather intriguing. The spirit tree, that confounded entity, thrives by consuming the life force of planets. Once it has drained a planet of its vitality, it produces a variable number of spirit tree fruits. Consuming these fruits alleviates all concerns related to cultivation. Undoubtedly, if one possesses the title of Tree Planter Extraordinaire, the spirit tree's capacity to absorb the planet's life force diminishes to merely 1/10 of its original power. In other words, Mark need only control 10 high-quality life planets. By rotating the planting of spirit tree fruits, a continuous supply can be generated. This approach is fundamentally different from the one-time transaction associated with the spirit tree. It embodies the essence of sustainable development. With a battle power of 3 million and an endless stream of spirit tree fruits, differing paths yield disparate futures. Clearly, the former requires minimal effort from Mark. By destroying the spirit tree, he could attain strength comparable to that of a metamorphic Super Saiyan. The alternative entails a perpetual production of spirit tree fruits, albeit requiring Mark's direct involvement with each planting. Contemplating this, just as Darius's fist was about to collide with Mark's face, he decisively took action, firmly establishing his resolve. With a swift motion, he struck Darius with the edge of his hand. Although Darius wore combat armor, its defenses proved utterly inadequate. Mark's palm pierced through Darius's abdomen. shattering his spine. This is absurd. How could you be so powerful? Darius lamented, unwilling to accept defeat. Just as the spirit tree fruits were on the verge of ripening, he faced ruin at the brink of dawn. It is no wonder Darius's eyes remained wide open in death. Gradually withdrawing his hand, Mark shook off the blood, cleansing his palm of the remnants. He ventured deeper into the dense, impenetrable canopy and looked up to discover nearly 100 spirit tree fruits on the cusp of maturity. With his brow unfurrowing, Mark turned and soared toward a nearby stream to thoroughly wash away the bloodstains. Subsequently, he swiftly flew towards the direction where Tai's was located. Chapter 67. Bountiful harvest. Mark had scarcely landed before Tai's leapt into his embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not cry. I'm the strongest Earthling. He reassured her, gently stroking her back while flexing his muscles. To be fair, in his youth, Mr. Satan had not yet taken on a greasy demeanor. His robust physique radiated a potent essence of masculinity. Mark's playful antics succeeded in drawing a smile from Tai's. After playfully pushing against his chest, she expressed her concerns with a furrowed brow. I checked, and there is no signal on the communicator. I cannot reach Jack. Taking a deep breath, Tai's endeavored to steady her emotions. I fear we are trapped here. She gazed deeply into Mark's eyes, her expression filled with affection. Residing here with the boy I cherish is indeed quite delightful. Yet, upon reflection, the thought of never seeing my parents and Bulma again fills Tai's heart with melancholy. However, it is not as dire as it seems. I possess a spaceship, which, although inconvenient previously, can suffice for our return to Earth if necessary. Now, we are presented with a far superior option. Gently tapping the tip of Tai's nose with his finger, Mark smiled as he articulated his plan. Just moments ago, after vanquishing Darius and attending to his remains, Mark discovered the very spaceship Darius had used. This vessel was the same model as the one the Vegeta team had utilized during their mission, akin to the one Paragus employed in his quest for Broly. The ship not only offered ample space, but also housed a plethora of supplies. Among them, Mark even stumbled upon Darius's navigation journal. Within its pages, the individual estimated that the spirit tree's fruit would ripen in approximately 1 month. Mark shared this information with Tai, hoping she would stay with him for a while longer. This request was not unreasonable, and Tai readily consented. Their supplies, previously aboard the exploded ship, had unfortunately been destroyed. Fortunately, Darius had ample reserves, and Mark carried with him a substantial box of universal capsules. The capsules contained not only sufficient provisions, but also comfortable housing, hovercraft, and an array of tools. Additionally, there was Mark's spherical spaceship. Amidst laughter and conversation, the couple laid out their forthcoming plans. Mark set their home upon a level expanse of vine, not far from the fruit-bearing trees. Nearby, a brook still flowed, though it was a pity that this nameless planet offered no other beauty apart from its enormous vines. The crystalline waters were devoid of even a single fish. The spirit tree's siphoning effect on the life-bearing planet had reached its zenith, causing all life to wither and perish. The sole comfort was that its influence affected only those born on the life planet. Neither Darius, nor Mark, nor Tai would be impacted by the spirit tree's grasp. Thus, Mark and Tai, the enamored couple, soon embarked on a carefree existence. A month later, on the 3rd of August in the year 753 of the age of the universe, while Mark accompanied Tai in her riding endeavors, the entire nameless planet suddenly trembled. Mark dashed outside, only to behold a shocking sight. All around, the vines and roots were rapidly withering. Embracing Tai, Mark transformed their home back into a capsule and retrieved their flying apparatus. Dicey, you are currently hovering in the air. I shall take a look at those fruits. Rest assured, I can take care of myself. Naturally independent like Bulma, Taisi exhibited no signs of panic. She quickly entered the spacecraft, which hovered nearby. Seeing that his girlfriend was safe, Mark propelled himself into the canopy with all his might. Casting his gaze around, he observed that all the fruits of the spirit tree had turned red. This was a clear indication of the fruit's transition from unripe to mature. Without a moment's hesitation, Mark retrieved a capsule from his pocket. The capsule expanded, revealing a large temperature-controlled container, originally intended for the Satan fruit. Now, it served as a means to collect the spirit tree fruits. Soaring upward, he plucked the fruits and placed them into the temperature-controlled container. After a flurry of activity, Mark quickly harvested all the spirit tree fruits. Upon counting, he discovered that he had gathered a total of 93. Suddenly, with the last fruit secured, the entire spirit tree began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared. Selection confirmed. Rewards have been issued. Not hesitating for an instant, Mark sped towards the edge of the canopy, just before the tree collapsed. He escaped the danger zone. He glanced at the nearby spacecraft where Tai Si stood, arms crossed and a worried expression on her face. Mark waved to her reassuringly, signaling that he was unharmed. Moments later, the massive tree crashed to the ground, its branches disintegrating into black ash, scattering across the nameless planet. Seizing the opportunity, Mark directed himself towards the enormous pit created by the uprooted tree. After a few minutes of meticulous searching, he located the seed of the spirit tree. Tucking the seed close to him, Mark swiftly returned to Tai Si's side. Tai Si, let us return home. After a month of anticipation, Mark's harvest was monumental. This life-bearing planet had now been utterly devastated. Without centuries of time, it would be impossible to revive. However, with the future assistance of his title as a tree-planting expert, he could seek out another life-bearing planet to cultivate the spirit tree fruits. This would effectively prevent the spirit tree from excessively draining vitality. Now, there was no reason to linger any longer. Mark descended to the ground and retrieved Darius's spacecraft. Beautiful Miss Tai Si, please board the flight home. Captain Mark is at your service. He graciously invited his girlfriend aboard the ship. Accompanying Tai Si into the cockpit, he activated the spacecraft, and in an instant, they ascended, departing from the nameless planet. Watching as the once vibrant world faded into a dull, desolate hue, the two embarked once more on their journey home. After more than half a month, they successfully reached the outskirts of the solar system. However, Mark soon sensed something amiss. Damn, how could there be so many alien spacecraft? These ships belong to the Frisia Force. Fortunately, Frisia is not here. I am eager to see who possesses such audacity to dare invade Earth. Sensing something amiss, Mark swiftly activated his power scanner to investigate the situation within the solar system. The scanner revealed that the majority of these ships were manned by mere minions. Among them, the strongest individual boasted a power level of an astonishing 56,000. Aside from this individual, two others exceeded a power level of 10,000. Although the identities of these formidable foes remained unknown, it was undeniable that Earth was facing a grave predicament. Chapter 68. The Great Ape Son Goku. Roar. Boom. 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 Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mark hastily maneuvered his ship towards Earth. The vessel he piloted was a Dowlet ship, a model from the Frisia Force. Consequently, Mark encountered no obstacles as he seamlessly entered Earth's atmosphere. Sensing the overwhelming energy, Mark charged forward. Before the ship could land, Ties exclaimed in astonishment, Mark, how did this great ape appear on Earth? Fear not. I know who this great ape is. He is not an enemy. Mark reassured. Ties, look over there. He pointed to a nearby spacecraft, where Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha were valiantly battling against hundreds of minions. Nearby, Ten, Kayatsukaroni, and Parashki were also engaged with opponents of similar strength. Further afield, the Supreme Kai, Master Roshi, and Bulma were closely monitoring the unfolding battle. Goku, transformed into a great ape, was holding off two mid-ranking commanders of the Frisia Force, each with power levels exceeding 10,000. Although the battle was fierce, Goku's presence was turning the tide against Frisia's forces, which were beginning to falter. Is that Bulma? Ties recalled leaving Earth at the age of 13 or 14, while Bulma was only 5 at the time. Now, Bulma was 20 years old, and her appearance had changed significantly, though traces of her childhood features remained. Indeed, Ties, that is Bulma. Let's go, Mark affirmed, and promptly piloted the ship towards her. As the spacecraft descended nearby, it drew little attention from either side, for the battlefield was currently swarmed with countless spaceships. Mark was the first to leap from the vessel and swiftly embraced Ties as she followed suit. With a powerful energy blast, he cleared a path, instantly melting the Frisia minions that stood before them. Such a commotion momentarily stunned everyone except Goku. When the other Z fighters spotted Mark, their faces lit up with joy. Wonderful! Mark has returned. With a wide grin, Clint excitedly shouted. Mark, upon hearing this, gave him a thumbs up and swiftly descended beside him. Clint, this is my girlfriend, Ties, and she is also Bulma's elder sister. Please help me ensure her safety. The rest is up to me. Options confirmed. Rewards issued. Sure. Leave it to me. Excellent. Safeguard Ties back to Earth, Mark said, instantly mastering the spirit bomb technique. With a series of cracking sounds, Mark succinctly explained Ties' identity, then stretched his limbs. The joints popped as Mark, who had been on the move, made a series of noises. After a brief warm-up, he sprang into action. Soaring into the air, He elevated his aura and swiftly unleashed the prince's combat style. Bang, bang, bang. Energy blasts rained down, accurately striking each of Frisia's henchmen. Most of these foes were obliterated instantly, while only a few with decent strength managed to withstand Mark's onslaught. However, even they were merely struggling in their last moments. Those who survived were swiftly dispatched by Mark. In less than a minute, all of Frisia's minions were annihilated. Coroni, lead the instructors and students to clean the battlefield. Remember to leave a few alive. After 4 months of rigorous training, Coroni's combat power had reached 760 points, and Poloki was nearly at the same level. They had brought dozens of martial arts instructors and students, whose power levels generally range between 200 and 300. They found it quite challenging to confront Frisia's minions, but cleaning the battlefield was entirely manageable. Once Mark entered the fray, his formidable prowess single-handedly eradicated the majority of the enemies. Such a display invigorated the martial arts school. As the alien forces invaded Earth, everyone prayed for the planet to endure this crisis. Unfortunately, Mark was absent. The strongest warrior on Earth remained Goku, with a combat power of 5,600. Even with the Kaioken technique doubled, he was no match for enemies with power levels exceeding 10,000. Fortunately, the location of Frisia's landing was shrouded in night, and, even more fortuitously, it was a full moon. Goku, still retaining his tail, transformed into a great ape, his power skyrocketing to 56,000. However, in his unconscious state, he could not unleash his full potential. The two Frisia commanders were evidently aware of the Scion's true capabilities. Just as Mark finished off all the minions, these two began to target Goku, with one drawing his attention directly. Another stealthily approached Sun Wukong from behind, preparing to sever the giant ape's tail. Mark, noticing this scene, hurriedly soared towards Wukong. "D. Repugnant lizardman. And you ragamuffin running around in nothing but shorts." Even without unleashing the Kaioken technique, Mark's base combat power reached an astonishing 125,000. Faced with two adversaries whose combat strengths barely exceeded 20,000, the outcome was inevitable: an instant annihilation. One foe was obliterated into a pulp by Satan's iron fist, while the other, on the brink of escape, was swiftly caught up and reduced to dust by the incoming Super Kamehameha. The majority of Frisia's battalion was decimated. However, a troublesome predicament remained. That rascal, Dog Wukong, had yet to regain his senses. With two Frisia commanders slain, he had now fixated on Mark as his target. The lines between friend and foe were blurred. This was a common affliction among lower-class Saiyan warriors. Ki Wudiv Slesh. With his prowess at Mark's current level, many techniques could be mastered effortlessly. The Ki Wave Slash, developed by the future bald-headed genius, was promptly unleashed by Mark. Utilizing Yamcha's method of manipulating Ki blasts, Mark adeptly controlled the Ki Wave Slash, which deftly navigated around the massive frame of the giant ape, precisely severing its tail. As Dog Wukong reverted to his human form, Mark was taken aback. The rumors hold true. I never anticipated that a Saiyan could transform from a child to an adult in such a brief span. Observing the unconscious Dog Wukong, Mark chuckled. The Saiyan race is renowned as a warrior race. Beyond their combat strength, their innate fighting talents and resilience in battle are noteworthy traits. More importantly, they possess an exceptionally prolonged adolescence. Once they enter puberty, a Scion's physique rapidly evolves from a chibi form to that of an adult. Raditz, Vegeta, and even little Wukong to Great Wukong exemplify this. It had only been a little over 4 months since their last encounter, and little Wukong had already matured significantly. Mark couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just as the battle concluded, a system prompt appeared before Mark. Option 1. Eliminate all Frisia soldiers. Reward: high-power combat power detector. Option 2. Through interrogation, uncover the motive behind Frisia's invasion of Earth. Reward: enhanced planetary defense system. Option 3. Launch a retaliatory counteroffensive against Frisia's forces and seize 1/10 of their control zone. Reward: 1,000,000 points of combat power. Chapter 69. The Reason. 3 options suddenly emerged all at once. The last occurrence was in the previous instance. However, after methodically analyzing each option, Mark quickly reached a decisive conclusion. Coroni, bring me those survivors. Mark cast a glance at the nearby scene, where, following the battle, an emotional reunion was taking place. Tais and Bulma were currently embracing each other. Weeping profusely, Yamcha, in his flamboyant manner, was vying for attention before ties. He called her sister with an affectionate warmth that was palpable. Alas, our dear Mr. Satan's future brother-in-law is destined to be Prince Vegeta. However, as Mark pondered, he considered that perhaps Yamcha might indeed emerge victorious in the end. After all, the current historical research is in utter disarray. With Earth now exposed, it remains uncertain whether Vegeta will arrive in the same manner as depicted in history. Nevertheless, in Mark's view, Vegeta's ability to win Bulma's heart ultimately hinges on Yamcha's own shortcomings. Even in a future devoid of Vegeta, it would be exceedingly difficult for Bulma to wed and bear children with him. Old adages ring true. A dog cannot change its nature. As Mark indulged in his musings, several beleaguered henchmen were brought forth. "Prepare to meet your end," he exclaimed, unleashing a ki blast that, while not extraordinarily powerful, proved fatal for one unfortunate soul. "I have limited time. I will answer only what you ask. Your fate is evident. If you comply, there may be a chance for survival." A blend of intimidation and persuasion ensued, compelling the remaining henchmen to divulge all they knew. This faction of Friesia's army had fortuitously discovered the universal capsules while tracking Coroni, leading them to Earth. Over 4 months prior, Mark had instructed Coroni to arrive at Giro Star in early August to collect payments for the capsules sold. Though Coroni's strength was modest, his cunning served him well. In no time, he had ingratiated himself with Yamcha, affectionately addressing Ties as sister. His social adeptness was commendable, yet his vigilance was woefully lacking, as he failed to take a circuitous route back to Earth. Returning directly, he hastily delivered blue crystals to Dr. Brief, only to find Friesia's army knocking at his door. This particular contingent of Friesia's forces was engaged in side ventures. Hence, all communication with headquarters had been severed. Earth, for the moment, remained relatively safe. Option confirmed. Rewards have been issued. In an instant, a plethora of specialized equipment materialized before Mark, astonishing everyone present. However, Mark's penchant for the extraordinary had long ceased to surprise them. It was Bulma, with her tear-streaked face, who immediately recognized the immense value of the equipment. "Mark, are these all robots?" she inquired, rushing over to inspect, before tentatively articulating her conclusion. "Close enough. These are intelligent robots, endowed with formidable combat capabilities. In the future, with their presence, Earth shall be bestowed with an additional layer of security. This future is entrusted to your stewardship. We are all one family, so do not hesitate." "Huh." As Mark concluded, he could not help but chuckle. Logically speaking, Bulma is 3 years his senior. However, once he marries Ties, regardless of her reluctance, she shall have no choice but to address him as brother-in-law. In the realm of Dragon Ball, views on courtship and marriage are notably liberal. Although Mark and Ties have a 10-year age difference, it is hardly a concern. Strictly speaking, due to his consumption of a copious amount of Satan fruits, Mark's theoretical lifespan could reach approximately 300 years. Should Ties become his wife, he would, of course, be generous. Given the lengthy span of 300 years, Ties being 10 years older than him becomes inconsequential. Furthermore, with the existence of Dragon Balls, Mark need not fret about Ties experiencing any issues with sagging. The die is cast. Bulma's opposition is of no consequence. Moreover, although her relationship with Mark cannot be described as exceptionally close, it is certainly not adverse. They are friends. Pouting in irritation, Ties merely offered a resigned smile to Mark as she departed. In no time, the battlefield was cleared. As Mark took action, numerous media reporters were present, capturing the moment. His overwhelming strength and crushing combat style caused quite a stir in public opinion. Shortly after their return to West City, the Dog King proclaimed Mark a hero of the kingdom. In the near future, he shall be invited to the palace to receive a medal. Meanwhile, among ordinary Earthlings, a fervor for martial arts erupted. At the Satan Martial Arts School in South City, the threshold was shattered by countless aspiring students eager to enroll. However, these matters were managed by Lady Aisha on Mark's behalf. As night gave way to day, Mark, accompanied by the main group, returned to Bulma's residence in West City. Upon awakening, Goku buried his face into the dining table. After a hearty feast, he finally had the chance to comprehend the events that transpired during his loss of consciousness. Upon viewing the footage of the robust and towering great ape, Goku was rendered speechless. It turned out that his grandfather was trampled to death by him. The monster that wreaked havoc at the martial arts tournament was also him. What manner of creature am I? Why did I transform into a great ape? Unable to accept these revelations, Goku clutched his head and wailed. A profound silence enveloped the room save for Mark. Goku, your grandfather does not blame you. It is evident that he has long since forgiven you. Regardless of your origins, you are a hero safeguarding Earth. In truth, during my recent journey to the cosmos, I gleaned some insights into your lineage. Certain truths must indeed be shared with you. As Mark spoke, he was abruptly interrupted by Wukong, who grasped his arm and exclaimed urgently, "Do you truly know?" Of course, Mark replied affirmatively, and after a moment of emotional contemplation, he continued, over a decade ago, there existed a life-bearing planet in the universe known as Vegeta. On this planet resided the Saiyans, a race renowned as the strongest warriors in the cosmos. The most distinctive feature of this race is the tail that grows from their posterior. When exposed to a full moon, the moon refracts sunlight to produce a buzz wave with an intensity exceeding 17 million. This light wave, when transmitted through their eyes to their tails, transforms Saiyans into gigantic apes, dramatically amplifying their combat power tenfold. Unfortunately, many years ago, the planet inhabited by the Saiyans was annihilated by Frieza and his army. Presently, the number of surviving Saiyans in the universe should not exceed 10. Dales was killed by me, and of the surviving Saiyans, I'm only aware of 7. Wukong is one of them. Then there are Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta. Vegeta's younger brother, Tarbell, is another. Lastly, we have Paragus and his son Broly, making a total of just 7 individuals. As Mark elaborated on this situation, everyone stood in shock, their mouths agape. Chapter 70, Encouragement. This cannot be true. How could Wukong be an alien? He looks just like us, merely with an additional tail. Krillin scratched his bald head, glancing between Wukong, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan. Strangely, the green-skinned Piccolo and the three-eyed Tien appeared more alien than Wukong. In reality, the genetic makeup of Saiyans is remarkably similar to that of Earthlings, with no reproductive barriers whatsoever. However, Mark's choice of terminology was too technical, leaving everyone bewildered. Only Bulma blushed at the mention of reproductive barriers. What does that mean, Mark? Wukong, perplexed, asked with wide, innocent eyes. Mark, raising his gaze thoughtfully, simplified his explanation. It means you can marry an Earth girl without any issues and have children. Marriage? That term sounds so familiar. Mark's words transported Wukong into a reverie. Noticing that he no longer dwelled on his origins, Mark decided to refrain from further discussion on the matter. After a fierce battle, everyone felt exhausted, and the celebratory feast became the main focus, with little conversation taking place. However, Master Mutien sought out Mark. Mark, what are your plans moving forward? On the television, the Dog King was fervently promoting Mark's achievements. Regardless of the channel, whether news or entertainment, the topic of alien invasion and Mark's heroic efforts against the mysterious giant ape was the hottest discussion. Yet, some astute individuals had already discerned a troubling reality from this battle. There truly are aliens in the universe, and they come in a myriad of forms. The world beyond Earth has unveiled itself to the public without reservation. In this crisis, Mark managed to resolve the situation, but what will happen if another arises? From the very onset of the alien invasion, the royal army had assembled, yet they faltered against the formidable extraterrestrial beings who resembled demons in their might. Unable to withstand, even for a moment, though the royal forces did not face complete annihilation, they suffered considerable losses. In the face of such overwhelming personal prowess, gunpowder-based weaponry proved utterly ineffective. Conversely, those from the Satan martial arts school managed, through collaboration, to barely restrain a single alien. Earth has now been exposed to the cosmos, and the necessity for self-preservation has rendered transformation inevitable. Thus, martial artists have re-emerged into the public's mainstream consciousness. Even the reclusive Master Roshi received a personal call from the king, inviting Mark, son Wukong, and Master Wu Tian to the royal palace as esteemed guests. Madame Aisha informed me of the arrangements to meet the king, and we shall go together tomorrow. I firmly believe that Earth has entered a new era that demands change. An era marked by the resurgence of martial arts is on the horizon. Since Mark's arrival in this realm, the trajectory of Earth's development has predominantly focused on advancing science and technology, progressing uniformly across numerous fields. Although martial arts have evolved compared to Master Roshi's youthful days, they have yet to dominate the mainstream narrative. According to Mark's understanding of history, in a future world where androids 17 and 18 exist, humanity was compelled to alter its developmental direction for survival. Ultimately, it was through the protection of formidable figures such as Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan that Earth could navigate the chaotic universe along its own path. However, As time passes, when Xiao Feng grows old, Goku's great-grandson may find himself bullied in school. By then, Earth will lack powerful warriors, and without successors, once targeted by alien civilizations, destruction will be inevitable. This universe harbors no shortage of ever-ambitious individuals. In an alternate history, Mr. Satan rose to prominence through the Cell games. This time, Mark intends to leverage his early acclaim to reshape Earth's developmental mainstream. While scientists remain essential, musicians, artists, poets, engineers, and entrepreneurs, each contributing to society's diverse fabric, should also flourish. Yet, without drastically undermining this flourishing diversity, Mark hopes the king will champion the advancement of martial arts. I aspire to publicly share the most fundamental training methodologies and offer gravity training chambers at cost price. In this manner, the inhabitants of Earth, a decade or so hence, will experience a qualitative leap in their collective prowess. Once the average combat strength of Earthlings reaches approximately 50, they shall no longer be easily susceptible to alien invasions. When half the Earth's population surpasses a combat strength of 100, our planet will emerge as a formidable presence in the cosmos. Imagine hundreds of thousands possessing a combat strength of several hundred, tens of thousands exceeding 1,000, and thousands achieving between 1,000 to 10,000. Those with strengths surpassing 10,000 will number in the thousands. At that juncture, Earthlings will no longer be the soft targets for any aggressor. Even the Frisia force would find it difficult to contend with us. Moreover, with dozens achieving combat strengths exceeding 100,000, 1 million, or even greater, even if Frisia himself were to descend, he would think twice before engaging us. As Mark spoke, his fists clenched with fervor and excitement. In truth, the universe is not as fiercely competitive as it may seem. Before Goku and Vegeta ventured to Namek, Frisia only revealed a combat strength of 530,000. Yet he could wield power at will in the North Galaxy. It is no exaggeration to assert that aside from the now-retired King Cold, Frisia had no worthy adversaries. Had it not been for the emergence of the Super Saiyans, the king would likely have never significantly enhanced his combat strength throughout his lifetime, much like King Cold himself. If not for the malevolent Namekian slug, King Cold would not have transformed into his second stage, nor elevated his power to tens of millions. It was Slug's combat strength of 15 million that compelled King Cold to augment his own power to such heights. For over a decade, Frisia maintained dominance over the Cold Army with mere hundreds of thousands in combat strength, while laboriously strived to surpass that. Later, upon his resurrection, the king returned with renewed vigor. Through mere months of rigorous training, he surpassed Goku and Vegeta's years of arduous cultivation. The emergence of Golden Frisia, followed by Black Frisia, showcased an exceptional level of strength, albeit such anomalies remain rare in the universe. More often than not, a combat strength of 10 to 20,000 suffices to conquer several life-bearing planets, allowing one to live comfortably as a local tyrant. Currently, this is the state of affairs in the western and southern galaxies. Should Earthlings truly attain the prowess Mark envisions, their future might even eclipse the current terror posed by the Frisia force. Chapter 71, a review. Earthlings have never been an inherently aggressive civilization. Aside from a handful of ambitious individuals, the vast majority, even with formidable strength, prefer to enjoy their leisurely lives. Even the once cruel and tyrannical Prince Vegeta, after years of residing on Earth, has expressed similar sentiments. As long as the path to future development is laid out, Mark believes that the people of Earth will not become more chaotic and disordered merely because of their enhanced strength. To articulate his thoughts, Mark truly requires the assistance of Master Wu Tian in balancing formidable martial prowess with a healthy mindset. As a venerable figure in the martial arts community, Master Wu Tian possesses far superior capabilities in this regard compared to Mark. This brings to mind the training methods of the Turtle School. In terms of pure combat skill and competitive prowess, the Turtle School is, to some extent, inferior to the Crane School when it comes to imparting knowledge to its disciples. With the same training duration, disciples of the Crane School can acquire more martial techniques and greater lethality. However, in the realm of utilizing these techniques and choosing one's desired life path, the Crane School pales in comparison to the Turtle School. Mark is acutely aware of his own limitations in imparting life perspectives and values, as his strength has been largely acquired through the system, a rather fortunate shortcut. Were it not for his previous life in a nation with formidable power, yet lacking a warlike environment, he feels he would bear no significant distinction from the powerful tyrants in the universe. His ability to control his ambitions stems from the environment of his past life. Yet, compared to his current strength, his capability to teach disciples about the correct understanding of life and values is minuscule when placed alongside Master Roshi. This is why Mark places such importance on Master Wu Tian's attitude towards this matter. Mark, your intentions are commendable. We at the Turtle School have no objections. The Turtle Hermit, often reflecting on the arrival of the new era, did not reject Mark's proposal. If the Frisia force were to invade, only a handful of individuals would need to know, thus avoiding unnecessary panic and commotion. However, the unexpected invasion by the Frisia force has become common knowledge among all Earth inhabitants, with nearly half of the kingdom's armies decimated and cities and villages severely ravaged. The countless ordinary citizens who lost their lives due to the invasion have made it evident that the catastrophe sparked by Mark has abruptly revealed to all Earthlings the terrifying nature of their cosmic environment. It is no exaggeration to say that Mark, at present, is even more revered than the infamous Mr. Satan of history. After all, Earth is just beginning its contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. Thus, this moment serves as an optimal opportunity to actively alter the course of Earth as civilization. With Master Wu Tian's support, Mark feels increasingly confident in persuading the king to implement reforms. The celebratory party soon concluded, as it was not yet the appropriate time for exuberant festivities. Klein and the others dispersed, setting out across the globe in search of the 7 Dragon Balls. In the courtyard of Bulma's residence, the dragon was summoned before the eyes of all. This time, there was but a single wish, to resurrect the unfortunate Earthlings who had fallen victim in the recent attack. Mark did not partake in the wishing ceremony. Instead, he remained alone in Bulma's guest room, contemplating the treasures gleaned from this cosmic expedition. Unexpectedly, among these discoveries, he found love, a twist of fate he had not anticipated. In the original timeline, Mark was destined to encounter the renowned star, Miguel, shortly thereafter. Their brief romance would culminate in a swift marriage, resulting in the birth of their daughter, Bidalai. However, shortly after Bidalai's arrival, Miguel succumbed to illness. In the future, despite being surrounded by women, Mr. Satan chose not to remarry. Mark speculated that the fall of a great tree had made Satan aware of the forest's significance. Furthermore, it seemed that his consideration for Bidalai played a crucial role in this decision. Now, with Mark's arrival from another timeline, history has been rewritten, leaving the future of Bidalai uncertain. Should she not come to be, the only regret would be the inability to forge a familial bond with Dogku. Nevertheless, Mark unexpectedly found himself aligned with the Universal Capsule Company as its son-in-law. However, the company's modest scale pales in comparison to Mark's amassed wealth. Currently, his most significant asset is Satan's Star, a veritable treasure trove capable of yielding tens of thousands of Satan fruits annually. Once the invasion subsides, Mark intends to initiate development on Satan's Star. Beyond these acquisitions, the most vital gain consists of over 90 spirit tree fruits, along with the esteemed title of Tree Planting Expert. This title empowers Mark to mass-produce spirit tree fruits, as it not only mitigates excessive nutrient absorption by plants, but also accelerates their growth. Although Mark has yet to validate the effects of this peculiar title, he believes testing its efficacy should not prove difficult. Strictly speaking, even the mystical beans are cultivated products. If they can be influenced, the spirit trees should be no exception. Coincidentally, during this battle, the cat sage and Yachirobe had also come to join the fray, currently observing the dragon's wish-granting from outside. Once these matters are clarified, Mark plans to share his insights with the cat sage. However, at this moment, the cat sage is not lacking for mystical beans. Thanks to Mark's intervention, the bean's capabilities to heal injuries and restore vitality have already been recognized. Though Yachirobe has ascended the Corinne Tower, he feasts on fish rather than mystical beans, as thousands of mystical beans have been securely stored by the cat sage. Though this matter holds significance, it is not the most pressing concern at present. The paramount issue remains to ascertain whether the Frisia force will discover the situation on Earth. Simultaneously, Mark on planet Galo also requires clarification. After interrogating several minions, it was revealed that this invading faction of the Frisia force is merely a subset of the larger army. Furthermore, they had obscured communications with their headquarters during their operation. Should any oversight occur, it would spell an unimaginable catastrophe for Earth. After all, the collective strength of the individuals is rapidly consolidating. Yet what they lack most is time for accumulation. If only the attention of Vegeta and his cohort were drawn, it would be of little consequence. However, if Frisia himself were to take notice, the situation would become dire. Currently, although Mark's actual combat prowess has surpassed that of Frisia, It is only the first form of Frieza he has outmatched. Without the ability to eliminate him in an instant, the repercussions would be endless. Chapter 72. Collective Enhancement of Combat Power. Contemplating the events since his return, it is ultimately the pressure exerted by Frieza that weighs heavily on Mark's mind. After much reflection, he retrieved several spirit tree fruits from the temperature-controlled chamber. Each fruit, reminiscent of dragon fruit in size, lay quietly, their vibrant hues and unique shapes unforgettable. The fruits exuded an enchanting aroma, as if they were imbued with the essence of another realm, intoxicating to the senses. According to ancient legends, the spirit tree fruit is a delicacy reserved for the divine, beyond the reach of mortals. Mark had previously savored one, and during that occasion, his combat power surged from over 2,000 to an astonishing 27,000. Just one spirit tree fruit had bestowed upon him an extraordinary increase of 25,000 points of combat power. From what Mark knows of history, the first time Dales consumed a spirit tree fruit, his combat power increased remarkably, nearly matching his own. Yet, upon consuming a second fruit, his power skyrocketed beyond 300,000. However, unlike history, the quantity of spirit tree fruits Mark has discovered this time far exceeds historical accounts. In the chronicles familiar to Mark, Dales initially only consumed one fruit before embarking on numerous conquests, gathering a multitude of followers. This time, it is evident that the spirit tree has yielded a bounty of fruits, far exceeding a solitary specimen. Although puzzled by this change, Mark ultimately attributes it to the alteration of history through his own journey. After a moment's hesitation, Mark took a decisive bite. Crunch! In no time, the first spirit tree fruit was devoured. Thud, thud, thud. With the final morsel swallowed, a deep rumbling resonated within Mark's body. Mark, who had been attentively monitoring the combat power detector, watched in astonishment as his strength surged to unimaginable heights. 130,000, 150,000, 170,000, 400,000, 410,000, 420,000. After consuming a fruit from a spirit tree, his combat power skyrocketed by nearly 300,000. This was indeed reminiscent of the historical accounts of Dales. Suddenly, before Mark could fully grasp the magnitude of this transformation, the door was flung open by Goku and his companions. My heavens, such an overwhelming aura. Mark, how have you trained? Your presence feels unfathomable. This energy is more terrifying than Goku in his gorilla form. The room erupted in a cacophony of exclamations as everyone spoke over one another. In the past, Mark had concealed his power when receiving system rewards, but this time, the fruit of the spirit tree was simply too potent. Despite his mental preparations, he could not mask his newfound strength. Observing the intrigued gazes of Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others, Mark reluctantly retrieved the spirit tree fruits from the temperature control box, tossing 3 to each person. As he distributed them, he explained, "Consider yourselves fortunate. This is the fruit of the spirit tree. 3 for each of you. Any more might overwhelm you, and it wouldn't benefit your future development." In total, everyone, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Ten, Kaiatsu, and even Mark's 2 disciples, Koroni and Poloki, received 3 fruits. Each individual held 3 fruits, exchanging glances filled with anticipation. Ultimately, it was Poloki who took the initiative to consume one. Previously, his combat power had been less than 800 points, but after ingesting a fruit from the spirit tree, it surged to an astonishing 26,000 points. As Poloki prepared to eat a second fruit, Mark shouted, "Poloki, hold on. First, control the newfound power before consuming another." The sudden influx of strength required time to master. Given Poloki's nascent foundation, he should not hastily consume a second fruit, lest it lead to dire consequences. Although Poloki appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was remarkably obedient. He stood still, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fists, acclimatizing to the sudden surge of power. The once inconspicuous Poloki now possessed formidable strength, showcasing the extraordinary capabilities of the spirit tree fruit. Witnessing this, the others promptly lowered their heads and consumed their own fruits. Goku's combat power soared from 5,600 to 32,000. Piccolo's power leapt from 3,700 to 30,000. Krillin, Tien, and the others experienced similar transformations. Even the least powerful among them, Yachirobe, saw his strength rise to approximately 25,000. This is truly exaggerated. The bald figure without a nose marvels incredulously at the power he has effortlessly acquired. Previously, Mark gifted Klin and his companions 3 Satan fruits, which significantly enhanced Klin's combat prowess. He too had expressed similar astonishment at that time. However, merely a few months have passed, and the cognitive gap he had painstakingly assimilated has once again been widened by Mark. Fellow warriors, it is imperative that we diligently cultivate our skills. Should we fail to grasp this sudden surge of power, it could spell disaster. This fruit of the spiritual tree is merely a shortcut. The strength we cultivate through our own efforts is of utmost importance. With a solemn expression, Mark reminded the assembled Dragon Ball warriors. Yet, his admonition seemed somewhat superfluous. Among those present, except for Yachirobe, all had undergone rigorous training. They were already well aware of the truths Mark articulated. Throughout the night, everyone silently acclimated to their newfound power. At dawn, Lady Aisha arrived. In the afternoon, she would meet with His Majesty the King at the palace, a matter of great significance to her. Early in the morning, she brought her team along. Mark, Master Wutian, and Goku would represent the martial arts community at the royal palace. On the spacious private jet, the entire team busied themselves around the 3, applying makeup, trimming hair, and coordinating outfits. When the plane landed outside the palace, the 3 descended, transformed in appearance and demeanor. Mark donned the familiar battle attire of the Frisia Force. Master Wutian was presented with an elegant white tang suit prepared by Lady Aisha, while Goku was outfitted in a proper suit and tie. The trio entered the awaiting courtesy vehicle, and with the escort of the palace guard captain, they swiftly arrived at the palace. As the courtesy vehicle came to a gentle stop, staff approached to open the door. With an air of composure, Mark stepped out, well-versed in the etiquette. Master Wutian, seasoned by time, also faced the situation with ease. In contrast, Goku emerged with curious glances all around. Hey Mark, is that guy standing in front the king from the television? Goku, with his hand cupped against his mouth, made a candid observation that brought a smile to Mark's face. Goku, that is His Majesty the King. No need for such astonishment. Mark wished to enlighten Goku, but time was of the essence. After a quick reminder, he hastened towards the king, who was coming forth to greet him. Chapter 73, The King. In the Dragon Ball universe, Earth is a unified kingdom. It is said that the king once collected the 7 Dragon Balls and, after making a wish to Shenron, became the king. Naturally, Mark was resolutely skeptical of such a tale. The king belongs to a species of anthropomorphic animals, with a lifespan comparable to that of ordinary humans. It has been over 3 centuries since the celestial beings succeeded the divine deities. In the history well known to Mark, a celestial once uttered a significant phrase to Wukong. Frankly, I once wished for the dragon to remain in its current state. The Dragon Balls were created to bestow courage and hope upon the inhabitants of Earth, yet they have frequently been misused for selfish desires. At that time, the Celestial instructed Mr. Popo to reconstruct the dragon statue. Had it not been for the emergence of young Wukong, the Celestial would have been utterly disheartened by humanity. If the king attained his throne through a wish granted by the dragon, it would indeed create a contradiction. Throughout his reign, His Majesty has proven to be a diligent and responsible leader. During the crisis brought by the evil King Piccolo, he remained steadfast, resolutely refusing to relinquish his throne. It was only after Piccolo easily devastated a significant portion of the city that he agreed to step down, driven solely by a desire to protect his people. When King Piccolo delivered his televised address, the king valiantly rallied the brave to stand against him. Later, when Tien, young Wukong, and Piccolo engaged in battle, he could not bear to depart alone, leaving the heavy burden to the 2 young warriors. It was only upon the urging of his aide that he reluctantly consented to withdraw. Subsequently, even during the destruction of East City by Babidi and the turmoil of the Cell Games, the king made remarkable contributions to restoring order after each cataclysm. His tenure has been fraught with calamity, yet it is undeniable that after every disaster, the citizens continue to hold him in profound affection. This attests that the king is far from a greedy or selfish individual. If he truly rose to power through the Dragon Balls, it would contradict the Celestial's assertions. Mark continues to hold His Majesty in high esteem. Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. He approached the king swiftly, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. Behind him, Master Rashi, though silent, conveyed his goodwill in kind. Only Wukong stood there, bewildered, gazing at the canine king in a daze. Mr. Satan, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Without you, the entire world would likely have faced unprecedented catastrophe. You must be Master Rashi. Welcome to the palace, alongside Mr. Sun Wukong. Please follow me. Mark's visit to the palace had been prearranged. Master Rashi and Wukong had come without prior notification to the king. Yet this time, Wukong transformed into a giant ape to defend the Earth right before everyone's eyes, coupled with the remarkable performances of the various Dragon Ball warriors on the battlefield. The aftermath revealed their identities, histories, and accomplishments to the media. It was evident that the king had made ample preparations for this occasion. Upon their initial meeting, the king immediately positioned himself quite humbly. In their exchanges, he opted for the formal you rather than the familiar thou. Given the king's stature, such a choice could easily have been disregarded. However, the current circumstances compelled the king to regard Mark and his companions with utmost seriousness. Both the National Defense Forces and the Royal Guard were involved in this conflict, yielding disheartening results. The valiant defense forces suffered devastating losses, with more than half of their ranks diminished. The remaining troops, now battle-weary and dispirited, found themselves ill-equipped to contend with a modern military composed of firearms, artillery, and missiles, unable to gain even a modicum of advantage against the army of Frisia's minions. Yet, the martial artists, long overlooked, proved effective in thwarting the alien invasion. Although they often found themselves at a disadvantage, they nonetheless possessed the capability to resist, unlike the others. At the height of the battle, Mark suddenly appeared on the battlefield, swiftly vanquishing all adversaries. This stark contrast led the king to reassess Mark's true potential. Over the years, had Mark truly desired, he could likely have conquered the world single-handedly. However, the gathered intelligence suggested that he seemed disinterested in such ambitions. The king deemed this version of Mark approachable and open to collaboration. With the king's enthusiastic invitation, the trio followed him into the castle. The grand hall on the first floor was already filled with high-ranking officials awaiting their arrival. "Let us welcome our heroes with the most resounding applause," the king proclaimed as the four entered the hall, marking the commencement of the awarding ceremony. 3 gleaming medals rested quietly upon a tray, which the king adorned upon Mark, Master Wu Tian, and Goku in succession. In truth, many more deserve recognition. Yet time constraints and the aftermath of the battle necessitated a simplified ceremony. Before the cameras, the king announced that all participants in this conflict would henceforth be honored with the title of Earth's Guardians, including those soldiers of the National Defense Forces who had recently been revived. Fortunately, due to the existence of the Dragon Balls, the losses incurred by Earth were not catastrophic. The collapsed buildings could gradually be reconstructed and the damaged roads and bridges could be rebuilt. However, the restoration of the National Defense Forces and the Royal Guard was of utmost urgency, prompting the king's heartfelt invitation for Mark's assistance. Following the brief ceremony, the king privately invited Mark and his companions to a meeting in the reception room. "Mr. Satan, Master Wu Tian, it is imperative that we revise the training protocol for the National Defense Forces and the Royal Guard to prevent such occurrences in the future. We aspire to enhance the combat capabilities of our kingdom's military. Thus, we hope to enlist you both as special advisors to the National Defense Forces." Once both parties were seated, the Dog King eagerly expressed his thoughts. The existing military forces were no longer capable of confronting the extraterrestrial adversaries. Mark's Satan Martial Arts Academy, along with the disciples of the Turtle Hermit, had demonstrated commendable combat prowess during this conflict. The Dog King's desire was for Mark and the Turtle Hermit to enhance the individual combat abilities of the soldiers in the National Defense Forces. However, this request posed a significant challenge for the Turtle Hermit. He had never attempted to conduct martial arts training on such a grand scale. After all, training 1 or 2 disciples was an entirely different endeavor compared to training a multitude of soldiers. Feeling helpless, the Turtle Hermit turned his gaze towards Mark. Mark, in response, retrieved a substantial document from his folder. "Your Majesty, this is a compilation of new products recently developed by my Satan Technology Company. This document outlines a national fitness enhancement program that I formulated in consultation with Master Wu Tian. The other document presents an introduction to the most advanced planetary defense system. Once you have reviewed these materials, we can discuss further." He smiled as he handed the documents to the king. Chapter 74, A New Era. While awaiting the maturation of the spirit tree's fruits, Mark had meticulously contemplated the path ahead. The comprehensive enhancement of Earth's human genetic strength was prioritized above all else. This time, South City similarly faced an invasion from Frisia's minions. However, thanks to the presence of the Satan Martial Arts Academy, Karoni, and Pilaf, alongside dozens of martial artists, successfully eradicated several of the minions before joining forces with Piccolo and the others. Consequently, Pilaf and his companions remained unscathed. After the battle, Upon learning that Mark had returned to Earth, Pilaf quickly relayed a recent scientific breakthrough through Lady Aisha. Firstly, the crucial Satan fruit had been deciphered. Based on the Satan fruit, Pilaf developed the first generation of genetic enhancement serum for Earthlings. Consuming just 10 grams of this serum could eliminate 10 to 15% of detrimental genes within the body. The short-term effect would result in an approximate increase of 10 to 15% in combat power. The long-term benefits included prolonged lifespan and enhanced potential. This effect was applicable regardless of whether the user was a martial artist or not. Remarkably, the production cost of this genetic enhancement serum was merely 400 Sony. In the price quotation provided to the National Defense Forces, Mark set the price at 1,000 Sony, while the retail market price was established at 3,000 Sony. Given the average monthly income of citizens, it would only require about a month's work to afford a vial of the enhancement serum. Notably, this serum would only be effective upon the first use in an individual's lifetime. This research consumed no less than 3 months of Pilaf's time. As for the subsequent innovations, such as the advanced spacecraft, healing devices, battle suits, energy beam hand cannons, genetic cultivators, intelligent robots, and various other achievements, the pressure of scientific research has paradoxically become considerably lighter. After all, Mark had extorted a plethora of technologies from Jiro. With the technology at hand, replicating these innovations poses little challenge. The key lies in mass production to reduce costs, which is of paramount importance. Therefore, Mark is also inclined to provide these armaments and equipment to the military, albeit at a significantly higher price. Nonetheless, one gets what one pays for. With the possession of a cosmic battleship, Earth will possess the means to fend off adversaries. The availability of battle suits and healing devices will undoubtedly reduce the casualty rates among soldiers. Equipped with energy beam hand cannons, Earth's troops will be as formidable as the foot soldiers of the Frisia army. The inclusion of genetic cultivators and intelligent robots will also help to supplement the troop numbers. Mark is poised to sell these innovations to the king. What business can be as profitable as the arms trade? Of course, for now, all transactions regarding these weapons will be settled through Sony. In the future, as the strength of Earth's military grows, it will be entirely feasible to embark on interstellar explorations. At that time, Mark will naturally engage in transactions using blue crystals, rare metals, and scarce elements. In addition to these ventures, Mark intends to publicly disclose methods of training and will reveal some secrets of commonly used martial arts techniques. Master Rashi has provided the Kamehameha of the Turtle School and the Universal Shock Palm. Tien Shinhan has contributed the Crane School's Dodone Wave, Flight Technique, and Key Cannon. Mark offers Keyblade, King Kai Fist, and Spirit Bomb. It is no exaggeration to state that the essence of Earth's martial arts schools will be priced for sale. As the copyright holder, the proceeds from the sale of these secrets will belong entirely to him, and moreover, will not be subject to taxation. More importantly, Mark proposed the establishment of a martial artist management bureau to supervise and regulate martial artists. Just as the purchase of martial arts secrets must occur through legitimate channels, unauthorized resale of these techniques will be strictly prohibited. This not only protects the rights of individuals like Mark, but also encourages martial artists to sell their secrets and insights. Beyond these proposals, Mark articulated the most significant suggestion. Your Majesty, I propose the incorporation of martial arts as a subject within our educational system. We should offer courses in elementary and secondary schools and establish a university for martial artists. This would promote the discipline widely. If all goes well within a decade, the average combat strength of Earthlings will reach unprecedented heights. At that point, our police force and military will be infused with fresh talent. Naturally, this entails a transformation at the societal level, necessitating careful formulation of regulations. Mark spoke with great eloquence. The turtle sage sighed inwardly, while Wukong remained bewildered. It was the king who perceptively recognized the underlying issues, and without hesitation, he spoke candidly. But what if the villains grow stronger? Wouldn't the security of Earth deteriorate drastically? Upon hearing this, the turtle sage nodded in agreement. However, Mark scoffed, saying, Your Majesty, I mean no offense. Yet a few years ago, there were the Red Ribbon Army. And even now, cities of all sizes are plagued by armed robbers at every hour. Malefactors will always exist, whether wielding stones, firearms, or martial prowess. They will find ways to perpetrate evil. In my humble opinion, we must implement a series of regulations to ensure that the virtuous have means to counterbalance the wicked. Let us envision a scenario where a criminal brandishes a machine gun, indiscriminately firing at innocent bystanders, while defenseless citizens, bereft of weapons, can merely seek refuge and pray for the police's arrival. However, in an era of universal martial artists. A rogue with a combat power of 1,000 could easily be subdued by dozens of passersby, each possessing the same level of strength. The crux of the matter is how to ensure that the vast majority adhere to societal norms and moral standards, and thus, it is imperative for you to devote effort to crafting regulations. Mark's words were remarkably straightforward. I shall enhance our martial might, while you maintain social order. Otherwise, why would I need to collaborate with you, given my own strength? This was not a threat to the king, but rather a declaration of fact. Mark's remarks left the canine king in contemplative silence for a considerable time. It appears that your majesty requires time to reflect. To be candid, I also have pressing matters that need resolution. Perhaps we should conclude today as discussion. Should you be interested in collaboration, I am always open to it. Nonetheless, the advent of a new era is inevitable. Your majesty, I appreciate your generous hospitality, and I bid you farewell. Whether the king accepted Mark's proposal was of little consequence. If Mark wished to accomplish these endeavors, the king's capabilities would be utterly insufficient to obstruct him. Such matters cannot yield immediate results. Presently, Mark still needed to journey to Jilo Star. The status of Earth's exposure remained uncertain, and Mark needed to acquire the latest intelligence from Jilo. As for the situation on Earth, it could be entrusted to Karoni, Paloki, and Paroth, among others. Furthermore, with the likes of Dog, Wukong, and Krillin present, there was little cause for concern. Mark's departure did not elicit any pleas for him to stay from the king. Suddenly, Mark had introduced so many new concepts, and the king required ample time to ponder them. Thus, that evening, Mark and his companions returned to the West capital.